The young lady of the Gu family and I fell down the stairs together. I was in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights, but during the time I was in a coma, her parents never even glanced at her. Instead, they stayed by my bedside without leaving for a moment. They took great care of me, and they even completely forgot that Gu Qinghan is their own flesh and blood, while I am just an adopted son with no blood relation. Gu Qinghan questioned them with tears in her eyes, who their real child was, but her parents showed no shame on their faces. Instead, they cursed her out. It was at that moment I realized I had transmigrated into the villainous fake young master of a novel. In the original plot, the Gu family's favoritism towards boys over girls eventually forced Gu Qinghan to turn to the dark side. She teamed up with the protagonist to bring the Gu family to ruin. To continue living the luxurious life of a rich second-generation heir, I immediately made a decision. Since you guys won't dote on my little sister, then I will. At this moment, my gaze shifted towards the door. Gu Qinghan's frail body was trembling uncontrollably. My predecessor, because he was afraid of his identity as an adopted son being exposed, developed a grudge and tormented her in every way possible. Before the coma, he forced Gu Qinghan to scrub the 108 steps of the villa's staircase. Then, as he passed by her, he deliberately pulled her down with him. He originally intended to use a self-pity trick to get her kicked out of the house, but he unexpectedly overdid it, allowing me to transmigrate into his body. Sensing my gaze, my father, Gu Ji Yuan, and my mother, Jiang Zhu Yue, also turned their heads to look at the door. The moment they saw Gu Qinghan, their expressions instantly turned ice cold. Is this the habit you learned in our Gu family? Hiding at the door to eavesdrop, listening in on conversations? Jiang Zhuyu frowned and glared. You've caused your brother so much trouble. Get in here and kneel down to apologize now. Gu Qinghan timidly entered the room and softly called out, Dad, Mom. Jiang Zhuyu cut her off with a cold laugh. Don't call us Dad and Mom, you jinx. If it weren't for you, would Xiaobei have fallen down the stairs? I think you have malicious intentions and deliberately harmed him. Gu Zhiyuan also chimed in with a low voice. Although you are our biological daughter, you're still just a brat who grew up in the countryside. After you've received your punishment, have old Liu take you back to the countryside. Gu Qinghan stared at them, her eyes red with resentment. Dad, Mom, am I really your biological daughter? I fell down that day too. Jiang Zhuyu snorted coldly. You brought that upon yourself. I don't know how your adoptive parents raised you to have such a vicious heart at such a young age. If it weren't for the fact that you're our biological daughter, daring to harm Xiaobei like this, you wouldn't have a peaceful day for the rest of your life. After hearing this, Gu Qinghan sniffled. She suddenly turned her head and glared at me, gritting her teeth. Are you satisfied now? I am being kicked out of the house. Are you finally satisfied now? Shut up, Jiang Zhuyu shouted. You're clearly the one who caused trouble. How dare you play the victim and slander Xiaobei? She raised her hand, about to slap Gu Qinghan's face. The original plot quickly flashed through my mind. If this slap lands, it will directly sever the relationship between her and the Go family. And this is also the beginning of her turn to the dark side. Gu Qinghan's adoptive parents had passed away. The house they left behind was taken over by relatives. As soon as she returned to the countryside, she was kicked out. Those people even declared that, if she didn't leave, they would marry her off to the village chief's idiot son. So, for a very long time after that, Gu Qinghan always slept under a dark bridge and was occasionally bullied by other beggars. From then on, she secretly vowed to definitely bring the Go family to ruin, along with a crisp slapping sound that tore through the air. Gu Qinghan squeezed her eyes shut in fear, but the expected pain didn't come. She only felt herself being pulled into a warm embrace. Jiang Zhuyo hurriedly shouted, Xiaobei, are you okay? Mom didn't mean it. Jiang Zhuwei was flustered and panicked. She really didn't expect me to rush over and shield Gu Qinghan with my body. She quickly waved her hand. It's all my fault. I know you love your sister, but she's the one who made you fall like this. Why are you still protecting her like this? I was in so much pain. I grimaced, but I still forced a pain expression, turning my head to pretend to be angry and called Gu Zhiyuan, Dad. How do you usually take care of Mom? Why is her slap so weak? It doesn't hurt at all. Gu Zhiyuan was stunned. He thought to himself, how did I get dragged into this? I took the opportunity to explain, Dad, Mom. Actually, that day, I was the one who complained the stairs were dirty and suddenly wanted to scrub them myself. Qinghan was just kind enough to help me. Don't be angry anymore, Mom and Dad. It was so hard for my sister to come home. How can you send her back to the countryside? Besides, if anyone should leave, it should be me. I've taken her life for over 10 years. Mom and Dad's love should have been hers. After hearing this, Jiang Zhuyue slammed the table angrily. No, you're not going anywhere. You are my real son, regardless of blood ties. In this life, I only acknowledge you. However, Xiaobei has really grown up, even cleaning the house on his own, so well-behaved. Go Zhiyuan sighed and nodded. Xiaobei, no matter what, you will always be my real son. Since you've said so, let her stay for now. He turned his head and gave Gu Qinghan a cold glance. Don't forget who you have to thank for being able to stay in the Gu family. If Xiaobei gets hurt because of you again, then get back to the countryside immediately. After seeing my parents off, I realized Gu Qinghan was still huddled in my arms. I quickly let go of her. I sized up this future female villain from head to toe. She's 17 this year, with a petite figure. So thin, she looks like she could be blown away by the wind. Her hair was a mess. Her bangs covered half of her face. A tattered, thin school uniform clung to her body. She exuded a gloomy aura. Looking back at me, even a random pair of pajamas on me was soft and breathable, smelling of money. I couldn't help but lift her bangs. Her forehead was fair. Her skin so delicate it looked like it could be broken with a flick. Truly a top-tier beauty. Yu Qinghan noticed my gaze and quickly took 2 steps back. A flash of disgust appeared in her eyes. Don't think that just because you helped me today, that I have to be grateful to you. That day, you were clearly the one who forced me to scrub the stairs. You even deliberately bumped into me, which made me fall. I raised an eyebrow and grinned. In any case, I saved you today. You have to repay me, or else I'll tell mom and dad. What does my predecessor bullying her have to do with me? I haven't even enjoyed the life of a rich heir for more than a few days, and I already got slapped. I'll just use this favor to my advantage, to smooth things over with the future female villain. In the original plot, she suffered a lot of abuse at her adoptive parents' home. She had to do farm work since she was 3, and was even almost sold twice. If it weren't for her good grades, which earned her the protection of her teachers and principal, plus her frail and sickly body, then just based on this face alone, she would have been bought as a child bride long ago. Gu Qinghan clenched her fists, then released them helplessly. Now that her adoptive parents were gone, she had no home to return to. Coming to the Gu family, although she was treated coldly, at least she had a place to stay, which allowed her to study in peace, to repay the principal and teachers who took care of her. She gritted her teeth and asked with a frown, "What do you want me to do?" I grinned widely. "Then today, you'll be my little servant for a day. Obediently listen to my arrangements." Gu Qinghan frowned, silently guessing in her heart what evil scheme I was plotting to humiliate her, but she had no room to bargain, so she could only suppress her anger, and stiffly nodded her head. Seeing this, I clapped my hands. "Then you go get ready first. I am going to change my clothes." After saying that, I got up and went into the dressing room. The moment I pushed the door open, I was stunned. This wasn't a dressing room. It was clearly a luxury apartment of over 200 square meters. Rows of the latest seasonal clothes were hung on racks, sorted by color. Necklaces and men's watches were neatly displayed in cabinets. The clothes felt incredibly smooth to the touch. I thought to myself, for the sake of these treasures, I have to raise Gu Qinghan into a well-behaved little sister who is well-rounded in morals, intelligence, and physique. I chose the most handsome outfit to wear, and from the pile of famous watches, I grabbed a 24K diamond-encrusted one to wear. Only then did I walk out of the room, satisfied. Gu Qinghan was leaning against the wall, sitting on the floor. I was a bit confused. "Aren't you changing your clothes?" She pursed her lips tightly and glared at me. Seeing this, I awkwardly scratched my head. I remembered when she first came home. Our parents bought her a few sets of clothes, but my predecessor felt that the attention on him was being divided. So he sulked for a long time. He took back all the things given to Gu Qinghan, and even burned them all in the yard right in front of our parents. Thinking about these things, I didn't say another word. I grabbed her by the wrist and left. "First, I'll take you to buy a couple of outfits." When we reached the underground parking garage, a row of supercars was neatly parked. I walked up to the familiar Lamborghini and tried to say calmly, "Get in." In the car, Gu Qinghan was tense, daring only to sit on the edge of the seat. She still remembered the last time she rode in my car. I had glanced at her with disgust, and said she had dirtied the car. After that car never appeared in the garage again. I frowned slightly, gently pushed Gu Qinghan to sit properly in the seat, and helped her fasten her seatbelt. Gu Qinghan was about to struggle, but realized I wasn't doing anything else, so she obediently sat still. I have to admit, the air conditioning in supercars is really terrible, especially in traffic. I put on my sunglasses, and rolled down the window to let the outside breeze in. Mixed with the wind were the admiring glances of passers-by. Someone exclaimed, "What car is this? So damn cool." Another girl blew a kiss towards the car window, and slipped a piece of paper with her phone number through the glass. Under my sunglasses, the corners of my mouth couldn't help but curve up. Gu Qinghan secretly glanced at me, and seeing that I wasn't paying attention, she stealthily touched the seatbelt and the seat, and then curiously touched the car door. This was the first time she had been in this type of car. Her eyes were full of novelty. Her movement was a little too forceful. She turned her head to look at me, and saw that I was still looking ahead, but she still felt uneasy. As if possessed, she reached out and pushed up my sunglasses. The next second, she met my staring gaze. With a faint smile on my lips, she blushed, and quickly pulled her hand back. "Sorry, I'll definitely wash the car when we get home." I smiled and ruffled her hair, making it even messier. "No need. We're even now." Even? Gu Qinghan's heart was in turmoil. She felt that after I woke up, I seemed to have become a different person. Otherwise, why would I help her, take a slap for her, and even let her ride in my car? But thinking of the evil things I did before, being nice to her now, I am afraid, means plotting something even more sinister. She patted her face, silently warning herself to stay highly focused. The day is still long. I absolutely cannot let him succeed in his scheme. I followed the memories in my head, and took her to a hair salon, My predecessor often got his hair cut here. This shop has styled many celebrities. Their skills are absolutely top-notch. Pushing the door open, a service staff member greeted us. Hello. Do you two have a reservation? I was taken aback. I had absolutely no concept of making a reservation. My predecessor was always personally served by the store manager. I frowned at the staff. You need a reservation at your shop. How come I didn't know that? Get your store manager out here. After saying that, I pulled Gu Qinghan and walked straight in. But the staff member blocked our way again. He scanned me from head to toe and sneered, scoffing. Look at your nouveau-riche appearance. What do you know about rules? Look at that fake gold watch. If you throw it in water, it'll probably float. Let me tell you. Our store manager is the one who serves the Go family of Jiangcheng. Just one word from him, and your whole family will be begging on the streets. After hearing that, I was a bit embarrassed. After all, it was my first time being rich, so I lacked experience. I had put on all the gold rings, gold necklaces, and gold watches from the room. I was also wearing a black bag. I looked exactly like a newly rich upstart. The staff member then glanced at Gu Qinghan, his eyes full of contempt. As a young girl, you don't know how to conduct yourself, only how to bring shame to your school. This punk obviously has no money. You might as well come with me instead. As soon as these words were spoken, passers-by turned to look and started chattering. Someone whispered, this girl is doing this sort of thing at such a young age, and she's wearing the uniform of no one high school. How can a top school have this kind of person? The voices weren't concealed at all and went straight into my ears. Gu Qinghan lowered her head, her long hair obscuring her face. Her body shrank into a ball. Her eyes were so red they looked like they were about to bleed. She glared at me with hatred, thinking to herself, no wonder he dressed so ridiculously today and was so gentle with me. It turns out he was digging a pit for me here, deliberately trying to embarrass me in public. If this blows up, the school's reputation will be affected. I am afraid she won't be able to go to school anymore. She couldn't hold it in any longer. She broke down and screamed, are you satisfied now? I am begging you. Let me go. From now on, I absolutely won't fight with you for our parents' affection. Just leave. Okay? Pack my bags when I get home. You all can just pretend you never found me. Her heart felt as sour as if it had been soaked in vinegar. Whether it was at her adoptive parents' home or her biological parents' home, no one had ever truly loved her. She just wanted a little bit of warmth. Hearing these words, my heart felt as if it were being pricked by thousands of needles. I turned and glared at that snobbish staff member and roared, such a foul mouth, making things up. Who gave you the guts to do that? Blood rushed to my head. I kicked him in the stomach and swung my fist hard into his face. Gu Qinghan stared at this scene in a daze, stunned. She didn't expect that not only did I not kick her when she was down, but I also stood up for her. Could it really be a misunderstanding? As her mind was racing, the commotion outside alarmed those inside the shop. A group of hairstylists rushed out, shouting, who dares to cause trouble in front of our shop? The crowd immediately surrounded us, and the scene became chaotic. I ignored everything. My fists just kept raining down on that staff member, but in the end, I was outnumbered. Several stylists pinned my arms. The waiter spat on the ground and said smugly, this brat has some nerve, daring to hit me. He punched me in the stomach. I felt a sharp pain, and my throat tightened. I forced myself to hawk up phlegm and spit it right in his face. He wiped his face and cursed loudly. You dare to fight back? Drag him into the bathroom and deal with him. Before he could finish his sentence, the store manager came tumbling out and slapped the lead staff member across the face. Who gave you dogs the guts to touch him? Hurry up and let go of the Gu family's young master. The waiter held his swollen face, utterly astonished. Brother-in-law, you must be mistaken. This guy is dressed like a nouveau riche. How could he be the young master of the Gu Corporation? I sneered. What I like to wear. Do I need your hair salon's permission for that? The store manager quickly smiled appeasingly. Of course not, young master. It's my staff who are blind and have offended you. The moment the store manager spoke, the surrounding stylists' faces turned pale. They bowed in unison. We're sorry, young master. We didn't know anything. It was all his instigation. If we knew your identity, we wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you even if it killed us. I snorted. So what you're saying is, if you meet an ordinary person, you can bully them as you please. Is that right? As soon as these words were out, the stylist broke out in a cold sweat and looked towards the store manager for help. The store manager followed my gaze towards the shop and sighed. He had been in Jiangcheng for over 10 years and had painstakingly built a reputation. Today, it was all ruined by this bunch of idiots. Young Master Gu, this is a small token of my sincerity. Today, it's my fault for not managing them properly, letting them offend you. Please be lenient. The store manager obsequiously handed over a card and gestured with his other hand. I was stunned and thought to myself, I got 1 million yuan from getting punched. Without much thought, I hastily stuffed the card into my pocket, afraid he would change his mind. If I converted all this money into gold and hid it, then even if the Gu family goes bankrupt, I wouldn't have to worry about not having money to spend. But in the next second, I suddenly realized Gu Qinghan was gone. I quickly looked up, my gaze piercing through the crowd, searching for her everywhere. It turned out she was hiding behind the shop door. Just now, when the stylist rushed out, she was afraid I would be at a disadvantage, so she ran in to call the store manager. Now that the storm has passed, She was cowering by the door again. I ran over and scratched my head awkwardly. If I said this wasn't intentional, would you believe me? Gu Qinghan looked deep into my eyes. Although today's incident was unintentional, the video and rumors have already spread. It's beyond saving. She tiredly said one sentence. I am tired. Can you take me home? I shook my head and refused. No, today isn't over yet. I even got you misunderstood. I have to make it up to you properly. After saying that, I glared at those staff members again. If it weren't for these bastards, I would have already established a good relationship with Gu Qinghan without giving her a chance to object. I pulled her by the hand to another hair salon. As we walked in, a receptionist in a white shirt and a tight short skirt warmly greeted us. Hello, handsome man and beautiful lady. Do you have a regular stylist? Gu Qinghan glanced at me and mumbled quietly, is it expensive to get a haircut here? The receptionist smiled and handed over a price list. Beautiful lady, please take a look first. Gu Qinghan took it and blushed beet red. The cheapest, the chief supervisor, is 119 yuan. The store manager costs 499 yuan. That's just for a haircut. With treatments and styling added, it won't be less than 1,000 yuan. She stood on her tiptoes and whispered in my ear. How about we go to a different shop? I usually get my hair cut on the sidewalk for just 15 yuan. I scanned the price list. I didn't expect a haircut to be so expensive. But then again, I am the top rich heir of Zhongcheng. I just got 5 million yuan from being beaten up. Note, text correction from context earlier said 100 yuan equals 1 million, but input says 500 yuan here, translated strictly as input. I grinned. Getting a cut here is no problem. Just call me Big Brother. How about I get you a membership card? After hearing these words, Gu Qinghan's cheeks burned. She gritted her teeth and turned to leave. This bastard keeps bullying her. And he wants her to call him Big Brother. But just at this moment, a sweet and gentle Big Brother rang out in the hair salon. Gu Qinghan's cheeks burned. She gritted her teeth and turned to leave. This bastard keeps bullying her. And he wants her to call him Big Brother. But just at this moment, a sweet and gentle Big Brother rang out in the hair salon. The receptionist bit her lip and leaned closer. Big Brother, you just agreed yourself that you wanted to get a membership card for your little sister. You can't go back on your word. First, I was stunned. Then I raised an eyebrow and smiled at her. Arrange the most premium service package for her. And do a hairstyling too. Do everything according to the highest standards. Before long, Gu Qinghan had gotten a neat short haircut. The thick, blunt bangs no longer concealed her stunning face. She looked both dazzlingly beautiful and cool. I nodded with satisfaction. I stuffed the preloaded membership card into her hand. From now on, just come here for your haircuts. You can also call me to take you. Gu Qinghan pursed her lips. She looked down and stared at the black and gold card. A strange and ticklish feeling welled up in her heart. She thought to herself, if he doesn't bully me in the future, calling this bad guy Big Brother seems to be acceptable. After leaving the hair salon, I pulled Gu Qinghan straight to a clothing store. She was already in the 11th grade, but she was still wearing her old middle school uniform. Just then, a young girl walked over. Qinghan, is that you? Gu Qinghan turned her head and exclaimed happily, Yuan. Sis, why are you here? She turned to look at me and introduced, her name is Chun Yuan. She was my senior in middle school. She's also at our school now. The moment she mentioned Jiangcheng High School, she paused for a moment, as if wondering why she was introducing her friend to me. I smiled lightly and observed Chun Yuan. Her beauty was no less than Gu Qinghan's. She wore a white shirt, but the fabric was thin, faintly revealing the old-fashioned underwear inside. Noticing my gaze, Gu Qinghan stepped in front of Chun Yuan. She glared at me warningly. Don't get any ideas about her. Chun Yuan nodded at me and pulled Gu Qinghan's hand. She asked curiously, is this handsome guy your boyfriend? I can't believe this little girl is at the age for romance already. Gu Qinghan's face turned beet red. He's not my boyfriend, but she didn't know how to explain their relationship. Seeing Chun Yuan's disbelieving expression, she quickly changed the subject. Sis, aren't you working part-time at school? Why did you come here? Chun Yuan sighed. Isn't it to save up for living expenses and college tuition? She couldn't help but sigh. You don't know. The clothes here are ridiculously expensive. You two aren't really planning to buy something, are you? Gu Qinghan secretly glanced at me and nodded slightly. Just one set. Chun Yuan raised an eyebrow. Then let me show you two around the shop. She looked around and saw no one. She whispered to me, it's okay if you don't buy anything. The price of one outfit here can buy several outfits outside. After saying that, she walked up to me and chuckled. Can I borrow your girlfriend for a moment? I scratched my head in embarrassment. I said she's my sister. Do you believe me? Chun Yuan nodded and gave a meaningful smile. Got it. Got it. You two are sworn siblings. I sighed softly. I couldn't be bothered to explain. Under her recommendation, Gu Qinghan changed into a short, black, strapless dress. Cool, aloof, and arrogant. Her aura matched this outfit. She looked just like a noble black swan. I couldn't help but stare, captivated. Chun Yuan teased, I told you this outfit would definitely suit you. It's even got your boyfriend mesmerized. Gu Qinghan noticed my gaze and her face flushed with embarrassment. After teasing her, Chun Yuen turned to choose another outfit. After she had walked away, I looked at Gu Qinghan curiously. Are you two close friends? Gu Qinghan nodded quickly. Back at my adoptive parents' house, I often went hungry. Sister Yuen often brought me delicious food. She also frequently helped me review my lessons. She paused, hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. But I heard the boss here often withholds her salary. Can we help her? Can you call me Big Brother? I raised an eyebrow and smiled. She didn't even think about it, and immediately called out a crisp Big Brother. I pondered for a moment. Her grades are so good. I can have her tutor me in the future. After Gu Qinghan heard this, her expression was strange, looking me up and down a few times. You're not planning on bullying Sister Wan, are you? I raised my hand and flicked her forehead lightly. You silly girl. Why do you keep thinking such nonsense all day? Looking at her reaction, Chun Yuan means a lot to her. If she turns evil in the future, maybe she'll remember our old friendship and leave me a few tens of millions for my retirement. Thinking this, I already had a plan in mind. Qinghan, go explain the situation to her first. Stop working here. Gu Qinghan just said. Chun Yuan nodded in agreement immediately without a second thought. Looking at the time, it was already noon. I took the two of them to a Western restaurant. The waiter brought the menu. It was all in English, making one's head spin. I was a bit dizzy looking at it too. What do you two want to eat? Well, follow your lead. Gu Qinghan and Chun Yuan held the menu, flipping it back and forth. Occasionally, they would sneak a peek at me. The price of every dish on the menu was intimidating. Any random dish cost up to 1,000 yuan. The two of them had never eaten anything this expensive. Suddenly, they saw the number 50 written under the steak dish. They quickly told the waiter, well, have 2 portions of this steak. The waiter nodded and turned to me. Sir, have you decided? I grinned. I'll have the same. Just give me what they ordered. Before long, the waiter pushed a food cart over. Gu Qinghan and Chun Yuan were stunned again. They didn't expect a 50 yuan dish to be this grand. The waiter enthusiastically introduced it. This is the highest grade Japanese Wagyu beef. How much would you all like to cut? Seeing that we didn't react, he thoughtfully asked again. 1 finger joint for the 2 young ladies, and 2 finger joints for the gentlemen. Is that okay? This is the common way to cut it. Gu Qinghan and Chun Yuan looked at me in unison. Is that okay? I waved my hand. Let's do that. The waiter was quick and nimble, cutting 3 pieces of beef. He placed them on an electronic scale. The 3 pieces totaled 600 grams, 50 yuan per gram. A total of 30,000 yuan. Hearing this number, Gu Qinghan and Chun Yuan were instantly dumbfounded. The shock was evident on their faces. The waiter asked, Sir, how would you like it cooked? I came to my senses and coughed twice. Medium well is fine. In my past life, I had never eaten beef that cost 50 yuan per gram, but I had eaten a 50 yuan street-side meal before, so I knew a little about how well done meat should be. Gu Qinghan whispered to Chun Yuan in a tiny voice. Can I order it well done? I like it well done. Chun Yuan quickly chimed in. I want it well done too. That suits my taste. The waiter nodded. Yes, sir. 2 well done, 1 medium well. After saying that, he pushed the cart towards the back kitchen. But the people around who heard the request for well done steak, immediately, scornful laughter echoed through the restaurant. Such nouveau riche. They don't even know how to order a steak. So embarrassing. What a waste of top-grade Wagyu beef. Hearing the chatter, Chun Yuan and Gu Qinghan looked at each other, feeling guilty. Did we order it wrong? We've embarrassed you. After I heard that, I said calmly, taste is a personal preference. I've never tried a well-done steak before. This is a good chance to try it later. Then I turned my head towards the direction of the laughter and said loudly, this beef is so good. Why would you eat it well done? In the late afternoon, when the sun has just shone on the cow, I'd just grab the cow's butt and start chewing. That's how you don't waste it. As soon as these words came out, Chun Yuan and Gu Qinghan burst out laughing. The embarrassment from before, in an instant, vanished into thin air. Chun Yuan looked at Gu Qinghan, her eyes filled with admiration. Your boyfriend is really good to you. Gu Qinghan quickly waved her hands. He's not my boyfriend. Chun Yuan shrugged helplessly. Okay. Not your boyfriend. He's my boyfriend then. All right? She spread her hands, with a look of bewilderment. Your relationship is obviously bubbling over with affection. Why won't you admit it? Without much thought, she changed the subject. But this beef is so expensive. Just a tiny piece costs more than my entire year's salary. Gu Qinghan nodded vigorously. Seeing Chun Yuan's expectant look, she leaned close to me and pleaded in a tiny voice. Can you not leave first today? I am begging you. Otherwise, I really don't know where I'd hide my face. I frowned, stunned, then immediately reacted. The original owner had taken her out to eat before, but halfway through the meal, he found an excuse to slip away, leaving her all alone in the restaurant. The manager even thought she was dining and dashing. He almost called the police. When she got home, her parents scolded her harshly. Now, she just wanted to save some face in front of her friend. That's why she pleaded with me. I thought for a moment and sighed. I pushed a bank card in front of her. This card should be enough for you to use. Stop worrying about money all the time. Gu Qinghan stared at me. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Why are you giving me money? I don't spend much. I smiled faintly. A hint of affection appeared in my eyes. I see you lack a sense of security. This is my allowance. There's at least over 2 million in the card. It'll be enough for you for a long time. She hesitated for a while, but still pushed the card back. It's too much. I can't accept it. I chuckled. A moment ago, you said you'd listen to everything I say. Rebelling already? Don't worry. Just consider it helping me keep it safe. If anything urgent comes up, you can use it first and pay me back later. Chun Yuan looked at the card being pushed back and forth, and asked curiously, how much is in there? It's not some shady money, is it? I replied casually. It's just over 200. After hearing this, she advised, Qinghan, take it. Just treat him well later. At most, consider it a brokerage fee for you introducing me to the job. For the first tutoring session, I won't charge him. Ju Qinghan looked at me. I had a wicked smile on my face. She helplessly pulled on Chun Yuan's sleeve and whispered in a tiny voice, it's not 200 yuan, it's 2 million. Don't just say anything. Chun Yuan swallowed, her mind racing. She asked, this isn't his mother disapproving of you two being together and giving you a breakup fee, is it? Gu Qinghan's face turned beet red. She quickly explained, he's really my brother. Don't get the wrong idea. Chun Yuan was still full of doubt. Then why would a brother give you so much money? Her eyes were glued on me. Looking at the straightforward Chun Yuan, I said seriously, I did a lot of terrible things to Qinghan before. I want to make it up to her. That's why I gave her the money. After saying that, I turned to Chun Yuan. A hopeful glint appeared in my eyes. You're her best friend. You'll help me, right? Gu Qinghan glanced at me, pouting as a reminder. Sister Wan, don't let him fool you. This guy only likes pretty girls, with a great figure like yours. Her eyes showed a hint of caution, afraid that Chun Yuan would be taken advantage of when you tutor him. Remember to be a little careful. After hearing this, Chun Yuan pondered for a moment. She tilted her head and asked, so how much breakup fee do you normally give your ex-girlfriends? Is it as much as you gave Qinghan? As soon as these words came out, a few plot points suddenly popped into my head. Gu Qinghan's company developed so quickly. It was all based on her monstrous ability to control costs, and the one who executed it was Chun Yuan. When I heard she had her salary deducted before, I didn't think much of it at all. Now it all connects. In her senior year of high school, her mother was diagnosed with cancer, so as not to affect her college entrance exams, she always kept it a secret. After the exams, she went home. She found her mother fainted on the bed and only then learned the truth. To gather money for medical expenses, she sold 3 years of her time to a boss. But her mother, not wanting to be a burden, committed suicide by jumping off a building. Thinking about how Chun Yuan would become Gu Qinghan's right-hand woman, I secretly resolved to poach her first. I cleared my throat twice. I tentatively asked, are you very short on money right now? Chun Yuan sighed. My mother's health hasn't been good lately. She can't work, and the money at home is probably running out. I nodded and teased. So, you're planning to deceive the pure heart of a young man like me and force my mom to pay 5 million for you to break up with me? After hearing this, she also laughed. If your aunt really gave me 5 million, I'd say I was pregnant with your child and demand another 5 million for child support. While the two of them were joking, a monster rose in Gu Qinghan's heart. She tugged on Yuan's arm and warned me, if you dare bully Sister Wan, I'll tell Mom and Dad. I raised an eyebrow and smiled. When two people are in love, how can you call that bullying? The meal ended amidst laughter and jokes. Gu Qinghan looked at me. Brother, are we leaving yet? Even this address of brother, she no longer resisted it. I nodded. I'll take you and Sister Wan home first. The car drove to an old residential area. Seeing that she wasn't far from home, Chun Yuan quickly called out, Gubei, you can let me out here. My house is just nearby. It's just a short walk. I glanced at her. I guess she was afraid I would see her poor home. In the story, although she had a liberal personality, the insecurity about her family background was always hidden deep inside. At the same time, Gu Qinghan clenched her fists. She still remembered when she was found. My predecessor had gone to the countryside to see that house. As soon as he got out of the car, he brazenly criticized it. Wow, what a pile of garbage. Although this place was better than the countryside, it was a far cry from the Gu family's mansion. She was also worried I would show disdain and hurt Chun Yuan. I thought for a moment. After stopping the car, I went into the convenience store next to it. When I came out, I was carrying 2 cartons of milk and a bag of fruit. Qinghan, help me check. Bringing these things for the first time, meeting the parents. Is it enough? Gu Qinghan looked at Chun Yuan pleadingly. She never expected me to be so thick-skinned. Chun Yuan couldn't help but laugh. It's not like you're proposing. Why are you making such a big deal about this? I scratched my head. Without a word, I thought to myself that he'd have to face this sooner or later. We walked into the small alley and made 2 right turns. Finally, we arrived at Chun Yuan's house. In front of the house was a flat cement yard. Next to it was a small vegetable patch. At this moment, Chun Yuan and Gu Qinghan were staring at me, trying to find some emotion on my face. But looking at the house in front of me, a sense of nostalgia welled up in my eyes. On summer nights in my childhood, Grandma would hold me and sit in the yard in front of the door. The palm leaf fan would sway gently, a cool breeze blowing past. I wiped away the tear that was about to fall from the corner of my eye. I realized the two of them were staring at me. Why are you two looking at me? There was a hint of embarrassment on my face, seeing that I didn't show any disdain. Chun Yu-wan let out a sigh of relief. Gu Qinghan also tugged at the hem of my shirt and whispered in a tiny voice, "Thank you." I patted her head. A guilty look appeared in my eyes. "I am sorry." This belated apology made Gu Qinghan's tears well up. She sniffled and pleaded chokingly, "Brother, can you not go back to how you were before? Even if mom and dad don't like me, it's okay if my sisters don't like me either. As long as you're good to me, that's enough." I reached out to wipe her tears, then thought of something. "Don't worry, I'll take you to meet our third sister later. She'll definitely like you. If anyone bullies you in the future, just go and tell our third sister." "So I can't come to you anymore in the future?" she asked in a tiny voice. I was stunned. This girl was just too pitiful. I really don't understand what the original owner's brain was thinking to give her such a hard time. Gu Qinghan's cheeks flushed. She lowered her head. The deep-seated grievances in her heart seemed to vanish in an instant. I patted her head again. "Good girl. Don't overthink it. Let's go visit your aunt first." Gu Qinghan composed herself and put a smile on her face. "Let's go in together." As they were walking, her eyes kept glancing at me, hesitating for a long time. Finally, she mustered up the courage to hold my arm and walked into Chun Yuan's house. The house was decorated as simply as possible. There was no division between the living room and the kitchen. There was only a table placed next to a stove. As soon as we entered, Chun Yuan's mother, Liu Shang, greeted us warmly. "Are you Yuan's classmates? We don't have anything good at home. Let me fry some eggs for you." I observed the middle-aged woman in front of me. She must have already been diagnosed with cancer by now, enduring pain every single day. I placed the milk and fruit on the floor. "Hello, Auntie. I am Gobei." Gu Qinghan peeked out from behind me. "Auntie, I am Gu Qinghan." Liu Xiang playfully scolded. "You can just come visit. You're all classmates. Why bring gifts? Remember to take them back when you leave." I smiled and shook my head. "Auntie, it's because I have something to ask of you, so I brought a small gift. Please don't mind." Liu Xiang looked at Chun Yuan with suspicion. Then she looked at me and asked cautiously, "What do you want me to do? Let me see if I can help." Hearing me say this, Chun Yuan immediately became tense. "Isn't it just about tutoring? Why is this like a meeting with the parents?" I pulled Gu Qinghan out from behind me. "Auntie, my little sister is in the 11th grade, and her grades are terrible. Sister Wan is one of the top 3 inches her grade. I'd like to ask her to tutor my little sister." Gu Qinghan looked at me blankly. She had been firmly seated on the throne as the top student in her grade since starting high school. On the contrary, I was the one who turned in blank test papers every time, firmly holding the last place position. Chun Yuan tilted her head in confusion for a second. Then she immediately understood. Tutoring sessions at night would go on late. If she were tutoring a boy, her mother would definitely not be at ease. Hearing that it was tutoring, Liu Shang's tightly furrowed brows relaxed a bit, but she still waved her hand. "My Yuan is in the 12th grade. It's a critical time. The college entrance exam is in half a year. She really can't spare the time." In the original plot, Liu Xiang, not wanting to disturb Chun Yuan's studies, didn't say a word even when she was sick. I had long expected to be rejected, so I immediately followed up. "Auntie, it's quite far from school here. I have an apartment opposite Jiangcheng High School. I'd like to invite Senior to move there to save travel time, and she can tutor my little sister at the same time." Gu Qinghan came back to her senses. She quickly nodded in agreement. "Auntie, it definitely won't interfere with Sister Yuan's studies. Besides, tutoring me will also help her review the material from the 10th and 11th grades." After hearing this, Liu Xiang was a bit moved, but she looked at me. Her eyes still showed a hint of vigilance. I glanced at her expression and quickly added another sentence. "Actually, what I want to ask of you, Auntie, is if you could move there to live with Senior. When my sister is being tutored, I also hope that you can keep an eye on her." As soon as these words were out, Chun Yuan's jaw dropped in astonishment. All along the way, I hadn't mentioned the rent for the area opposite Jiangcheng School at all. It would be at least 5,000 yuan a month. Although she also wanted to live in a new place with her mother, she owed me too big a favor. So she felt a little embarrassed. She tentatively refused. "Xiao Bei, I can't keep taking advantage of you like this." After hearing this, I replied righteously, "What's there to take advantage of? Just deduct the rent from the tutoring fees. I heard Auntie is resting at home these days. There's a hospital I know that's looking for an office clerk to handle mail. Auntie, you could go and give it a try. Whenever you're not feeling well, it's more convenient to be at the hospital." Liu Xiang looked at me deeply. The defenses in her heart gradually came down. This is a critical period for Chun Yuan. With her mother around, I definitely wouldn't dare to do anything improper. She smiled. "Since you've put it that way, if I refuse again, I'd be letting down your kindness." I grinned widely. "That's great then. Auntie and sister, you can start packing first. I'll call someone to help you move tomorrow. I still have things to do. So I'll be leaving first." I turned and walked out the door. Only then did Chun Yuan come to her senses. She jogged after me, walking me through the small alley. She occasionally stole glances at me and couldn't help asking, "Why didn't you tell me about this beforehand?" I shrugged helplessly. If I had told you, would you have let me meet your aunt? We reached the end of the alley. She mustered up her courage and suddenly took a step forward. Repeat. I turned to the door. Only then did Chun Yuan come to her senses and jogged after me. Walking me through the small alley, she occasionally stole glances at me. She couldn't help asking, "Why didn't you mention this beforehand?" I shrugged helplessly. If I had told you, would you have let me meet your aunt? At the end of the alley, she mustered all her courage and suddenly took a step forward and hugged me tightly. She buried her head in my chest and said softly, "Thank you." I wrapped my arms tightly around Chun Yuan. A captivating, fresh scent of peach blossoms wafted over. "Senior, my heart aches so much right now," I said. "Why? Did I hug you too tightly?" Chun Yuan immediately wanted to break free from my embrace. "I just keep thinking about all the beautiful clothes I bought for you, and Gu Qinghan gets to enjoy the view. It just makes my heart ache so much." Hearing this, Chun Yuan immediately blushed, stood on her tiptoes, and whispered in my ear, "Then when we have time, I'll wear them just for you." On the drive to the hospital, I recalled the hug from earlier, the soft sensation from her chest. The corner of my mouth was harder to suppress than an AK-47. Next, I just need to maintain a good relationship with Chun Yuan and cure her mother's illness. After she graduates, I'll directly recruit her to the Gu Corporation. I secretly glanced at Gu Qinghan. This girl doesn't even know yet that I've already broken her left and right arms. He. Noticing my gaze, Gu Qinghan glared back. For some reason, she suddenly felt a little annoyed. Half an hour later, we finally arrived at the gate of Jiangcheng Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. The Jiangcheng TCM Hospital consists of a main area and the Hua Tuo Pavilion. It's not open to the general public. Not just anyone can come here for treatment. Although the Hua Tuo Pavilion is also open to the public, the registration fee alone costs at least 100,000. Ordinary people simply can't afford it. The doctors at Hua Tuo Pavilion are mostly elite, retired traditional Chinese medicine doctors who have been invited back. The reason it's not all of them is because of my third sister, Gu Honor. With her astonishing talent and solid foundation, she was recognized by all the old doctors in the pavilion. After submitting an application to the board of directors, she was given special entry straight into the Hua Tuo Pavilion. Getting out of the car, I directly pulled Gu Qinghan's wrist and led her towards the Hua Tuo Pavilion. With top-tier medical skills, I already knew what illness Gu Qinghan had. We just needed to go to the clinic and get some conditioning medicine. It was also a convenient time to remind Gu Honor, when performing acupuncture on the patient, to be careful and check if the patient's internal organs are damaged. Gu Honor's skills were undeniable. It's just that this patient's condition was very complicated. There was a foreign object in the body, which caused her needling to go awry. Just then, as Gu Qinghan and I walked towards the Hua Tuo Pavilion, beside us, two medical staff members rushed past, carrying a stretcher. On the stretcher was an elderly man wearing a gray Zhongshan suit. "Make way. Make way. The patient is in critical condition. This is an emergency. Please move aside." Looking at the unconscious man on the stretcher, I immediately knew this was the big shot from Haicheng. The man's name was Xi Zhan. He was one of the founding heroes of the Great Shan nation. He had made illustrious contributions to the founding of the nation. Although he had retreated from the front lines now, his influence in the military was still immense. I took Gu Qinghan's hand and sped up towards the Hua Tuo Pavilion. On one side, the medical staff carried the stretcher into the pavilion. A sturdy, middle-aged man shouted into the hall, "Get the best doctor here out here now." The middle-aged man's name was Xi Yuhu. He was Xi Zhan's son. He was also currently serving in the military. From the corridors on both sides, the old traditional doctors walked out of their clinics, yawning, just as they stepped out. Among the old master physicians, a young woman wearing rimless glasses, wearing a white coat, stood out conspicuously. This person was my third sister, Gu Wan Er. "Who's the best doctor here?" "My father is unconscious. Treat my father quickly." The old doctors looked at each other. They only needed to look at the attire of Xi Zhan and Xi Hu to guess that their background was not insignificant. "Wan Er, take a look at this patient first and see if you can treat him." An old doctor spoke up. Hearing this, Gu Wan Er nodded. "Move him to the bed over here. She's so young. Can she even read an X-ray film?" The old man's old illness has relapsed many times. "We've seen many doctors, but they were all helpless," Sihu said with a frown. In her life, Gu Wan Er hated it most when people brought up gender and age. She glared at Xi Hu and said coldly, "I am taking the patient's pulse. Please be quiet." After taking the pulse, she said to Xi Hu with a cold face, "A few needles can wake him up from this illness, but for a full recovery, he'll need to come a few more times." The other old doctors also came forward one by one to take the patient's pulse, and nodded in agreement with Gu Wan Er. "I am sorry, young lady. I underestimated you just now. Please perform acupuncture on my old man," Sihu said apologetically. Just as Gu Wan Er was sterilizing the acupuncture needles, a middle-aged woman ran over. "Eldest brother, where's father? How is he now?" The woman's name was Xiyu Yixing. She was Xi Zhan's daughter. Father is already unconscious. The situation is very critical. The doctor is preparing to perform acupuncture on him. Hu pointed at Go-won who was sterilizing the needles. After speaking, seeing such a young doctor, Xing couldn't help but frown. She's so young. Is she reliable? She immediately stepped back halfway, revealing a young man standing behind her. Eldest brother. I just came from the First People's Hospital. I met this young man. I saw him use just 3 needles. To cure a patient the hospital couldn't help for years. A complete cure. Hearing that father's illness had relapsed, I hurriedly invited him over. Since the acupuncture hasn't started anyway, why not let this young man handle it? The young man had sharp brows and bright eyes. His posture was straight, exuding a masculine aura. He cupped his fists and greeted Hu. Hello. My name is Long Aotian. Sister Yuxing was too kind just now. That patient's body, under the doctor's care, had already recovered more than half. I merely activated the medicinal properties accumulated in the patient's body. Even without me, the patient would have recovered sooner or later. Xiu nodded, very satisfied with Long Aotian's modesty. His gaze turned to Gu-waner with a hint of hesitation. However, before he could speak, the old doctors clamored to criticize. You people, what do you mean by this? Are you here to cause trouble? We all said it can be treated, and now you're changing doctors. Are you doubting our TCM hospital? That kid? Who's your master? How many years have you studied medicine? I see you haven't even fully grown your hair yet. What the hell do you know about traditional Chinese medicine? Gu-waner also looked cold. Since you don't trust us, then forget it. You can borrow this examination room, but I won't be treating him anymore. Looking at Gu-waner's ice-cold face, Long Aotian's eyes immediately lit up. Today, Gu-waner was wearing a light pink knitted sweater, with a white lab coat over it, but her chest was still full. Even so, the waist is still slender. Just right for an armful. Noticing Long Aotian's gaze, Gu-waner glared at him in disgust. She pulled her lab coat tighter. Hurry up and decide. The patient's condition can't be delayed any longer, she said in a cold voice. Hu looked at Gu-waner, then at Long Aotian. For a moment, he didn't know who to choose. Just let them treat him first. After all, we've already brought him to their clinic. If by any chance they can't cure him, I can take the patient's pulse again, Long Aotian said humbly. Hearing Long Aotian say this, Gu-waner snorted coldly. You won't get that chance, she said, looking at Xiu. Take off the patient's shirt. The shirt was removed. The countless knife slashes and gunshot wounds on Xi's body were exposed before everyone's eyes. These scars were all testaments to his past. They were also his medals of honor. Although she was a bit dissatisfied with Xiu, Gu-waner still felt a deep sense of respect for Xi. Just as she was focusing her mind, preparing for the acupuncture, I rushed in, panting, into the clinic. Interrupted once again, Gu-waner glared at the door. Unexpectedly, she saw me standing there. She immediately frowned in annoyance. What are you doing here? In the original novel, Gu-waner never liked her ignorant younger brother, who, as the original owner, caused trouble all day long, especially when their parents favored sons over daughters, even though they knew I wasn't their biological child. They still favored me for no reason. This made her resent this younger brother even more. Can't you see I am treating a patient? You bursting in like this. What if you make me hit the wrong acupuncture point? Do you know how dangerous that is? The patients who come to our Hua Tuo clinic are either rich or noble. It's not like someone will clean up your mess every time you cause trouble. Don't forget your place. Gu-waner scolded. Seeing this, I pouted. I thought to myself, in the 10+ years the original owner has lived, the amount of money he squandered is nothing compared to the compensation you'll pay for this single needle. But on the surface, I still looked apologetic, apologizing profusely. I am sorry, third sister. I didn't mean to bother you. I just saw that the old man has too many wounds on his body. I suspect his internal organs might be damaged. There might still be shrapnel or something inside him. How about we take the old man for an X-ray first? The old traditional Chinese medicine doctors around naturally recognized me. But hearing me ask to use Western medical examination equipment, they all frowned. Young master, our traditional Chinese medicine focuses on observation, listening, questioning, and pulse taking. That's enough to grasp the patient's condition. Relying on those machines will instead interfere with our judgment. That's right. Young master, this is a treasure left by our ancestors. You haven't studied medical theory, so don't interfere with our diagnosis. I glared at this group of people. Actually, if they just spent a little more time taking the pulse, they would naturally discover the clues. But the old man's condition was critical, and with a Long Aotian watching, they naturally wanted to cure the patient as quickly as possible. All right, shut your mouth and stand aside. Don't make a single sound. The patient can't wait any longer. If anything happens because of you, they'll tell mom and dad and kick you out of the house. Gu-waner said coldly. I gave Gu-waner 2 thumbs up. Then I turned and walked out of the clinic. Even a worm will turn when stepped on. Besides, I am not made of clay. Anyway, Gu-waner and that group of stubborn old men wouldn't listen no matter what I said. They needed to taste a bit of suffering. This is called respecting other people's fate. Stepping out of the clinic, I gritted my teeth in anger. If she hadn't almost killed Xi Zhan with her needle this time, leading to a compensation of tens of billions to settle the matter, I would have hated not being able to go straight home. Moreover, the compensation money was drawn from Zhu Jiyuan's card, and his supplementary card is in my hands. All things considered, it's no different from me paying tens of billions to clear Gu Wan'er's debt. Beside me, Gu Qinghan noticed I was in a bad mood. She timidly tugged at the hem of my shirt. She was worried that I was only being nice to her on a whim today. Now that I was in a bad mood, I would revert to my old self. Looking at Gu Qinghan's timid appearance, I reached out and ruffled her hair. The short hair she just got was now messy like a chicken's nest. Then I guiltily smoothed her hair back down. Brother, if you're unhappy, you can take it out on me. I am already very happy that you're taking care of Sister Yuan. She looked up, offering a timid smile. I scratched my head in embarrassment. I ruffled your hair just now because I thought you were too cute. I couldn't help myself. If you don't like it, then I won't do it again. I like it. Gu Qinghan lowered her head, her cheeks blushing. I gently pinched her cheek. After third sister is done, I'll borrow her comb and comb your hair for you. Zhu Qinghan excitedly clenched her hands into small fists. She felt something that was missing inside her was gradually being filled. Then I pulled Gu Qinghan to the crack in the door. We observed Gu Wan'er's acupuncture process in the room. Xi Zhan's body was covered in wounds. Some of the skin around the wounds had already hardened. It required great force to insert the needle. Wan'er's acupuncture technique was becoming more and more skillful. Her speed was also much faster. The new generation surpasses the old. I am afraid in just a few more years, once her experience becomes a bit richer, she will be able to surpass me. Miss Gu is indeed the most talented person I've ever met. The traditional Chinese medicine doctors watching all marveled in admiration. Seeing Gu Wan'er's professional acupuncture technique, Sei Hu and Xi Yujing also breathed a sigh of relief. Long Yao Tian's eyes were burning. He stared at Gu Wan'er without hiding it at all, especially when she bent over slightly. I could even see him tiptoeing a little. I curiously rubbed my chin on Gu Qinghan's head and asked, "What do you think of that guy?" Gu Qinghan covered her head, pouted in dissatisfaction, looked in the direction I pointed, and shook her head. She said with disgust, "He's peeping at third sister, and he keeps staring at her chest and butt. Should we warn third sister, brother?" In the original story, Gu Qinghan, due to her heaven-defying beauty, attracted Long Nao Tian's attention. Long Nao Tian both coveted her beauty and despised her past. He only maintained a physical relationship with her. Gu Qinghan was never truly loved. She mistook Long Nao Tian's superficial concern for the love she had always longed for. When the lie was exposed, she took revenge crazily and became the biggest villain in one step. Third sister is performing acupuncture. We can't disturb her, I said. Gu Qinghan nodded, then looked worried. Seeing her expression, I said helplessly, "Don't make a sound." I pulled her by the wrist into the middle of the clinic, standing right between Long Zhao Tian and Go Wan'er. Long Zhao Tian frowned, a flash of anger on his face. But seeing that Gu Qinghan's beauty seemed to be a level higher, his eyes began to scan her back. Is he a reincarnated lecher? Seeing his gaze, I couldn't help but think. I pulled Gu Qinghan in front of me, one hand holding her wrist, the other on her shoulder. She froze for a moment, then quietly took a step back, leaning her head against my chest. I was busy watching the needle in Gu Wan'er's hand, so I didn't notice her small action. At this point, the acupuncture was in its final stage. Xi Zhan's limbs twitched a few times. His eyes struggled to open a small slit. Wan'er wiped the sweat from her forehead and pulled out the last needle. The last acupuncture point was right in the middle of the chest. As long as she inserted the needle, the patient would fully awaken. She aimed for the acupuncture point and slowly inserted the needle. Suddenly, she felt something unusual as the needle went in. It seemed to be blocked by something hard. She doubtfully checked the acupuncture point again. She hadn't missed it. Before she could think further, Xi Zhan's eyes suddenly flew open. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The needle in his chest was also slowly pushed back out. Blood gushed from the needle wound. What's happening? How could this be? You said you could cure him, Si Hu said in terror. Gu Wan'er stammered in reply. I don't know. The acupuncture point I hit couldn't have been wrong. Gu Wan'er's face immediately turned pale. She wanted to check the patient's pulse again, but Xi Yujing slapped the back of her hand hard. You snot-nosed little brat. Do you even know what acupuncture is? Are you using my father as a guinea pig to practice your skills? Is this how your Gu family treats patients? Xi Hu pressed his hand firmly on the wound on Xi Zhan's chest. He glared angrily at the old traditional Chinese medicine doctors in front of him and roared. If my father dies today, I want your entire Gu family to be buried with him. Someone, get over here and treat him. Now, the traditional Chinese medicine doctors exchanged glances. No one dared to take a step forward. He roared. If my father dies today, I want your entire Gu family to be buried with him. Someone, get over here and treat him. Now, the traditional Chinese medicine doctors exchanged glances. No one dared to take a step forward. If Xi Zhan died now, this medical accident would become Gu Wan'er's sole responsibility. But once they took over, They would also have to bear half the responsibility. They had all taken Xie Zhan's pulse just now. And regarding Gu Wan'er's treatment method, they all thought there was no problem. It could only be said that the patient's constitution was special, and she was just the unlucky one. Gu Wan'er bit her lip hard. Her eyes pleaded for help from the other old doctors, but they all lowered their heads, not daring to look her in the eye. You bunch of quacks. Are you just going to stand by and watch my father die here? The old man performed meritorious deeds in the founding of Daxia, and now he's about to be killed by you, bunch of quacks. If my father dies here, not only your hospital, but all of you, prepare to be buried with him. Xiu threatened. Can you let me take the old gentleman's pulse again? Gu Wan'er said hastily, her eyes welling with tears. The Gu Corporation was the lifeblood of 3 generations of her family. If it was destroyed in an instant because she killed a patient, she wouldn't have the face to live on. Get lost? It's all your fault. You bitch. You're the one who put my father in this state. You damn prestigious families only like to use professions to gild your daughters so they can climb up to richer men. If you want to gild yourself, fine. But why did you have to kill my father? What are your intentions? Xiu Jing roared. No. I didn't. I beg you, please give me one more chance. Gu Wan'er pleaded. Xiu Jing snorted coldly. Give you another chance? So you can kill my father? You vicious woman. Get out of my sight. According to the original plot, Long Zhaotian would step up to save the day next and save Xie Zhan's life, but he held back, not completely curing Xie Zhan. Instead, he caused the old man's legs to become crippled. After that, he used the excuse of treatment to frequently visit the Xie family and build a connection with them. Gu Wan'er, because Long Zhaotian saved her, developed a good impression of him. She used the excuse of discussing medical skills to constantly get closer to him. Although she almost killed someone this time and caused serious after effects, she fundamentally didn't dare to treat anyone anymore. This was truly a medical accident. I beg you to give me a chance to atone. Gu Wan'er gritted her teeth, making a move as if to kneel. At this moment, Long Zhaotian took a step forward. He said, actually, her acupuncture method just now was fine. It might be due to the patient's special constitution. Let me take his pulse and see. Gu Wan'er looked at Long Zhaotian gratefully. She never expected that after the incident, the old doctors at Huatuo Clinic would avoid her like the plague. Only Long Zhaotian was willing to speak up for her. Long Zhaotian took Xie Zhan's pulse. He frowned and said, because of the incident just now, although the old gentleman can wake up, I am afraid he'll be left with crippled legs as a consequence. Hearing that he could still be saved, Xiu Jing and Xiu turned their gazes to Long Zhaotian. They hurriedly pleaded. I beg you, please save my father. As long as you can save the old man's life, it's okay if his legs are crippled. Long Zhaotian nodded. His gaze swept over the old doctors of Jiangcheng Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. He sneered contemptuously. Do you old geezers still need a chance to diagnose? You've practiced medicine your whole lives. Surely you can easily resolve this situation, right? The old doctors exchanged glances and lowered their heads. Now, even if they were 80% sure they could cure Xie Zhan, they wouldn't dare step forward to take his pulse. They were afraid of ruining their reputations and having to bear the responsibility for the medical accident. A kid who has never studied under a famous master, only fumbled on his own for a few years. Having studied medicine for many years, inheriting from a famous medical school, this is all you amount to. Truly. Living for so long, you've wasted it all as if a dog ate your brain. Long Zhaotian said contemptuously. Gu Wan'er bit her lip lightly. She gave Long Zhaotian a look of admiration. At this moment, towards this group of old doctors hiding like turtles in their shells, she also felt a bit dissatisfied. Noticing Gu Wan'er's gaze, Long Zhaotian glanced over. He raised an eyebrow and gave a charmingly wicked smile. Suddenly, a sudden sneer broke the silence of the clinic. You're going to cripple someone with your treatment, and you still have the gall to mock others. If that thick skin of yours isn't used as a trash bag, it's a real waste. It can hold anything. I yawned and walked up to Xie Zhan. Gubei, what on earth do you want to do? Get back here from me? Now, don't delay the patient's treatment. It's one thing for you to cause trouble normally. Mom and Dad have spoiled you rotten. The Gu family is our 3-generation legacy. If it goes bankrupt because of you, I won't let you off even in death. Gu Wan'er scolded angrily. That's right, young master. We already couldn't treat this patient. Now we should hand him over to someone else to see. This is a matter of life and death. We can't delay the patient's treatment. The old doctors also chimed in to persuade me. They knew I was usually uneducated and unemployed. I didn't do any proper work. But isn't this not the time to be fooling around? Just hand him over to Long Zhaotian for treatment. As long as the old man is saved, the Gu family can compensate with some money, and this matter will be over. If the old man dies, then even the Gu family might not be able to withstand the wrath of these people. Long Zhaotian looked at my youthful appearance with even more disdain. If you're not convinced, then I'll let you treat him. But let me remind you, the old man's pulse is already very weak. He can't handle you dragging this out any longer. You knew the old man was about to die, yet you kept rambling on just now. Were you waiting for him to die so you could turn around and blame us, saying we delayed your treatment? Turns out you're just a fame-hungry, profit-seeking fraud. I rolled my eyes in contempt. As I spoke, I reached out and took the old man's wrist. Just as long, An Gao Tian said. The old man had lost too much blood. His pulse was extremely weak. If he wasn't treated in time, he could die at any moment. You're the fraud. I saw him treat and save people with my own eyes. Could that be fake? What does a brat like you know? Get out of my way. Make room for divine Dr. Long. Si Yujing ordered. Is this a black den? You can't cure him yourselves, and you won't let others do it either. Do you have to let a perfectly fine patient just waste away and die? Xie Hu said with a hostile tone. Gu Wan'er took a step forward, intending to pull me away directly. A good-for-nothing loser like you, who has never studied medicine. How could you possibly know how to treat someone? After all, you're not even mom and dad's biological child. On what basis are you in our Gu family's hospital? Now, get out of here for me. I stopped the movement in my hand. I looked deep into Gu Wan'er's eyes. Suddenly, I grinned and said, Third sister, the money I've squandered over the years is nothing compared to what you've wasted this time. My gaze shifted to Xia Zhan's chest, and I raised my fist. I tapped lightly on his heart. Seeing my action, everyone present was terrified. Their mouths agape. You little brat, are you looking to die? Xi Hu shot up from the bed and grabbed my neck. He wanted to slam me against the wall. I pressed a pressure point on Xi Yu's hand. I escaped from the hand choking me. However, under Xi Hu's immense strength, I was still slammed hard against the wall. I spat. If I hadn't hit the pressure point, that blow would have almost taken half my life. Xi Hu rubbed his numb hand and continued to charge forward. But what surprised everyone was that Gu Qinghan spread her arms wide, shielding me. You are not allowed to hit my brother. Although she was trembling with fear, her voice was incredibly firm. Get lost. I don't hit women. My father is about to die, and that bastard just dared to hit him. Xi Hu said angrily. Seeing Gu Qinghan shielding me, Ju Wan'er also took a step forward. Qinghan, this bastard. He has to bear the consequences of his own actions. Have you forgotten? How many bad things has he done to you in the past? Gu Qinghan shook her head. I don't care. He's changed now. Silly girl, he just wants our family's money. That's why he's deliberately trying to win you over. All of us sisters know his character. Only mom and dad still defend him. Otherwise, he would have been kicked out of the house long ago. Do you know what his action just now is called? It's called intentional homicide. The patient's body is so weak. A punch like that from him could very well kill him on the spot. Long Jiao Tian took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. I knew it. Such a beautiful girl. How could she have such a vicious-hearted younger brother? Turns out he's a mutt adopted from the outside. It seems he knows he can't get the money, so he wants to destroy you. Hearing this, the Jew family members, Gu Wan'er seemed to have a sudden realization and looked at me. She sighed and said, I originally thought you were just unbearably rebellious. I never thought you'd even dare to kill someone. Wait till I get back. I'll tell mom and dad to kick you out of the Gu family. Gu Qinghan shook her head. She said stubbornly, Don't call me your sister. You've never cared about me. If he leaves, then I'll go with him. Gu Wan'er laughed coldly. A mutt, looking at the scene of sibling affection before her. A wild girl. It's good that you two are leaving the Gu family. I patted the head of Gu Qinghan, who was bristling like a lion cub. I folded her outstretched arms. I thought to myself, this girl's affection wasn't wasted on me. In the situation just now, the people around wouldn't let me treat him slowly. For Xi Zhan, the only way was to take a risky move, to directly use strong medicine. Only by showing them the effective treatment would they shut up. With a cold gaze, I glared at Gu Wan'er. I said mockingly, Stop your rambling. Your mouth is as if it's coated in poison, trying to use hysteria to cover up your mistake. Don't even dream of it. Even if my punch killed this old man, don't forget that you were the one who put the needle in him first. If the Gu Corporation goes under, it's all your fault. I glanced again at the murderous-looking Sai Hu. Are you sure you don't need me to treat the old man, right? Xie Hu snorted coldly. What the hell do you know about treatment? If the old man dies, it'll make you be buried with him today. I had no choice but to shrug and say nonchalantly, well, it seems I am not needed then. My gaze shifted to the old doctor beside me. Find me a comb. The old doctors exchanged glances. Their eyes couldn't help but glance at the face of Gu Wan'er, which was darkening just now. During the argument, Gu Wan'er had revealed that I wasn't a biological child of the Gu family. They couldn't risk offending her. To get me a comb. I sighed softly. A tiger in the plains is bullied by dogs. A featherless phoenix is no better than a chicken. I tugged Gu Qinghan's wrist and pouted towards him. Jiu Qinghan understood and nodded. She said to the old doctor, Find me a comb. The old doctors looked at each other. Both were young misses of the Gu family. They didn't dare offend either one. Just as the atmosphere started to become tense, Xiu Jing suddenly shouted, Big brother, look. Isn't father out of danger anymore? A moment ago, everyone's eyes were on me. Only now did they realize in astonishment that not only had Xi Zhan stopped spitting blood, but his complexion had also become a little rosier. Could it be that the young master was treating him just now? Have any of you heard that the young master studied medicine? Isn't it said that the young master is a good-for-nothing, who causes trouble all day long? Then how could he cure an illness that the third miss couldn't? It's not a case of the patient's final burst of energy before death. is it? The old doctors speculated one after another. Gu Wan Air looked at Xi Yijan in astonishment. She wanted to take his pulse again, but before she could step forward, Xi Yujing's glare shot over. Little divine doctor, please take a look. Has the old gentleman's condition improved? She looked towards Long Jiao Tian and asked. Long Jiao Tian placed his hand to take the pulse. He found that Xi Zijan's pulse was indeed a bit stronger than before. He looked at me in astonishment, hesitated for a long time, and finally gave a slight nod. I looked at Gu Waner and said with a smile, now, can you find me a comb? Gu Waner's face was grim. If you have a way to cure that patient, then hurry up and cure him now. Don't forget, everything you have was given to you by the Gu family. If the Gu family goes bankrupt, don't expect to live in peace either. I shrugged helplessly and replied, didn't Dr. Gu say it herself? You have to bear the consequences of your own mistakes. The young master clearly just wanted to help the third miss. He was just pointed at and scolded. Who would feel good about that now? Didn't the third miss also say the young master isn't part of the Jew family and even wanted to kick him out? The young master is really too pitiful. He was repaid with ingratitude for his kindness. The old doctors whispered among themselves. Gu Wan-er's face turned pale and then green. She glared fiercely at them, immediately silencing them. Hearing that the old man's condition had improved, Xi Hu walked up to me, scratching his head in embarrassment. Sorry, he apologized. Brother, I was too agitated just now. If you wanted to treat the old man, you could have just told me beforehand. We wouldn't have had such a big misunderstanding, right? I couldn't help but sneer. Am I crazy to want to treat him? Have you all forgotten how you treated me just now? I pointed to the camera in the corner. If you've forgotten, this thing can help you remember. Let me state it again. You didn't misunderstand me. Just now. I only wanted to see if the old man's body was sturdy. After all, the quack doctor you brought can also treat the old man. At worst, he'll just be bedridden, right? It's not like you can't afford to hire a caregiver. Hearing my words, Long Yao Tian glared fiercely at me. He could totally cure him. He just wanted to use Xia Jian to climb up and get connected with the Xia family in Haicheng. That's why he didn't want to cure him completely in one go. Hearing the sarcasm, on the faces of Xia Hu and Xia Yujing, a look of immense joy appeared. Brother, you mean, you can completely cure the old man, right? I snorted coldly. Without answering, I gently took Gu Qinghan's hand. I said with some guilt. I accidentally messed up your hair again just now. There's no comb here. So let's go home first. Seeing that we really wanted to leave, Xi Hu hurriedly stepped forward to stop us. Brother, it was all my fault just now. I beg you to save my father. As long as my father is cured, within my capabilities, I can agree to any of your conditions. Xi Yujing, also from her handbag, took out a jade comb. She placed it in Gu Qinghan's hand. Such a beautiful little sister. Consider this comb a meeting gift from me, your auntie. Gu Qinghan looked towards me. She wasn't unreasonable. If I didn't agree, she wouldn't accept the gift from the woman in front of her. You decide, I said gently. Gu Qinghan thought for a moment. Although they didn't treat us well just now, but they really love their father and brother. Can we help them, brother? And just like that, I took the jade comb that Xi Yujing handed over and casually placed it in Gu Qinghan's hand. After the acupuncture is done in a moment, I'll comb your hair. This bird's nest of a head. Gu Qinghan snorted softly. She complained in a low voice, isn't it because you messed it up? At this moment, my gaze shifted to Gu Waner. I said coldly, prepare a set of acupuncture needles for me. Get him a set of needles. Gu Waner gritted her teeth. She ordered the old doctor beside her. In her impression, this younger brother was a good-for-nothing, always causing trouble. But only today did she discover, not only did I understand medicine, but it seemed my skills might even be superior to hers. This made it completely difficult for her to accept for a moment. A set of needles was quickly sterilized and handed to me. I briefly inspected it. I began to accurately perform acupuncture on Xi Jian. As I picked up the needle, I hesitated for a moment, then suddenly stopped my hand. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Brother, if you have any other requests, just say it. As long as I can do it, I'll definitely do my best to help you. Xi Hu said anxiously. I shook my head and looked at Gu Waner. I said, so you can die with a clear understanding. Come here and take the patient's pulse. Gu Waner had long wanted to take Xi Jian's pulse, to see where exactly she went wrong with the acupuncture. It's just that Xi Hu and Xi Yujing suspected it was her who had worsened the old man's condition, so they had always been wary of her. Her eyes looked hesitantly towards Xi Hu and Xi Yujing. Seeing that, although their faces were unhappy, they didn't stop her. My brother told you to come and take the pulse. What are you still standing there for? Xi Hu snorted coldly. Look at your brother's character. You insulted him like that just now, yet he's still thinking of passing on his medical knowledge to you, having such a younger brother, and you don't even cherish him. You even wanted to kick him out of the house. If your Gu family doesn't want him, our Xie family can adopt him. Xi Yujing shouted. I smiled slightly. Thank you for the kind offer. My parents are very good to me. As long as they don't kick me out, I won't leave the Gu family. Gu Waner took Xi Zhang's pulse again. Other than being a little weaker than before, there wasn't a significant difference. But during the pulse-taking process, she suddenly recalled what I had said while leaning on the door. Seeing the many scars on the patient, I reminded you to pay attention to the patient's internal organs, whether there were any remaining shrapnel fragments or something. Suddenly, Ju Weiner's eyes lit up. She reached out and felt the old man's body. At the location of the last needle insertion, she felt a tiny hard object inside the old man's body. That hard object was extremely small, probably just a tiny bit larger than the tip of a silver needle. In an instant, she understood everything. No wonder when she was performing acupuncture earlier, the last silver needle entering the old man's body didn't feel right. Recalling how she had just yelled at me, her cheeks flushed hot. Just now. I am sorry, she said in a small voice. After knowing the reason, she was now completely confident she could cure this old man. I paid no attention to her apology. I just held the silver needle over the old man's body, pointing at a few acupoints. Then I looked towards Long Aoshin and asked, should I insert the needles at these points? You quack. Do you have any better ideas? Long Aoshin frowned, not understanding my intention. Shi Yujing thought I was with Long Aoshin, discussing a better treatment plan. She looked anxiously at Long Aoshin. Little divine doctor, is that right? Do you have a better treatment plan? Long Aoshin shook his head. If it were me, I would also insert the needles like that. Xi Yujing breathed a sigh of relief. Since both of them agreed, it proved that this acupuncture method was definitely the best solution at present. Next, before inserting each needle, I would always ask for Long Aoshin's opinion first, giving everyone the impression that he had some talent, but not a lot, until the final needle was inserted. The old man's eyes slowly opened. Xisu immediately knelt before Xiyan. His eyes were red with excitement. Dad, how are you feeling now? Are you better? Siu Jing squatted by the bed, her face full of worry. Dad, what exactly is wrong with you? When I heard from Big Brother that you were in a coma, I was almost scared to death. Although Shijan was weak, his eyes still held a dignified look as he scolded Xi Hu. What kind of man cries like that? It's disgraceful. When you get home, run 30 kilometers with weights for me. However, when talking to Xi Yujing, his tone became much gentler. It's just some old ailments. Just now, I even saw your mother. She asked me how you children are doing now. I told her. The son is still as useless as ever, but the daughter resembles her more and more as she grows up. His eyes were gentle, as if looking through Xi Yujing to see the image of another person. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. His brows furrowed slightly as he looked down at his legs. What's wrong, Dad? The two of them noticed the old man's abnormality. My legs can't exert any strength. It feels like they're paralyzed. I'll probably regain strength after eating some meat at home, Xi Zhan said. Seeing this, Xi Hu looked at me and asked doubtfully. You said you could completely cure the old man. Then he shifted his gaze to Long Aoshin. You quack. You could even cure his coma earlier. Just this one thing. Letting out the bruised blood in his leg. And clearing the meridians a bit. You can't cure that? Long Aoshin clenched his teeth tightly. His hands balled into fists. Only now did he understand why I had repeatedly asked him how to perform acupuncture earlier. Long Aoshin clenched his teeth tightly. His hands balled into fists. Only now did he understand why I had repeatedly asked him how to perform acupuncture earlier. The previous needling was also his plan. If he said he could cure it, wouldn't that mean he knew the entire treatment plan for the old man? Then, his previous statement that the old man would end up disabled. Wouldn't that expose his intention to leverage the favor for his own gain and profit from the Xi family? He took a deep breath. He shook his head slightly, saying shamefully, this humble one has no school or sect. I've only fumbled around on my own for a few years. There are some conditions I haven't researched yet. In that instant, Go Weiner's gaze towards Long Aoshin did not hide her disgust at all. To people like Xi Ho and Xi Yujing, they might think it's a matter of specialized skills, but for a student of traditional Chinese medicine like her, the old man's current condition could only be considered basic knowledge. As the young lady of a wealthy family, she immediately understood the hidden implications. As long as the old man wasn't cured, Long Aoshin could continuously demand benefits from the Xi family. Gu family would also be helpless, letting Long Aoshin leech off them forever. She really wanted to expose this villain on the spot, but she knew that her words now had no persuasive power at all, just as Gu Wanner predicted. Xi Hu and Xi Yujing didn't feel anything was amiss. They looked at me and said, Brother, we have to trouble you again. I shrugged. Looking at Xi Yujing and Xi Ho, I said, it's no trouble. The rest are just minor ailments. They are all basic skills in traditional Chinese medicine. Everyone here can treat the old man. Auntie. In the future, don't just randomly trust those street corner divine doctors. Being scammed out of money is one thing, but delaying treatment can be fatal. Zi Yujing glanced at Long Aoshin. At this point, a little suspicion also arose. She began to suspect whether Long Aoshin had just gotten lucky by encountering a textbook case and was only able to cure the patient because of that, or perhaps he was actually holding back his skills, wanting to use this opportunity to latch onto the Xi family. Seeing that Xi Yujing had become suspicious of Long Aoshin, I added more fuel to the fire. I took Gu Weiner's hand and pushed her forward. Let her make up for the mistake she just made herself. Go Weiner looked at me in surprise, not expecting that I would be willing to give her a chance to prove herself. Shi Yujing and Xi Hu frowned. They clearly didn't have much faith in Gu Wanner. Looking at Xi Zhan, I asked. Old sir, the matter of the shrapnel fragments still in your chest. Do your children know about it? Xi was stunned. He asked in confusion. Dad, you still have shrapnel in your chest? Xi Jean snorted coldly. What's the use of telling you? So many famous doctors have seen it and said it can't be removed. Even if you knew. Could you take it out? Xi shrank back. Dad, I was just concerned about you. I don't need your concern. My body is still very strong. Just focus on your training and serve the motherland soon. Don't bring shame to our Xie family. Xie Jean shouted. As for me, I looked at Xie Jean and complained with dissatisfaction. Even your own son doesn't know about your physical condition. As a result, you fell into a coma, and there was no one to even tell us. Do you know how many medical accidents happen each year because patients hide their medical history? If you die, so be it. You're old anyway. But do you know that killing a patient during treatment causes immense psychological trauma for the doctor just because of you? The future hope of Great Sai's medical field was almost cut short. After hearing my explanation, Si Yujing and Xie Hu finally understood. It turned out it wasn't that Gu Weiner's medical skills were poor, but that their old father's body had a special condition. Gu Weiner lowered her head and bit her lip gently. She didn't expect that not only did I help her explain, but my words also showed concern for whether this incident would leave her with psychological trauma. A deep sense of guilt welled up in her heart. I didn't think that much. I just wanted to clear Gu Weiner of responsibility. In the old man's medical incident, after all, the compensation money would be my money. My money? I paused for a moment. I continued to wail and accuse. You clearly hid the medical records yourselves, which led to the medical incident, and your son even threatened to make our entire Gu family be buried with you. Our Gu family, for better or worse, provides 1 million jobs for Jiangcheng if our Gu family falls. Are those 1,000,000 people supposed to go drink the northwest wind? Xi Zhan's face turned red from the scolding. He turned to look at Xi Hu and roared angrily. You've got some nerve, you little brat. If I don't beat you for 3 days, you'll climb onto the roof and tear off the tiles. You even dare to threaten others. His head looked left and right, as if looking for something. Xi Hu shrank back embarrassedly. He pleaded, Dad, there are outsiders here. I stood beside them and gave a timely reminder. Old sir. He said to use his belt. Spare the rod, spoil the child. If your son is disobedient, a good beating or 2 will make him behave. Xie Zhan seemed to understand, holding out his hand towards Xie Hu. Xie Hu shot me a resentful look. He didn't expect this kid to hold such a grudge, so he silently took off his belt and handed it to Xie Zhan. This belt was made of genuine cowhide. It was very tough. When swung, it whistled through the air. Old sir, let me apply some iodine to the belt for you. It wouldn't be good if you beat your son and he gets an infection. But your family is a military family. You absolutely cannot spoil your children, letting them develop the habit of bullying others with their power. We are in a hospital. The best doctors in Jiangcheng are here. You just need to leave him with one breath, and we can save him. Enjoying the show? I gloated. Xie Zhan nodded. The belt swung, creating a whistling sound. It lashed down on Xie Hu's back with sharp cracks. Xie Hu gritted his teeth, refusing to make a sound. At this moment, his gratitude towards me had vanished into thin air. Only a belly full of resentment remained. This kid is truly black-hearted. Dad, you haven't fully recovered. Don't overexert yourself. Big brother just made a mistake out of worry. Si Yujing tried to persuade him. Seeing that the lesson was mostly taught, I chimed in. Old sir, calm down. It's hard to exert force while sitting. Wait until your leg is treated. It'll be more convenient for you to hit him then. Look, Big brother didn't make a sound just now. He's clearly not convinced and still hasn't admitted his mistake. This child will be spoiled if you don't hit him more. Hearing my words, Xi Hu's jaw dropped in astonishment. He had undergone professional training to endure beatings, even if he were captured as a prisoner of war. He would absolutely not reveal a single word. This iron will was slandered by me as a sign of defiance. Xi Zhan threw the belt aside, clutching his chest and panting. He turned to me and asked, You said that girl can cure my leg? I nodded. Let me introduce you. This is my third sister, Gu Weiner. This kid's meager medical skills were all picked up from her. All right, that girl. Could you please come over and take a look for me? Xi Zhan said. Gu Weiner stepped forward and cautiously took the old man's pulse again. Her initial confidence had been eroded by the recent accident. Each time before inserting a needle, she would glance at me as if for confirmation. After 2 glances, I decisively pulled over a chair and began to comb Gu Qinghan's hair myself. Gu Qinghan seemed to be in a very good mood, sitting on the chair. Her slender legs dangled and swung gently in the air. Her head would occasionally sway along. Gu Weiner saw that I was ignoring her. She sighed softly. She knew I was still angry now. It was only out of consideration for our shared face that I didn't embarrass her in front of outsiders. And yet, earlier, she had thrown my face and self-respect to the ground and trampled on it. I must find a way to make it up to him later. When I go home in a few days, I'll ask Mom and Dad when Xiao Bei started learning medicine, and also find out what Xiao Bei likes. As each silver needle was inserted, Xi Zhan felt a tingling sensation in his legs and soon regained feeling. Seeing Gu Weiner remove the last silver needle and nod at him, Sai Zijian held the edge of the bed and slowly stood up. Seeing his father recover, Sai Ho was moved to tears. He hurried forward to support him. Xi Zhan trembled. He picked up the belt that had been thrown aside and shouted, "You little brat. The older you get, the thicker your skin becomes, huh? I am teaching you a lesson, and you still dare to be defiant?" After another long and loving educational session, Xi Hu had wised up now. Every time Xi Zhan whipped him, he would let out a low, muffled groan, as if he wanted to endure it but really couldn't. Xi Zhan whipped him twice and started to feel a bit of pity, so he tossed the belt aside. "Sooner or later, this brat of yours is going to anger me to death," he snorted coldly. Xi Hu changed his expression to a fawning smile. "Dad, you have to live to be 100. Don't say such unlucky things." Si Yujing from her handbag took out 2 checks and looked at Long Aocean. "Thank you, little divine doctor. It was troublesome for you to come with me from the One People's Hospital to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. A small token of my appreciation. I hope you'll accept it." Looking at the check for a mere 100,000 yuan, Long Aocean's brows furrowed slightly, then immediately returned to normal. "Sister Yujing, I didn't actually treat the old man. How could I dare accept your payment?" Xi Yujing had been observing Long Aocean's expression all along. Long Aocean's small movement naturally did not escape her notice. A bit of displeasure immediately arose in her heart, but on the surface, she still smiled and said, "I can't let you follow me for nothing." Long Aocean wanted to say a few more words to get closer to the Xi family, but Xi Yujing didn't give him this chance. She turned and walked up to me. "I heard them say your name is Gu Bei. I'll take the liberty of calling you Xiao Bei." "Okay." My older brother was indeed a bit hot-headed just now. "I apologize to you on his behalf. Thank you for saving my father. This is 10 million. Please accept it," Si Yujing said sincerely. After speaking, she also observed my expression and demeanor. My face immediately broke into a smile, as if the unpleasantness from before had never happened. "Oh, this is too much." Although my mouth said that, my hand was very honest and grabbed the 10 million check. After taking the check, I even waved it in front of Gu Qinghan and said proudly, "I've earned 10 million. See? Am I cool or what?" Gu Qinghan looked at me with a face full of admiration. A sweet smile also appeared on her face, as if remembering something. I walked up to Xi Yujing and handed back the 10 million check. "Yujing, can you change this into 2 5 million checks for me?" Xi Yujing was stunned, but still took out her checkbook and wrote, 2 million checks. I took the checks and stuffed one into Gu Qinghan's hand. I ruffled her little head. "Now you're a little rich lady too." Looking at my appearance, Xi Yujing couldn't help but chuckle. "It's better for children to act like children." She glanced at Long Aocean. He was clearly around Xiao Bei's age, yet he called her sister. Compared to my unpretentious way of addressing her, Long Aocean seemed too worldly and mature. As for Long Aocean, he was grinding his teeth in hatred. Originally, that 10 million and the relationship with the Xi family were all his. He didn't expect a spoiler to jump out halfway and steal everything from him. I paid no mind to these things. Looking at the check in my hand, I then looked at Xi Zhan. I said hesitantly, "Old sir, how about I take the shrapnel out of your chest for you? Otherwise, I won't feel at ease taking this money." When Xi Hu and Xi Yujing heard this, their faces changed. "Can you really help my father take the shrapnel out of his chest?" they asked in unison. They knew, with their father's status, if it was said, it couldn't be removed. It meant that all the famous doctors in the country had seen it, and unanimously concluded it couldn't be removed. As for Xi Zhan, he was also surprised and said, "Kid, removing this shrapnel requires surgery." The old TCM doctors of Huatuo Hall also tried to dissuade me in unison. They even winked at me, signaling, "Young master, surgery is different from acupuncture. A small mistake can easily be fatal. It's one thing to say you're a self-taught genius in TCM, but surgery requires a lot of practical experience." Du Wanner pulled my shoulder, stood on her toes, and leaned into my ear, whispering, "Waking the old man from his coma has already made them owe our Jew family a great debt. If anything happens to the old man during the surgery, not only will we lose the favor, we might even create an enemy. Is it worth it?" I only felt a soft sensation pressing against me, and a warm, tingling breeze blew past my ear. I have to say, Gu Weiner's beauty and figure are both top-notch, even a few notches more beautiful than the current Gu Qinghan. I took 2 steps back, putting some distance between me and Gu Wanner. I looked at Xi Hu and said, "Take the old man for an X-ray first. In the end, it's up to the old man to decide anyway. There's a first time for everything. Don't worry, I won't get nervous." A hesitant look appeared on Xi Hu's face. He asked, "If we don't take it out, how long can my father live?" I took Xi Zhan's pulse again and said, "About 3 years. His body probably won't be able to hold on anymore." In the original plot, Xi Zhan also passed away after 3 years. Then in 3 years, I'll bring my father to have the shrapnel removed. Shi Hu said honestly. I sighed softly and looked at Xi Zhan. Xi Zhan's face flushed red. He snorted coldly, "Take me for an X-ray. It's rare to meet someone bold enough to operate on me. Other doctors see my condition and all run away. Even if I die, It'll be content. None of you are to give them a hard time. Hearing Xi Zhijian's words, I praised. The old sir is truly magnanimous. I looked at the group of old TCM doctors, then looked at Gu Weiner and shook my head. I said, a cowardly soldier is one man. A cowardly general makes the whole army cowards. The director should resign. Replace him with someone who dares to act. I know you want to protect yourselves, but whether to treat or not, and how to treat, should be decided by the patient. After speaking, I went to the medicine cabinet and grabbed a few doses of Chinese medicine. I handed them to an old TCM doctor. Brew these medicines. Add a lot of honey and cane sugar. Xiz Jean frowned. This old man has been eating for half a lifetime. I don't need honey and cane sugar. This is for my little sister to drink. I explained with a smile. As if remembering something, I instructed the doctor who had just taken the medicine. Also prescribe a few doses of qi and blood tonifying medicine for the old man. The old man is afraid of bitterness. Give him a bit more coptis, to clear heat and detoxify. Xiz Jean gritted his teeth. Although I am not afraid of bitterness, there's no need to deliberately seek it out. I took Xi Jean. Half an hour later, we got his X-ray film. On the film, it could be seen, there were 3 shrapnel fragments left in his body, all located in his heart and lungs, and in extremely dangerous positions. If injuries like these were on someone else, even one would be fatal enough. Yet the old man endured it 3 times, and still survived. It's truly a miracle. Seeing the X-ray, Gu Weiner couldn't help but frown. The doctors of Huachuo Hall also shook their heads and sighed. These 3 locations are indeed very difficult to handle. The surgical risk is extremely high. Actually, the patient just needs to maintain a calm state of mind and avoid strenuous exercise. He can probably live for another 2 years. Xiu asked anxiously. So can you take them out or not? What's the probability of a cure? No one spoke. They just looked at each other and then shook their heads in unison. This wasn't about playing it safe, but that their own medical skills were not up to par. Considering the location of the shrapnel, to remove even one piece would be nothing short of a miracle. And such a miracle would need to happen 3 times in a row. Seeing everyone's frowning faces, Xi Jean also smiled wryly and shook his head. Forget it. Forget it. This old man accepts his fate. Beside him, Si Yujing clenched her fists tightly. She looked unwillingly towards me. Can Xiaobei take the shrapnel out? I frowned deeply. I opened my mouth to ask, old sir, right now when you breathe and your heart beats, it must hurt a lot, right? Hearing these words, everyone's eyes turned to him. When it's a matter of life and death, who cares about whether it hurts or not? When Xi Xian heard my words, he laughed instead. Before, anyone who saw the shrapnel in his body, their eyes would be filled with sorrow and sympathy. He didn't expect only this kid to be concerned about him. I heard you're not the Gu family's biological son, he asked. Hearing Xi Zhan's words, Gu Qinghan and Gu Weiner approached cautiously. Gu Qinghan even gently took my arm. In the house. Now. I was the only one willing to treat her well. If I leave, she'll have to go back to those dark days. I raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, this old man, don't you think about sowing discord among us. Mom and Dad treat me very well. Even though I skip school every day to go to bars and flirt with girls, they still believe I am a good kid. I grabbed Gu Qinghan's wrist, raised it, and shook it a couple of times. You see, my family can't bear to part with me. Hearing me call her family, Gu Qinghan blushed slightly. She also nodded gently. A trace of warmth rose in her heart. Is this what it feels like to have a family? Xi Zhan pouted. If the family relationship wasn't good, I could still interject. But if the relationship is harmonious, one shouldn't do things that break up a family. Seeing this, I rolled my eyes and suddenly said with a smile, Grandpa Xi, I have another idea. After all, my grandfather has already passed away. Why don't you adopt my father? Adopt one. Get 7 free. Each one is as adorable as me. What do you think? Hearing me call her family, Gu Qinghan blushed slightly. She also nodded gently. A trace of warmth rose in her heart. Is this what it feels like to have a family? Xi Zhan pouted. If the family relationship wasn't good, I could still interject. But if the relationship is harmonious, one shouldn't do things that break up a family. Seeing this, I rolled my eyes and suddenly said with a smile, Grandpa Xie, I have another idea. After all, my grandfather has already passed away. Why not adopt my father? Adopt one. Get 7 free. Each one is as adorable as me. What do you think? The Xi family's upbringing is strict. I went through so much trouble to transmigrate here. I absolutely cannot enter the Xi household. If every day's activities have to follow rules, balanced nutrition, diligent studies, daily progress, then what's the point of revenge? Xi Zhan heard me call him Grandpa. He was a little pleased in his heart, but when he heard what followed, his face immediately fell. This move of helping your dad find a dad. Truly one of a kind. Grandpa Xi, my grandfather was also a soldier back in the day. My father respects military men the most in this life. Moreover, it's a legend with illustrious achievements like you, Xiaobei. Stop making things difficult for the old man. But Xiaobei isn't wrong. My father respects military men the most in this life. If we have this honor, we hope to invite everyone to our house for a visit. Gu Weiner chimed in. Xi Zhan thought for a moment. Then once this old man recovers, He'll come and trouble you. I let out a soft sigh. I couldn't help but feel it was a bit of a pity. In the original novel, one of the important reasons why the Gu group went bankrupt was the lack of a strong backer. After Long Aotian connected with the Xi family, he used the Xi family's connections to invest in the Gu family's company and frantically destroyed the Gu group. But the Gu group couldn't fight back strongly. They could only watch as the company's business was stolen step by step, ultimately leading to bankruptcy. All right, old man, you go prepare for surgery, then go sign 3 life and death waivers, 1 copy for the hospital to file, 1 spare copy, and 1 copy for you all to keep, and film another video, to avoid you not owning up to it and causing me trouble later. Hearing this, the corner of Xi Zhan's mouth twitched. I didn't expect this kid to change his tune faster than flipping a book. Just a moment ago, he was calling me Grandpa Xi. The next second, I became that old man. He angrily gritted his teeth. He glared at me fiercely. Although this grandson was very much to his liking, he was also really good at pissing people off. I didn't think it was a big deal. I passed over the 3 surgical risk consent forms and even took out the latest pineapple phone. I filmed a short video. After confirming that the video and handwriting were both clear, I waved my hand. All right, prepare for anesthesia. Time for surgery. As Xie Zhan left, Yu Wan-er approached again. Xiao Bei, have you ever performed surgery before? I frowned and said in a distant tone, Dr. Gu, I am just a bastard. I am not worthy of standing in the same place as a great miss like you. After saying that, I told Gu Qinghan not to wander off, and also began pre-operative preparations. Gu Wan-er pursed her lips. She watched my retreating back. Waves of bitterness rose in her heart. She took a deep breath and silently vowed in her heart, I must earn Xiao Bei's forgiveness. On the other side, Xie Zhan's status was astounding. The traditional medicine hospital had summoned all its most professional medical staff to serve him. When they saw the chief surgeon was actually a young man, they couldn't help but frown. But I quickly used my professional technique to win over everyone present. Gu Wan-er, as the assistant nurse in the operating room, watched my entire surgical process in amazement. My thinking was extremely clear, my technique steady, as if I had performed tens of thousands of surgeries. Outside the operating room, Si Hu paced back and forth anxiously, unable to stop for even a moment. Sister, do you think Dad's injury can be cured? Si Yujing's eyes were red-rimmed. She said with a choked voice, I just sent Dad's x-rays to a doctor friend of mine abroad. He said that, looking at the position of these 3 shrapnel fragments, not touching them is the best option. With current medical technology, it's fundamentally impossible to remove the shrapnel, but if he continues to live, the patient will have to endure unimaginable pain every day. Xu stood there, dazed. He couldn't bear to see his father die, yet he didn't want to see his father continue to suffer. His eyes immediately turned red. He knew that when his father decided on the surgery, he had already made his choice. Go. Qing Han sat with her back straight on the chair in front of the operating room. Seeing the sad expressions on Xi Yujing and Xi Yu, hesitated for a moment, then took out 2 candies from her pocket. Here, this is for you, uncle. My brother bought this for me. My brother said the grandpa's illness can definitely be cured. Ji Yujing took the candy. Tears in her eyes streamed down. Big brother. Xiao Bei can definitely cure Dad. Yeah. Xi Yu sighed and said, the position of the shrapnel in Xi Zhan's body was very special. When removing the shrapnel, even a 1 millimeter injury could cause the patient's death. I was extremely careful with every incision, along with 3 clinking sounds. 3 pieces of shrapnel the size of a child's fingernail were removed and placed on the tray. The most difficult part of the shrapnel removal was over. Next was just suturing the wound. I never thought that performing a surgery could be so exhausting. The suturing speed was extremely fast, as if I had done it tens of thousands of times. I quickly finished the surgery to everyone's astonishment. The operating room light finally went out. I was panting. I sat slumped on the floor. Xi Hu and Xi Yujing were outside. Seeing the operating room door open, they rushed in. Xi Hu's eyes were bloodshot. He knelt down beside his father and sobbed softly. Jiu Qinghan, meanwhile, was searching for me in the operating room. She saw me sitting on the floor, drenched in sweat. She took a tissue to wipe my sweat. Brother, are you okay? She asked with a bit of heartache. I shook my head and said with a wicked grin, quick, help me up. I have to film this scene of a filial son and loving father. Xi Ho was collapsed by Xi Zhan's operating table, initially holding back. Then he began to sob quietly. I held up my phone and filmed everything from wide shots to medium shots to close-ups, capturing all of Xi Hu's movements and expressions. Xi Yujing was also very sad at first, but seeing my actions, she glanced doubtfully at the machine next to the operating table and saw that the patient's heartbeat had not stopped at all. A look of excitement gradually appeared on her face. Xiao Bei, was my father's surgery a success? Shh. I nodded gently. Seeing my reaction, Si Yujing's jaw dropped in astonishment. At this moment, Gu Wan-er brought over the tray with the shrapnel. Si Yujing stared blankly at the tray. 3 pieces of shrapnel the size of a thumb. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She didn't dare to imagine these shrapnel fragments inside the body. What kind of torment he must have endured every moment. This is a miracle in medical history. Gu Wan praised. She gave me a look full of admiration. After collecting enough video material, I finally remembered to give Xi Hugh a heads up. I patted his shoulder. Big bro. In about 2 hours, my grandpa will be able to see with his own eyes. The scene of you mourning him. Should I buy you 2 belts in advance to have ready? Xi Hu wiped his tears and looked up at me in confusion. He thought to himself, how come I know every word he's saying? But when put together, I don't quite understand it. He looked at Xi Yu Jing again and saw that although her eyes were teary, she had a triumphant smile. Big brother, Dad is fine. According to Xiao Bei, he should wake up in about 2 hours. Xi Yu Jing said with a smile. Hearing these words, Xi Hao excitedly gave me a bear hug. Thank you, thank you. The old man has suffered too much in his life. He's finally lived to see the day our nation is strong and prosperous. I was in so much pain, I grimaced. I yelled, I just finished surgery. This old body of mine is about to be dismantled by you. Men and women shouldn't be so close. Don't you know? Xi Hu let go of me, scratching his head in embarrassment. I was too excited just now. The old man still needs to be hospitalized for observation for a few days. He'll be back in the next few days. I looked up at the sky. It was getting late. Everyone should go eat soon. After saying that, I changed out of my surgical gown and went to Gu Qinghan, asking, Are you hungry? Gu Qinghan shook her head. She took a milk candy from her pocket and placed it in my hand. I tossed the milk candy into my mouth and casually flicked her forehead. I reminded her, from now on, don't eat too many snacks before meals. If you don't eat properly, you won't grow tall. Gu Qinghan was currently a bit malnourished. Her figure was a bit too thin. Her cold and fragile appearance was heart-wrenching. She held her forehead and nodded, smiling lightly. I'll listen to you. Let's go. I'll take you to eat. Goodbye. I was just lecturing Gu Qinghan about eating properly, but Jiangcheng at night is not a place for eating properly. The roadside barbecue stall was bustling with people, charcoal grilling beef and lamb. The fragrant aroma was intoxicating to me. My gaze wavered. I hesitated. In the end, I stopped the car and cleared my throat. I said, Today, I'll take you to splurge on a meal first, eating properly. Well, start that tomorrow. I paused, then added, starting with you. After saying that, I pulled Gu Qinghan's wrist and went to the roadside barbecue stall. I have to say, the grilled beef here, although not as good as steak, and the environment isn't as good as a restaurant's, but for barbecue, you have to sit on the sidewalk, enjoying the night breeze, occasionally inhaling a few whiffs of car exhaust to get the full experience. Add a glass of 82 ice-cold soda. All the days, troubles, and frustrations immediately disappeared. Ding changed the original plot of the book. Cured Xi Zhan's illness. Reward. Musical talent. Top tier. I was chewing on a secret recipe chicken leg when such a message suddenly appeared in my mind. I checked the time. I guess the old man had probably woken up. Could it be that changing someone else's plot can also earn a reward? Whatever. I shook my head. Anyway, being rich is my biggest selling point. As for everything else, it's all just a bonus. As the top second-generation rich kid of Jiangcheng, a famous playboy, I don't need to learn any skills to please others. It's always been others pleasing me. By the time we got home, it was almost 10 p.m. Xiao Bei, you're back? Hearing the door open, Jiang Zuyue looked up at the door. Sneaking in failed. I embarrassedly ducked my head. I walked into the living room like a child who had done something wrong. Dad, Mom, you're still awake? I greeted them. Gu Qinghan tugged at the corner of my shirt and also mumbled a greeting. Jiang Zuyue saw her expression and couldn't help but frown. All day long, you don't study. All you know is how to fool around outside, just like a wild child. You don't even know how to greet people when you come home. You have no manners at all. She immediately looked at me and said gently, Xiao Bei, are you tired from playing outside today? I'll have Auntie Wang heat up a glass of milk for you, so you can sleep well tonight. Oh, heat up a glass for Qinghan too. I turned and patted Gu Qinghan's head. Go to bed early tonight. I'll take you to school tomorrow. If I am not up yet, remember to wake me up. Hearing that I was willing to take her to school, Gu Qinghan immediately nodded excitedly, a radiant smile on her face. She went to her room to wash up. As for me, I thought about the original novel. Gu Zhiyuan and Jiang Zhuyue always favored the original host. Even when the Gu group collapsed, they were worried about how the original host would live afterwards. But I am not as heartless as the original host, who could comfortably enjoy their sacrifices without even giving them a pleasant expression in return. At least when Mom and Dad are home, I want to do what a full-time son should do. I went behind my dad, intending to give him a little Chinese-style massage. Dad, your shoulders are so stiff. Work must have been tiring lately. Gu Zhiwan sighed softly. I am used to the company's affairs. Xiao Bei is so understanding today. Just tell Dad what you want. I can get you anything except the stars in the sky. I shook my head. Sigh, it's really nothing. It's just that having Dad in charge of the house feels really great. Xiao Bei has finally grown up. Gu Zhiyuan sniffled, his eyes a little misty. He sighed softly. It's a pity Grandpa is gone. I don't have a father. There's no way for me to feel what you're feeling. If Grandpa's spirit in heaven sees you being so sensible, he will surely feel very comforted. Gu Zhiyuan sighed. Being told this, he also began to reminisce about his father, and I nodded. So, To let you feel a father's love again. I specially found an adoptive father for you. To let you feel a father's love again. I specially found an adoptive father for you. Ow. Ouch. 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 Mom. Why didn't you stop Dad just now? I cried out resentfully. Right after I said I wanted to find an adoptive father for Dad, Gu Zhiyuan immediately grabbed my leg. Couldn't escape. Absolutely couldn't escape. I recalled that in the past when the original host caused trouble, Gu Zhiyuan was just like this. He would grab the original host's leg in one go, but even if he hit me, Gu Zhiyuan's hits didn't hurt. Besides, he always helped the original host handle everything proper. Who told you to be so naughty? Daring to reverse the natural order. Trying to find a father for your father, Jiang Zhu Yue said with a laugh. I shook my head and said seriously. This prospective grandpa of mine was carefully considered. I guarantee Dad will like him. Moreover, he can also help our Gu group take another step forward. Hmash. I only have one father. How could I accept someone else as my adoptive father? Gu Zhiyuan shouted from outside the door. Dad, you said it, don't regret it. When you meet him, tell him that you don't think much of him, I said loudly. Do you think your father has no backbone? How could I shamelessly ask someone to be my father? You can call him right now. Gu Zhiyuan said firmly. Then don't beg me to put in a good word for you later, I said with a snort. Gu Zhiyuan mumbled a few words under his breath and stormed back to the bedroom. Although I didn't cause any trouble for the family this time, but bringing a father home is still not okay. Jiang Zhu Yu's interest was piqued by me. She gently patted my butt. Xiao Bei, what does that adoptive grandpa of yours do for a living? I gently pushed Jiang Zhu Yu's shoulder. Mom, you should go back to your room and sleep too. In 3 days, after the old man is discharged from the hospital, bring him home for a visit. If I tell you and Dad now, how could Dad still see the old man as a joke then? Jiang Zhu Yue nodded. Then you have to know your limits. If the person is too bad, I won't be able to stop you. I waved my hand, seeing Jiang Zhu Yue to the door. I wished her good night. Just as I lay down on the bed, there was a light knock on the door again. I sat up, puzzled. I opened the door, only to see Gu Qinghan. She had changed into a pair of pink bunny pajamas. Standing nervously at the door, her face flushed red. She suddenly reached out and hugged me. Thank you. Good night. After saying that, she fled back to her room. I scratched my head, but the corners of my mouth couldn't help but curve up. This girl is so cute. I really don't know what the original host was thinking. Lying on the big, soft bed, I took out my phone. I quickly edited the song I had recorded earlier and posted it on my Douyin social media account. Then I hugged my pillow and went to sleep. What I didn't know was that on Douyin tonight, the popularity was already quietly rising. At the same time, in the Daxia Medical Research Institute, a dozen or so doctors were watching a video over and over again. It was the entire process of me operating on Xi Zhan, extracted from the operating room security camera. A miracle. Truly a medical miracle. His technique is too exquisite. Even if you gave me another 10 years, I couldn't master it. If he could remove the shrapnel from General Xi's body, can the illnesses of the other generals be cured? You think he's a god or something? The other old generals are all relying on traditional Chinese medicine to stay alive. Every profession has its own specialty. Without a dozen or so years of practice, it's impossible to have such a masterful technique. Where would he find the time to study traditional Chinese medicine? Those are all generals who have achieved illustrious military feats, who contributed to the building of our Daxia. How can we let a half-baked amateur treat them? But I heard. This chief surgeon is only 17 years old this year. He has a sister who works at the traditional medicine hospital, who happens to know his situation well. 17 years old. Early the next morning, I was woken by a soft knock on the door. I grabbed my phone, ruffling my bird's nest of hair, and opened the door with my eyes half closed. Today, Gu Qinghan was wearing a light pink shirt. On her lower half was a school-style pleated skirt. Her long, slender legs were like a pair of chopsticks, fair and flawless, right before my eyes. The bangs on her forehead were neatly pinned to the side with a small flower-shaped hair clip, revealing her fair forehead. Good morning, brother. Her face was blushing as she spoke shyly. The girl was afraid that after one night's sleep, I would revert to my old self. I raised my hand to pat Gu Qinghan's head, but then I remembered she had to go to school today. She had clearly spent a lot of effort on her appearance, so I pulled my hand back. However, Gu Qinghan lowered her head and took a small step forward. I patted the little head that was leaning in. Let's have breakfast together. And after we eat, well, go to school together. I stepped aside and told Gu Qinghan to go into my dressing room to help me pick out an outfit. After yesterday's incident, I knew I shouldn't choose my own clothes. I am a top second-generation rich kid of Jiangcheng, but I keep dressing myself like some nouveau riche. Gu Qinghan blushed as she entered my dressing room. She chose a white shirt with a tie and black trousers in a school style. After changing and standing next to Gu Qinghan, it looked quite like a couple's outfit. Arriving at the dining room, the nanny didn't expect Gu Qinghan to come for breakfast too, so she hadn't prepared a portion for her. I scratched my head, quite embarrassed. Previously, it was the original host who said he didn't want to eat at the same table as Gu Qinghan, which led to the fact that after Gu Qinghan returned to the Gu household, she always had to eat their leftovers. Sometimes the original host would even throw away all the leftovers, forcing Gu Qinghan to starve in her room. Gu Qinghan lowered her head, lightly pursing her lips, standing timidly and awkwardly to one side. Auntie Wang, from now on, make an extra portion of breakfast for Qinghan, and heat up the bowl of Chinese medicine I brought back yesterday. Take it with me later. I pulled Gu Qinghan's wrist and sat her down at the dining table. I pulled the lavish breakfast between the two of us, and gestured for Gu Qinghan to eat with me. But Gu Qinghan was worried I wouldn't have enough to eat, so she wouldn't pick up her chopsticks. I frowned. I decisively turned Gu Qinghan's head and fed her breakfast. A flustered look appeared on Gu Qinghan's face. Her cheeks flushed red as she said, "I can eat by myself." I looked at Gu Qinghan and said with a grin, "My silly, top student little sister. You have to eat a lot, train hard, and stay healthy. This useless, untalented older brother of yours will have to rely on you in the future." After breakfast, I switched to a brand new Ferrari and took Gu Qinghan to school. Yesterday, I only remembered to buy clothes for her. The school bag she was carrying had small holes on both sides of the bottom. Gu Qinghan shyly hid the school bag by her side. She sat bolt upright in the passenger seat, drinking the Chinese medicine. Although a lot of cane sugar and honey were added to the medicine, it still had a strange taste. While waiting at a red light, I took out a few lychees from my pocket and placed them in her hand. "I knew this medicine was hard to drink, so I brought this for you," I said with a smile, looking at the lychees in her hand. Gu Qinghan bit her lips softly. "Is this what it feels like to be cared for by someone?" She peeled a lychee for herself and put it in her mouth. The sweet juice burst out. The unique aroma of lychee instantly filled her mouth. This was the first time she had ever eaten lychee. She peeled another one, taking advantage of the red light, and poked my hand. I took the lychee and put it in my mouth. My eyes lit up immediately. In my past life, the lychee I ate the most was just the Fi Zi Xiao variety. The difference in taste was huge. Some were so sweet they were bitter. Others were a bit sour, but this type of lychee had a light sweetness mixed with the scent of osmanthus flowers. The flesh was thick and crisp, juicy, and the seed was extremely small. This is the most delicious lychee that I have ever eaten in my 2 lives. "Do you know what kind of lychee this is, so I can ask Mom to buy some more to keep in my room?" I asked casually. Gu Qinghan thought for a moment and said, "I think it's called Gualu lychee. I've heard Mom mention it." My grip on the steering wheel immediately trembled. Gualu lychee is known as the Rolls-Royce of lychees. I remember in my past life seeing a single Gualu lychee being auctioned for up to 500,000 yuan. I swallowed. I said, "Don't tell me one bite of mine cost half a house." Gu Qinghan also looked at the lychee in her hand with shock. She took out her phone, looked up the price, and sighed in relief. She said, "This kind is probably around 1,000 yuan per jin. Mom bought a slightly better quality one. The price is probably a little higher." I nodded and gritted my teeth. Damn capitalists. "Give me another one, let me see. A lychee that costs tens of yuan apiece. If eating it makes me ascend to heaven." We brought out 6 lychees in total. I ate 2. Gu Qinghan ate 2. She kept 2 to give to a classmate. The Ferrari quickly reached the gate of Jiangcheng High School. I greeted the gate guard, and then drove straight into the school. The guard looked at me in shock. Before, this young master always came to school around noon break. Now it was only 7:40 a.m. After parking the car, I yawned. Walking towards the classroom with Gu Qinghan. Her class is class 1, while I am in class 10. The 2 classes are on different floors, one above the other. I patted Gu Qinghan's head and said, "See you later." Then I turned and went into my classroom, slumping onto my desk to take a nap. My deskmate tapped on the desk and said excitedly, "Brother Bay, was the person who walked you to class just now your girlfriend? Such a beautiful girl, how come I've never seen her before? Escorting your girlfriend to school? No wonder you're so early today." I looked up doubtfully, looking at the slightly chubby deskmate in front of me. I recalled the plot related to him. This fatty's name is Cheng Yuan. In the original novel, he was one of the few people who still chose to help the original owner after the original owner fell from grace. However, Cheng Yuan's family wasn't wealthy. When he helped the original owner always thought he was humiliating him and treated him coldly, sometimes even hitting and kicking him. I raised an eyebrow and joked, "Hey, fatty, that's my biological sister. Don't you dare get any ideas about her. Otherwise, don't blame me for eradicating the root of the problem." Cheng Yuan gave a forced smile. "Brother Bay, I thought you had finally given up on Liang Wanwan." Mentioning the name Liang Wanwan, I suddenly remembered. The reason the original owner came to school every day was to see Liang Wanwan. He couldn't get up in the morning, so he gave Cheng Yuan some money and asked Cheng Yuan to bring breakfast to Liang Wanwan every day. In the original plot, Liang Wanwan always looked down on the incompetent and useless original owner. Every time the original owner wanted to give her a gift, he had to coax her with a smile for a long time before she would accept it. If she had just refused outright, it would have been fine. But Liang Wanwan would occasionally give the original owner a little hope, encouraging him not to give up. For over a year, the things the original owner gave to Liang Wanwan, big and small, added up to over 500,000 yuan. "Fatty, how much money do I have left with you?" I asked. The original owner was a simp, but he wasn't seriously ill. The money he worked so hard to earn as a son Why should he act like a grandchild and give money to others to spend? Cheng Yuan took out a handful of cash from his pocket. Brother Bei, this is all the money that's left. I frowned. I roughly counted the money. There was about 2,000 yuan left. Didn't I give you 30,000 at the beginning of the semester? How is it that only half the semester has passed and you spent over 20,000 just on breakfast? Does she eat gualu lichis every morning? Cheng Yuan looked at me with a puzzled expression and asked softly, Brother Bei, do you really not like Liang Wan anymore? Like her? Like hell I do, I said angrily. Suddenly, I saw the breakfast in Cheng Yuan's desk drawer. I snatched it immediately. My own sister hasn't even had a full breakfast this morning. She sure eats luxuriously. After speaking, I stood up and went straight upstairs. There were still 10 minutes until the morning reading session. Most students were eating breakfast while memorizing their lessons. A girl was sitting next to Gu Qinghan. She was breaking off half a steamed bun to give to her. I snatched the piece of bun and stuffed it in my mouth. I said with a smile, So this is what you usually eat for breakfast. The other girl frowned, her watery eyes glaring at me. Second, brother, why are you here? Gu Qinghan said, surprised and happy. She looked at the girl beside her and introduced. Brother, this is Jiang Shan. Jiang Shan looked at Gu Qinghan doubtfully. She had no idea Gu Qinghan had a brother. I nodded at Jiang Shan. Here to make up for your nutritious breakfast. I placed a fully loaded sandwich on the desk. The rich aroma immediately filled the classroom. Everyone's eyes turned in this direction. Jiang Shan looked at the sandwich and couldn't help but swallow. You two eat up quickly. Don't disturb others' studies. I turned my head to instruct. Gu Qinghan nodded. She pushed half of the sandwich into Jiang Shan's hands. Before, she never had breakfast. It was always Jiang Shan who shared half of her own breakfast with her. Today, she could finally repay Jiang Shan. I took the 2,000 yuan in small bills I got from Fatty. I stuffed it into Gu Qinghan's hand. This is your allowance. The card I gave you. If you don't want to use it, just spend this for now. I have to help Senior Yuan move this afternoon, so I can't have lunch with you. I pinched Gu Qinghan's cheek. Treat your friend to something nice for lunch today. Don't be afraid to spend money. If you're too stingy, don't blame me for punishing you tonight. Gu Qinghan's face immediately flushed red. She lowered her head and nodded lightly. I know. After saying that, I turned to go back to my classroom, but before I even reached the door, a sudden commotion erupted. Cheng Yuan, weren't you told to bring breakfast? What kind of job are you doing? Are you trying to starve us? You can't even handle such a small task. Believe it or not, well, tell Gu Bei and have him cut ties with you. Hearing the noise, I stood at the classroom door and cleared my throat with 2 loud coughs. I shouted, What are you all doing? This is the loudest classroom in the entire building. Do you have any shame? Did you feed your faces to the dogs? At this, all the students in the class looked up. They glanced at me, all with expressions of shock. Did the sun rise in the west? How could they run into me in broad daylight? Seeing that the classroom had quieted down, I quietly returned to my seat. I woke up too early this morning, so I couldn't help but yawn. All the classmates then nodded in understanding, so he came to school to catch up on sleep. That's why he didn't want them to be noisy. Hey, Gu Bei, are you going to do something about this? The task you gave Cheng Yuan, telling him to bring us breakfast every day. He dared not bring it this morning. Does he want us to starve? If Wan doesn't get to eat her fill, what if she can't concentrate in class this morning? A female student with a sharp face and pointed ears questioned loudly. This female student's name was Zhang Shiting. She was Liang Wan's best friend. She usually relied on her relationship with Liang Wan to demand quite a few benefits from me. She looked towards Cheng Yuan and ordered, Since there are still 5 minutes left, hurry up and go buy breakfast for us at the school gate. We want to eat the rice balls from the stall outside the school gate. Get 2 assorted ones. Cheng Yuan glanced at me. He sighed softly and stood up, intending to head towards the classroom door. I pushed his shoulder down with one hand, then turned to question Zhang Shiting. Why do I remember that I only said to buy breakfast for Liang Wan? How thick is your face? How can you even think about freeloading? If you can't afford to eat, kneel down and kowtow to me twice, maybe out of pity. Give you a couple of bites. Being cut off like that, Zhang Shiting's face instantly turned red. She argued, Wan is watching her figure, so she eats very little. I just don't want to waste food, so I help her finish the leftovers. I understood. Ah, so it turns out, you're just a wretched woman who eats other people's leftovers. Then I slammed the desk hard. I stood up and shouted, Cheng Yuan is my brother. Who the hell do you think you are? What was that dog barking about just now? You think this Gu Bei doesn't have a temper, being yelled at by me like that? Zhang Shiting's already red face looked like it was about to bleed. She gritted her teeth in hatred and threatened, Gu Bei, don't even think about me helping you. Pass messages to Wan anymore. I scoffed disdainfully. If it were the original owner, he might have cared. But I just want to get back everything that belongs to me. That's 500,000 yuan. Based on my salary from my past life, I probably couldn't have saved that much in 10 years. Liang Wan, who had been standing aside, frowned in annoyance. She said, Gu Bei, Zhang Shiting is my best friend. You treat my best friend like this. How can I believe you'll be good to me in the future? I think we should stop contacting each other from now on. And to think I thought you were a good person. I was even planning to try dating you after graduation. Hearing this, I looked Liang Wanwan up and down. Fair and smooth skin, delicate features. Her looks were indeed quite beautiful, but her looks were far inferior to Juan Yuan's, and compared to Gu Qinghan, it was like night and day. Moreover, Liang Wanwan's figure was quite flat. Compared to Yuan Yuan's alluring curves, she was a world apart. Noticing that I was staring at her chest, Liang Wanwan disgustedly covered her chest and took 2 steps back. Gubei, I am talking to you. Are you listening? Hurry up and apologize to my best friend, and buy her something to make up for it. Otherwise, I won't pay any attention to you for the whole week. Looking at Liang Wanwan in front of me, I slapped myself in the face. If it weren't for my top-tier medical skills, I would have probably gone to the hospital to check if there was a tumor growing in my brain. That slap was so loud. Gu Bei is apologizing. Is he really that sincere? The young master of the Gu group slapping himself to apologize. Wanwan's charm is really something else. All the classmates looked at me in astonishment. Cheng Yuan grabbed my wrist. He originally thought I had come to my senses, but it turns out I am still that same love-struck fool. Brother Bei, at worst, well, just be late for the first period. I'll go buy the rice balls right now. I pushed his shoulder down with one hand. Again, the original owner would trample on your friendship, but I won't. I am thinking, should I ask Cheng Yuan to stage a comeback with me, just in case something unexpected happens in the future? I'd still have a secret stash. I turned to look at Liang Wanwan, remembering the money I'd spent on her for over a year. Looking at her was like seeing a walking 500,000 yuan. I forced a deeply affectionate tone and said, Wanwan, you know, I've liked you for a long time, but you never gave me an answer. I don't want to wait anymore. I am afraid you'll leave me after the college entrance exams. I want to get engaged to you first. I turned to look at Liang Wanwan again, remembering the money I'd spent on her for over a year. Looking at her was like seeing a walking 500,000 yuan. I forced a deeply affectionate tone and said, Wanwan, you know, I've liked you for a long time, but you never gave me an answer. I don't want to wait anymore. I am afraid you'll leave me after the college entrance exams. I want to get engaged to you first, and get married as soon as we're old enough. Hearing me say this, everyone looked over in astonishment. Liang Wanwan and I were only in the 11th grade, and yet we were already talking about marriage. Liang Wanwan's face flushed hot, and she let out a soft sigh. She said in a disappointed tone, Gu Bei, although our age difference isn't big, I've always seen you as a brother. At our age, the most important thing is to study well, making progress every day. How can we get into a relationship so early? What you're doing is making me so disappointed in you. I pretended to be going crazy, and kicked the desk in front of me hard, questioning Liang Wanwan. What do you mean? I gave Cheng Yuan 30,000 at the beginning of the semester. It's only been a little over a month, and you spent it all, leaving only 2,000. For over a year, I've spent 400,000 or 500,000 on you in total. I bought you so many clothes and bags, and yet you're telling me that you only see me as a brother? I acted extremely indignant, and kicked the desk in front of me hard again. You're not some kind of gold digger, are you? Maintaining this attitude of being neither close nor distant, just to string me along and get money. Liang Wanwan's eyes turned red, and she sniffled. She choked out. This semester, for my studies, I just bought a new laptop and tablet. I am not as rich as your Gu family. I just want to rely on my hard work and my studies to give myself a better future. What did I do wrong? As for the other things you mentioned, I clearly said I didn't need them. It was you who insisted on giving them to me. That's right. Gu Bei, we're all classmates. Is it necessary to be so harsh? It's obvious you were the one who forced those gifts on her. Everyone in class knows that, and yet you're bringing this up now. Liang Wanwan did it for her studies. What's wrong with that? Anyway, it's not like your Gu family is short on that little bit of money. Look at how stingy you're being. So you were spending money to marry Liang Wanwan. Her accepting your money doesn't mean she agreed to date you. The classmates, seeing Liang Wanwan's situation, immediately started voicing their grievances. Gu Bei, can't you see how sad Wanwan is? I heard the Pineapple Company just released its latest phone model. Buy one for me and one for Wanwan, and maybe it'll put in a good word for you. Zhang Shiting interjected. Hearing these outrageous words, the corner of my mouth couldn't help but twitch. We're in the middle of a huge argument, and she's still thinking about getting benefits from me. It's really ridiculous. But thinking about the 500,000 yuan I once spent on Liang Wanwan, I gritted my teeth, feigned anger, and said, I bought you so many bags and clothes. Those bags and clothes were bought for my girlfriend. Since you don't want to be my girlfriend, then give everything back to me. Liang Wanwan had been observing my expression. Seeing me trying to act calm, she couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Immediately after, she put on a pained expression. If you no longer want to be my brother, then the gifts I've received over the past year, I'll just return them all to you. Hearing Liang Wanwan say this, I was secretly overjoyed. Doesn't this mean I am getting my money back? But at this moment, my eyes were still red. My face showed a mix of indignation, disappointment, and sorrow. Liang Wanwan, do you really want to do this? The things you've used don't have much value anymore. Liang Wanwan snorted coldly with disdain in her heart. From my attitude and words, she knew I was still very attached to her. The more she pays now, when I regret it later, the more she will receive. So she put on a sorrowful look and said, Gubei, I thought you would always protect and love me. I didn't expect you to be just like those other rich young masters. You just want to possess me. Since it's like this, I will return everything you gave me. Over the past year, I'll return the gifts at 80% of their original value. I'll write an IOU for the remaining amount. I, Liang Wanwan, may not be rich, but I will absolutely not be with you for money. Hearing Liang Wanwan's words, the gazes of all the classmates towards me were filled with contempt. He was just born a little better than us. Once we graduate, well, surpass him sooner or later. Do you think having money can make us submit? Money isn't everything. The money spent on a girl while pursuing her, and he even wants it back. I've never seen anyone so stingy. I was celebrating inside. I am getting all my money back. Thinking about the 500,000 yuan that was about to be mine, my emotional control almost broke. I had to force myself to recall all the sad things from the past, thinking them over from beginning to end, to barely manage not to laugh out loud. I took out a blank piece of paper and a black pen and gave them to Liang Wanwan. Then I tossed my phone to Cheng Yuan and told him to help me record a video. Cheng Yuan sighed softly. He knew that the more I pushed things now, the more pathetic I would be when I apologized to Liang Wanwan. However, the moment he unlocked the phone and saw a girl with blushing cheeks on the screen, with sparkling lights in her eyes, immediately, his dejected spirits were lifted in an instant. Brother Base, love-struck brain for Liang Wanwan is finally cured. Liang Wanwan took the paper and pen in surprise. She didn't expect me to actually make her write an IOU. She couldn't have just been all talk just now, could she? I bet you were sure Brother Bay wouldn't make you write an IOU. That's why you were so bold just now. I actually thought you wouldn't bow for 5 pecks of rice. Turns out you're just spoiled. Rotten. Cheng Yuan mocked. Liang Wanwan glared at Cheng Yuan. I just don't know how to write an IOU. Before she started writing, she glanced at me again. She only saw my expression of sorrow mixed with a hint of reluctance, but still trying to act tough and refusing to apologize. She suddenly felt at ease. In her experience, as long as she ignored me for 3 days, I would come running back to her like a puppy. After writing the IOU, she threw it right in my face and said coldly, like this, "Are you satisfied now?" I took the IOU and glanced at it. Then I angrily tore it in half. Liang Wanwan, how long are you going to keep this up? This IOU only has 9 words. Liang Wanwan owes Gubei 500,000. There's too much information missing. It doesn't even have a repayment date. It's completely meaningless. I'm not making a scene. You're the one trying to use money to humiliate my dignity. If you want an IOU, I'll write another one for you. But if you want to trample on my dignity, I will absolutely not allow it. Liang Wanwan said loudly. She sneered inwardly. He couldn't even stand it after I wrote an IOU to cut ties. He couldn't stand it. Now that I think about it, he'll probably come begging for my forgiveness tomorrow. After speaking, she tore off another blank piece of paper and started rewriting the IOU. I looked towards Cheng Yuan and shouted, if she wants to write it, then find a proper template for her to write. Cheng Yuan, who was still wondering just now if I had really given up on Liang Wanwan, suddenly understood. So Brother Bay is using the strategy of retreating to advance. I've learned. He immediately took out his phone and found a legally effective IOU template. He showed it to Liang Wanwan. Liang Wanwan's face now looked as if she were constipated. She vaguely felt that something was wrong. The previous IOU, she also knew was meaningless. It wouldn't matter even if I took it, but an IOU written according to this template is actually legally binding. She had clearly given me a way out. In a couple of days, I'd apologize, buy her some gifts to coax her, and she would reluctantly let it go. But why does the plot development seem off? Cheng Yuan picked up the IOU I had just torn in half and couldn't help but sneer. Liang Wanwan, you should at least write the words IOU on it, even if you lack knowledge. You should at least have some common sense. I see you're just taking advantage of the fact that Brother Bay likes you, to be so arrogant. Seeing Liang Wanwan still not moving, I pretended to say affectionately, Wanwan, I know. You definitely can't bear to leave me. You know, I never liked school. I only come because of you. Zhang Shiting leaned in and also whispered advice. Wanwan, it's just an IOU. In a couple of days, he'll definitely come back, begging you. You absolutely cannot soften up this time. Don't forgive him easily. I saw some new handbag models recently. They would suit you perfectly. Liang Wanwan nodded. She decisively finished writing the IOU and even put her thumbprint on it. Are you satisfied now? Gubei? From now on, we shouldn't talk to each other anymore. I will never, ever forgive you, she said coldly. After speaking, she decisively sat back down in her seat, looking at me as if I were a stranger. I double-checked the IOU and put it away carefully. I also checked if the video was clear. Then I sent both documents to the group's legal department for filing. Of the 500,000 Liang Wanwan owed, 400,000 would be offset by all the gifts the original owner had given, to be returned. The remaining 100,000 must be paid within 10 days, the loss due to gift depreciation. I didn't expect to get it back either, but I didn't intend to be petty about it. With Liang Wanwan's spending habits, she could never have afforded these luxury items in the first place. It was all because the original owner was seriously sick in the head. But since Liang Wanwan suggested it, I might as well teach her a lesson. I glanced at my watch. There was still about half an hour until class. I remembered that Liang Wanwan's house was very close to Jiangcheng High School. There was still enough time to go get the gifts. I walked over to Liang Wanwan's desk and tapped on it lightly. As expected of Gubei, that thick skin of his is truly unmatched. I thought he would last for 2 days, who knew he couldn't hold out for even 5 minutes. To be a simp to this extent, he's truly one of a kind. The classmates jeered one after another. Liang Wanwan snorted coldly with disdain. She frowned and glared at me, saying, "Classmate, we are strangers now. Don't disturb my studies." Now that the IU was in my hands, I didn't need to act anymore. I said with a cold smile, "You probably haven't recognized your own status yet, have you? Right now, I am your creditor. You want to use your status as a creditor to force me to submit? How disgusting." Liang Wanwan said with loathing. I shook my head. "I am just following what you wrote on the IOU, taking back all the gifts I ever gave you. You're not planning to default on your debt, are you? Or were the words you just said all empty talk?" Hearing me say this, Liang Wanwan was stunned, her jaw dropping. She never expected that I would actually want to take back the gifts I had given her. "Gubei, if you keep this up, I will truly never, ever forgive you," Liang Wanwan threatened. I couldn't help but frown. So this girl still thinks I am joking with her. After a moment's thought, I put on a panicked expression, but immediately gritted my teeth and threatened, "You wrote on the IOU that you would return everything I gave you. Otherwise, take back the IOU." The threat was limp and powerless. Liang Wanwan couldn't help but sneer inwardly. She had originally thought I had escaped her control. Now it seems I am just a little boy throwing a tantrum, trying to cause trouble for her, just so she would have to keep paying attention to me. No way. I've already said it. From now on, we are strangers. If you want to take back the gifts right now, then let's go get them right now," Liang Wanwan said. I rejoiced inwardly but still pretended to be sulking. I turned and walked out of the classroom, with Liang Wanwan following me. She got into the passenger seat of the Ferrari. "I am warning you, don't talk to me in the car. Your car doesn't have a back seat. That's why I'm sitting in the passenger seat. Don't get any funny ideas," she said coldly. I pretended to be lovesick. My voice also softened. "Liang Wanwan, how long are you going to be angry?" Hearing the deep affection in my words, Liang Wanwan's tone became even colder. "You think that just because you have money, you can trample on my dignity as you please? Classmate Gubei, we are equals in spirit." The entire way there was dead silence. I knew Liang Wanwan was determined, and I was no longer in the mood to be with this girl and act out some cliché idol drama scenes. Liang Wanwan's home was in a newly built apartment complex near Jiangcheng High School. The environment in this area was very beautiful, with complete amenities. Is near a key school. The basic house price must be 30 to 40,000 per square meter. The place I arranged for Chun Yu Yuan is also in this area. "You wait downstairs. I'll bring the stuff down," Liang Wanwan said. A long time later, she carried 5 handbags downstairs and threw them in front of me. "Take all your things. Get lost." I glanced at these bags. These are all the cheapest ones. Among the gifts I gave to Liang Wanwan, the total value is even 200,000. I immediately frowned and said with a cold smile, "Liang Wanwan, I know you can't bear to leave me. How about this? You sincerely apologize to me and Cheng Yuan. Maybe I'll forgive you for what you did today." Liang Wanwan, I know you can't bear to leave me. How about this? You sincerely apologize to me and Cheng Yuan. Maybe I'll forgive you for what you did today. Hearing me say that, Liang Wanwan scoffed inwardly with contempt. She felt that the man in front of her, through his words, had revealed his intention to reconcile with her. It's just that, right now, his pride is keeping him from apologizing. If I ignore him for 2 days, he'll naturally come crawling back, running right back to me. Liang Wanwan gritted her teeth. "In your dreams, I've already used the rest of the bags. Even if you take them back, you'll just throw them away." I shrugged, feigning indifference. "Whether I throw them away or not is my business. If you really can't bear to part with them, how about you just give me a proper apology? I'll tell the principal to clear out the broadcasting room for you. You just wait." Liang Wanwan angrily went back upstairs to prevent Liang Wanwan from leaving anything behind again. This time, I followed her upstairs. "Why are you following me?" Liang Wanwan said angrily. "I am just afraid you'll forget something again. School is about to start. It wouldn't be good to delay your studies. After all, you have dreams. You have aspirations, a desire to study and change your fate. As for me, besides the 10+ digit balance in my card, I have nothing at all," I boasted artistically. Liang Wanwan's home is a small apartment in the complex, about 60 square meters, where 4 people live together. I curiously glanced inside the house. Although the room wasn't even as big as my closet, the decor was very cozy. On the sofa in the room, I saw some children's books and a toy truck. "You have a younger brother?" I asked curiously. Liang Wanwan didn't answer. She just slammed the door shut with a bang. When the door opened again, Liang Wanwan had packed all the gifts the original owner gave her and brought them all out. She was horrified to discover that, without the gifts I gave her, her room suddenly became completely empty. I checked everything over and asked, "Didn't you also take money from Cheng Yuan to buy a tablet and a laptop?" The door slammed shut once again. "That's enough. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person," Liang Wanwan said with disgust. I hesitated, looking Liang Wanwan up and down. What do you want? Liang Wanwan took 2 steps back. If you dare to try anything, I'll scream. The corner of my mouth twitched. I chuckled. Do I look that desperate to you? However, it seems the clothes you're wearing were also bought by me, right? Hearing me say that, Liang Wanwan no longer looked at me with disgust, but rather like she was looking at a pervert. I'll wash this outfit and return it to you, she said, blushing. It's fine, it's better unwashed. Seeing that, I blurted it out. Shameless. Liang Wanwan's face immediately flushed bright red. But, at this point, she didn't want to get tangled up with me. This time, I won't pay any attention to Gubei for a whole month, she thought to herself. The door slammed shut once again. When it opened again, Liang Wanwan was holding the clothes she had just taken off and threw them straight at my face. I have to say, the clothes she just took off were still warm and smelled quite nice. Did I buy you any stockings or anything before? I asked tentatively. Pervert. Get lost. Liang Wanwan. Her face was so red it looked like it would bleed. She didn't know when on earth I had become so shameless. She locked the door from the inside, turned around and headed straight for the elevator by herself, watching the elevator doors slowly close. I was about to remind her that the shoes she was wearing were also bought by me. I scratched my head. I thought, forget it. I'll just let her keep the shoes. They're only 1,000 yuan anyway. My gaze fell on the clothes Liang Wanwan had just taken off. Thinking back now, I guess I really am a bit of a pervert, but my own clothes are all treated with special perfume. Why do I feel like they don't smell as good as hers? On the other side, after Liang Wanwan went downstairs, she stood waiting for me by the Ferrari with a cold expression. By now, quite a few young women had gathered around the car, taking pictures with the Ferrari. Seeing Liang Wanwan suddenly get in their shot, they said unhappily, "Hey girl, could you move away from this car a bit? Can you not block the camera? Don't you have any sense?" A sense of grievance welled up in Liang Wanwan's heart. This car clearly belongs to my simp. But then again, Gu Bei and her no longer had any relationship. They were just ordinary classmates. She bit her lip lightly and looked towards the elevator doors, only to see me looking like a thief, carrying a bunch of large and small bags, and using the shirt she just took off as a scarf, wrapped around my neck. Looking at the young women gathered by the Ferrari, I licked my lips, walked over, and asked, "Hey ladies, want to buy some handbags? They're designer brands bought from the store. Absolutely authentic, just came in secondhand, selling them all for 80% of the original price." The girls looked at me, having just come downstairs, and in this state, they didn't know if the bags were real, but their origin seemed very shady. I scratched my head, wondering, is 80% still too high? Seeing that the girls were clearly tempted, but no one was buying, I laid out all the handbags, one by one on the hood of the Ferrari, and then opened the car door. Buy now and you can even take 3 pictures inside the car. The crowd of girls looked at each other. This multi-million yuan Ferrari is mine. The origin of these bags must be fine too. Buying 10 bags at a 20% discount, even reselling them immediately would make a profit. Everyone rushed forward to grab the bags. One girl even came up and pulled my hand, asking, "Hey, handsome, I want to buy your contact information. How much is it?" Seeing other girls approaching me, Liang Wanwan walked up beside the two of them and said coldly, "Gu Bei, when are you taking me back to school?" However, at this moment, my eyes were drawn to the girl in the sports tank top in front of me. Full chest, slender waist, and long, slender legs. When the girl spoke, her chest jiggled slightly like pudding. It looked very bouncy. Being suddenly interrupted, I couldn't help but frown. But then again, I was the one who took Liang Wanwan home. I still had to get her back to school safely. I reluctantly said goodbye to the bevy of beauties before me and helped Liang Wanwan into the Ferrari. Before getting in the car, Liang Wanwan glanced at the girls present and let out a provocative snort. On the way back to school, she suddenly said, "Gu Bei, those people just now were all after your money. That's why they approached you." Meanwhile, I looked at the 400,000 yuan that had just been transferred to my card. I was in a great mood and said casually, "It's fine. I am so poor now that all I have left is money. The Gu Group's assets are worth hundreds of billions. If I can connect with XIZ Zhang's network, it's very likely to reach the trillion level, as long as I don't court death myself. Stabilize the villain, Gu Qinghan, and the male lead, Long Aocean, then this money is inexhaustible. Completely inexhaustible." When passing by a phone store, I suddenly stopped the car. I bought 2 of the latest pineapple phones and tossed them into the car. This morning when Gu Qinghan was looking up the price of Gualu lychees, I took out her phone. It was an outdated keyboard phone. I don't know how many years old it was. The paint on the phone's frame was all peeled off. The characters on the keyboard had also completely faded. Liang Wanwan looked at the 2 latest model phones and suddenly felt a flicker of joy in her heart. But then she thought of the bags that were sold this morning, and her face darkened again. "Don't think a measly phone can make me forgive you," she thought to herself. But she occasionally glanced at the phone and then back at me, reminding herself to stay calm. She had to wait until I couldn't hold back anymore and bring it up first. I didn't think much of it and stepped hard on the gas. I successfully got Liang Wanwan back to class before the bell. Liang Wanwan's head was spinning. I used to drive extremely slowly, but today felt like a race. Moreover, for the rest of the journey, I didn't say a single word to her. She gave me a fierce glare, then stormed back to her seat. The first period in the morning was math. I listened for 2 minutes before slumping onto my desk and falling asleep. I don't know how long I slept. Cheng Yuan tapped my shoulder and called, Brother Bei, Brother Bei, I think someone's looking for you. I rubbed my eyes, yawned, and said with a smile, has the news that Liang Wanwan and I fell out already spread? Another girl is already here to confess so soon? I looked towards the door and saw a petite girl with teary eyes peering into the classroom from the doorway. Recognizing the girl as Jiang Shan, the one who shared her steamed bun with Gu Qinghan this morning, I shot up from my seat and ran to Jiang Shan's side. What's wrong? Did something happen to Qinghan? Suddenly, I heard the sound of desks and chairs being violently moved from the classroom above. Gu Qinghan's class is right on the floor above me. Fatty, come with me, I shouted to Cheng Yuan, then immediately dashed upstairs. Gu Qinghan was currently surrounded by 5 female students. Her desk had been kicked away. She was bowing her head, helplessly clutching the hem of her skirt with both hands. The female student leading them looked at Gu Qinghan's state and sneered, no wonder you have money for new clothes today. Turns out you sold your body. People have already posted it all over the internet. You've completely disgraced our school. She pulled a stack of cash from her bag and threw it at Gu Qinghan's face. This money should be enough to pay for you once, right? Hurry up and take off your clothes. Let everyone broaden their horizons. You've already done something so shameless. What are you afraid of? Gu Qinghan shook her head repeatedly and explained chokingly, no, I didn't sell my body. My brother bought these clothes for me. The leading girl snorted coldly. Still playing the victim here? What's this about brother and sister? Since she won't do it herself, let's give her a hand. The 5 of them rushed forward, pulling Gu Qinghan's hair and holding her hands tightly. They tore at her clothes. Nearby, a male student cheered them on. Can you guys even do it? 5 people can't even strip one person? Isn't lifting her skirt much easier than tearing her shirt? The 5 of them had an epiphany and lunged for Gu Qinghan's skirt. Bang! A loud noise echoed. The classroom door was kicked open. I burst in, radiating killing intent. Everyone's actions froze. Bang! A loud noise echoed. The classroom door was kicked open. I burst in, radiating killing intent. Everyone's actions froze. Gu Qinghan looked at me as if I were an angel descending from heaven. The grievance in her heart could no longer be suppressed. She struggled free from their grasp, clutched her clothes, and burrowed into my arms. I gently patted Gu Qinghan's back, trying to suppress my anger, and asked softly, are you hurt anywhere? Gu Qinghan sobbed uncontrollably, whimpering, brother, I really didn't sell my body. These clothes, you bought them for me. Can you help me explain it to them? I looked at Cheng Yuan, who had just caught up behind me, and said coldly, Fatty, block the back door. I smoothed Gu Qinghan's hair and comforted her. Brother, we'll help you explain it to them. This must be the man who paid for you yesterday. Huh, I can't believe he's from our own school, clinging to each other like that, and you still call yourselves siblings, acting like a whore but wanting a monument. How shameless. The leading female student sneered. Bro, how much for one night? Is she still a virgin? How was her service last night? Another male student chimed in. I held Gu Qinghan tightly and slowly walked up to the teacher's podium. I threw a powerful kick, directly knocking over the podium. Another loud bang echoed. The entire classroom fell silent in an instant. I scanned everyone present and said arrogantly, I am Gu Bei. You dare to touch my person. Now I will explain it to you. All of you, kneel and listen. Hearing my words, all the students burst into contemptuous laughter. Isn't Gu Bei just Liang Wanwan's simp? I heard he's been simping for over a year, wasted so much of his family's money, and hasn't even held her hand. Now he's dumped Liang Wanwan and moved on to simping for Gu Qinghan. I have to say, Gu Qinghan with makeup looks much better than Liang Wanwan. The corner of my mouth twitched. I didn't expect the original owner to be so famous. I scanned the crowd in front of me and sneered. I told you to kneel and listen to my explanation. Are you all deaf? A bunch of rumor mongers who bully their classmates. Did you feed all your textbooks to the dogs? What's there to explain? The video of her selling her body is all over the internet. She had the guts to do it. So why can't we talk about it? If you have the balls, then don't do such dirty things. The leading female student sneered. I know this girl is Liu Kankan. She used to mock and bully Qinghan frequently. And that male student is Liao Feiwen, Liu Kankan's boyfriend. Liao Feiwen saw that Gu Qinghan was very beautiful today, so he kept harassing her. Liu Kankan lost her temper and started bullying Qinghan again. Jiang Shan came over and quietly explained the whole story. I nodded, looking at Gu Qinghan like a little rabbit, trembling and cowering in my arms. I felt waves of heartache. At home, Gu Qinghan was bullied by the original owner. At school, she was bullied by her classmates. Her past life was truly too dark. No wonder in the original plot. Even though she knew the male lead was only obsessed with her body, she still saw him as the only light in her life. Thinking of this, my arms held Gu Qinghan a little tighter. I really wanted to rush up right now and beat these brats up, but I couldn't just leave the panicking Gu Qinghan. I looked at Jiang Shan and said, get your homeroom teacher here. Let's see how this is handled. Jiang Shan looked at me hesitantly. Do we really have to call the teacher? I nodded. Without the homeroom teacher's indulgence, how could she have produced these brats? Today, I will make all of Gu Qinghan's bullies pay dearly. Jiang Shan glanced at me again. In her impression, students couldn't go against teachers, but seeing the cold look in my eyes, she quickly left the classroom. I grabbed a chair and sat down casually. Gu Qinghan cowered in my arms. Half of my shirt was soaked. I took out my phone and found the principal's number. The principal of Jiangcheng High School is named Huang Darren. Back then, he personally arranged for the original owner to enroll here. As soon as the call connected, Huang Darren's sycophantic voice came through. Young Master Gu, you came to school today? If it's not comfortable in the classroom, my office just got a new sofa. You can come over and rest. Hearing this, I just sneered. I'll give you 10 minutes. Get to class 11 to 1. Come here. Let's see just what kind of principal you— Not caring whether Huang Darren heard me clearly or not, I hung up immediately. Hearing my words, the surrounding students looked at each other doubtfully. Did he just call the principal? How can he talk to the principal with that tone? Who does he think he is? Giving the principal 10 minutes, demanding the principal come see him. Is he that important? I ignored the mockery from those around me and made a second phone call. Captain Chen? This is Gubei, class 11 to 1 at Jiangcheng High School. There's a serious case of school bullying. Send a team to handle it. The students in the class looked at me now, as if they were watching a clown. Who did he call just now? Chen Weijin? And sending a team? 2. He thinks Chen Weijin is his family or something. I don't think the call even went through. He's just acting. It's definitely for show. Otherwise, how could the other person pick up so fast? Besides, look at his tone. One's a principal. One's Chen Weijin. As if he can order them around. He's really putting on a show. That must be how he tricked Gu Qinghan. After the call, I scanned the students and said with a smile, still not kneeling to hear my explanation. Liao Feiwen sneered. You think you're worthy? It's just an empty bluff. Didn't you say the principal would be here in 10 minutes? Block the door for me. If the principal doesn't show up, let's show him the consequences of provoking our class. My face darkened. I made one last call. Xiao Dao. Bring 30 brothers to class 11 to 1 at Jiangcheng High School. Brother Bei has spoken. We brothers will be there in 20 minutes. The man called Xiao Dao's real name is Liu Dao. He's a well-known gangster in this area. Xiao Dao? I am Xiao Pao. Who is he calling now? And calling 30 brothers? Probably to carry you out. The spectating students jeered. Didn't you say 10 minutes? 7 minutes have already passed. If the principal doesn't show up, we're going to make our move. Liao Feiwen smiled maliciously. He looked at the weak Gu Qinghan nestled in my arms, and couldn't help but lick his lips. Brother, will it be okay? Gu Qinghan's eyes were red as she asked in a small voice. If something really happens, you should run first, she said, gritting her teeth. I could feel Gu Qinghan's body trembling slightly. I wiped the corners of her eyes and comforted her. As long as I am here, no one can bully you. Gu Qinghan's nose tingled. She forced a smile and said, I believe you. I gently pinched Gu Qinghan's nose and said with a smile, remember all their faces now. Don't be soft-hearted later. Noticing the intimate gesture, Gu Qinghan's face blushed slightly, and she replied in a small voice, I'll listen to you. Clip clop clop. The hurried sound of high heels echoed from the hallway. What kind of ruckus are you all making? Our class is the noisiest in the entire school. The woman's name was Wu Hui. She was this class homeroom teacher. Seeing the chaotic scene in the classroom, she roared, Who on earth did this? Are you all mute? Suddenly, she saw me in the classroom, and Gu Qinghan cowering in my arms. She yelled, Gu Qinghan. Why is it you again, dressed like a fox spirit today? Who are you trying to seduce? Look how old you are, hiding in a man's arms in public. How can you be so cheap? And you even dared to bring your boyfriend to class to cause trouble. Someone like you should have been expelled long ago. Get your parents here for me now. I need to see what kind of parents could raise such a degenerate like you. Hearing Wu Hu's torrent of scolding, I pretty much understood why the students in this class dared to bully Gu Qinghan so openly. This poor girl clearly hadn't said a word. Her clothes were torn. She obviously looked like a victim. Yet Wu Hui didn't investigate at all, and immediately asserted it was Gu Qinghan's fault. Gu Qinghan shrank back in fear, burrowing deeper into my arms. I rolled my eyes, changed my aggressive attitude, and said with an aggrieved expression, Teacher Wu, I am her older brother. If you're looking for her parents, then you can just talk to me. Look, my sister's clothes are all torn. She's also severely traumatized. My sister is clearly the victim here. Wu Hui looked at my cowardly appearance and sneered. It takes two to tango. If your sister wasn't acting like a flirt all day, why would people tear her clothes? Why don't they come and tear my clothes? So young yet not focusing on studying, dressing like a fox spirit. I see you two clinging to each other like that. You're no good either. The onlooking students laughed even more. Oh, Gubei, we prefer your arrogant attitude from before. Why is it that as soon as you saw the teacher, you cowered like a mouse seeing a cat? Didn't you call the principal? And Chen Weijun? Hurry up and call them here. I gently pinched Gu Qinghan's cheek and whispered in her ear, Brother is going to fight a little. You just sit here, okay? After saying that, I put on a submissive face and slowly stood up. As I stood up, Gu Qinghan covered her chest with one hand and gently gripped my shirt hem with the other. Seeing my gaze, Gu Qinghan said pitifully, "Brother, I am scared." I scratched the back of my neck, suddenly feeling a bit annoyed. I walked up to Wu Hui and said with an innocent smile, "Teacher, did you say it takes 2 hands to clap?" As soon as the words left my mouth, quick as lightning, a slap landed squarely on Wu Hui's face. Slap. A crisp sound echoed throughout the classroom. Indeed, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. I said with a smile, "Doesn't this make a very loud sound?" Wu Hui held her face and looked at me in horror. She never expected to be hit by a student. She stood up, about to charge at me. I backhanded her with another slap. "I am asking you, can one hand clap or not?" I sneered. Wu Hui gritted her teeth, about to charge at me again. She saw my eyes turn cold. I sneered, "If it weren't for all the rotten flesh on your body, looking at you would give me pink eye. I would have already stripped you naked and thrown you onto the sports field. After all, according to you, even if I tore your clothes, it would be because you were flirting. A teacher flirting with a student. You truly are despicable." Seeing the cold glint in my eyes, Wu Hui didn't dare to step forward. She turned her head to look at the students in the class and yelled, "Are you all cowards? I've taught you for so long, and you just stand by and watch as I get bullied by an outsider? He must be a gangster from outside the school who snuck in to steal things. Hurry, go get him. Capture him for me." Liao Feiwen had been itching to move for a while, receiving Wu Hui's order. He immediately charged towards Gu Qinghan. I quickly pulled my little sister back and kicked Liao Feiwen straight in the chest. Thwack! A loud sound echoed. Liao Feiwen was sent flying. He slammed hard into the podium and then tumbled to the ground. Seeing such a miserable scene, everyone instinctively stopped. "What are you trash standing around for? This gangster is holding a hostage and has injured a classmate. Why aren't you all charging forward together?" Cheng Yuan saw that I was in danger. His whole body was like a heavy tank. He rushed from the back door of the classroom to my side. "Brother Bei, if a fight breaks out later, take your sister and leave first," he said. I looked at my watch, shook my head. "No need. If Huang Deren doesn't show up within 10 seconds, then he won't need to show up in Jiangcheng ever again. You think you can make Principal Huang disappear?" Wu Hui was so angry she laughed. "It's good that the principal is coming, just in time to expel both of you. Our Jiangcheng High School doesn't need 2 troublemakers like you." I raised my eyebrow. "That's right. I am the stick. And you are all disgusting piles of stinky dog shit. Such a sharp tongue. Is that how your parents taught you to respect your teachers?" Wu Hui shouted, and just as she led the students to surround the 3 of us, from the back of the classroom, suddenly came the sound of panting. I only saw a chubby man with a kind, round face leaning against the back door frame. He panted and shouted, "Stop, everyone, stop it for me. Principal Huang, why are you here?" Seeing Huang Deren, Wu Hui's face immediately bloomed into a radiant smile like a chrysanthemum. She glanced at me and explained to Huang Deren, "These hooligans broke into our school and injured a student. We have now surrounded him." Huang Deren glared at the surrounding students and hurriedly ran in front of me, with the expression of an old servant who had arrived late. "Young master, are you hurt anywhere?" Seeing Huang Deren's reaction, everyone present was stunned, their mouths agape. Although Huang Deren looked gentle, he was usually extremely strict. He managed the students very tightly. In the more than 5 years he has been principal, the number of students he expelled each year for misbehavior was at least 50. After getting rid of these bad apples, Jiangcheng High School's promotion rate and academic discipline have both improved significantly. Because of this, he earned the title of the Iron-Fisted Principal. Is this still the strict principal we usually see? Look at that subservient, servile posture. Could he have been possessed by a eunuch? Shh. Aren't you afraid he'll expel you? But the principal really does look very unusual today. Looking at the trembling Huang Deren in front of me, I pulled over a chair and sat down, holding my little tail. "Dealing with this will probably take a while. You don't mind if I sit, do you?" I asked. Huang Deren shook his head repeatedly. He said fawningly, "Young Master Gu, it was my negligence. You should pay attention to getting more rest." I rubbed my forehead. Looking at Huang Deren's obsequious appearance, I really couldn't get angry. I waved my hand. "All right, hurry up and investigate this matter clearly." Huang Deren giggled at me, then immediately turned to look at Wu Hui. He really wanted to curse this blind fool to her face, but he was afraid of startling me, so he suppressed his anger and said, "Speak, what is this about?" Hearing the suppressed anger in Huang Deren's voice, I opened my mouth to tease, "Principal Huang, is this how you handle problems? I think this doesn't seem like you at all." Huang Deren took a deep breath. He knew that I was not satisfied with his way of handling things. His previous attempt at flattery had backfired. His voice suddenly shot up. "Speak. What on earth happened?" Hearing Huang Deren's shout, Wu Hui's lips began to tremble. Principal Huang, I don't know anything." I just poked my head out from behind Huang Deren and said sarcastically, "Didn't TMS. Wu investigated very clearly, just now. It was all because my sister is a flirt. She deserved to have her clothes torn off." I think MS Wu was absolutely right. After all, it takes 2 to tango. If you're right, What's there to be afraid of? Or do you know? You're in the wrong. You saw that my sister had no one to back her up, so you dared to act so recklessly. Hearing me say this, Huang Daren roughly guessed what had happened. He slapped Wu Hui so hard she slammed into the wall. I'll show you what it takes two to tango means. Have you even investigated the incident? And you dare to jump to conclusions? I worked hard to build a civilized school, only to produce a hypocritical teacher like you? I see it now. You see that I've expelled many students over the years, and you're relying on the fact that students don't want to be expelled. So you want to be the queen in your classroom, right? Let me tell you, the students I expelled, every single one of them committed a serious offense. My conscience is clear. Furthermore, I don't just dare to expel students. I also dare to fire teachers. Get out of my sight. Not so fast. I smiled coldly, patting the back of the little girl in my arms, and asked, has she done anything else outrageous to you before? Wu Hui started cursing the moment she entered. Gu Qinghan's reaction was too practiced. It was clear this had happened many times before. Gu Qinghan hummed twice, and gently nodded against my chest. Only now was Wu Hui truly scared. She never expected that just by scolding Gu Qinghan as usual, she would not only get slapped several times, but even lose her job. She knelt on the ground and hugged Huang Daren's leg, begging, Principal, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have slandered a student without investigating. I will definitely change in the future. I swear I'll definitely change. Huang Daren hesitated and looked towards me. In terms of teaching qualifications, Wu Hui's abilities were obvious to all. Wu Hui noticed Huang Daren's gaze and crawled on her knees in front of me. Young Master Gu, I will definitely treat your sister Qinghan well in the future. Teacher has taught you for so long, right? Can you help me beg your brother? Gu Qinghan said nothing, just nestled deeper into my embrace. She now felt that the safest place in the world, aside from the corner of the bed in her room, was right here in my arms. Besides, my embrace was very warm. Noticing that Gu Qinghan had no desire to get close to Wu Hui, I said in a low voice, Ms. Wu, have you still not realized your mistake? If my sister had been bullying someone else today, I would definitely have taught her a good lesson. Your line about treating my sister well, doesn't that mean in your eyes, students are also divided into high and low classes? Furthermore, you teaching my sister, isn't that your job? Or did you spend your personal time to give my sister extra tutoring? The only special treatment you gave my sister was to slander her every time you opened your mouth. Where do you get the nerve to ask my sister to plead for you? I looked at Huang Daren. First learn manners, then learn literature. Under the guidance of this kind of teacher, I really doubt whether the moral character of our school's students has a problem. Huang Daren forced a smile and nodded. He shouted at Wu Hui, you are no longer a teacher at my school. Get out of my sight now. Knowing she had been fired, Wu Hui quickly got up from the ground, glaring at Huang Daren with resentment, her chest heaving violently, as if about to start her shrewish act. Since I am no longer a teacher at this school, you, Huang Daren, have no right to control me. Wu Hui quickly scrambled to her feet, glared daggers at Huang Daren, panting heavily, ready to throw a fit. I am no longer a damn teacher at this school, so who the hell are you to control me? With that, she turned to look at me, and cursed. You and your sister are always sticking together. You must be having an affair. Your sister dresses so slutty. Who can she blame for getting her clothes stripped off? Both of you are just prostitutes. Why are you pretending to be so noble here? Today, Gu Qinghan was wearing a light pink shirt, paired with a school-style pleated skirt, going for a sweet style, which had nothing to do with the word slutty. Hearing this, my eyes narrowed, and I said coldly, Miss Wu, you probably don't know that intentionally spreading false rumors to defame someone is also a crime, enough to put you in jail for a few years. Don't think that just because the school can't control you, no one can deal with you. Wu Hui snorted coldly. My husband works for the city guard. If you're so tough, tell him to come and arrest me. I just called him. This isn't over yet. As soon as she finished speaking, a team of city guards appeared at the door. Wu Hui, seeing her husband's figure behind the team, rushed over crying, Zhu Long, your wife is being bullied to death by this bastard. He just slapped me several times. Look, my face still has his handprint. Even my job was lost because of this brat. Hurry up and arrest him. Lock him up for 10 or 8 years for me. Hearing his wife was being bullied, Zhu Long's anger flared up. Following the direction Wu Hui pointed, he saw his captain enthusiastically greeting me, and his neck involuntarily shrank back. He asked softly, the person you said was bullying you isn't young Master Gu, is it? Wu Hui nodded, irritably. Yes, it's that bastard. Honey, hurry up and help me arrest him. Zhu Long quickly covered Wu Hui's mouth. Ancestor, you are really my ancestor. Follow me now, and hurry up to apologize to young Master Gu. If young Master Gu doesn't forgive you, our whole family is finished. At this moment, I smiled meaningfully and looked over. Ms. Wu, is that your husband over there? Didn't you want to tell him to arrest me? Following my gaze, the city guard captain, Chen Fu, noticed Zhu Long and Wu Hui standing at the end of the line, and frowned in annoyance. Zhu Long, when did the city guard become your family's personal market? You can arrest whoever you want. Wu Hui stared blankly at me, then looked at Chen Fu standing next to me. Only now did she realize what huge trouble she had gotten herself into. In an instant, Her eyes turned red, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Honey, what do we do now? I know I was wrong. This time, I really know I was wrong. Please help me. Zhu Long stiffened his neck and pulled Wu Hu's hand. He stepped forward and bowed deeply before me. Young Master Gu, I know my wife's temper. She is definitely largely responsible for what happened today. I apologize to you on her behalf. I said nothing. Just looked at Wang Duren. Pull up the surveillance footage from this classroom, so I won't be accused of using my power to bully people. An old fox like Huang Duren had already called someone to pull the footage. Watching Gu Qinghan being bullied for no reason on the screen, and then the scene where Wu Hui didn't even bother to ask for details, and just relentlessly criticized and scolded Gu Qinghan. Watching this scene again, my fists couldn't help but clench a little tighter. I said sarcastically, MS. Wu. It takes two to tango, right? Let's see if this slap makes a sound or not. One video clip ended. Huang Duren brought out another video clip. This is the part I just pulled. After I announced her dismissal, in the video, Wu Hui lost control due to her anger. Her speech became even more reckless, and she started cursing randomly. Zhu Long's face turned red with shame. He glared at Wu Hui beside him. Wu Hui lowered her head to her chest, avoiding his gaze, not daring to even look at Zhu Long. Zhu Long just felt his scalp go numb and took a deep breath, taking a step forward to apologize. Young Master Gu, it's all my wife's fault. How do you think we should handle this? I shrugged. You're putting me in a difficult position. I should probably ask the group's legal department how to handle a case like this. Principal Huang. Our cameras can probably pull up data from the past year, right? Hearing that I intended to pull a whole year's footage, Wu Hui knelt down in fear, begging. Today she only scolded Gu Qinghan. But over the past year, ever since she discovered Gu Qinghan dressed shabbily and was not cared for by her family, whenever she was in a bad mood, she would take it out on her. Chen Fu patted Zhu Long's shoulder. Tell your wife to confess everything from the past year. Confess clearly. It will save us some work. Zhu Long knew in his heart that today he had to choose justice over family. He sighed and said, Yes, Captain. I will now take the suspect back for questioning first. Just thinking about the upcoming prison sentence. Wu Hui cried silently. Honey, you can't just abandon me like this. If I am locked up in prison, how will my friends and family look at me? Hurry and help me beg, young Master Zhu. I really didn't mean it. Zhu Long glared at Wu Hui and roared. I told you to change that attitude of yours, but you just wouldn't listen. Why did you have to go and bully someone else's child? Their child was doing just fine. Every child is someone's child. When you were tormenting her, you should have thought of today. Now come with me. Seeing their homeroom teacher being taken away by the city guard, the students present all watched in astonishment, able to command both the principal and the city guard. What kind of background does this guy have? A simp has this much power. Just for scolding Gu Qinghan once, she was taken away by the city guard for questioning. Then what about Liao Feiwen and Liu Kankan's group? Won't they have to rot in jail? At this moment, Liao Feiwen and Liu Kankan looked at each other in fear, their eyes filled with panic. They thought that bullying Gu Qinghan was just a joke among friends. It's not like they hadn't done it before. At most, a few words of apology would be enough. They never expected it to alert the city guard, and that they would be held criminally responsible. If they get a criminal record, their lives would be over. Finally, a female student who followed Liu Kankan couldn't stand the pressure and was the first to drop to her knees. Gubei. I was forced by Liu Kankan. I didn't want to bully Gu Qinghan either, but if I didn't bully her, then I would be the one being bullied, with someone taking the lead. The other three female students also knelt down one by one, chiming in one after another. That's right, Liu Kankan forced us. We had no choice either. Liu Kankan next to them was dumbfounded, looking at the four people kneeling on the ground. They clearly bullied Gu Qinghan together, but now they were pinning all the blame on her. She gritted her teeth and kicked each of them in the chest. You're the ones who told me Gu Qinghan was a prostitute. You're the ones who said she seduced my boyfriend, and now you say I forced you? When did I ever force you? After being kicked, the four of them glanced at each other, then jumped up and lunged at Liu Kankan. Liu Kankan, I've had enough of you for a long time. Isn't it just because your family has some dirty money? Acting all high and mighty all day, looking down on everyone. You're just jealous that Gu Qinghan is prettier than you. That's why you wanted to bully her. Let's strip her clothes off. Let's see if she can still be arrogant after this, right? However, she treated Gu Qinghan. That's how we'll treat her. The group rushed forward. Some held her hands, some pulled her hair, and some tore at Liu Kankan's clothes. Liu Kankan struggled desperately, but in the end, 2 fists are no match for 4 pairs of hands. Only the sound of tearing fabric could be heard. Liu Kankan's clothes were torn to shreds in an instant. That's enough. I suddenly snorted coldly, hearing my voice. The group's movements immediately stopped. Liu Kankan was now left in her underwear, her body curled up, sobbing incessantly. At this moment, a playful whistle sounded from outside the classroom door. A man with sunken cheeks leaned against the doorframe, raising an eyebrow. Brother Bei, we're not late, are we? Seeing the man's face, the crowd of onlooking students burst into an uproar. Holy crap! The Xiao Dao that Gubei just mentioned. Isn't Brother Dao, is it? He just called the city guard. And now he's called Brother Dao too. Is this Gubei playing both sides? the lawful and the lawless. The city guard would at most lock them up for a few months, but if Brother Dao makes a move, they'd definitely be bedridden for months. Liu Dao walked into the classroom, speaking sarcastically to Huang Deren. Principal Huang, you should replace your school's security guards soon. They're all a bunch of old geezers. What good can they do? He then looked at Chen Fu next to him and said with a smile, Captain Chen, are you also here today to help my brother Bei solve his problems? Chen Fu had a serious expression. We received a report that a serious case of school bullying occurred here. He looked at Liu Dao and warned, don't cause trouble, or, well, take you all back to the station as well. Liu Dao shrugged. Captain Chen, I am a law-abiding citizen. If you slander me, I'll sue you. I stepped between the two of them and said with a smile to Chen Fu, Captain Chen, the next scene might be inconvenient for you to see. Could you please wait outside the door for a moment? Chen Fu glanced at Liu Can crying on the floor and nodded, leading everyone to temporarily leave the classroom. I nodded at Liu Dao. Liu Dao understood. He had his men surround the area. He slowly walked up to Liu Can and swung his hand, slapping her straight across the face. What are you crying for? You still have the face to act pitiful here? If I hadn't arrived in time, have you thought about what would have happened to my sister? We were just joking around as friends. Liu Can argued stubbornly. I laughed coldly. So I interrupted your fun just now, did I? Then let them continue playing with you for a while. No. 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 Please don't. I can give you money. A lot of money. I beg you to spare me. Liu Can pleaded. Money? I stood up and walked to Gu Qinghan's desk, carefully taking out her school bag. In the small compartment of the school bag, I found the card I gave Gu Qinghan yesterday, along with the 5 million yuan check. See how much money is here. You can't see the money in the bank card, but the check clearly states the number 5 million. I slapped Liu Can's face again. Do you think I care about the spare change from your family? Liu Can never expected that Gu Qinghan, whom she had always looked down on, was actually richer than her. Impossible. This check must be fake. I generously stuffed the check into her hand. Since it's fake, then go ahead and tear it up. She didn't dare to take the check at all. Her hands were just clenched together. I spat on the ground. If the knife doesn't cut you, you won't know pain, right? If I hadn't arrived in time, my sister would have been stripped naked by you all. Heaven knows what else you would have done. After stripping her, joking among friends. How come when it's your turn to be joked on, you can't take it? I raised my foot and kicked her straight in the chest. Killing you would be getting off easy. You were trying to ruin my sister's whole life. Hearing my heart beating violently, Gu Qinghan looked up at me. As if stroking fur, she gently patted my chest a few times. Liu Dao noticed the situation was not good and quickly forced a smile, stepping between me and Liu Can. Brother Bei, it's not worth getting angry over a bitch. He winked at his subordinates. The subordinates understood and hurriedly dragged Liu Can outside. I gently patted Gu Qinghan's back, my cold gaze shifting to the remaining people, seeing me punish Liu Can. They all knelt down and begged. It was really that bitch Liu Can who forced us. We've already cut ties with her. We will never speak to her again. Please spare us and give us a way out. I snorted coldly. You're always chattering about how Liu Can forced you. Just now, you almost stripped her naked. Could she still threaten you then? Seeing that I was about to rush forward and continue hitting, Liu Dao interrupted. Brother Bei, let us handle the teaching. My brothers and I specialize in this. I guarantee the city guard won't find any injuries. He was afraid that in my anger, I wouldn't know my own strength and might accidentally kill someone. It wouldn't be worth getting into trouble for this scum. After a round of miserable screams, the 4 limp bodies were dragged outside. I pulled a chair and sat down in front of Liao Fei Wen. I said with a cold expression, you were the one who wanted to harass my sister, and you instigated those others to bully my sister, right? Liao Fei Wen shook his head repeatedly. A very fawning smile appeared on his face. No, it wasn't me. I just saw that your sister was dressed beautifully today, so I just complimented her. As a result, their narrow minds gave rise to jealousy. It really has nothing to do with me. Hearing that, I laughed coldly. And yet just now you told them to strip off her skirt. Hearing my words, a look of embarrassment appeared on Liao Fei Wen's face. He hurriedly slapped his own mouth twice. Young Master Gu, it's all because of my cheap mouth. I was just talking nonsense. Before he could finish his sentence, I immediately stood up and grabbed his hair, pushing him down to the ground. My fingers formed a sword sign and poked twice into his lower back. An excruciating pain caused Liao Fei Wen's face to turn pale instantly. The effect of this pressure point is as painful as having kidney stones for the next few years. Every time you go to the bathroom, you will feel extreme pain. I casually threw Liao Fei Wen aside, strip off his pants and throw him out. I'm just talking nonsense, I added. Immediately after, Liu Dao nodded to his underlings. The underlings understood. They decisively beat him to a pulp first. Finally, they stripped him and threw him out of the classroom. All the people who bullied Gu Qinghan had been dealt with. The students present all breathed a sigh of relief. Liao Fei Wen only knew how to harass girls every day. He deserved to be stripped. Liu Can's gang used their power to bully people every day. Now they've finally been punished, and that homeroom teacher who fawned on the rich, oppressed the poor, and abuse students. She should have been arrested long ago. Now that these bad apples have all been cleared out, we can study in peace from now on. I slowly walked to the front of the lectern and gave it a hard kick. The lectern, which had already been kicked over, made a loud noise, causing everyone's eyes to focus again. You all don't think that this is over, do you? I already said. That ID make you kneel and listen to my explanation. Gubei, what you're doing is too much. We didn't do anything to Gu Qinghan. Why are you taking it out on us? Aren't you afraid your sister will be ostracized in the future for doing this? I glanced at Huang Deren and asked, our school doesn't allow phones, right? Huang Deren was stunned. Although the school had never had such a requirement, he still went along with what I said. That's right, phones will affect studies. The school forbids bringing phones. I looked over at Liu Dao again. Keep an eye on everyone. Collect all their phones. I don't want what happened today getting out. I'll leave the rest to you. After speaking, I carried Gu Qinghan out of the classroom. Calming myself down, I turned my head and asked, Chen Fu, Captain Chen, I heard that you have special respect for the founding generals of our great Xia. Chen Fu was stunned, not understanding why I was asking this, but he still nodded. Back then, it was because I admired them that I chose this path. What about old General Xi Zhan? I asked. His battle of Haicheng. It drove out all the invading forces stationed in Haicheng. After reclaiming the strategic territory of Haicheng, Great Xia's supply transport was finally able to break through the invaders' blockade. He made immortal contributions to the founding of our great Xia. Chen Fu was visibly excited. It was as if he had actually participated in that battle. I nodded. It seems like there have been a few thefts at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital recently. This afternoon, I'll have to trouble Captain Chen to take a stroll with me. Chen Fu's jaw dropped in astonishment. Of course, he understood the meaning behind my words. He was so excited he became flustered. I patted Chen Fu on the shoulder. Captain Chen, there's nothing else for you guys here. You can all head back first. After speaking, I turned and went back into the classroom. Brother Bei, all the phones have been checked. Everything we found has been deleted. It's just that there's cloud sync now. I don't know if there are any backups somewhere. I nodded. I looked at the kneeling students in the classroom, seeing me appear. A student stood up and angrily shouted, Gu Bei, we just didn't help your sister. Why are you taking it out on us? She didn't even resist herself. Why should we have to resist for her? We just didn't step in to help when we saw an injustice. The law doesn't say we have to help. I rolled my eyes and said coldly, the law also doesn't say that I can't make you kneel. And where did you hear me talk about using the law to restrain your behavior? Do you people have no morals at all? Of course, you can be unconvinced. Now I am going to explain it to you. All of you, kneel properly and listen to me. You can choose not to be brave, but you can't stop others from doing the right thing. You cowards don't have the guts to stop the bullies. Yet you stop the person who wants to help. Aren't you just aiding the enemy? How can you prove you're not associated with the bullies? The bullies' aggression is all because of you bastards condoning it. Second, you all stayed in the classroom. Weren't you hoping to see my sister get stripped? You let others do the dirty work, and then you wait to reap the benefits. If there's trouble, you can just wash your hands of it. You guys are really cunning. I can practically hear the clicks of your abacus hitting my face. Third, I just feel like taking it out on you. Any problem with that? You stayed in the classroom. Weren't you hoping to see my sister get stripped, letting others do everything, then waiting to reap the benefits? If trouble arises, you can just wash your hands of it. You guys are really cunning. I can practically hear the clicks of your abacus hitting my face. Third, I just feel like taking it out on you. Any problem with that? Hearing my words, everyone looked at each other. Most of them had the same thought, to treat Gu Qinghan's bullying as a fun show to watch. I glanced at Liu Dao. If they didn't record a video, leave them. Anyone who did record, teach them a lesson. I paused for a moment, then continued. Tonight, you guys go to the usual place. Put it on my tab. All right, Brother Bei. Leave it to me. I'll make sure they don't dare to be nosy again. Liu Dao said with a laugh. I gently patted Gu Qinghan's back. Let's take a day off today. I'll take you to change your clothes first. This afternoon, well, go help Senior Yu Yuan move. I then walked over to Huang Deren, transfer both Qinghan and Jiang Shan to my class. I led the two of them out of the classroom. Before leaving, I gave Cheng Yuan a special instruction. Fatty, you're the only one left to study hard at school. We've all paid our tuition fees. You have to study, for the three of us. Stepping out of the classroom, I gently patted Gu Qinghan's small head. Qinghan, if you keep hanging on me like this, it's hard for me to walk. She pursed her lips, hesitating for a moment. She hugged my arm tightly. I looked at Jiang Shan, a bit embarrassed. Qinghan was really scared today. It's also my fault for not caring about her before, letting her suffer like that. Jiang Shan shook her head. She asked curiously, Classmate Gu Bei, is Qinghan really your younger sister? I've never heard her mention having an older brother. Also, how were you able to call so many people? I am the son of the Gu Group's chairman. Qinghan is my biological half-sister. Unexpected, right? The pitiful girl from before is actually the youngest daughter of a top wealthy family. Hearing my words, Jiang Shan subconsciously nodded. As for why Qinghan is like this, I was about to explain when she interrupted me. Brother, let's go quickly. My words stopped. I guessed that she still hadn't accepted the Gu family. so I didn't say anything more. The group of three quickly arrived at the parking lot. Before us was a two-seater Ferrari. I couldn't help but look embarrassed. This supercar is great, but it's as if it's afraid. The owner is morally corrupt or something. I suddenly remembered something. I opened the car door. I tossed the two new pineapple phones I bought this morning to them. These two phones are for you. Get used to using them here first. I am going to get a different car. Jiang Shan looked at the latest model pineapple phone in her hand. This top-tier model costs around 10,000 yuan. She hurriedly refused. This is too expensive. I can't accept it. If it weren't for you today, my sister's life would have been ruined, I said. Gu Qinghan also nodded at Jiang Shan. She said softly, "Thank you. It's not just about today." Hearing her words, Jiang Shan finally accepted the phone. I brushed Gu Qinghan's hair aside. I took the phone I had just given Gu Qinghan and saved my phone number for her. Wait here obediently. When I come back, I'll comb your hair for you. Gu Qinghan nodded repeatedly. She said obediently. Then, drive carefully. Sitting in the car, I opened my Douyin app. Today, the video of those people saying Gu Qinghan was a prostitute had already spread online. I wanted to see what the situation was. Seeing that the interface wouldn't load, I couldn't help but frown. What's wrong? I remember I just bought this phone last month. Is the quality of phones in this world this bad? More than 10 minutes later, I arrived at Jiangcheng Square. I parked the Ferrari and found another four-seater car. Just as I was about to start it, the Douyin app finally opened. The video about Gu Qinghan, high school girl, for an expensive haircut experience, chooses to be a sugar baby had already climbed to the top of the trending list. The video content showed a side view of my face, along with my nouveau riche appearance. The rest was all scenes of Gu Qinghan with her head down, being scolded by people. The caption read, "This is a high-end hair salon." The girl, just to get her hair done once, chose to be kept by a prodigal son. I opened the comment section. It was filled with unbearable words. Girls these days are so vain. For a haircut, they can sell their bodies, and she's a student. That guy really scored. My bro wants to ask, how much for one night? It's really my bro who wants to know. Last time I met one for 500 a night. Looked really young. What a disgrace to Jiang Cheng. Can you just get out of Jiang Cheng by yourself? Looking at the video and each comment, my expression grew darker and darker. Because of their groundless video, it directly led to Liu Can bullying Gu Qinghan and almost ruined her life. These animals who feast on human blood buns, I cursed angrily. First, I called the manager of the Muse Salon to get the full video from that time first. Young Master Jiu, you want yesterday's video, right? This morning when I saw that video, I already extracted the footage. I'll send it to you now. The manager had clearly guessed my intentions. After hanging up the phone, I saw the two video clips the manager sent. One was the original, unedited video. The other was a video with the store and employees blurred out. The manager is quite smart, I said with a laugh. I downloaded the slanderous video of Gu Qinghan from the internet, along with the extracted camera footage. I sent them to the head of the corporate legal department, Qin Lan. At the same time, I sent her a message. Sister, Qin Lan, this morning, please help me collect evidence against those who spread slanderous rumors about me and my sister. Prepare to file a lawsuit. Returning to the school, Jiang Shan was teaching Gu Qinghan how to use the new phone. Gu Qinghan seemed a bit distracted. Her eyes occasionally glanced towards the school gate. Seeing a car approach, she quickly stood up. I got out of the car. I handed her the clothes I just bought at Jiangcheng Square. Get in the car and change first. I'll comb your hair later. Taking the clothes, Gu Qinghan reached out and gently hugged me, then quickly got into the car. While waiting for her to change, I asked Jiang Shan, is there anywhere you girls want to go? In my previous life, I was a humble wage earner. I didn't have any experience dating girls. As I see it, dating is just eating, watching a movie, and strolling around. And then everyone goes home. Right? They just had breakfast. This isn't a good time for a movie or a walk, and we can't just skip to the final step. Jiang Shan thought for a moment and said hesitantly, I heard Qinghan say before that she wanted to go to the zoo. I estimated the time. It was about 9 a.m. now. I've scheduled the moving company for this afternoon. We can probably hang out for about 3 hours. Youth is priceless. Let's get going right now. Just then, Gu Qinghan opened the car door. She placed the jade comb in my hand. On her upper body, she wore a loose white shirt. On the shirt was a print of a small white rabbit hugging a carrot. On her lower body was a pair of loose, long sweatpants, completely covering her long legs. I noticed the elastic waistband was tied very tightly. Clearly, regarding what happened this morning, she still had severe psychological trauma. I took the comb. I gently combed her hair. Between the strands of hair, I could see a few distinctly pale patches on her scalp underneath. It was obviously pulled very hard. My heart felt like it was pierced by a handful of tiny nails. I really don't understand why. She's clearly such a good person, but the plot has to torture her like this. Gu Qinghan's head swayed slightly, enjoying my service. It seemed she had forgotten all the unpleasant things. Is your waistband tied too tight? Do you want to loosen it a bit? I asked. She looked at me doubtfully. She hesitated and gently lifted her shirt. Is your waistband tied too tight? Do you want to loosen it a bit? I asked. She looked at me doubtfully. Hesitantly, she gently lifted her shirt and said coquettishly, "You tie it for me." Her flat, fair lower abdomen appeared before my eyes. I shyly averted my gaze. "Let Jiang Shan do it." Hearing this, Jiang Shan quickly stepped forward. "Qing Han, let me retie it for you." Gu Qing Han yanked her shirt down. She said unhappily, "Then don't tie it." I scratched my head. "All right, then I'll tie a bow for you." I swallowed and looked around once more. This feeling of being a thief. After all, back when I took the college entrance exams, I managed to solve the final big math problem, but I've never untied a girl's waistband before. Only upon getting closer did I realize how beautiful the skin of the #1 villain in this book was. Just getting close. An elegant fragrance was almost unbearable. Du Qinghan seemed afraid I didn't know how to tie a bow. She secretly lifted her shirt a little higher. After a moment of blushing furiously, I finally finished tying the bow. My heart was pounding faster than after running 1,000 meters. I stood up, patted her head. "Next time, you have to do your own things. Let's go. We're going to have fun now." The plan was to take the two of them to Yuang Zoo in the west of Jiangche. Yuang Zoo covers 3,000 mu. It's the largest wildlife park in the territory of Great Xia. It boasts the richest animal population, as well as various theme parks. I was prepared to take Gu Qinghan to the parent-child interaction area to let the cute little animals comfort her wounded soul. The group of 3 quickly arrived at Yuang Zoo. Because it was a weekday, the park wasn't too crowded, but I still held Gu Qinghan's wrist tightly. I didn't give the two of them time to wander. I took her and Jiang Shan directly to the interaction area. Seeing so many baby animals, the two girls' hearts immediately melted. "Qinghan, look quickly. It's a tiger cub and a baby panda too. We can even feed them here." She hugged my arm and shook it nonstop, pulling me all over the place. Suddenly, my phone chimed. I took out my phone to see it was a message from Qinlan. "Young master, the evidence has been collected. We can file the lawsuit at any time. Tonight, we must launch a public opinion war against these bloggers who feast on human blood buns. Let them have a taste of being cyberbullied. If they apologize on their own, fine. But if they remain stubborn, then send them to jail to work the sewing machines." I suddenly noticed that Gu Qinghan's gaze seemed to be always on me. I asked doubtfully, "What's wrong?" Her face flushed as she said softly, "Brother, your phone screen." I scratched my head. I explained, "Last time when I was filming, I thought it looked nice, so I saved it. If you don't like it, I'll change it right now." "I like it," she quickly said, taking a deep breath. She mustered all her courage and said, "Brother, let's take a picture together." I saw her take out her phone, trying to straighten her arm. At that moment, Gu Qinghan's other hand was holding a small pan. The countdown, 3, 2 finished. She suddenly stood on her tiptoes and kissed me on the cheek. Her eyes were innocent, blinking nonstop, looking at my startled face in the picture, and her rarely seen courageous look. The joy in my heart was irrepressible at this moment. Seeing I was still dazed, she explained, "Brother, sorry. I just wanted to get a little closer to you just now, but the panda is too heavy." I couldn't stand steadily for a moment. I looked doubtfully at the small panda in her hand. "This little furball doesn't feel that heavy." "Qinghan," I discovered, "you can buy a chicken to feed the tigers here for 10 yuan. The same kind of chicken outside costs at least 30 yuan. At lunchtime, Jiang Shan excitedly said to Gu Qinghan. "Moreover, I've checked. The quality of the chicken meat here is extremely good, much better than the food they give us." But Gu Qinghan was a bit distracted. Her fingers kept swiping on her phone's home screen. Her cheeks were flushed. I interjected with a laugh. "You're not planning to secretly buy 2 chickens to take home, are you? There's a purchase limit on animal feed here. It's to maintain the animal's health. If you secretly buy 2 chickens, the tiger will have to check its accounts with the staff all day tonight." Jiang Shan stuck out her tongue. "Looks like my plan has failed." After lunch, they took a few more group photos at the zoo gate, then ended this short trip. Looking at the group photos, I felt something was a bit strange. Gu Qinghan's eyes never seemed to look at the camera. Instead, they were always on me. I shook my head. I am probably just overthinking things. In the afternoon, because we had to help Chun Yu Yuan move. After asking Jiang Shan, I took her back to school first. I glanced at the time. It was almost 1:30 p.m. The appointment with the moving company was for 2 p.m., so I hurried and drove to Chun Yu Yuan's house. Actually, the house near Jiangcheng High School that I own is already fully furnished. They only need to bring a change of clothes. They can move in right away. But I am determined to win Chun Yu Yuan over, so I plan to use this opportunity to completely clear out her house, and at the same time, terminate the lease on this place, while also figuring out how to persuade her mother to accept treatment. After 7 or 8 turns, finally, under Gu Qinghan's guidance, we arrived at Chun Yu Yuan's house, because she had to move today. Chun Yu Yuan had taken a day off from school. She was sitting in the yard, reviewing her lessons. Today she was wearing a strap dress, a white one with a cinched waist design, revealing her fair neck and slender shoulders. Her high chest, the 2 thin straps, seemed to be enduring 1,000 pounds of weight, at risk of snapping at any moment. I walked over and greeted her with a smile, joking that Senior was dressed so beautifully today. Planning to go on a date? Chun Yu Yuan looked up at me. She smiled and nodded. "I am waiting for you to ask me." Ju Qinghan hugged my arm and took half a step forward, creating a distance between me and Chun Yu Yuan. She also offered a simple greeting. Chun Yu Yuan looked at her intimate action towards me and said admiringly, "It's so nice to have an older brother. I want an older brother too." She playfully took my other arm, calling coquettishly, "Brother Gubei." Seeing this, Gu Qinghan pouted her small mouth and let go of my arm. She switched to hugging my waist tightly. Declaring her ownership, she said, "Senior Yu Yuan, this is my brother. You can't snatch my brother from me." Chun Yu Yuan looked at her intimate action towards me and said admiringly, "It's so nice to have an older brother. I want an older brother too." She playfully took my other arm, calling coquettishly, "Brother Gubei." Seeing this, Gu Qinghan pouted her small mouth and let go of my arm. She switched to hugging my waist tightly. Declaring her ownership, she said, "Senior Yu Yuan, this is my brother. You're not allowed to snatch my brother from me." Looking at Gu Qinghan's jealous expression, I gently stroked her head. I turned my head to look at Chun Yu Yuan and asked if her things were packed. Chun Yu Yuan pulled my hand and led me into the house. "Mom, Gubei is here." Hearing her voice, Liu Xiang hurried down from upstairs. She was carrying 2 large bundles made from bedsheets. Inside were filled with daily necessities. Seeing the beads of sweat on her forehead, I knew she was enduring intense pain at that moment. I quickly stepped forward to take the bundles from her hands. I also took the opportunity to check her pulse. The pulse indicated that besides cancer, her body was also extremely weak. Years of hard labor had caused her many illnesses. Furthermore, she was severely malnourished. But luckily, these illnesses were still in a treatable stage. If it really dragged on until after Chun Yu Yuan's college exams, I am afraid she would be beyond saving. "Auntie, I've already found a moving company. You two just need to tell them which things need to be moved." Liu Xiang frowned. "This is too much trouble for them. We can pack it up ourselves. The college entrance exam is only a little over 3 months away. We'll only be staying for a short time. Auntie, it's a waste to leave the house empty. Having you two there will make it cozier." I heard the elders say that if a house is left empty for too long, it's not good for the house either. As for the moving company, they're actually all my family's workers. They're free anyway. Might as well let them come and help. Just then, a truck drove into the open space. 6 people in blue work uniforms, wearing white gloves, got out of the truck. The burly man in the lead saw me and hurried over. "Young master, is it this house?" I nodded. I said to Chun Yu Yuan, "You just need to tell them which things to move. For personal items, you can ask those 2 female workers. They'll help you pack." The burly man took a stack of thick cardboard from the truck. He used tape to form cardboard boxes and began packing and moving things. "Auntie, this house will probably be empty for a few months. How about we just return the house to the landlord first? Before Senior Yu Yuan's exams, you two can just stay at my place. Wait until she goes to college. You can rent another place in the city where she studies. That way, you can save a few months' rent." Liu Xiang was stunned. She wasn't even sure if her body could last that long. But if she returned the house now, she could save a few hundred yuan each month to buy nutritious food for Chun Yu Yuan. "All right, listen to you. Let's go find the landlord to return the keys now," Liu Xiang said. "Auntie, let me go with you." Then I turned to look at Gu Qinghan. I instructed, "Stay here obediently with Senior Yu Yuan. Wait for me to come back." Gu Qinghan pouted, reluctant to part with me. But in the end, she still said okay. The landlord lived in an alley not far from there. Liu Xiang led me there. On the way, walking beside Liu Xiang, I asked, "Auntie Liu, do you know about your current health condition?" Liu Xiang's expression stiffened for a moment. She immediately smiled and said, "I've been working all these years. My health really isn't that good. I can't do heavy work anymore." I shook my head. I began, "Auntie, I know a little bit of medicine. Right now, it's not that your health is just not good. You have cancer." Hearing these words, Liu Xiang fell into a brief silence and then sighed. She said, "I fainted at work before. The old doctor in town said I might have cancer. I know it myself. I can't be with Yu Yuan for much longer. Yu Yuan is about to take her college exams now. This is the turning point in her destiny. I can't let her be distracted anymore. I already couldn't give her a complete home. I don't want to affect her future life anymore." Hearing her words, I rolled my eyes and said with a smile, "Auntie, you also don't want Senior to know that you have cancer, right?" Hearing this, Liu Xiang immediately frowned and said unhappily, What are you planning to do?" I explained, "Auntie Liu, actually, your illness is still in the early stages. With proper treatment, it can be cured. I hope you can cooperate with me for the treatment." Liu Xiang's brow relaxed as she said helplessly, "There's no need. Xiao Bei, I know you're a good kid, but I can't owe you too many favors. My life is just what it is." I sighed softly. I knew she was afraid of owing me too great a favor, that it would all become a burden for Chun Yu Yuan later. After thinking for a moment, I continued to persuade her, "Auntie Liu, actually, I've had a crush on Senior Yu Yuan for a long time. Xiao Bei, wait until Yu Yuan gets into college. I won't object to her dating then. But right now, you're still in high school. The college entrance exam is the most important chance to change her life. I don't want anyone or anything to affect her." I nodded, my expression serious as I spoke. I will absolutely not affect senior studies. Besides, this crush. I hope you can also help me keep it a secret, although Chun Yu-yuan's appearance, figure, and personality are all wonderful. But after all, you two have only just met. This so-called secret crush is just an excuse to make Liu Xiang more willing to accept my good intentions. I just hope that if Miss Yuan and I get together, we can receive your blessing at our wedding. Auntie, you also want to see your daughter walking down the aisle, don't you? I said, pretending to be deeply in love. Liu Xiang closed her eyes, imagining her daughter in a pure white wedding dress. Miss Yuan loves you more than you can imagine. With your illness, you will often be in pain later on. You might even fall into a coma. When Miss Yuan finds out then, do you think she could just stand by and watch you die? You surely don't want to be in a coma, while Miss Yuan sells herself to some old man to pay for your treatment, right? In the original story, even though she knew Liu Xiang had no chance of survival, and treatment would only prolong her life by a few years, Chun Yuan still chose to become a kept woman to get the money for her medical bills. Liu Xiang's expression was torn, occasionally sizing me up. Finally, she sighed helplessly. Xiao Bei, I'll listen to you. I won't object to you and Yuan being together, but I hope you'll wait until she finishes university. Of course, I agreed immediately. I couldn't help but nod happily. It was just as Liu Xiang thought. As long as I can cure her illness, given the mother-daughter bond between Chun Yuan and Liu Xiang, I can live off Chun Yuan for the rest of my life. Liu Xiang thought I was some lovesick fool. She had no idea my mind was so clear. My career-oriented mindset completely took over. How can love be as sweet as this God-sent wealth? When Chun Yuan graduates, I'll pull her into the Gu group. Not only will I eliminate a competitor, but I'll also help the group reach new heights. We arrived at the landlord's door. The landlord was an old woman with graying hair. Hearing that Liu Xiang wanted to move out today, she hurriedly asked with concern, "Did you two find a cheaper place?" Liu Xiang didn't know how to answer for a moment. She instinctively glanced at me. If these people found out they were moving into my house, they would inevitably be gossiped about behind their backs, saying she was improper, or that she sold her daughter, and so on. I took a step forward and explained with a smile, "Ma'am, I know you're worried about Aunt Liu and her daughter." Aunt Liu found a job handling express deliveries at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. They have a dedicated room for storage over there. Adding 2 small beds isn't a problem. The old woman nodded. "Oh, I see. That puts my mind at ease. If you're moving out today, then have Yuan write a for rent sign for me, hang it on the gate, okay?" After informing the landlord, the two of them went back to their home. I used the same reason, to explain to all the neighbors. The neighbors had seen me visit Liu Xiang's house yesterday, and today, with the moving company here, they had already started spreading rumors. The story of Chun Yuan being found by her sugar daddy was already making the rounds. Saying goodbye to these gossip intelligence stations, beside me, Gu Qinghan hugged my arm and asked with a confused expression, "Brother, why did you say that?" I looked around and saw that no one was nearby, so I explained in a low voice, "These old ladies have too much time on their hands. They love to make up stories about others and gossip, and Aunt Liu is someone who cares a lot about her reputation. Although she won't have contact with these people after moving, she might reject our good intentions because of her pride. Besides, do you really think they're asking about Aunt Liu out of kindness? On one hand, it's to satisfy their nosy curiosity. On the other, it's to get close to her, to see if they can ask for favors later." Seeing Gu Qinghan's thoughtful expression, I gently pinched her little nose. "But this brother of yours is very open-minded. I won't make myself suffer for the sake of pride. If you become successful in the future and say you want to support me, I'd even be willing to lick your heels." After saying that, I couldn't help but lick my dry lips. Gu Qinghan lowered her head, her gaze falling on my shod feet. Her face instantly flushed red, and she gently shook her head. She said in a small voice, "No, that's dirty." Seeing this, I blinked in confusion. Shouldn't she be calling me a pervert right now? I glanced at her again. It felt like Gu Qinghan was actually considering it. Seeing Gu Qinghan's thoughtful expression, I gently pinched her little nose. "But this brother of yours is very open-minded. I won't make myself suffer for the sake of pride. If you become successful in the future and say you want to support me, I'd even be willing to lick your heels." After saying that, I couldn't help but lick my dry lips. Gu Qinghan lowered her head, her gaze falling on my shod feet. Her face instantly flushed red, and she gently shook her head. She said in a small voice, "No, that's terrible." Seeing this, I blinked in confusion. Shouldn't she be calling me a pervert right now? I glanced at her again. It felt like Gu Qinghan was actually considering it. Have I corrupted her? I thought to myself. Back at Chun Yuan's house, because they had lived there for a long time, there were many things they couldn't bear to throw away. The moving company was helping sort and pack everything. Seeing me return, Chun Yuan walked over and said with a smile, "Gu Bei, I don't know how to thank you. With their help, it's really been much easier." I secretly glanced at Liu Xiang and joked, "Just now, when I went with Auntie to pay the rent, she already agreed to our matter." "Our matter?" Chun Yuan tilted her head and asked doubtfully. She immediately seemed to understand something, and her face flushed red in an instant. "I'll go help out." She fled from the spot in a panic. Gu Qinghan let go of my arm. Her voice also became a little unhappy. Brother, what on earth happened when you guys went out just now? I thought for a moment, if I want to hide things from Chun Yuan later, I might even need Ju Ching Han's cooperation. So I told her everything. She lowered her head guiltily. She gently tugged my sleeve and asked, Brother, we have a way to help Auntie, right? Yes. Luckily, we found out early. If we had waited another 3 or 4 months, even the gods couldn't have saved her. The move here will still take a while. I want to take Auntie to the hospital for an examination first. By the way, I promised Captain Chen this morning that I'd take him to see old General Xi Zhan. I looked at Gu Qinghan. Do you want to come along? Gu Qinghan looked at me. Then at Chun Yuan. I want to stay with Sister Yuan. I pinched her cheek. Your expression gives everything away. If you're found out, can you withstand Sister Yuan's interrogation? She hugged my arm and whined, Brother, then I'll go with everyone to Chun Yuan's house. Her face flushed. She pretended to be calm and helped pack. To Aunt Liu, the house hasn't been lived in for a long time. I forgot to call a maid to clean it. Could I trouble you to go and clean up a bit first? I said, Gu Bei. How about I go clean it? My mother can't do heavy work. Chun Yuan cut in. I was about to make up an excuse when Gu Qinghan stepped forward and said, Sister Yuan, my brother and I will also help. Besides, we can show Auntie around the neighborhood. Otherwise, it'll be dark by the time the move is done. Tomorrow, she won't even know where to buy food. Seeing our concerned gazes, Chun Yuan was still a little worried. She looked at Liu Shang. Yuan, a little cleaning won't take much effort. Besides, they'll be helping. That way, when you get there, you can start studying right away. The college entrance exam is the most important turning point in your life. You have to give it your all. Liu Xiang made the final decision. After getting in the car, I told Liu Shang the real purpose of this trip. She sighed softly and immediately put on a serious expression. Xiao Bei, I want to ask something. How much will this treatment cost? And what are the chances of a full recovery? If it's too expensive, even if it's curable, she wouldn't dare to get treated. After thinking for a moment, I said, Auntie, you don't need to worry about the cost. I'll be doing most of the acupuncture treatment myself. The medicinal herbs and equipment are from my family. You just need to pay the cost price. We can deduct it from Miss Yuan's tutoring fees. As for whether it can be cured, I can only say, man proposes, God disposes. Hearing my words and feeling that the cost wouldn't be too high, Liu Xiang finally nodded gently in agreement. As long as she could survive, she could work a little more in the future. She'd be able to pay back the medical expenses one way or another. The car quickly arrived at the gate of Jiangcheng Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. I was just about to call Chen Fu when I saw him sitting in the guardhouse. I rolled down the car window, waved, and called out, Uncle Chen. Get in, uncle. Let's go over together. Chen Fu seemed to have showered at noon. He had changed into a green military uniform, his posture ramrod straight. A row of small medals was pinned to his chest. Holding a large bouquet, he got into the back seat. I raised an eyebrow and joked, Uncle, does your wife know you give flowers to men? He laughed sheepishly. Secret stash. It's all from the secret stash. You'll understand when you get married. On the way to Hua Tuo Hall, I asked, Uncle Chen, have you interrogated those people yet? They said they heard rumors online, which is why they bullied my sister. You've already gotten the surveillance footage from that day. I hope you can issue a statement tonight to prove my sister's innocence. At the same time, state that cyberbullying led to my sister being bullied at school, causing her severe depression. Remind them that the internet is not a lawless place. Chen Fu nodded. After all, what I said was basically the complete truth. He immediately called his colleague at the city guard team and told him to draft a statement. The car stopped in front of Hua Tuo Hall. The group of 4 walked through a long corridor and entered Hua Tuo Hall. Liu Shang followed behind them apprehensively. She never knew that a place like this existed within the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Just looking at the decor here, she knew the consultation fees must be high. Gu Qinghan noticed Liu Shang's unease. She let go of my arm, linked hers with Liu Xiang's, and said, Auntie, my brother is just here to see a patient. He's not having the doctors here treat you. After hearing that, Liu Xiang immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Entering Hua Tuo Hall, I told the old doctor at the counter to prepare a few medicinal decoctions and get me a set of silver needles. Aunt Liu, please wait in the consultation room over there for a moment. It's not convenient to go any further inside, I said, apologetically. Brother, I'll stay with Aunt Liu. I nodded and led Chen Fu towards the inner ward of Hua Tuo Hall. The inner ward of Hua Tuo Hall was exquisitely decorated. It resembled an ancient, deep courtyard mansion. The furniture inside was all custom-made. Even in such an antique setting, it didn't feel out of place at all. As soon as I entered, a faint scent of sandalwood filled my nostrils, quickly calming one's mood. Today, Xi Zhan was being looked after by Xiu Xing, along with his third sister, Gu Wan. The male lead, Long Ao Tian, was also here for some reason. He was shamelessly and attentively chatting with Gu Wan. Although Gu Wan disliked Long Ao Tian, she was curious about the traditional medicine knowledge he was discussing, so she would chime in with a few words now and then. How could your younger brother treat you like that? It's really too much. If I had a beautiful older sister like you, I definitely wouldn't have the heart to treat her that way. You've already personally apologized. What more does he want? You're all family. Does he expect you to kneel? Long Ao Tian instigated with his green tea words. Gu Wan also huffed in dissatisfaction. He rarely came home yesterday. I wanted to apologize in front of our parents, but I know he wasn't coming back after he left. He even suspected that I was deliberately avoiding him. Seeing this, I wrinkled my nose and took 2 sharp sniffs. I said admiringly, "This ward of ours is really well decorated, truly worthy of its pure Chinese design. Amidst such a strong scent of sandalwood, I can still smell the stench of green tea. Who are you calling green tea?" Hearing what I said, Long Ao Tian shot up to his feet. I rolled my eyes in disdain. If your ears don't work, you can donate them to someone who needs them. Xiao Bei, how can you be so rude? Gu Wan'er frowned and said unhappily. Dr. Gu, what is our relationship? Why are you being so familiar? Yesterday, you pointed at my face and called me a bastard. Have you forgotten so quickly? I sneered. I glanced at Long Ao Tian. Then I opened my mouth with a cold smile. Dr. Gu, you're not trying to rob the cradle, are you? A charlatan who can lead you by the nose with just a few words. He really has medical skills. Gu Wan'er retorted. You really have medical skills. I looked at him with feigned surprise. Long Ao Tian didn't answer. He just snorted arrogantly, the corners of his mouth twitching up slightly, revealing a triumphant smile. So yesterday, when you insisted on treating the old man until he was crippled, what was your intention? You wanted him to collect disability benefits with you. I paused for a moment, then turned to Gu Wan'er. Can idiots get benefits nowadays? Long Ao Tian's face immediately turned pale, then flushed. He indeed had the ability to treat Xi Zhan, but he absolutely couldn't admit it in front of everyone right now. If young Master Gu doesn't welcome me, then he'll just leave, he said angrily, then looked around. I opened my mouth in confusion. Well, no one's keeping you. He had to grit his teeth and glare at me fiercely. My previous words made him look like a self-directed clown. Seeing him leave, I thought for a moment. Then I looked at Gu Wan'er again and reminded her. If Long Ao Tian really has talent, then his intentions are definitely not pure. You should stay away from people like that. And if he has no talent, then he's a fraud, and you should stay even further away from him. Hearing me say that, Gu Wan'er's previously gloomy eyes suddenly lit up. Xiao Bei, are you concerned about me? I know I was wrong. It was all my fault yesterday. If you don't like that person, he'll have the guards throw him out next time. Xiao Bei, actually, I wanted to go home yesterday to apologize to you, but I waited and waited, and you never came back. I shook my head indifferently. If Gu Wan'er and Long Ao Tian colluded, it would be much simpler for Long Ao Tian to get information from the Gu group. In the novel's plot, the business empire he built was built by sucking the blood of the Go group. Even if it's just a small possibility, I have to stop this from happening. After all, in my past life, as a dedicated wage earner, I understood clearly, only this immense wealth and prosperity is the most important thing. On the other side, Chen Fu stood opposite Xie Zhan's sickbed. Holding a bouquet of flowers, his posture was ramrod straight. Seeing his idol in front of him, this big man became a little flustered. He looked at me with pleading eyes. I walked to Xie Zhan's bedside and said with a smile, "Old sir, how are you feeling?" When Xie Zhan saw me, he didn't know whether to be grateful or angry for a moment. He was grateful because I had cured his illness. His injury had been examined by all the famous doctors in the country, and they all recommended conservative treatment. Only I dared to actually operate on him. Moreover, the illness that stumped so many famous doctors was actually cured by me. He really liked me a lot. He even had the idea of adopting a grandson. But unexpectedly, I rejected that offer. Instead, I told him to adopt my father as his son. Sai Xian observed the middle-aged man in front of him. Is this the person you want me to adopt? I shook my head repeatedly. Old sir, don't talk nonsense. How could I say something so outrageous? When I went home and told my father yesterday, he immediately gave me a beating. It seems your reputation isn't working, old sir. Xie Zhan snorted coldly. Wait until I am discharged from the hospital. I'll pay a visit to your home. I want to see if this old man's reputation still holds up or not. I was secretly happy. If the old man takes action, it seems I can get payback for yesterday's beating. I looked at Chen Fu opposite me again and introduced him to Xie Zhan. This is the city guard in charge of security in this area. Chen Fu, Uncle Chen, he told me. Many stories about you from your youth. Old sir, you're too amazing. To think you could lead troops to capture Haicheng, directly breaking the enemy's siege. For our Xia, you established a solid logistics route. For this achievement, I must at least toast you with 2 needles. As I spoke, I took out the silver needles and inserted them into Xie Zhan's acupoints. Xie Zhan looked at me doubtfully. He had heard of toasting with wine and even toasting with food, but never with silver needles. But hearing the praise, he was in a good mood. Especially after the shrapnel was removed, his breathing was much smoother now. He nodded kindly at Chen Fu. Seeing this, Chen Fu took 2 steps forward. He placed the bouquet in his hand into the vase in the room. Then he gave Xie Zhan a military salute. Although the old man was lying in bed, he also raised his right hand in a return salute. Watching the old general's slow movements, Chen Fu's eyes began to well up. General CA. Back then, it was after watching a documentary about you that I resolutely chose this path. I don't understand the romance between soldiers. After turning Xie Zhan into a porcupine with needles, I looked at Chen Fu and asked, Uncle Chen, do you want to take a photo with the old sir? Chen Fu looked at me emotionally. Then at Xie Zhan. Seeing his expectant expression, Zhan nodded slightly. I took the phone Chen Fu handed me and took a photo of the two of them. In the photo, Xie Zhan was lying on the sickbed. Due to his old age, his back was slightly hunched, while Chen Fu stood ramrod straight, his resolute gaze fixed forward. Looking at the photo I just took, I nodded in satisfaction. This is a great photo. Without the older generation's arduous struggle, fighting so hard that their backs became bent, how could our generation have such straight backs? The originally ordinary photo, through my words, immediately became full of meaning. The more Xie Zhan looked, the more satisfied he was. He asked, Xiao Bei, are you engaged yet? I looked at the old man doubtfully. I suddenly remembered a plot point from the book. Xie Zhan has a granddaughter named Xie Shuang Xu. In the original work, she was also one of the women in Long Ao Tian's harem. Xie Zhan was grateful to Long Ao Tian for saving his life. After a conversation, he felt that Long Ao Tian's character was decent, so he wanted to match him with his granddaughter. But Xie Shuang Xu had a stubborn personality. She strongly opposed Xie Zhan arranging her marriage, wanting to set up the wedding, but she didn't dare to defy the old man. So she wanted to defeat Long Ao Tian directly to make him back off. However, Long Ao Tian also came from a martial arts background, so of course, Xie Shuang Xu couldn't do anything to him. They became friends after fighting. They quickly became as close as siblings. Xi Shuang Xu was also very chivalrous. Once, when Long Ao Tian argued with the female lead, to comfort him, she offered herself to him. I looked at my slender arms and legs. I really couldn't withstand Xie Shuang Xu's torment. I quickly stopped him. Old sir, I am still a minor. What are you trying to do? As if exposed, Xie Zhan looked at me with some embarrassment. How is this kid so sharp? He forced a laugh and said, It's good for young people to interact more. Who knows? You might have something in common. It's not like I am bragging, old sir, but my granddaughter is one of the most beautiful girls around. She's not a bit inferior to the girl you brought yesterday. I nodded. The book repeatedly mentioned Xie Shuang Xu's incredibly long legs. Although I was curious about how long they were, I am not as good at taking a beating as Long Ao Tian. To put it bluntly, if Xie Shuang Xu dared to lay a hand on me, I would definitely just lie down on the ground. I can't win. I fundamentally can't win. I looked around for help. Wait a minute. It seems no one in this room can control the old man. Cu Xing was observing me with a smile. Not bad looking. If he marries my daughter, our children will definitely be beautiful too. Plus, he has miraculous medical skills. I heard that last night, the doctors from the Da Sha Medical Research Institute watched my surgery video over and over again. They kept wondering how I did it. They were about to pull all their hair out. Uncle Chen, someone here is arranging a marriage. Aren't you going to do something about it? I asked through gritted teeth. General Xie, young Master Ju, I still have to go on patrol. Please excuse me. Chen Fu said hurriedly. Both were people he couldn't afford to offend. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid he'd get caught in the crossfire. Xiu Xing. The old man is planning to sell your daughter. I believe my father's judgment of people is absolutely correct. Xiu Xing said with a smile. The way she was looking at me now was like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, growing more pleased by the second. Gu Wan'er had mysteriously run out just now. Now, I was isolated in the ward with no one to help me. No. My brother already has someone he likes. Just then, Gu Qinghan suddenly appeared. No. My brother already has someone he likes. Just then, Gu Qinghan suddenly appeared, running to my side. She hugged my arm and looked at the two of them warily. Xie Zhan's gaze darted back and forth between Gu Qinghan and me. Yesterday, he had heard from Xie Xing that I wasn't the Gu family's biological son. Furthermore, my biological parents were both deceased. Marrying into the Gu family directly wouldn't affect my life. Perhaps it was the best choice. I nodded repeatedly and gently patted Gu Qinghan's head. I guessed she was talking about Chen Yuan. As expected of the biggest villain in the story, her mind is so quick. But this intimate gesture, in Xie Zhan's eyes, looked like two young people in love. Gu Qinghan's cheeks were flushed. She stood on her tiptoes and leaned close to my ear, and whispered, She's been waiting for a long time over there. I nodded. Old sir, I still have a patient on the other side. Please excuse me. After saying that, I hurriedly pulled Gu Qinghan's hand and fled the scene. Watching the two of them leave, Xie Zhan still hadn't given up. He said, Get that girl Shuang Xu to Jiangcheng. If she can't trick Gu Bei into becoming my grandson-in-law, then lock up all the guns in her room. On the other side, I hurried to the consultation room and began the treatment. A while later, the acupuncture session ended. I breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Qinghan took out 2 tissues and helped me wipe the sweat from my forehead. I had never received such treatment before. My body froze in an instant, and I didn't dare to move. Liu Shang blushed with embarrassment and quickly got dressed. She didn't know what to say. But after this acupuncture session, she really felt much lighter. The pain that had been tormenting her had subsided even without painkillers. Looking at the sky, it was almost time for school to end. Chun Yuan should be almost done packing by now. Let's go. The medicine should be ready. I stretched. I stood up and said, at the reception desk, the old doctor handed me the brewed medicine and silver needles. He also gave me a bag. Inside were a few bags of traditional Chinese medicine. This is the plum soup that the third young miss specially cooked for the young master. It's just been chilled. You can drink it right away, the old doctor said. I nodded. I knew this was Guwaner trying to make peace with me. Yesterday, I gave her a good scolding, trying to make peace with just a few bags of plum soup. After thinking for a moment, I pretended to be heartbroken and said, tell my third sister not to waste her efforts. I know I am not really a member of the Gu family, but after all, Mom and Dad have raised me for so many years. Even when bones are broken, the sinews remain. Right now, there's still a knot in my heart that I can't get over. I paused and smiled bitterly. Maybe it will be okay after some time. After all, she is my third sister. Even if she doesn't acknowledge me, she is still my sister. After saying that, I sighed again. I led Gu Qinghan and Liu Xiang away from there, in the pharmacy room. Gu Wan Er was still quietly hiding in a corner, looking towards the reception desk. She wanted to know, when I saw the plum soup she made herself, what my reaction would be. Hearing what I just said, she felt as if her heart was filled with broken glass shards. It turns out Xiao Bei never blamed me. He still considers me his sister. Yesterday, I said such harsh things. It's only natural that he's unwilling to forgive me now. It's all my fault. But, Xiao Bei, I will definitely make you forgive me. Just thinking about me huddled alone under a cold blanket, only able to lick my wounds in solitude. Gu Waner's eyes couldn't help but turn red. However, I am not the original owner of this body. I am currently immersed in the joy of revenge. If you left me alone on a bed that was 800 square meters wide, don't even talk about being sad. Even if I rolled over twice on the bed, I wouldn't fall to the floor. I could only laugh out loud. Leaving the Huatuo clinic, I gave the plum soup directly to Gu Qinghan and Liu Xiang. The plum soup was in a sealed traditional Chinese medicine bag. It looked ordinary on the outside, but after one sip, the sweet and sour taste mingled with the fragrant osmanthus scent. The cool sensation dispelled the late spring heat. This was the most delicious plum soup I had ever tasted. Gu Qinghan was also amazed by this flavor. A glimmer of light seemed to flash in her eyes. We got in the car to go back. I drove Liu Xiang around the apartment complex twice, showing her where the shops were. I told her she could wander around downstairs when she had free time in the next few days. When we arrived at the arranged apartment, Suen Yuan was sprawled on the sofa by the door, whining. Mom, where did you all go? Why did it take you so long to come back? My gaze was drawn to a deep abyss. I felt like my whole body was about to be swallowed whole. Du Qinghan noticed the scene and tugged on my arm. She asked, Brother, where are our slippers? Zhu and Yu, Wan, suddenly realized something. Her face flushing red. She immediately sat up straight, covering her chest with one hand. I shot Gu Qinghan a resentful look. The slippers were clearly arranged neatly on the shoe cabinet to the right. Entering the new home, Liu Xiang couldn't hide her joy. She curiously opened the door to each room. The things they brought were all neatly placed in the storage room. Apart from toiletries and a change of clothes, Suen Yu Wan hadn't unpacked anything else. I glanced around the house. The basic daily necessities were all there. Only some food was missing. Looking at Liu Xiang and Zhuan Yuan, although Zhuan Yuan had received a considerable salary, she would surely save it for university. I walked up to Zhuan Yuan, who was covering her chest. I chuckled softly. Senior, didn't you say you were waiting for me to ask you on a date? Let's go to the supermarket to buy some things. Zhuan Yuan blushed. She secretly glanced towards the bedroom, stood up, and called out, Mom, Gubei and I are going to the supermarket for a bit. Liu Xiang hurriedly walked out of the room. Xiao Bei, you and Qinghan should have dinner here tonight too. Well, have to trouble you tonight then, Auntie. I smiled and nodded. Liu Xiang then pulled out a wad of crumpled small bills from her pocket. She stuffed all of it into Shuan Yuan's hand. Remember to buy some dishes that Xiao Bei likes to eat. He'll cook something delicious for you all tonight. Shuan Yuan hummed softly twice, pouting, Mom, I don't even know who your real child is anymore. The supermarket was right across from the west gate of the apartment complex. It was just a short walk. The three of us went downstairs together. Gu Qinghan hugged my arm tightly, squeezing in between me and Shuan Yuan. Suddenly, two familiar figures appeared not far ahead. Zhang Shiting was walking arm in arm with Liang Wanwan towards the supermarket. Zhang Shiting said, Wanwan, this time, Gubei really went too far. We can't let him off so easily. Didn't you say this morning that he wanted to apologize? So he bought 2 of the latest pineapple phones. This time, even if he gives me one, I won't speak up for him. Liang Wanwan also said angrily. He also sold so many of my handbags, unless he buys back everything he sold. Otherwise, I will never pay attention to him again. Seriously, girl, this Gubei is too shameless. He took back the gifts he gave you. Does he think that by accepting his gifts, you have to be his girlfriend? So many people at our school are pursuing you, including so many top students. He's just a good-for-nothing rich kid. Just a useless playboy who squanders his family's money," Zhang Shiting said sympathetically. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure behind them. Her expression was full of surprise. Wan, that person behind us seems to be Gubei. His house isn't in this neighborhood." Liang Wan frowned. She guessed that Gubei wanted to create a chance encounter with her, that he was deliberately following her. But even if he were to apologize to her face right now, she had no intention of forgiving him just yet. Her pace quickened unconsciously. "Shiting, let's go. He made me so angry today. I have to make him wait a little longer." Zhang Shiting tugged Liang Wan's arm. Wan, I don't think that's it. There are two girls with Gubei right now." Hearing that, Liang Wan suddenly stopped and turned her head to look. Gubei was currently arm in arm with one girl and chatting with another girl. The group of three looked very harmonious. The beauty she was always so proud of was basically nothing compared to those two girls, especially compared to Xuan Yuan's hot figure. Her own figure was clearly too lacking. As for me, I had already noticed Zhang Shiting and Liang Wan ahead of, but I had already broken ties with them this morning. There was no longer any relationship between us, so I ignored them and planned to walk around them. But petty people are unpredictable. Unexpectedly, Liang Wan took a few quick steps and ran in front of us to block our path. She said coldly, "Gubei, you think pretending not to see me is going to attract my attention? Gubei, you think pretending not to see me is going to attract my attention?" She glanced at Gu Qinghan and Xuan Yuan and said scornfully, "I can't believe you even paid to hire two female students to act with you. You're so childish. If you sincerely apologize to me, it's not like I can't give you a chance to pursue me." Hearing that, I stared blankly at Liang Wan. I couldn't quite understand her train of thought. It seems the original owner's simp image was deeply ingrained in people's minds, just based on what happened this morning. It wasn't enough to change people's preconceived notions, so I reached out and put my arm around Gu Qinghan's shoulder, then wrapped my other arm around Xuan Yuan's waist, smiling as I said, "Thank you, but no need. Why should I give up this entire forest for a crooked tree like you?" Gu Qinghan blushed, and naturally wrapped her arm around me as well. She even nuzzled against my chest. I gently pinched Gu Qinghan's cheek. As expected of the #1 villain in the book, she grasped the situation so quickly, and her acting skills are also very refined. Xuan Yuan, on the other hand, was like an outsider to this battle. Her hands were clasped tightly together in nervousness. Her gaze was fixed on the hand resting on her waist. Liang Wan gritted her teeth in anger. She glared at Gu Qinghan and Xuan Yuan. "Do you two think Gubei actually likes you? He's just using you to make me angry. Once we make up, you'll be kicked to the curb immediately." Hearing that she would be abandoned, Gu Qinghan looked at me with wide, watery eyes. "Brother, will you abandon me in the future?" I looked deep into Gu Qinghan's eyes. "I will grow up with you." Gu Qinghan's face turned beet red, as if she was about to melt in my arms. When Liang Wan heard that, she glared fiercely at Gu Qinghan. She snorted coldly, "A man's words, how can you believe that crap? Why do you think Gubei brought you here? His house isn't here. This apartment complex is where I live. He's deliberately following me, wanting to apologize to me, begging for my forgiveness. You two are just tools. Only you would believe his sweet talk." Tu Qinghan made a face at Liang Wan. "He's not a stalker. On the contrary, it's you. You clearly don't like him, so why are you here, blocking his way?" After saying that, she turned her head to look at me and said coaxingly, "Brother, let's go quickly. Auntie is waiting for us to buy groceries and cook." I nodded. One arm around this one, the other around that one, and led the two of them towards the supermarket. Hearing Gu Qinghan's words, Liang Wan stood frozen on the spot. Zhang Shiting stepped forward and asked, Wan, could it be that Gubei's mother is planning to cook for the two of them herself? Gubei brings two girls home, and his mother doesn't even object. The private lives of the rich are so messy. She paused for a moment, then continued to ask, Gubei, did he ever invite you to his house for dinner before? Liang Wan's face darkened. The original owner had invited her to eat, but it was always at fancy restaurants outside. He never once mentioned taking her home for a meal, but she snorted coldly and said stubbornly, with the way he looks at me, how could I possibly agree to go to his house? His mother isn't a professional chef. What delicious food could she possibly make? On the other side, upon entering the supermarket, I was pushing 2 shopping carts by myself. Before, when I went grocery shopping, I had to pull out a calculator to compare prices even when buying snacks. If the taste was similar, even for different kinds of snacks, I would only dare to take one. But now, I can completely let loose. As long as I see something I like, I'll take one of each, without worrying about the price. 2 shopping carts. One was to compensate for my past deprivations. The other one, it was filled with snacks I chose for Gu Qinghan and Xuan Yuan. After finishing with the snack aisle, we moved on to the vegetable section. Xuan Yuan meticulously chose various seasonal vegetables. She also got some pork belly and a small piece of beef. Tonight we can render some lard, stir-fry a plate of greens, make a plate of braised pork, and add a small plate of stir-fried beef with ginger. She glanced at me, wondering if these dishes were too simple for me. But at that moment, my eyes were completely captivated by the jumping fresh seafood in the fresh food section. Have you finished choosing? I plan to buy some seafood to release. I looked at Ixuan Yuan and said with a smile. At checkout, because I bought so much stuff, the supermarket manager specially assigned someone to help carry it all home. Walking on the road, looking at the bright moon, I couldn't help but sigh. I had just discovered that going all out only cost 2,800 yuan. Apparently, with just 2,800, you can be happy starting from the supermarket trip all the way until you finish eating all the snacks. But before I transmigrated, I couldn't even bear to spend this 2,800. Gu Qinghan noticed my dejection. Brother, what's wrong? I shook my head and said with a smile, it's just that life is too good right now. It feels a little unreal. Gu Qinghan nodded vigorously. These past few days also made her feel like it wasn't real. She suddenly turned and hugged me tightly. Looking up, her eyes sparkling like stars, she called, Brother, can you feel me hugging you? Does it feel real now? I patted her head. I don't know what kind of messed up brain the original owner had. How could he bear to bully such an adorable girl? I smiled. You're walking backwards like this. We're both going to fall flat on our faces. A look of admiration appeared in Xuan Yuan's eyes. It would be so nice if she had a brother like that too. Unconsciously, she gently took my arm and said softly, Xiao Bei, how about you take that seafood home to eat? It's a bit too expensive. My mom doesn't know how to cook it either. It'll be a waste. I shook my head and raised an eyebrow, saying, high-end ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods. Fresh seafood like this just needs to be steamed. If you all don't know how, then let me. It's not a boast. But when it comes to boiling water, I have decades of experience. Even a 5-star chef wouldn't dare to claim that they are better at boiling water than me. Hearing my joke, both of them burst out laughing. When we got home, Liu Xiang was sitting on the sofa, trying to figure out how to turn on the TV. TVs now are not like when she was young, where you could just turn it on and watch a show. She fumbled with it for a long time without figuring it out. Seeing us return, she hurriedly stood up to take the grocery bags. I'll go make something delicious for you kids right now. Auntie, I'll come help too. I quickly volunteered. Without waiting for Liu Xiang to refuse, I carried the bag of seafood straight into the kitchen. Gu Qinghan trotted after me. Xuan Yuan saw everyone piling into the kitchen and felt awkward sitting in the living room alone. Fortunately, the kitchen was quite spacious. It didn't feel crowded even with 4 people inside, watching the others around me expertly. One chopping vegetables, another slicing meat. My amateur cooking skills didn't dare to show off in front of experts, so I took out a dozen or so Russian oysters from the bag and clumsily started shucking them with a knife. These were the kind you could eat raw. Prying open the shell revealed the plump, white oyster meat inside. Squeezing a bit of lemon juice on it, I slurped it down. The whole piece of oyster meat slid down into my stomach. The saltiness of the seawater mixed with the sourness of the lemon, and there was a faint, milky fragrance in my mouth. This flavor made my eyes light up. You really get what you pay for. Before, I craved them so much. I only dared to eat the 10 yuan for 8 grilled oysters with scallion oil sold at the gate. That flavor was also great. It didn't even matter if there was an oyster inside or not. After eating 2, I started feeding the other 3. Although everyone praised how delicious the oysters were, Liu Xiang and Xuan Yuan only tried one and refused to eat more. But how could this stop me? This was a rare opportunity for intimate contact with a hot-bodied and gorgeous senior. I directly went up and teased her for a while, making her face blush so red it looked like it would drip water. She didn't dare refuse my feeding anymore. On the other hand, Gu Qinghan initially opened her mouth every time I got close, but when she saw Xuan Yuan start eating the oysters, she stopped eating. On the other hand, Gu Qinghan initially opened her mouth every time I got close, but when she saw Xuan Yuan start eating the oysters, she stopped eating. I guess she wanted to let Xuan Yuan have more, so I didn't force her. I casually fed a few more to Xuan Yuan. After a sumptuous dinner, I helped clean up, then got ready to leave with Gu Qinghan. Xiao Bei, didn't you agree to tutor Qinghan? Liu Xiang asked, puzzled. I still have some things to handle tonight. I'll start tomorrow, I said. Upon hearing her question, I just checked my phone and saw that Chen Fu had sent the blue background, white text notice with Chen Wei Jun's stamp. It was already past 8 p.m. when we drove home. Mom and Dad weren't in the living room. Instead, there was someone lying on their back, wearing an orange crop top and sports shorts. The girl's name was Go Shu Ting, my 4th sister. Hearing the door open, Go Shu Ting sat up. Seeing it was me, she flopped back down. Oh, Xiao Bei. I thought Mom and Dad were back. I looked at my 4th sister curiously. Aren't you supposed to be at university? Why are you back today? Go Shu Ting sat up, hugging her knees. Her ample chest was squished out of shape by her long legs. It's all because of that damn elective at school. I chose a media-related course. It requires us to, within 1 semester, create a social media account. 1,000 fans is a pass. 10,000 fans gets you an excellent grade. I heard there was a really popular barbecue place in Jiangqing yesterday. I was planning to go shoot a short video, but there were too many people checking in there. I couldn't even squeeze in. What barbecue place? If you want to eat, I'll bring some back for you next time. Wait a second. Gu Shuting took out her phone and tapped a few times. This is the one. On the phone screen, a young man wearing a mask was playing the guitar and singing. Walk with me on the streets of Jiangcheng. Hearing the singing from the phone, Gu Shuting suddenly froze. She glanced at me, then looked back at the young man on the screen, and then looked up at me again with a look of astonishment. She frowned, lifting my chin to examine it. Finally, she let out a long sigh. Seeing Gu Shuting's complicated expression, my face couldn't help but darken. I could roughly guess what she was thinking. She was probably wondering if that singing kid was me, but then she thought that I couldn't possibly write such a good song, and finally concluded it was just a coincidence that we looked alike. I remember in the original plot, Gu Shuting danced for this assignment and gained over 100,000 fans, becoming an internet celebrity. But in reality, she couldn't dance. It was just that the video perfectly captured her innocent beauty, her hot figure, and her naive movements, especially the location tag, which showed a small, remote town, where housing prices were only 2,000 yuan per square meter, a peerless beauty from a poor countryside. This persona immediately attracted a great deal of attention, but later, her identity was exposed. Her image collapsed in an instant, causing her to be cyberbullied for a period of time. She developed depression. At that time, the Gu group was also in decline. Everyone was worried and anxious. They thought her depression was just for show. In the end, she couldn't stand the cyberbullying and chose to end her own life. In the original owner's memory, Gu Shuting and he were both spendthrifts. The two of them could be said to have a close sibling bond. But Gu Shuting was often scolded for her extravagant spending, while the original owner was spoiled and was basically never punished. I thought for a moment and decided to confess my identity to help her complete her assignment. That way, the issue of her persona wouldn't come up, and the tragedy could be avoided. But before I could open my mouth, Gu Shuting's eyes lit up, and she immediately hugged my thigh tightly. Xiao Bei, your big sister has a once-in-a-lifetime request. Hearing this sentence, I felt the original owner's memories awaken. My whole body couldn't help but tremble. I remember the last time she said this. It was when she was caught buying gay books, and made the original owner take the blame. The old couple was counting on the original owner to continue the family line. Seeing that book, they almost beat the original owner into the hospital. I wanted to pull my leg back, but Gu Shuting was hugging it too tightly. She pulled me right off the sofa and onto the floor. Let go. When you say that, it's definitely nothing good, I said through gritted teeth. I won't let go, unless you agree to it first, Gu Shuting said firmly. The noise downstairs startled Gu Qinghan, who had just finished showering. She rushed down the stairs with a patter. Seeing our position, she asked blankly, Brother, what are you guys doing? She was wearing a white rabbit pajama set with puffy sleeves. There were two fluffy rabbit ears on the hood. Below were matching white rabbit pumpkin shorts, with a plump rabbit tail on the back. Her hair was still soaking wet. She was holding an old hairdryer in her hand. Seeing Gu Qinghan run down the stairs in a panic, I sighed softly and said helplessly, All right, I agree, but I want your hairdryer in exchange. Gu Shuting giggled, quickly got up, and ran to her room. She brought out a light purple hairdryer. I pretended to be serious and lectured Gu Qinghan. Next time you go down the stairs, don't be in such a hurry. You were holding something in your hand. What if you had tumbled down the stairs? Gu Qinghan lowered her head, but she couldn't hide the smile at the corner of her mouth. Although she was being scolded, she felt warm inside. All right, come here, I'll dry your hair. You have to take good care of this hairdryer. Your brother had to sell himself to get this for you. Gu Shuting's hairdryer had a very strong airflow, yet it didn't damage the hair. In no time, Gu Qinghan's hair was dry. I stroked Gu Qinghan's freshly washed hair. The scent of shampoo filled my nose. Gu Qinghan swayed slightly and looked at Gu Shuting. She asked, Fourth sister, what is it? I can help you too. No need to trouble you. Gu Shuting looked at us suspiciously. She remembered that I always hated Gu Qinghan. How did their relationship get so good? She shook her head and said, Only your brother can help me with this. I pouted and said resignedly, Stop being mysterious. Say it. What is it? Actually, it's just a small thing. Gu Shuting felt her pocket and pulled out a crumpled mask. You just need to wear a mask and shoot a video with me. Only then did I nod in understanding. It turned out, Gu Shuting wanted me to pretend to be that guitar playing, which is to say, I would be pretending to be myself. I originally planned to confess, but I suddenly found this development rather interesting. I could also tease her a bit. This whole business of forcing myself to work. Xiao Bei, hurry and put on the mask. Let me see if you look similar, Gu Shuting urged. I nodded. I unfolded the crumpled mask. A pleasant fragrance wafted out. There was also a faint lipstick stain on the mask. I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and glance at Gu Shuting again. One must not refuse a gift from an elder. Even though she's my sister from another mother, she's still an elder. But just as I had mentally prepared myself and was about to put on the mask, I saw Gu Qinghan snatch the mask from my hand. Brother, I still have a spare mask. Go get it. A fragrant breeze wafted by. Gu Qinghan ran to her room and took out a mask. As she came downstairs, she suddenly remembered my advice. She lowered her head and carefully watched the steps to avoid slipping. I took the mask she handed me and looked at Gu Qinghan with suspicion. This mask wasn't crumpled. but there was a crease on the nose bridge. It seemed to have been used before as well. Brother, I am out of new masks. Gu Qinghan mumbled. You won't mind, will you? Hearing that, I patted Gu Qinghan's head, looking at the condition of this mask. It probably hadn't been worn for long. Besides, it's just for a short video. It won't take long. I put on the mask. Gu Shuiting compared the young man in the video and her younger brother, nodding with satisfaction. Xiao Bei, from now on, you should just weld a mask to your face. I am sure many beautiful women will like you. I pouted. All right, let's get this over with quickly. Gu Shuting pulled a guitar out from her room. She handed it to me. Just strike a few poses. I'll dub the guitar sound in post-production. Also, when we're shooting, you have to show your right 45-degree side profile. Remember to tilt your head down slightly. Otherwise, you'll still look a little different from him. I sighed. Being asked to pretend to be myself was one thing, but now I was being told that my acting wasn't convincing enough. Looking at my resentful face, Gu Qinghan sat on the side, hugging her knees and swaying gently. She had also seen yesterday's video. Just now, while bathing, she listened to that song over and over again. She guessed that fourth sister wanted to ride the hype. But now, the true identity of the boy the entire internet was looking for, only she knew. This feeling of keeping a little secret for her brother made her heart feel ticklish. Like a seed accidentally planted many years ago, suddenly broke through the soil and bloomed into a brilliant flower. The video took a full half-hour to shoot. Only then did Gu Shuiting reluctantly nod in satisfaction. I collapsed onto the sofa, my face so weary I couldn't be bothered to speak. A video of just over a minute had to be shot more than 30 times. I never expected pretending to be myself would be this difficult. Gu Qinghan sat to one side, her cheeks puffed out as she secretly giggled. I ran over to her and put the hat on her head. Then I rubbed it vigorously a few times. Seeing her hair stand on end like a cat's puffed up fur, I stopped, satisfied. Gu Qinghan looked up, biting her lip gently. Her glistening peach blossom eyes looked up at me. I scratched my head awkwardly and said with a wry smile, "Go comb your hair first. After I finish my shower, well, shoot a video together." Hearing that I also wanted to shoot a video, Gu Shuting raised an eyebrow and said provocatively, "Xiao Bei, you're not planning to steal this sister's spotlight, are you? Did you just finish shooting the video and realize you look quite a bit like that great master? Do you need me to give you some pointers? Otherwise, I feel you're still lacking a bit of his aura." Seeing this, I shook my head in fear. I grabbed Gu Shuting's guitar and ran back to my room, letting out a sigh of relief. My little tail, Gu Qinghan, also trotted in after me. She went into the dressing room and took out the gray wolf pajamas, the one we bought on our previous shopping trip. "You wear this," she said, and I nodded. I took the pajamas and went into the bathroom. It's probably because this morning, I asked Gu Qinghan to help me choose my clothes, that she now sees it as her duty. I thought to myself. 10 minutes later, I finished my shower. I prepared to start shooting the video. Gu Qinghan was leaning against the edge of the bed, sitting on the floor. She was holding a small comb in her hand. I put on a mask. I adjusted the phone's angle to capture both of us. While combing Gu Qinghan's hair, I recounted the whole story from beginning to end. To get more views for the video, I even picked up the guitar. I played and sang a song against school bullying. After shooting the video and doing some simple editing, I posted it directly on the Douyin platform. Many netizens were staying up late, continuously refreshing their homepage and leaving comments below, urging the creator to release a new video quickly. Suddenly, a new video notification popped up. Fans all clicked to watch the latest video. On the screen, I talked about a school bullying incident that started from maliciously edited video clips that were baseless, and I also showed the announcement from guard Captain Chen's team to prove the authenticity of the matter. How can such beastly people exist? They even wanted to strip a girl's clothes in public. Isn't that trying to ruin her entire life? Luckily, the creator saved his sister. Otherwise, how severely would his sister have been psychologically traumatized? School bullying really needs to be strictly managed. There are always those who take advantage of being minors, to act recklessly, without restraint. If anyone dared to do that to my daughter, I'd risk my old life to drag them to hell with me. I am just wondering why there were so many people there. Yet no one dared to step up and help. Then I picked up the guitar, and with a deep, warm voice, I began to sing. You've forgotten the cold wind blowing through the wound. You believe you can get through life without pain or itch. Why do you want to sing when you see the snow fall? Why do tears fall the moment you let go? On the screen, videos of bullied children were shown one by one, and related news. The creator's performance was still incredibly stable. It's just that this song is a bit too gloomy. I feel like I can sense what it's like to be bullied. Those children must have felt so helpless, but they clearly did nothing wrong. Gu Qinghan was lying on her side on the bed. Tears streamed down her face non-stop. She sniffled, wanting to crawl into my arms again. I looked at Gu Qinghan's slightly red eyes. I took a wet wipe from the bedside table, leaned over to wipe them for her. Knock, knock. Suddenly, there were 2 knocks on the door. After a brief pause, Go Shui Ting burst in. Xiao Bei, this is the only request of my life. But after a moment of silence, Gu Shui Ting looked at the 2 of us sitting properly in the room. A meaningful smile appeared on her face as she observed us. Then she casually plopped down on the bed. Hey Xiao Bei, that creator just posted a new video. She leaned over, her head resting directly on my shoulder. She held up her phone between the two of us. Later, let's shoot another clip. This way. My conduct points are definitely in the bag, I suddenly felt. My elbow touched something very soft. As for the video on the screen, I couldn't focus on it at all. Gu Qinghan said unhappily, "Fourth sister, I want to watch too." Zhu Shuting nodded and reached out towards Gu Qinghan. By doing so, her whole body was pressed tightly against me. Seeing this, Gu Qinghan quickly stood up. Like a stubborn little goldfish, she squeezed in between us. This way, it'll be less tiring for you to hold the phone. Gu Shuting had an epiphany. High school students' minds sure work fast. I looked at the scene before me and sighed softly. I just felt something was a little off about Gu Qinghan. Then I quickly shook my head. I must be overthinking it. After the video finished, Gu Shuting's mood was heavy. I can't believe something like this happened here in Jiangcheng. That girl. She's really too pitiful. It's a good thing the creator arrived in time. If only I had such a good brother too. How nice would that be? She exhaled softly. Calming herself, she looked at me. Xiao Bei, change of plans. Let's shoot this video together. But then she suddenly froze. She looked at the clothes I was wearing and carefully compared it with the image in the creator's video. What a coincidence. Your pajamas are identical to the ones that creator was wearing. But the next second, she stood up and looked at the room's decor. Her face immediately flushed red. She turned and lunged, pinning me down on the bed. She grabbed a pillow and started whacking me with it. How dare you dared to trick me. You just wanted to see me make a fool of myself, didn't you? Jiu Qinghan wanted to step forward and stop her, but Gu Shuting also pushed her onto the bed. And you even helped your brother trick me, you brat. Seeing this, I quickly hugged Gu Qinghan, shielding her under my body. I shouted, if you want to hit someone, hit me. Actually, the pillow was very soft. Hitting someone with it only felt soft. But Gu Qinghan's cheeks immediately flushed red. Her hands, which were covering her chest, suddenly and bravely hugged me tightly. After roughhousing for a while, Gu Shuting finally rolled off me. I also just realized my position felt a bit wrong. Seeing this, Gu Shuting abruptly pulled me away and hugged Gu Qinghan, who was lying on the bed with a flushed face into her arms, saying indignantly, Tiesk, Tiesk, Tiesk. Bullied by outsiders outside and bullied by your older sister at home. My little sister's life is so hard. I scratched my head awkwardly. The previous Gu Qinghan really did go through days like that. No, he didn't. Brother doesn't bully me. Gu Qinghan mumbled in protest. Gu Shuting smoothed her hair and looked at me, asking, what's your plan? Although mom and dad haven't accepted our youngest sister yet, but we, the Gu family, can't let others bully her like this. I nodded. Of course, the people who bullied Qinghan today have all been arrested by Guard Captain Chen's team. As for the ones spreading rumors online, I already said in the video, I am giving them 3 days for them to come forward, clarify, and apologize. Sister Qin Lan has already gathered enough evidence. If there are no apology videos by the deadline, we will take legal action. Gu Shuting nodded. Then her eyes suddenly lit up. Then at that time, tell your fans to follow me. Okay, that way, I can comfortably skip classes this semester. The corner of my mouth twitched a couple of times. Do you go to school just for the conduct points? Don't you absorb any knowledge? Hearing that, Gu Shuting rolled her eyes. At least I got into university on my own merit. As for you, mom and dad paid for you to get into high school. I was dumbfounded, not knowing how to respond. After all, the original owner was indeed too incompetent. Gu Qinghan, sitting in Gu Shuting's lap, saw my speechless expression and couldn't help but chuckle softly. My video spread extremely fast, especially since the topic of opposing school bullying was very novel. It caused a stir in the online community. Quite a few popular TikTokers with millions of views also joined in to show their support, calling on schools, parents, and the city guard to pay attention to the situation of young people. Don't let the tragedy of school bullying happen. There were also many creators who, through tears, recounted their own experiences of being bullied. But fortunately, they could still stand in front of the camera and tell their stories. But many children don't even get that chance. Some creators who go with the flow followed the request in the video and sincerely apologized, stating that they should have checked their sources carefully and verified its authenticity. Whether it was sincere or fake, at least on the surface, they helped clear Gu Qinghan's name. However, there were also many netizens who didn't understand my action. They were clearly also deceived by those Coles and some creators. They were clearly victims too. On what grounds should they be forced to apologize? They just deleted their comments and the videos they had posted and started to play dumb. Jiangcheng University. Jiangshu Yuan, the one from the Tai Da clothing store earlier, who had filmed that drama, had also seen my video. Her previous video had sternly condemned Gu Qinghan for selling her body for a small profit. At the same time, she put forth the argument that this act of objectifying women and insulting women required her to kneel and apologize. As soon as this video was posted, it helped her gain tens of thousands of followers, and she could start live streaming to sell products. Just as she finished her live stream, seeing the figure of nearly 3,000 yuan in her back-end data, she then saw my clarification video. Her eyes darted, and an idea immediately came to mind. She felt her opportunity had arrived, when the entire internet was apologizing. If she could create a plot twist, she would surely attract even more attention. So she started scrutinizing the video frame by frame and analyzing every word of the lyrics. After finishing her interpretation, she posted it online. Everyone, actually, I didn't want to come forward about this, but I am afraid if I don't speak up, no one will dare to talk about this anymore. We can see from the first video. In the crowd at that time, you all heard that girl's price for her services. A girl's innocence is so important. How could someone use this to slander her? I don't deny the talent of the creator Cheng Xiaobei. I highly acknowledge his musical skills, but to be fair, for him to step up and clarify a matter that isn't his. The girl in this story, what kind of huge price did she have to pay? I also hope school bullying disappears, but this creator is using his massive fanbase to distort the truth. Isn't that depriving us of our right to know the truth? Isn't this also an act of bullying us? Jiang Shuyuan's video went against the public opinion. Not only did it ride the wave of discussion, but it also incited the clueless masses of gossip mongers, splitting them into two factions. Sister, I support you. If you hadn't spoken up, who would have known? That creator is actually a beast in human skin. That little slut is no good either. After prostituting herself, she seduced a man to clear her name. So hypocritical. Am I the only one who noticed that when the creator was filming the video, that girl's actions were really weird? What kind of sister who's almost of marriageable age would still be so clingy with her brother like that? Letting her brother comb her hair? Let me say something fair. One good song is fine, but a song a day? Do you think that's possible? His music is probably all plagiarized. A person with character issues like this can do anything. It's not surprising. As if their prayers were answered. Quite a few people actually edited together video clips, pointing out which songs each line in my song was plagiarized from. They compiled it into a complete clip. There were also netizens who refuted. Even if you don't believe Great Master Xiaobei, you don't believe the guard's announcement either? This creator seems to be speaking with great certainty, but there's no evidence at all. It's all just talk. In Huzhou, only you country bumpkins would believe that. That announcement from the guard only proves that girl was a victim of school bullying. It doesn't prove she didn't do that. She did that kind of thing. Isn't it normal for her to be bullied? Do you really want to be in the same class as this kind of person? That's true. After all, you men only like this kind of stuff. Jiang Shuyuan looked at her rapidly increasing number of fans, unable to hide her excitement. As for the slandered girl, who could guarantee she wasn't problematic, Jiang Shuyuan saw her follower count skyrocketing. She was overjoyed. As for the slandered girl, who could be sure she was innocent? At worst, when the time comes, I'll just release an apology video. After all, I only voiced my own suspicions. I didn't explicitly say what that girl did. It was all imagined by the netizens themselves, even if public opinion is affected by then. As time passes, people will quickly forget about this. Only money in the pocket is real. Meanwhile, elsewhere, I was currently massaging Jiang Zhu Yu's and Gu Zhu Yuan's shoulders. Mom, Dad, why are you two home so late today? Jiang Zhu Yu closed her eyes. Xiaobei has really become much more mature. Before, at this time, he'd still be fooling around outside. Now, not only does he come home early every day, but he also knows how to care for his hardworking parents. Gu Zhi Yuan also nodded. Our Xiaobei is just a late bloomer. Once he's tired of playing around, he'll naturally grow up. Jiang Zhu Yue wiped the corners of her teary eyes. She grunted softly. When will Chu Ting be like Xiaobei? She's supposed to be the older sister, but she still hasn't grown up. Mom, I am still here. Go Shui Ting said unhappily from the side. She rubbed her feet together and shot me a resentful glance. It felt like life had betrayed her. Clearly, both of them were prodigal children, but now I had turned over a new leaf, making her seem particularly immature. I am telling you, you're already of marriageable age. You don't even sit properly. When I was your age, your second sister had already been born. Jiang Zhu Yue said coldly. Gu Zhui Ting shyly shrank back and immediately corrected her posture. Mom, Dad, you still haven't told me why you're home so late today. I asked again. Gu Zhiwan sighed softly. The projects in Jiangcheng are currently operating stably. If the group wants to grow, it must expand its market to other cities. Recently, the business in those cities has run into some problems. I nodded. The Gu Corporation was massive, but its real influence was limited to Jiangcheng and the surrounding areas. Expanding business to other cities was equivalent to taking a piece of someone else's pie. Being boycotted by local powers and facing difficulties was normal. Mom, Dad, our family is already so rich. Why go to other cities just to look for trouble? Gu Shueting asked. The nature of capital is to increase value. If it can increase in value, it will eventually be eliminated by capital. For example, if workers' wages in other cities are all increasing, but wages in our Jiangcheng remain unchanged, then who would come to work in Jiangcheng in the future? I interjected. Gu Zhiyuan looked at Jiang Zhu Yue in surprise, and found that Jiang Zhu Yue had the exact same expression. Hearing what I said, Gu Zhueting quickly stood up and ran to her room. She knew that if she stayed here any longer, she wouldn't just seem immature, but would also appear very foolish. Zhu Ziyuan nodded in satisfaction. That's exactly the logic. He suddenly asked for my opinion out of curiosity. So, what do you think we should do? He explained the trouble the GU Corporation was facing. The GU Corporation was building a resort in another city. The contract had been signed initially, and the villagers had all moved out. As a result, halfway through construction, the land price increased. They gathered to demand compensation for the difference. Otherwise, they would obstruct the construction. Although the local guard team was notified, the guard only went through the motions. After all, the villagers were all elderly. They couldn't be arrested, as they would just lie on the ground and play dead. I recalled the plot from this part of the novel. In the original storyline, Gu Yuan fell ill over this matter. It was Gu Waner who personally treated him. It's just that, at that time, without my intervention, Gu Waner was involved with Long Aotian. This matter was naturally revealed to him. Long Aotian used his connections with the XIA family to smoothly resolve this issue, but he demanded 30% of the resort shares. 30% of the shares. That's no small sum. It's nearly 1 billion yuan. My eyes darted, and an idea immediately formed in my mind. After all, if Long Aotian could do it, so could I. Dad, this problem is very simple. In 2 days, your newly adopted father will come to our house. You have to welcome him properly. Don't embarrass me. Try to hold on to this relationship. All the remaining problems will be easily solved. Hearing my words, Gu Yuan's face immediately darkened. He had just been thinking Gubei was mature. All for naught. Get out, get out, get out, you rebellious son who's upending all propriety. So in the future, if I expand my project to another city, I have to adopt a father. Then if I expand nationwide, everywhere will be my father's. After a session of loving education, I returned to my room, clutching my bottom. Why do I remember the original owner was rarely ever hit? He barely even heard any harsh words. Why have I been beaten twice in just 2 days since transmigrating? Could it be that the love will disappear? Besides, Comrade Gu Yuan's awareness is too low. Can't he be like me, a true man who knows when to bend and when to stand tall? Returning to my room, Gu Qinghen was hugging a pillow, rolling back and forth on the bed. Hearing the door open, her cheeks flushed. She shot up on the bed. You're back. I saw her peeking out from behind the pillow with glistening eyes. She mumbled. I nodded. It's getting late. You should go back to your room and sleep, Gu Qinghan said. Feeling wronged, she slowly crawled off the bed and walked towards her room with her head down in disappointment. Before she left, she paused and gave me a deep look. Her room was a maid's room in the corner. Inside, it was also filled with miscellaneous items that weren't currently in use. Amidst that pile of junk, she had cleared a small space, where all her belongings were neatly arranged. The faded school uniform, the school bag with a hole in it, the slightly unglued shoes, and a potato chip can. Inside was all the money she had ever saved, a total of 132.5 yuan. Just 2 days ago, she had planned to live on her own with this money. After leaving the Gu family, her original belongings could fit in a space the size of a table, but now, she had to tidy up again to make more space, because, these past 2 days, I had bought her many. I also gave her half of the snacks I bought today. Just as she was about to push the cardboard box next to her bed into the corner, the door was suddenly knocked on. Just as she was about to push the cardboard box next to her bed into the corner, the door was suddenly knocked on. Gu Qinghan opened the door doubtfully. Ever since she came to the Gu family's house, besides the maid bringing things in, no one had ever stepped into her room. She saw me scratching my head, standing at the door a bit awkwardly. When you left my room, I felt something was a little off. I was worried about you. I don't know if you've gotten over this morning's emotions yet. I seem to recall someone saying, you should try to stay by the side of someone who's been bullied. Otherwise, they might have negative thoughts. They might even think about committing suicide. Realizing the concern in my words, Gu Qinghan's eyes immediately turned red. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes non-stop. Why am I crying? I shouldn't be crying. I should be smiling. Now I have a brother who cares about me. I should be smiling, she thought to herself. But the more she thought this way, the more she couldn't hold back her tears. She kept wiping her tears with the palm of her hand. I grabbed Gu Qinghan's wrist and pulled her into my arms. I don't know how to comfort a girl. I just felt that Gu Qinghan probably needed a shoulder to lean on right now. I breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Luckily, I noticed this little girl's emotions were off just now. Otherwise, I guess, she would be curled up in her blanket, wiping her tears alone right now. I peeked out, curiously looking towards the inside of Gu Qinghan's room. I couldn't help but frown again. Although the Gu family's maid's room was much better than the matchbox apartment I rented before transmigrating, but compared to now, my room is more than just a little bit better than this place. How about you sleep in my room? I hesitated for a long time, but still said it. Then what about you? Gu Qinghan sniffled and asked with a soft sob. Suddenly, her cheeks started to feel hot. She thought about how big my bed was, big enough for the two of us to sleep together. Her hands, which were hugging my back, also couldn't help but tense up and form fists. I just raised an eyebrow and said excitedly, my room also has a game room. Unexpected, right? The computer specs in there are top-notch. Tonight, we can watch movies and eat snacks together. Then you can sleep on the bed, and I'll sleep in the game room. I had it all planned out in my head. After I coaxed Gu Qinghan to sleep, I'll take the opportunity to game all night. After all, The next day, I just have to take Gu Qinghan to school, then I can catch up on sleep in the morning. Hearing my words, Gu Qinghan's body stiffened for a moment. Although they'd be sleeping in the same suite, it wasn't in the same bed. For some reason, she felt a little disappointed. But as soon as she thought about being with her brother, eating snacks and watching movies, she felt a little excited. Gu Qinghan buried her head in my chest, her voice muffled. Entering the game room, the room was dimly lit. I fumbled for the switch in the dark. Suddenly, on the floor, a hexagonal magic circle lit up. Streams of pink and blue light ran along the pattern of the circle, climbing up the walls and continuously gathering above. The lighting of the whole room looked very cyberpunk. I glanced at Gu Qinghan and scratched my head in embarrassment. I can't believe I can be this childish sometimes. I used my phone to connect to the giant TV screen. I was about to choose a Stephen Chow comedy to watch. Ding ding, the sound of a message notification rang out. Gu Qinghan stared at the large screen. It was projecting my phone's screen. She immediately recognized it was a girl's avatar. It was Liang Wanyuan. Tomorrow, I want to eat a fully loaded handheld pancake at the school gate. Seeing Liang Wanyuan's message, I was a little surprised again. Previously, it was always the original owner who texted her. She never initiated a text first. Without hesitation, I tapped on the chat window. Which class are you planning to skip tomorrow, so I can report it to the teacher for you? That way, you won't have to worry about being distracted in class. Seeing my reply, Gu Qinghan chuckled. The worry in her eyes instantly vanished. You're so mean. I ruffled Gu Qinghan's hair. All right, be a good girl and sit on the sofa. Let this old servant serve you. I played Stephen Chow's flirting scholar. Then I hugged a pile of snacks and threw them onto the sofa. I also got a cup and filled it with ice. I poured a full cup of soda. Your Highness, please have a drink. I handed the cup to Gu Qinghan and said with a smile. Gu Qinghan blushed and said coquettishly, You're so annoying. I don't know how long the movie had been playing. Gu Qinghan's movie-watching posture, from hugging a pillow at first, gradually leaned against my shoulder. I didn't think much of it. I conveniently wrapped my arm around her. After all, she had just been bullied today. It's understandable that she's a little scared. After watching the 2-hour-long movie, it was almost 12 midnight. Good girls should go to bed now. Right now, I just wanted to coax Gu Qinghan to sleep early so I could experience the feeling of being in my own house and being able to peek at the enemy's nexus. Gu Qinghan looked at me doubtfully. Brother, aren't you going to sleep yet? Of course I am going to sleep. My eyes darted around. It was obvious my words didn't match my thoughts. My great sword is already thirsty. Tonight, I just want to hunt to my heart's content. I don't believe you. In that case, I am not sleepy either. Gu Qinghan huffed softly. As she spoke, she let out a big yawn and rubbed her eyes. The ears on her bunny pajamas kept twitching. She looked just like a chubby little bunny. And you say you're not sleepy? Your eyes are about to close. You still have school tomorrow. If you don't study properly, how are you going to support me in the future? All right. Be good and go lie down in bed. I'll sleep in a bit, I said, as I pulled Gu Qinghan's wrist and led her to the bed. I even tucked her in carefully. Good night, brother. Love you, Gu Qinghan said softly. After saying that, she pulled the blanket over her head. Under the blanket, she felt her cheeks burning. Her heart pounded loudly. The sound was deafening, like a rumbling train running through her entire world. As for me, I nodded and said perfunctorily, Good night. Good night. Love you 3000. Hearing the game room door close, Gu Qinghan threw off the blanket. She gasped for fresh air. Recalling what I had just said, she cupped her hot cheeks with both hands. Her small feet couldn't help but kick twice under the blanket. I opened League of Legends, logged into the original owner's account, opened the champion interface. As expected, all champions and all skins. I started a ranked match. Tonight, I must sweep through Summoner's Rift. Half an hour later, looking at the penalty notification on the screen, I fell into a long, deep thought. Detected Summoner engaging in intentional feeding. Account suspended for 24 hours. I can't play at all. I sighed heavily. A silver player trying to blend in with diamonds. Was it really too much to ask? So I took out my phone again and opened the Douyin app. I wanted to see how far tonight's incident had spread. However, as soon as I opened the app, countless hateful messages flooded in. Tisk, tisk, tisk. And you call them siblings. Playing like this is more exciting. Isn't it? Up. Have you never seen a woman before? You'll take any cheap trash. I only followed you because I listened to your music. I didn't expect your character to be such garbage. To think I actually empathize with your songs. Now I just feel disgusted. Your songs are just a random patchwork. You're so good at sewing, why don't you just become a tailor? I frowned in confusion. Are these people sick? Why are they suddenly cursing me? I scrolled through the videos curiously. Just then, I scrolled to Jiang Shuyuan's baseless video, the one that was full of nonsense. Seeing Jiang Shuyuan's self-righteous look on the screen, I immediately felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. I opened the comments section. Inside, it was all praise for the op's bravery, not afraid of power, daring to speak for justice. There were also many netizens who didn't know the truth, attacking me with vicious words. I wanted to retaliate, but on second thought, it seems that doing so would only increase this poster's popularity. While I was hesitating on how to deal with this poster, the game room door was gently pushed open. Gu Qinghan, hugging a pillow and a small blanket, stood timidly at the door. Seeing the light still on in the room, she asked, "Brother, you're still not asleep?" Seeing Gu Qinghan like this, how could I not know that she brought a blanket for me? I took a deep breath to calm myself down. I smiled and said, "Going to sleep now. Brother, why don't you come sleep in the bed too? Your bed is very big. It's big enough for the two of us to sleep together." Go Qinghan pursed her lips. She said softly, "Huh." I was stunned with my mouth agape. My mind felt like it was buzzing and about to explode. In my previous life, I didn't have any siblings, but for two people of this age to sleep together, it doesn't seem quite right, does it? Besides, if they had grown up together since childhood, it would be fine to share a bed if they had a good relationship. But Gu Qinghan and the original owner didn't have a good relationship before. I scratched my head in confusion, occasionally looking towards Gu Qinghan. For a moment, I didn't know what to make of this situation. I only saw Gu Qinghan sniffing with her red nose. She said aggrievedly, "Brother, I am scared." Hearing Gu Qinghan's words, I let out an "oh" and immediately understood. It turns out this bullying incident had left too great of a psychological scar on Gu Qinghan. Now that she's alone, she doesn't dare to sleep in a dark, empty room. And in this house, the only person she can rely on right now is me. Luckily, my bed is very wide. Two people could lie on the bed without touching. Gu Qinghan lay on her side, neatly facing me, and she gently held onto my sleeve with one hand. As for me, I lay on the bed, thinking about how to get revenge on that poster. If I just report it to the police and let Chen Weizhen arrest him for spreading false rumors and arrest them, I am afraid it would take a long time to argue back and forth. The final result would most likely be forcing the poster to post a correction video and apologize, and during that arguing period, this poster could totally ride this wave of fame to increase their fan base. The internet has no memory. After a while, the fans will forget about this, and that poster will have gained an active account with hundreds of thousands of fans. I don't want to let someone who profits from others' pain off so easily. I must make the other party pay a heavy price. While lost in thought, drowsiness washed over me. Suddenly, I felt a soft, warm body pillow that was also fragrant, snuggling into my arms. My sleepiness vanished instantly. My whole body stiffened. I almost wrapped my legs around the body pillow just now. I looked down at the curled-up Gu Qinghan. I gently brushed her hair aside and shook my head helplessly. I didn't expect this little girl to be such a bad sleeper. It seems I have to find a way to help her reconcile with the other sisters. Otherwise, if we keep sleeping like this, the one who should be scared will be me, I thought to myself. Gu Qinghan's eyes were shut tight, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Her heart was beating very fast. Seeing that I didn't move away, nor push her away, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve up. It seems she's having a sweet dream. I also smiled. All those messy things, just leave them for your big brother to handle. Waking up early the next morning, Gu Qinghan was no longer in bed. I stretched. The bones in my whole body cracked. I felt like I had sleep paralysis last night, unable to move. I saw a shirt with a Nick Wilde print hanging by the bed, and a pair of baggy blue jeans. Gu Qinghan must have woken up first and picked out clothes for me, then went back to her room to wash up. After changing clothes and stepping out of the room, I don't know how long Gu Qinghan had been waiting at the door. She was wearing a shirt with a Judy Hopps print. The hem of the shirt was tied up, revealing her slender waist. Below was a pair of tight jeans, hugging her long, slender legs. It was still breakfast time, but Mom and Dad had already left for work early. Gu Shueting rested her chin on her hand. Her hair was messy, and she was poking a steamed bun with her chopsticks, eating listlessly. Seeing the clothes we were wearing, her eyes lit up with a gossipy expression. "Xiao Bei, what's with the clothes you two are wearing?" I looked down at my clothes and asked, "What's wrong?" Last time I took Qinghan and her classmates shopping together. Gu Shueting raised an eyebrow, a meaningful smile on her face. I rolled my eyes. This is Zootopia-themed clothing. Qinghan's friend also bought a set at that time, the sloth one. She said that later the three of us could go out together. The photos would look better. I pulled Gu Qinghan's wrist. We sat down at the dining table together. "Fourth sister, when are you going back to school?" Gu Shueting's face immediately fell. "I am leaving after I finish eating. I have a first period class today." She suddenly stopped. She glanced at me and asked, "Xiao Bei, have you seen that video online from yesterday?" I nodded. My face darkened as I said, "I've seen it. Just let things calm down a bit first. If they want to profit from someone else's pain, then it'll make sure they can never work in this industry again." Gu Shueting glanced at me and nodded vigorously. Yesterday, when she watched that short video, she was also so angry she was about to explode. It took so much effort to clarify the truth, to restore Gu Qinghan's reputation, and in the end, it was ruined by that baseless video. She raised the chopsticks that were stuck in the bun, pretending it was a microphone. She held it in front of me. "Excuse me, Mr. Xiao Bei, faced with such a slanderous situation, what are you going to do?" I took a bite and finished the bun in front of my mouth. I cleared my throat and said, "The script is already written." I looked towards Gu Qinghan, who was eating her bun in small bites with her head down. I asked, the female lead of the story, "Are you ready to take the stage?" Gu Qinghan was still in a daze. She kept looking down at the Judy Hopps picture on her shirt. Suddenly being asked, she looked at me blankly. She quietly brought the bun in her hand to my mouth. I angrily took a bite of the bun. I didn't expect that Gu Qinghan thought I wanted her bun, but this bun was only half eaten. Wait a minute, half eaten? Gu Qinghan lowered her head, her face flushing red. She sipped her milk in small gulps. I had to scratch my head in embarrassment. My gaze also fell on the plate. At the rest of my breakfast, Gu Shueding glanced at us. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but lift up. She felt that these two looked really good together. After finishing breakfast together, everyone headed off to school. As we passed the school gate, Jiu Qinghan saw the school gate, the bustling handheld pancake stall, and said softly, "Brother, I want to treat Jiang Shan to a handheld pancake." I nodded. She used to always mooch breakfast off Jiang Shan. Now she probably wants to return the favor. I went back and bought 2 fully loaded portions, one portion for Gu Qinghan and Jiang Shan. The other portion was to treat fatty Cheng Yuan. After all, with the big incident yesterday, he foolishly rushed in when I called him. Arriving at the classroom, the enticing aroma of the handheld pancake filled the air. Jiang Shan waved at Gu Qinghan. Gu Qinghan excitedly sat down in her seat and started eating breakfast with Jiang Shan. I glanced over and noticed that Fatty hadn't arrived at class yet, so I placed the handheld pancake on the desk. Gu Bei is really making me furious. I clearly texted him yesterday, telling him I wanted a handheld pancake, and he asked me which class I was planning to skip, wanting to tell on me. Liang Wanyuan angrily complained to her best friend, Zhang Shiding. Zhang Shiding nodded repeatedly, chiming in, "Wanyuan, you're just too nice. Yesterday, he followed you into the apartment complex, and even found 2 girls to provoke you. If it were me, I would definitely have broken off all contact, and you even initiated a conversation with him that night, giving him a way out, and yet he still didn't apologize to you. A beautiful girl like you, with good grades, and a good personality. Someone like Gu Bei is simply not worthy of you." Liang Wanyuan nodded indignantly. She decided to never actively send me another message again. Entering the classroom, Zhang Shiding suddenly smelled the handheld pancake. Following the direction of the aroma, her eyes landed on the huge handheld pancake on my desk. She couldn't help but sneer. "Looks like he was just all talk yesterday. He still bought you a handheld pancake today, and it wasn't even bought by Cheng Yuan for him. He must regret it now." Liang Wanyuan huffed softly. "Does he think that just by buying me breakfast himself once, too ill forgive him?" She walked up to my desk and slammed her hand on it. Noticing Liang Wanyuan approaching, Jiu Qinghan quickly moved her chair to the side. She glared at Liang Wanyuan with an unhappy expression. Liang Wanyuan glanced at Gu Qinghan and couldn't help but frown. This vixen. Why did she follow him all the way to the classroom? I already told you he likes me. Aren't you all just tools? Didn't you see that other girl already gave up? How can you still be so shameless? She suddenly seemed to figure something out and nodded. That's right. After all, besides being a rich second-generation heir, Dubei doesn't have anything worth showing off. You people, as long as there's money, you wouldn't even let a 60 or 70-year-old man go. I yawned. I looked up at Liang Wanyuan with dissatisfaction. What's wrong? Are you like chewing gum? Impossible to get rid of. Liang Wanyuan snorted coldly. Gu Bei, do you think what you said is funny? I'll give you 3 more minutes now. If you have anything to say, then say it quickly. I looked at Gu Qinghan doubtfully, asking her what I should say. She shook her head. She brought her half-eaten egg pancake to my mouth. Brother, I can't eat any more. We can't waste it. Seeing this, I pouted. Next time, I won't buy you such a big one. I took the egg pancake and stuffed it into my mouth. Then I suddenly looked at the pancake in surprise. No wonder this place is so popular. Even at the very end, there's still so much filling. Liang Wanyuan's eyes started to turn red. At this moment, she was standing aggressively in front of me. Seeing our intimate behavior, she felt like she was a clown. Liang Wenyuan's eyes started to turn red. At this moment, she was standing aggressively in front of me. Seeing our intimate behavior, she felt like she was a clown. Just then, Cheng Yuan walked past the two of them. I conveniently slapped the fatty's butt and handed over the egg pancake from the desk. Here, this is for you. Cheng Yuan took the pancake. He said with a shocked expression, Really? Godfather? And seeing me give the egg pancake to Cheng Yuan, tears immediately welled up in Liang Wenyuan's eyes. Gu Bei, you've gone too far. After saying that, she turned and went back to her seat, slumping onto the desk. Her shoulders were trembling, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Cheng Yuan glanced at Liang Wenyuan and snorted with contempt. He had no good impression of someone like Liang Wenyuan, who spent Brother Bai's money while also being cold to him. He had no good impression at all. He turned to Gu Qinghan and said with a smile, Brother Bai, did little sister transfer to our class today? I raised an eyebrow. Correction, this is my sister. If you want to call her, use her full name, Gu Qinghan. Don't even drop the family name. Forget it. If you want to find her, just message me. I am her manager. Cheng Yuan shrugged. Okay. For the sake of the breakfast you brought me, I'll listen to whatever Godfather says today. Gu Qinghan. Remember this. Cheng Yuan nodded with good intentions. In the morning, because a new transfer student arrived, the homeroom teacher first asked Gu Qinghan to briefly introduce herself. I noticed that the knot on Jiu Qinghan's shirt hem had been untied. The baggy clothes completely hid her proud figure. However, Her beautiful face and cold temperament, even though her tone was icy during the introduction, still attracted the gazes of all the male students. Student Go, Ching-han, since enrolling, her scores have always been first in our grade. I hope everyone can learn from her and try to improve your own scores a little, the homeroom teacher added, hearing that she always ranked first. Everyone was stunned with their mouths agape. She's the #1 student in our school. Isn't the #1 student supposed to be a girl with thick glasses and greasy hair? How is she both smart and beautiful? What door did God even close for her? Oh no, I think I am in love. Liang Wanyuan frowned. Her eyes were filled with resentment. She originally thought Gu Qinghan was just some vixen clinging to me. She didn't expect her to be even better at academics than her. She turned her head to glance at me. My eyelids were already starting to fight each other. She shook her head in contempt. She wouldn't even give this kind of playboy a second look, let alone Gu Qinghan, who was even more outstanding than her. In her heart, she became even more certain that Gu Qinghan was just someone I hired with money to provoke her. The homeroom teacher tapped the desk twice, signaling for Gu Qinghan to return to her seat. Next, let's start class. Hearing those words was like being hit by some kind of magic spell. I immediately slumped onto my desk. While I was sleeping drowsily, I felt someone poking my cheek. Brother, morning classes are over. Gu Qinghan's soft and sweet voice came through. I yawned and gave a long stretch. I sleepily raised my head and looked around. I asked doubtfully, "Is it lunchtime already?" Gu Qinghan smiled and linked her arm with mine. "Yes, brother. We should go eat now." I rubbed my eyes. I looked towards Cheng Yuan. "Fatty, your godfather will take you for a feast." I looked over at Jiang Shan. Let's go. Let's go eat together." The cafeteria at Jiangcheng High School is divided into 2 floors. The first floor is the student cafeteria. The second floor is the faculty cafeteria. Principal Huang Darren. To ensure the quality of the food, all faculty and students eat the same portions. After the faculty orders their food on the first floor, they will bring their trays to the second floor to eat. Entering the cafeteria, Cheng Yuan took the initiative to say, "Brother Bei, you guys go find a seat first. Go stand in line for you." Just then, Liang Wanyuan walked past them. She ordered me, "Gu Bei, I want the usual dishes. After you order, bring it to my table. I'll reluctantly allow you to sit opposite me today." I looked at her doubtfully. I smiled and nodded. Okay. After I order, I'll definitely bring it over." Liang Wanyuan looked at Gu Qinghan with a provocative expression, as if she was declaring her sovereignty. Hearing my words, Cheng Yuan sighed softly. He originally thought Brother Bei had finally escaped Liang Wanyuan. He didn't expect that just by getting to sit opposite her for a meal, he would fall for it again. "Brother Bei, you guys go ahead. Go sit." Liang Wanyuan, "I'll help get her portion too." As for Gu Qinghan, she lowered her head with a disappointed expression. She hugged my arm tightly. "Brother, I can go get the food too," she said softly, not letting me stand in line to get food by myself. This was the only way she could think of to save face for me. But then she only saw me grab the fatty's shirt and say with a laugh, "With our status, why would we need to stand in line?" I told them to wait here for a moment. I walked straight towards the food counter. Cheng Yuan swallowed his saliva, staring at my back in amazement, as expected of my brother Bei. He's so shameless. Ah no, so arrogant. In front of so many people, he actually dared to cut in line. The surrounding students looked at me in astonishment as I casually walked to the front of the line. They didn't expect that in a place like a school, someone would actually dare to cut in line. "Hey, student, you're not planning to cut in line, are you? What class are you in? Can't you see everyone is lining up properly? You're too shameless. Auntie, you can't give him food. Otherwise, well, tell the principal." The lunch lady also glanced at me and said coldly, "Student, don't waste everyone's time. Go line up." Ignoring everyone's words, I shouted directly towards the back kitchen. "Uncle Liu, 4 meat dishes and 1 soup. Bring them to the private room." The chef called. Uncle Liu poked his head out from the back kitchen. After seeing me, he hurried over. "Young Master Gu, what brings you to the cafeteria for a meal today? If you had told me a little earlier, I could have prepared some ingredients. Couldn't I?" I smiled and praised him. It's been too long since I had Uncle Liu's cooking. It was just a spontaneous decision. "Uncle Liu, just make whatever you see fit. If it's too much trouble, I can just line up here." Uncle Liu shook his head repeatedly. "No trouble. No trouble at all. You just take your friends to the private room and rest for a bit. I'll bring it up for you when I am done." "Thanks, Uncle Liu," I replied with a smile. I turned and smiled politely at the student who had just told me I was cutting in line. I strode away with a swagger, as if I owned the place, leading Gu Qinghan and the others towards the private room on the second floor. All the students in line stared in amazement. Is that Uncle Liu's attitude really that good? Good, my ass. Did you forget the time someone complained his food wasn't good, and he almost got into a fight with them? Turns out you can actually order a lay card at our school. Next person. The student in line looked at the remaining food at the counter. There was nothing they wanted to eat. They mustered all their courage and shouted to the back kitchen, "Uncle Liu, please stir-fry a plate of braised pork for me." However, this bold move only resulted in humiliation. Uncle Liu didn't even poke his head out. He directly cursed. "You want braised pork? I think you look like braised pork." During lunchtime, teachers and students from the whole school gathered in the cafeteria. The school's range hood wasn't very effective. Uncle Liu was stir-frying in the back kitchen. The rich aroma spread straight into the cafeteria. Only the sound of a sizzle was heard, as if hot oil was poured onto something. Immediately after, a fragrant smell of Sichuan peppercorns, chili, mixed with fresh wafted out from the back kitchen. Spicy boiled fish. This is definitely spicy boiled fish. This flavor is just too perfect. A moment later, the sound of a wok being tossed rang out from the kitchen again, followed by the aroma of bean paste mixed with pork. Hey, isn't that the stir-fried pork you just ordered? A student sneered, while the student who had demanded the stir-fried pork sniffled. His face was full of sorrow. So it turns out it's not that he doesn't know how to cook it, it's that I am not worthy. I think I just saw some crayfish, and it was garlic-flavored. 2. That's just too fragrant. Is our school chef really that skilled? The students in the cafeteria smelled the aroma wafting from the kitchen. They looked at the clear, bland soup in their trays, and couldn't help but lament how miserable their fate was. At this moment, Principal Huang Darren finished his work and happened to walk into the cafeteria. Smelling this rich aroma. He leaned into the window and shouted to the back, "Uncle Liu, what are you making that smells so good? Give me a little." Uncle Liu stuck his head out apologetically. "Oh, Principal, this is being prepared for young Master Gu. The portions have already been measured out." Huang Darren's mouth twitched. He silently went to line up for food. "Ha ha ha. Brother, you didn't lose out. You couldn't eat it, and neither could the principal. If you round it up a bit, aren't you on the same level as the principal now?" As expected of Uncle Liu, he doesn't even give the principal face. Who on earth was that student just now? Even the principal doesn't dare to eat the food stir-fried for him. Hearing the students' discussion, Huang Darren shrank back and pouted. That little young master. When he's eating, there are few people in all of Jiangcheng who would dare to turn the table. Not long after, Uncle Liu came out of the back kitchen carrying a large tray. The only exit from the back kitchen was in the corner opposite the cafeteria stairs. Stir-fried pork, garlic, crayfish, fish and chili oil, seasonal stir-fried vegetables, Westlake, fish soup, 4 dishes and 1 soup. Piled high on the tray, he crossed the entire cafeteria, under the envious, red eyes of all the students. He carried it to the private room on the other side of the second floor. The 3 of them and I were sitting in the private room. This room is normally used to entertain some distinguished guests visiting the school. It's not open to the public. I gently flicked Yu Qinghan's forehead and said with a serious expression, "You're a grown-up now. In the future, if you have a boyfriend, don't hug him so tightly. Got it?" Yu Qinghan lowered her head and held her forehead. She let go, aggrieved. The moment she lowered her head, she suddenly clutched her chest, her face starting to flush. She defended herself in a small voice. "I only hug you like that because you're my brother." I pinched her cheek and took the opportunity to give her a lesson on the law. In cases of assault against women, the rate of crimes committed by acquaintances is more than just a little higher than that of strangers. You shouldn't have the heart to harm others, but you must have the heart to guard against them. So from now on, you have to learn to sleep alone and go to the bathroom alone, I said while humming a tune. Starting today, I will go to the bathroom by myself. Dad, Mom, don't you look down on me. Du Qinghan huffed twice softly. Anyway, it's still early. At worst, he'll just sneak over and knock on my brother's door again tonight. Brother Bei, what's that awful song you're singing? Cheng Yuan laughed mockingly, then hesitated for a moment. He asked, "But about Liang Wanyuan? You didn't buy her lunch. Is that really okay?" I shrugged helplessly. Didn't I say to bring her food? If I managed to get what she likes to eat, but I didn't manage to get it. All right, don't worry about it. She's not going to starve to death just because I didn't get her lunch. Ju Qinghan couldn't help but snicker. Brother, you're getting more and more mischievous now. I patted her head. This afternoon, I am going to see that auntie and the old man. You be good at school. Then I looked at Cheng Yuan. Fatty, eat a lot for lunch. If anyone comes looking for trouble, call me. I'll come back and take care of that bastard. Cheng Yuan patted his chest and guaranteed, Godfather, leave it to me. Gu Qinghan pouted aggrievedly and whispered, okay, study hard. Don't be like your uneducated and incompetent brother, who only knows how to spend our parents' money. I am even counting on my little sister to grow up and earn money for me to spend. Got it? I teased. Gu Qinghan nodded. She smiled and said, then when I earn money, I'll let you spend it all. She suddenly remembered something, lowering her head to look at her toes. Then, does this count as me supporting you, brother? I quickly nodded, my head repeatedly. Of course it counts. Hearing her words, I couldn't help but feel comforted. My hard work in spoiling her wasn't in vain. It finally feels like I've achieved something. Creak. The door to the VIP room opened. Uncle Liu placed the dishes on the table one by one. Young Master Gu, if it's not enough, or if you want anything else, just let me know. I nodded and called everyone. Uncle Liu's cooking is truly the best. Everyone's in for a treat today. I glanced at Uncle Liu again and asked, Uncle Liu, your granddaughter Gia is about to start elementary school, right? I remember it's been a while since I saw her. Uncle Liu sighed softly, shaking his head. Jia's household registration isn't here. She has to go back to our hometown for school. I am planning to work for another month and then go back home too. I am not at ease with my granddaughter being in our hometown alone. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chang, no. 2 elementary school. What do you think? It's a bit closer to our school. It would also be convenient for you to take care of her. Hearing these words, Uncle Leah's eyes immediately became moist because of his granddaughter's schooling issue. He had run around to many places. He had even begged the principal. But the household registration issue could never be resolved. He looked around the private room twice and found a bottle of beer in the corner. Young Master Gu, I won't say anything else. He used his teeth to open the cap and down the entire bottle of beer in one go. Uncle Liu, what are you doing? I said helplessly. When the time comes, tell Jia to prepare a little. She'll go to no. 2 elementary school to take a test. If she passes, she can stay. If she can't keep up with the pace, forcing her to stay would also be harming her. Uncle Liu nodded repeatedly. Jia will definitely pass. She's very smart. If she doesn't pass, I absolutely won't trouble young Master Gu anymore. I nodded and waved my hand at Uncle Liu. My gaze fell on the dishes on the table. Then I looked at Uncle Lius retreating back. I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Money is truly a good thing. Other people work so hard and spend so much time without being able to solve the problem, but I can solve it for them with just a single sentence. I patted Gu Qinghan's head and advised, you have to study hard in the future, make progress every day. Don't think about nonsensical things. Your brother's heart isn't very strong. All I want in this life is to hold on to tens of billions in savings and live a simple, ordinary life. Yu Qinghan was suddenly stunned. She tilted her head to glance at me, then gently shook her head. Silly brother. He probably didn't notice anything, she thought to herself, looking at Go Qinghan's dazed expression. I couldn't help but shake my head too. Silly little sister. You just focus on being the little princess of the Gu family. Don't even think about stealing my immense glory and wealth. Gu Qinghan used her chopsticks to pick up a crayfish. She slurped some sauce from it and held it out to me. Brother, peel it for me. I took the crayfish, expertly, peeled it, dipped it in the sauce again, and put it back in her bowl. Thank you, brother. Gu Qinghan smiled sweetly. It seems brother really doesn't know anything, she thought to herself. A moment later, the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table were devoured by everyone. Even the crayfish sauce was mixed with rice and eaten clean by Cheng Yuan. Brother Bei, I never expected that our school's Uncle Liu was so highly skilled. This flavor is absolutely top-notch, he praised admiringly. I nodded. Uncle Liu used to be a 5-star hotel chef. He only quit that job to accompany his granddaughter to school. Otherwise, just look at our school's food. Is there any other high school in Jiangqing that can compare? After finishing the sumptuous lunch, the group went to the restroom to wash their hands. Brother Bei, want to take a leak? Cheng Yuan asked with a raised eyebrow. Sure, I replied with a laugh. Stepping into the restroom, Cheng Yuan whispered, Brother Bei, your sister is really something else. You didn't see it while you were sleeping. There were over a dozen people who asked for her contact information alone. There were even a few guys from the class next door. I frowned. Did she give it to them? Cheng Yuan shook his head. No, she just kept a cold face and didn't pay attention to anyone. During breaks, she just kept her head down and did her homework. I guess it's because she's not very sociable like this that she got bullied before. But you 2 siblings have a really good relationship. I see her looking at you often, whether intentionally or not. Moreover, when she's with you, her expression and voice are much cuter. I immediately looked at Cheng Yuan warily. Fatty, why are you observing her so closely? I won't approve. Get that idea out of your head. Cheng Yuan pouted. Brother Bei, did you forget that I sit right behind you too? You scroll through Douyin during class. I know exactly how many girls in black stockings you look at. I immediately gave him a disgusted look. Instead of looking at the blackboard in class, why are you looking at my phone? I guess I know why you're not doing well in your studies. To encourage you to study. I am going to get an anti-peeping screen protector this afternoon. Hearing this, the smile on Cheng Yuan's face vanished instantly. No way. Brother Bei, are you a dog? I thought you were going to start studying hard. Turns out your mind is just full of ways to guard against me. I raised my eyebrows and smiled. Study hard? How could those words possibly come from my mouth? Brother, are you guys done yet? Gu Qinghan's clear voice came from outside the restroom. A shiver ran down my spine. Thinking about it carefully, Gu Qinghan's voice is really sweet. It sounds so cutesy. After pondering for a moment, when Gu Qinghan talks to Chun Yuan and Jiang Shen, she uses almost the same tone, combined with her usual intimate gestures, and the fact that she made me sleep with her last night because she was scared. A flash of insight seemed to go off in my head. This girl, Gu Qinghan. A shiver ran through my whole body. Thinking about it carefully, Gu Qinghan's voice is really sweet. It sounds so cutesy. After pondering for a moment, when Gu Qinghan talks to Chun Yuan and Jiang Shan, she uses almost the same tone, combined with her usual intimate gestures, and the fact that she made me sleep with her last night because she was scared. A flash of insight seemed to go off in my head. This girl, Gu Qinghan, could it be that she sees me as her best girlfriend? I sighed softly. I shrugged helplessly. As long as I can keep an eye on her, It doesn't matter if she sees me as her best girlfriend. After lunch, I said goodbye to them. Gu Qinghan reluctantly tugged at my sleeve and asked, "Brother, are you still coming to pick me up tonight?" I patted her little head. "Don't worry. After school, just go to Sister Yu Yuan's place to study first. I'll bring some food over and let Auntie cook dinner for everyone. Tonight, well, go back to school to shoot the video." Gu Qinghan nodded. "Then be careful on your way." I glanced at Cheng Yuan and Jiang Shan. "I am leaving Qinghan in your care. If anything happens, call me." "I'll rush right back. After all, you've eaten such a lavish meal from me." The two of them nodded vigorously, watching me drive away. Gu Qinghan felt a little disappointed. She reverted to her usual cold expression. "Let's go back to class. The lunch break is almost over." Meanwhile, I drove to the apartment complex where Chun Yuyuan lives. I stopped by the supermarket to buy some groceries first. Carrying large and small bags, I walked towards Chun Yuyuan's home. I knocked gently. A moment later, Liu Xiang opened the door. "Xiao Bei, why did you buy so many things?" Liu Xiang frowned slightly and asked, "Auntie, my sister and I are still eating dinner here tonight. My sister is used to being spoiled. She insists on eating good food." I casually threw out that slanderous remark. After saying it, I guiltily glanced to the side and found that Gu Qinghan wasn't there. I couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. A top student, #1 in the whole school, just minding her own business, and yet I slandered her into being a bottom-ranked student, and even gave her a spoiled princess complex. Liu Xiang nodded. After all, the two siblings are from a wealthy family. It's normal for them to be a little picky about food. "Auntie, we finish school around 6 p.m. We'll have to trouble you to cook then," I said with a smile. After I finished, I went into the kitchen and stuffed all the newly bought groceries into the refrigerator. I took the opportunity to glance at the dining table. The food on the table was just a few scraps of leftovers from yesterday and a small plate of pickled vegetables. When I came out of the kitchen, Liu Xiang was sitting nervously on the sofa. The TV opposite the sofa was on, but it was stuck on the channel selection screen, not playing any program. Noticing my gaze, Liu Xiang spoke up a bit embarrassedly. "Xiao Bei, Auntie is so stupid. I wanted to watch TV this morning but couldn't get it to work, no matter how I tried. Are we starting the acupuncture again today? Then you should hurry and start. I can't waste any more of your time." I took a deep breath and gently shook my head. "Auntie, let me teach you how to use this TV first." "No, it's all right. That would take up too much of your time. I can just ask Yu Yuan to teach me tonight." Liu Xiang refused, but I insisted, teaching her the steps one by one. More than half an hour later, Liu Xiang finally found the program she wanted to watch on TV. Seeing her expression, both excited and a little embarrassed, my heart suddenly filled with a sense of accomplishment. "Auntie, I have a few bakeries around here. The bread and milk that don't sell by the evening will all be thrown away. At that time, I'll tell them to bring the unsold portions over every day and send them here." Seeing Liu Xiang about to refuse, I continued, "We can't sell things that have been left overnight. Otherwise, it would ruin our reputation, and no one would buy from us anymore. But really, the taste is just slightly off. Since they'd be thrown away anyway, I am sure you two wouldn't mind." Liu Xiang shook her head repeatedly, stammering and changing the subject. "I just don't know how to repay you properly." She looked me over again and sighed softly, thinking to herself, "I should just let the young people handle their own affairs. All right, I'll just have the staff bring it over when it's convenient. Auntie, please lie down first. Let's start today's treatment." Over an hour later, the acupuncture session ended. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and advised, "Auntie, your body is still quite weak right now, and you're seriously ill. You need to get more nutrition. The food I bought is basically more than enough. You can cook it for yourself to eat. Otherwise, if your nutrition doesn't keep up in the end, and the illness isn't cured, wouldn't the medical fees have been wasted?" Liu Xiang guiltily lowered her head. She knew that when I went into the kitchen earlier, I must have seen her food. "Xiao Bei, Auntie can go buy it herself," she mumbled, feeling like she had lost her dignity as an elder in front of me. But if handled delicately, it wouldn't make people feel uncomfortable. "Auntie, Qinghan is a girl. How much can she eat? That girl is just a picky eater. But you can't expect me to go to the market and buy half a crab, or 2 or 3 shrimp, right? The vendor wouldn't even sell that to me. Just cook Qinghan's portion, and the two of you can eat the rest. The food will lose its freshness if left for a day. It would be bad if Qinghan ate it and got sick." Liu Xiang listened in a daze. She seemed to have heard before that rich people often have stomach problems. If they eat something that isn't fresh, they might have to go to the emergency room within minutes. Thank you, Xiao Bei. Auntie, I know you want to help me, so I won't refuse anymore," she said emotionally. I waved my hand and smiled. "Just have Sister Yu Yuan tutor Qinghan properly then. She's about to enter 12th grade. Her grades really do need some improvement. Auntie, I have something else to do, so I'll be leaving now. I'll probably come around this time in the future as well." After saying that, I turned and left, getting into the car, thinking about the slanders I just made up about Gu Qinghan. Bottom-ranked student, spoiled princess, picky eater, and a weak stomach too. I couldn't help but laugh. The car sped along the main road and soon arrived at Jiangcheng Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. Following the winding path on the grounds, I went to Xie Zhan's hospital room. The person looking after him today was Xie Hu, while Gu Weiner sat to the side, reading an ancient book. "Grandpa, your precious grandson is here to see you," I called out loudly. Xie Zhan saw me. A kind smile appeared on his face. "Xiao Bei, I've troubled you to come and treat me again." Xie Hu sneered. Although I had saved the old man, he still remembered that I had instigated the old man to whip him with a belt. "Xiao Bei, I remember you're in 11th grade now, right? Shouldn't you be in school at this time?" he asked. I grinned broadly, cutting him off. "Uncle, what are you talking about? How can studying be more important than my grandpa's health? Even a grandson who hasn't been officially recognized like me has this kind of awareness. Why can't you be more considerate of Grandpa? Look how happy Grandpa is to see me, unlike when he's with you, with a long face like a horse." Xi Zhan snorted coldly. "Stand at attention for me." Xieu immediately sprang to his feet and stood at attention in a standard military posture. He glared fiercely at me. His original intention was to tell me to come treat the old man in the evening when I am not in school. Let me treat the old man. I quickly stepped forward to console him. "Grandpa, my uncle actually cares about you a lot." I took out my phone and found the video I had recorded of Xie crying miserably after the surgery. In the video, Xie had a tragic expression, kneeling by the operating table, sobbing and wailing miserably. This scene of a loving father and filial son made Xie Zhan's face turn red with anger. Xie shrank back. He didn't expect to have been recorded that day. "You want me dead that badly?" "Huh?" Xie Zhan snorted coldly. "Tomorrow, carry a 25 kilograms backpack and run a 20-kilometer cross-country." Xie pouted and said dejectedly, "Yes, father." I quickly added fuel to the fire. "Grandpa Xie, I know you can't do any strenuous exercise right now, so I'll temporarily put my uncle's beating on your tab. Recently, there's been a rehabilitation exercise online involving whip swinging. I'll bring you a whip one of these days. Made from calfskin, guaranteed to be durable." Xie Zhan looked at me doubtfully. He never expected that whipping Xie would actually have an effect of helping the body recover faster. "Well then, I'll just consider it following the doctor's orders." Xie looked at me with a resentful gaze, looking utterly unlucky. Seeing the relaxed atmosphere in the hospital room, Gu Weiner covered her mouth and chuckled softly. She had been on duty all day. The old man was always serious. Only when I arrived did the atmosphere liven up. She felt guilty. It seemed she had never cared about me before. This little brother hesitated a bit. She walked up to me and asked, "Xiao Bei, do you want me to make you some more sour plum soup?" I glanced at her. Seeing her nervous expression, I nodded slightly. Anyway, I didn't run into Long Aotian today. She was also trying to make up for it. I had to give her some hope. Otherwise, if that damn green tea bastard Long Aotian says a few words, and she secretly betrays the Gu family again, it wouldn't be good. A look of joy appeared on Gu Weiner's face. She placed the ancient book face down on the chair and quickly walked out of the hospital room. After she left, I pulled up a chair to take Xie Zhan's pulse. Xie Zhan glanced out the door. Hesitation clear on his face. Xi Zhan glanced out the door. Hesitation clear on his face. Seeing that he almost wrote the word conflicted on his forehead, I spoke up. "Grandpa, if you want to say something, just say it. Don't let it fester into an illness. You're old, after all. Speak while you still can." Xie Zhan pouted. "This kid is really impossible to spoil. I just feel like the way Dr. Gu looked at me today was strange." I looked at Xie Zhan in astonishment, so shocked that I blurted out, "Don't tell me you think you're having a second spring. Grandpa, you're really open-minded. A beautiful young lady falling for a decrepit old man like you." I reached out and touched his forehead. "He doesn't have a fever. Why is he suddenly talking nonsense? Maybe we should have him checked out by the psychiatric department." Xi Zhan's face turned red, and he brushed my hand away to defend himself. "I am old enough to be her grandfather. What second spring? This old man has been on the battlefield. I just feel that Dr. Gu wasn't her usual self today." He seemed to remember something and asked, "Are there not many patients in this hospital?" "I don't see Dr. Gu examining any other patients." I recalled the plot and roughly guessed what had happened to Gu Weiner in the original plot. Because she had almost killed Xie Zhan with acupuncture, she didn't dare to practice medicine for a very long time afterward. Although I changed the plot, Gu Weiner still almost killed Xie Zhan with acupuncture. Now, she must be suffering from a huge psychological trauma related to acupuncture. In the story, Gu Weiner is obsessed with medical skills. She has a deep obsession with traditional Chinese medicine. Therefore, Long Aotian, the person who helped her overcome her psychological trauma, became an existence in her heart second only to traditional Chinese medicine itself. As for why she was looking at the old man, it was probably just to overcome her own fear. Thinking of Gu Weiner, I felt a little conflicted. Actually, being scolded is no big deal to me. After all, the person Gu Weiner was scolding was that useless original owner. What does that have to do with me? It's just that when other people scold me, they at least give me tens of millions. But Gu Weiner only gives me a few packets of sour plum soup. This kind of market-crashing behavior, how can I just agree to it so easily? Isn't this treating the barbershop owner and the clothing store as some rich idiots? But when will Gu Weiner understand the principle that showing is not as good as a large bank transfer? I can't just take Gu Qinghan to school every morning and then make time in the afternoon for Gu Weiner to compensate me. How long will it take to finish all these packets of sour plum soup? XIZ Jean is being discharged in 2 days. At that time, there will be no reason to keep coming to the hospital, leaving Gu Weiner with this psychological trauma. What if Long Aocean or someone else takes advantage of the situation? It would always be a hidden danger. While I was hesitating, Xi Jean asked, Xiao Bei, you said that Dr. Gu is the hope for the future of medicine in Daxia. Is that really true? I nodded. In the original story, Gu Weiner completely learned Long Aocean's medical skills and even researched them more deeply, single-handedly promoting the development of the entire traditional Chinese medicine field. Xie Xian pondered for a moment. He roughly guessed the reason for Dr. Gus's current abnormality. It must have been when she was treating him that a serious psychological trauma developed. She began to doubt whether her medical skills could save people. He frowned and asked, Xiao Bei, you're full of tricks. Is there any way to help Dr. Gu? Our Daxia needs talent like this who can advance medicine. I am begging you. It's peacetime now. His generation had already fought all the necessary battles. He felt that his own importance was far from being equal to a genius who could advance Daxia's medical level. Xiu interjected, saying, Isn't it just being pointed at and scolded? Back in the army, I once beat up a damn regiment commander, but a fight is a fight. When we were on missions, we were still comrades who could watch each other's backs. I glanced at Xiu and said in surprise, Uncle, I didn't expect you to be a little genius yourself. Helping Gu Weiner overcome her psychological trauma doesn't mean forgiving her. Moreover, Gu Weiner might even be grateful and develop an even deeper sense of guilt towards me. Xi Jean frowned and asked, How come I don't know? You even fought with your regiment commander. Sai Hu's mouth twitched. He laughed awkwardly. No, it was a friend. A friend of mine. Si Jean snorted coldly. Add another 20 kilometers. Hearing this, Xi Hu slapped his own mouth hard twice. This grandfather and grandson were talking. Why did I have to butt in? I gloatingly glanced at Xiu and offered some advice. Grandpa, Xie, my uncle already said it was his friend's story. We don't have any evidence either. Besides, what my nephew said is not wrong. We can't let personal feelings affect the country's development. I'll figure something out for third sister's matter. Zixian patted my shoulder. He was extremely satisfied with this great nephew of his. Look at Xiao Bei's awareness. Then look at your own virtue. Since Xiao Bei has spoken up for you, I'll spare you the 20 kilometers. Siha Hu nodded his head repeatedly in approval. Right. My great-nephew is absolutely right. I will definitely study diligently and strive to raise my ideological awareness. Looking at me, Xihu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Once he's adopted later on, my own position in the old man's heart will probably drop a few more notches. I started thinking of a way to help Gu Wan overcome her psychological trauma. In the original story, Long Otian was seriously stabbed and fell into a coma during a brawl. If he wasn't treated in time, he would very likely die from excessive blood loss. To protect Long Otian, Du Wan picked up her long-neglected, dust-covered silver needles again, and ultimately succeeded in reviving him. I looked down at my own scrawny limbs. I couldn't help but shake my head. This life of mine is very valuable now. I can't endure that kind of torture. There's no need to help Guwon cure her psychological trauma, only to give myself psychological trauma. Besides, there are so many veteran traditional Chinese medicine doctors around here. Guwon would probably immediately go ask another doctor for help. I thought for a moment. Suddenly, I thought of the emergency room at the traditional medicine hospital. The patients who come to the emergency room are all in quite urgent conditions. As long as we encounter a patient in critical condition, and there are no other doctors around, Gu Wan would have no choice but to act herself. At that time, I'll stand by and observe secretly. On one hand, to prevent other doctors from interfering. On the other hand, to act as a supervisor. I can't, for the sake of helping Gu Wan with her psychological trauma, put another patient in danger. After confirming the details of the plan, I got up, left the hospital room, and went to the decoction room. At this moment, Gu Wan was brewing sour plum soup. Her eyes were dazed as she stared at the flickering flame on the stove. It seemed she was thinking about something. Third sister, is the sour plum soup ready? I asked in a low voice. Gu Wan looked around in a panic. She hastily grabbed a rag from the stove. She kept wiping the countertop. Xiao Bei, are you leaving already? She reached out, about to cover the clay pot, to check how the sour plum soup was doing. I quickly stepped forward and grabbed her wrist. You're not using the rag. Aren't you afraid of getting burned? Gu Wan stared blankly at her captured wrist. She lowered her head, and her eyes immediately turned red. We were standing very close, her head resting on my chest. Her voice was choked up. I am sorry, Xiao Bei. I overheard what you said at the reception desk yesterday. I know you've been through a lot of grievances. I am sorry. I am really sorry. Seeing Gu Wan's heartbroken appearance right now, I didn't feel any joy in my heart. On the contrary, my conscience was pricked with pain. She sniffled, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. She stood on her tiptoes, pulled my head into her arms, and gently patted my back. Xiao Bei, If you're feeling sad, just let it all out. It's all my fault. It's all because I wasn't good enough. My vision went dark. My head was pressed into a soft, fragrant place. In the darkness, my thoughts became even clearer. Thinking back now, being scolded and pointed at by the sister I've lived with for over 10 years, it was indeed very hurtful. I felt like my whole body was about to fall apart. Bubble. Bubble. The pot of sour plum soup started to boil. The hot soup pushed the lid of the clay pot and spilled out. Ju-won quickly let go of my wrist. She hastily grabbed the dishcloth. Remembering her previous action, her face couldn't help but blush. I turned my head away, not daring to look directly at her. Ju-won knew her current expression must be very strange. I kept calculating in my head. The card has a cold balance of tens of billions. My head was buried in a beautiful young woman's chest. Maintaining a sad mood was already my limit. Not showing a perverted expression was already my greatest effort. Ju-won looked at me, looking at the back of my head, turned away from her. She felt a sense of loss in her heart. Xiaobei still hasn't forgiven me. Forcing a hug on him like that probably just made him even angrier, right? She took 2 deep breaths. She calmed her mood, thinking about how to coax me. Gu-won went to sit in the emergency room of the traditional medicine hospital. As soon as I turned my head, I saw that her eyes were red. She looked as if she was about to fall apart. I took 2 deep breaths, calming my mood, thinking about how to coax her. Gu-won went to sit in the emergency room of the traditional medicine hospital. As soon as I turned my head, I saw that her eyes were red. She looked as if she was about to fall apart. I couldn't help but scratch my head in confusion. Seriously, why is she the one feeling wronged now? Even if it was a pig's head that got blown up, it wouldn't be this sad. I searched through the original owner's memories in my head. Gu-won had always disliked the original owner. After all, the original owner was uneducated and useless, and he also relied on their parents' favoritism, causing a lot of trouble for the Gu family. Could it be that she both dislikes me and is also forced to apologize to me, so she feels wronged? I frowned. It seems so. Since Gu-won dislikes me, there's no need to be overly friendly to someone who is cold to me. Dr. Gu, follow me to the emergency room for a bit, I said with a cool tone. Hearing the cold Dr. Gu, her hand that was wiping the table suddenly paused. A bitter expression flashed across her face. She nodded and added ice to the sour plum soup, chilled it, packaged it carefully, and handed it to me. Looking at her current appearance, I couldn't help but feel annoyed. It was as if I was seeing myself before I transmigrated, the kind of person who clearly hates someone, but has no choice but to curry favor with them. Forget it. If I can't tease her, I'll just avoid her. After the old man's illness is cured, I'll try to stay out of Gu-won's sight. Thinking this in my heart, the two of them walked out of the Hua Tuo clinic together and headed towards the hospital's emergency room. Unlike the Hua Tuo clinic, where the air had a faint scent of sandalwood, the hospital was filled with the strong smell of disinfectant. Although it was a weekday, the number of people coming for treatment was still as high as ever. Many people had faces full of confusion and sorrow. Hello. C.O. Lai. I am not feeling well today. I am at the hospital. It's fine. It's fine. I brought my laptop with me. The proposal you need will take about half an hour. Ah, no, I'll send it to you in 20 minutes. Mom, I know my own body. It'll heal on its own in a few days. We have to plant the rice seedlings in the fields these few days. We can't delay it. If you miss an hour with the land will miss you for a year. We also need to save some money for you and Nan to go to school. Doctor, this imported medicine costs 20,000 yuan per vial. Can it be cured? Or, doctor, prescribe me some ginseng and deer antler to nourish me. I feel like I've been a bit weak lately. I am a little powerless. A hospital is the easiest place to see the disparity between people. Some people can spend money like water for their health, but some people can only shrink back at the sight of expensive medical bills. The voices of patients continuously filled my ears. I couldn't help but sigh softly. Before transmigrating, although I lived an ordinary life, I still often felt sympathy for these suffering beings. I glanced at Gu-won, who was trudging silently behind me. I just hope that this afternoon, a critically ill patient will come here for treatment, so that Gu-won can overcome her psychological trauma soon. Only then can she focus on researching the traditional medicine she loves, and ultimately promote the development and progress of the entire field of traditional medicine. Compared to the scans and tests of Western medicine, which costs thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan for a full set, the cost of observation, listening, questioning, and pulse-taking in traditional medicine is much cheaper. The treatment costs are also considerably lower. The advancement of traditional medicine can reduce the burden of medical expenses for ordinary people. This is definitely a great thing for them. The two of them walked into the emergency room together. At this moment, an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor was holding a piece of candy, coaxing a child with a dislocated arm. While the child was completely distracted by the candy, the old doctor made 2 quick pushes. The child didn't even have time to react. His arm was completely back to normal. Doctor, how much is this? The child's parents asked. The old doctor shook his head, signaling that there was no need to pay. Then he called the next patient into the emergency room. Dr. Zhang, there's a patient ID like you to see. I got straight to the point. Gu-won looked at me in surprise. Is the patient Xiaobei mentioned Mr. Xizan? Doesn't that mean I won't be able to see Xiaobei anymore? The way I treated him just now must have made him hate me. He probably doesn't want to see me for a while. She bit her lip tightly. her hands clenched into fists. Dr. Zhang frowned unhappily and said, I can't go. I still have many patients here. I pouted. It's fine. I've brought Dr. Gu here. She can cover for you for a while. That patient is quite important. You should come with me first. Dr. Zhang glanced at Go Wan, then nodded and followed me out. While Gu Waner was sitting alone in the emergency room, I explained the reason to Dr. Zhang. I am sorry, Dr. Zhang. Actually, there is no patient. It's because my third sister, after nearly causing a medical accident, doesn't dare to treat patients anymore. You know, my third sister's medical talent, for a talented person to hold themselves back, is undoubtedly a waste of talent. So I wanted to ask for your cooperation. Upon hearing there was no patient, Dr. Zhang almost flew into a rage. But when he understood that this was to help Yuan overcome her psychological trauma, he couldn't help but sigh. In his life, he had met many exceptionally talented doctors who, because of an unexpected incident with a patient, felt deep self-blame and ended up leaving the profession they deeply loved. You two siblings have a really good relationship, Dr. Zhang praised. Of course, she's my biological sister with different parents, I blurted out. With Dr. Zhang's help, the two of them transferred the nearby doctors elsewhere, arranged for a cleaning staff to tell Gu Wanier that all the doctors had gone to a meeting. I put on a mask and hid in a small room next to the emergency room, carefully observing the patients entering the emergency room. Dr. Zhang took off his white coat, disguised himself as an old man coming for a checkup, and squatted at the door. People came and went in the emergency room for over an hour. Most were minor ailments that were urgent, but not serious. I pretended to casually walk past the emergency room door twice. When Gu Waner was treating patients, her whole demeanor changed. But she really did have a psychological trauma with acupuncture. Many minor illnesses could be helped with a few needles for faster recovery. She would just stare at the acupuncture needles with a nostalgic look. Then she would lower her head and continue writing prescriptions for the patients. Young Master Gu, Dr. Gus' problem is quite serious, Dr. Zhang said. I nodded and said apologetically, if that kind of critical patient doesn't show up today, I am afraid it'll have to trouble you for the next few days, Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang waved his hand and joked. What trouble? I also like getting paid without having to work, but for Dr. Gu to become like this, it's truly a pity. This state won't last for too long. Give her a chance. She will recover very quickly. My third sister really loves this profession. She won't be defeated by this small setback. Looking at the busy Gu Wan before me, I said confidently. Dr. Zhang looked at me in surprise. He didn't expect me to have so much faith in Gu Wan. If they had such supportive family members, perhaps those people wouldn't have chosen to retreat. He sighed inwardly. After a while, suddenly, the sound of rushed footsteps came from the door. Looking towards the source of the sound, a middle-aged couple was holding a 7- or 8-year-old boy. They rushed into the emergency room. Doctor, please save my son. My son fell from upstairs and is unconscious. Please, doctor, save him, the woman said urgently. Dr. Zhang and I quickly glanced at the child. We couldn't help but frown. If not treated in time, this child would very likely die on the spot. Gu Wan also noticed the situation. She immediately stood up, walked over to the child, and checked his pulse. The pulse reading indicated that the child's internal organs were damaged to varying degrees. Especially near the heart, there was a blood clot pressing on a nerve, obstructing blood flow to the brain, causing a coma. She looked at the set of acupuncture needles on the table. If she could just dissolve the blood clot and restore blood circulation, the child would wake up very quickly. As for the internal organ damage, for a child, as long as he took conditioning medicine, he could fully recover in a few months. Doctor, how is my son? Where are the other experienced senior doctors in the hospital? The child's father asked. Gu Wan, as if grabbing a life-saving straw, stood up and ran, preparing to find help. Dr. Zhang and I quickly lowered our heads and hurried into an empty room. Gu Wan searched 2 nearby departments, but couldn't find any doctors. At this moment, the janitor appeared right on time. Dr. Zhu, the hospital has an important patient. All the doctors have been called away by the director to discuss a treatment plan. Gu Wan clicked her tongue. Her gaze turned towards the Hua Tuo clinic. The doctors there could definitely cure the boy. But if she had to run to the Hua Tuo clinic and bring the old doctors back, the child's brain would likely suffer from prolonged oxygen deprivation, leading to serious after effects. She was seen clenching both fists, her eyes becoming determined again. She quickly returned to the emergency room. Where are the other doctors? Where are the other doctors from your hospital? The man saw no one behind Gu Wan. His voice suddenly rose. Does your hospital have any conscience? Just sending someone like you who knows nothing to stand guard. Are you trying to kill my son? The woman held her child tightly in her arms as the baby screamed. The man angrily grabbed the stethoscope from the table and slammed it on the ground, roaring, If my son dies here, I want you all to be buried with him. The commotion immediately attracted a large crowd of onlookers. No way. This person doesn't know anything. She just wrote me a prescription. So unethical, trying to cheat even an old person like me out of my money. Wasn't there an old doctor here? Why was he replaced by a young girl? It can't be that this girl pushed the old doctor out, right? Staying in the hospital without any medical skills is just asking to kill people, right? Hurry up and go home. You're going to kill someone. Someone's perfectly fine child is about to be killed by you. Outside the emergency room, Dr. Zhang frowned. Young Master Gu, we should still go in. Otherwise, if this gets out of hand, it will have a huge impact on the hospital. I scanned the surrounding crowd and nodded slightly, knowing that this attempt would probably fail. Just as I was about to step into the emergency room, Long Ao Tian's voice suddenly rang out. Dr. Gu, why are you here? He scanned the middle-aged couple and the child in their arms, saying coldly, are you planning to treat him? I see this child will die if he doesn't get acupuncture immediately. Gu Wan-er looked at the acupuncture needles on the table, then she glanced at Long Ao Tian. Although I told her to stay away from Long Ao Tian, right now, the only person who could save this child was Long Ao Tian. Please save that child. Gu Wan-er grabbed Long Ao Tian's wrist and bowed her head in plea. Long Ao Tian smirked, taking her arm to help her up. Dr. Gu, saving people is the duty of us doctors. He looked left and right, asking, where's your brother? Shouldn't he be by your side right now? He's busy. Wan-er answered hesitantly. What could be more important than you? Anyone who cares about you can see that your current state is very bad. How could he be so heartless as to leave you alone? Long Ao Tian's voice sounded displeased. Gu Wan-er's nose stung. My sadness is so obvious, but it seems like he hasn't noticed me at all. Long Ao Tian saw that Gu Wan-er was moved by him. He shifted his gaze to the middle-aged couple before him and said coldly, you couldn't even watch your own child. You blame the doctor for everything, and even want the doctor to be buried with him. Have you no shame? Do you know what an excellent doctor she is? Do you know anything about her? Kneel down and apologize now. Otherwise, take your child and get out. Let me remind you, in another 5 minutes, even if the child is cured, he will have serious after effects. The couple looked at each other, helplessly. They knelt on the spot. We're sorry. Doctor, please save our son. The man even slapped himself. I was too impulsive. Please forgive my lowly behavior. Save my son. Long Atian glanced at Gu Wan-er. He snorted coldly at the two of them. He laid the child flat on the ground and cut off all his clothes. At this moment, I led Dr. Zhang into the middle of the crowd. I glanced at Gu Wan-er and said with disappointment, your love for traditional medicine, is this all it amounts to? Or maybe you should stop embarrassing yourself. Go home and be the third young lady of the Gu family in peace. Then I glared at Long Ao Tian. You fraud. Last time, you almost turned someone into a cripple. How dare you show up at our hospital again? Are you planning to treat this child until he's like you? A brain-dead person to walk hand in hand with you? When did I ever turn someone into a cripple? Don't you slander me. Long Ao Tian retorted. I snorted coldly and said to the middle-aged couple in front of me, he is not a doctor at our hospital. If you choose to let him treat your child, please move to a public area, and any incidents that happen to the child will have nothing to do with our hospital. Hearing my words, the middle-aged couple glared fiercely at Long Ao Tian. They looked towards Dr. Zhang behind me and pleaded, Doctor, please help us examine the child. He fell from upstairs and has been unconscious for a long time. Dr. Zhang sighed deeply. Young Master Gu, it seems you've put your trust in the wrong person. In a situation where a patient's life is hanging by a thread, a doctor doesn't have the courage to provide treatment. What's the use of having superb medical skills? He turned his head to look at Gu Wan-er. The medical genius of the past has now fallen into such a state. The aura around her has completely disappeared. Miss Gu, I wasn't wrong. With your status, there's no need to waste your time at the hospital. You don't have the courage to bear the responsibility for a patient's life, so you should just honestly go back to being your great young lady. The hospital is not a place you should be. Seeing Gu Wan-er being criticized again, Long Ao Tian interjected, what do you all know about her? Do you know how much she loves traditional medicine? Gu Bei, don't you understand? What on earth happened to her? You're her brother, but you don't care about her at all. What's the difference between raising a brother like you and raising a dog? Even a dog knows how to please its master. She's just having a bit of psychological trauma. Why do you all have to pressure her? Long Ao Tian looked at Gu Wan-er with an infatuated expression and said affectionately, Wan-er, just follow your own rhythm. You just need some time to adjust. Even if everyone opposes you, I will always support you. I squatted on the ground. My right hand was still checking the child's pulse. I sneered and said to the onlookers, did you all see that? You all better keep a close eye on your daughters. In the future, when looking for a partner, absolutely do not find someone like this. Not a single penny in his pocket, just a smooth-talking mouth full of sweet nothings. Don't you think this kind of person is just trying to cheat you out of your money and virtue? I looked at the auntie who had just cursed at Gu Wan and teased, Auntie, you should step back a bit. The way he's looking at you, his eyes are practically shooting out threads. He probably thinks you still have your youthful charm. You should be careful not to compromise your integrity in your old age. Hearing my words, Long Ao Tian gritted his teeth in anger. His fists clenched uncontrollably. Seeing Long Ao Tian's furious expression, I bared my teeth and grinned. You damn green tea. Stop meddling in our family's affairs. You're perfectly able-bodied, yet you've been sneaking into the hospital for 3 consecutive days. I have no idea what you're trying to do. Just now, you even wanted to pretend to be a doctor at our hospital. Who knows what your ulterior motives are? Dr. Zhang, Go back and tell the security office to check if any patients have had their life-saving money stolen these past few days. Long Aotian snorted coldly. He knew he couldn't win an argument against me. He looked at Ju Wan-er and said gently, Wan-er, don't stay here anymore. How about I treat you to something to eat, to change your mood? I laughed coldly and chimed in. Once you're out, don't come back. At worst, I'll just have to find a way to convince Gu Jiyuan later to arrange a few blind dates for Gu Wan-er. Hearing their conversation, Gu Wan-er lowered her head and bit her lip tightly. She really wanted to leave with Long Aotian, but she knew that once she left, she might never be able to come back. Xiao Bei, why are you forcing me? Gu Wan-er said with sorrow in her eyes. Is it because you hate me the most? Hearing Gu Wan-er's words, I sighed softly. It seems the pressure was too great, and it had completely crushed Gu Wan-er. I'll leave the rest to you, I said to Dr. Zhang. Helplessly shaking my head slightly, I quickly left the place. Long Aotian was as smug as a triumphant villain. Wan-er, I know a dessert shop that just opened nearby. Their strawberry millefeuille is delicious. Let's go there together now. Gu Wan-er raised her head. She took a deep breath, calming her emotions. Provoked by me like that, she now knew what she wanted. The thing she deeply loved had always been only traditional medicine. She glanced at Long Aotian, towards this person who had just advised her to give up. She really couldn't muster any interest at all. Please don't call me by my name directly, or you can call me Dr. Gu, she said coldly, looking at Dr. Zhang in front of her, who had just finished sterilizing the acupuncture needles. Gu Wan-er took a step forward and said, Dr. Zhang, leave this to me. Come on. I have to prove myself a little. My age and gender cannot define my medical skills. After Gu Wan-er finished speaking, she took the acupuncture needles. With just 2 needles, the child's complexion turned rosy again. The child is awake. My son is really awake. The middle-aged couple shouted excitedly. Thank you, doctor. They immediately knelt down in front of Gu Wan-er, their voices choked with emotion. Who was it just now that said a young female doctor couldn't do it? And to fans, hurry up and come out here to apologize. This big sister is beautiful, has a great figure, and her medical skills are so amazing too. Didn't someone just say that if she didn't study medicine, she could only go home and inherit the family fortune? Her family background is this good too. I can't take it. My heart hurts. I've been shot by Cupid. Can I ask her to marry me? I walked to the desk and wrote a few prescriptions, then handed them to the middle-aged couple. Just take this prescription for a month first. Come back for a follow-up in a month. The middle-aged couple repeatedly agreed. Once again, thanking Gu Wan-er for not holding a grudge. The chaotic drama here subsided. The crowd of onlookers also dispersed. Long Aotian had also left at some unknown point. Dr. Zhang looked at Gu Wan-er before him. With a radiant and confident look, he sighed and said, Dr. Gu, you really have a brother who loves you so much. Gu Wan-er frowned and asked back, Dr. Zhang, why do you say that? If I hadn't pushed him, he really wouldn't have recovered so quickly. But to say he's a good younger brother, that's absolutely not true. Dr. Zhang excitedly recounted the secret plan the two of them had this afternoon. The young master kept saying all afternoon that you were just temporarily not in top form and would definitely recover soon. He always believed in you. You don't know. When the young master saw the patient enter the emergency room, how worried he was. He kept pacing in front of the door and was even afraid you would see him. He was the one who sent all the surrounding doctors away, because he knew you would definitely look for another doctor to help. Moreover, you probably didn't expect that even the janitor was bribed by the young master. As for that child, do you remember the posture the young master had when he spoke to you? Gu Wan-er's eyes turned red. Tears had long since started to fall uncontrollably. She recalled the time I spoke to her. My hand was always checking the child's pulse, always waiting for her to come to her senses. Only now did she understand the words I said. Is your love for traditional Chinese medicine only this much? Then just go home and be the third miss at ease. How much disappointment it truly contained. I clearly loved her so deeply, yet she misunderstood it as disgust. So much so that my heart was deeply hurting so much I couldn't breathe. I could only choose to leave this place. Achoo, on the way to Hua Tuo Clinic, I let out a big sneeze. Who's cursing me? I rubbed my nose, doubtfully recalling Gu Wan-er's expression just now. I put too much pressure on Gu Wan-er, causing her spirit to nearly collapse, perhaps only coaxing her like Long Aotian, waiting for her to forget this experience later, then slowly letting her get back in touch with traditional Chinese medicine. Was the right solution? I shook my head slightly. Do rich people have such a low tolerance for pressure? I remember in my past life, right after graduating, once, after entertaining clients, my boss made me drive him home. At that time, I hadn't touched a car for 2 years after getting my license, but I was too afraid to refuse my boss' request. So I chugged 2 bottles of Ergu-2 liquor for courage, which scared the living daylights out of my boss, and he had to reluctantly call for a designated driver. After that, enduring my boss' harshness every day, I still lasted for more than half a year. But Gu Wan-er now was just scolded by me with a few words to her face. Besides, going home to live a peaceful life. Being the third miss of the Gu family who does nothing but eat and sleep, isn't that a wonderful blessing? But if Gu Wan-er has chosen Long Aotian, then I can only activate my backup plan. I scratched my head, thinking about how to persuade Comrade Gu Ziyuan to arrange a few blind dates for Gu Wan-er. Entering Xi Zhan's hospital room, a faint scent of sandalwood wafted into my nose, and my mood calmed down a bit. Seeing me enter the room, Xi Zhan hurriedly sat up from his hospital bed. Xiao Bei, has Dr. Gu recovered yet? My gaze shifted slightly. Probably. Probably soon. Grandpa Xi, my third sister's psychological trauma is a bit severe. Maybe she needs someone to take good care of her. Look at my third sister. All alone in this hospital, spending every day with a bunch of senile old men. She has no chance to interact with young people. She's getting old too. It's time to introduce her to a partner. Do you have any grown-up grandsons? Introduce one to my third sister. My requirements aren't high. He just needs to enjoy giving his brother-in-law money in his free time. Xi Zhan's mouth fell slightly agape in surprise. Is it this old man who can't keep up with the youth's train of thought anymore? Weren't we just talking about helping Dr. Gu get over her psychological trauma? How did it swerve to blind dates? I remember last time. This brat was trying to find a father for his own father. It's only been 2 days, and now he's busy finding a partner for his sister. If we finish the adoption, he's not going to try and find a partner for me. Is he? He shook his head. Absolutely cannot set this precedent. Otherwise, it'll be hard to maintain my integrity in my old age. Grandpa Xi, do you have any candidates? I pressed. This is the first time I am arranging a blind date for someone. Even if Gu Weiner doesn't like him, I can't ruin the guy's life. Xi Zhan looked at me with a squinting smile. My dear grandson, what are you talking about? Isn't my eldest grandson you? I froze, then immediately cursed out loud. You've got to be kidding me. Old man, you dare to have ideas about me? Ding! Detected host has changed the original plot of the book. Rewarding skill, thick skin, and tough flesh. I looked at this reward in surprise. Could this be a hint that the old man is right? After a moment of silence, setting aside personality for now, Gu Weiner has great looks, a good figure, and is a doctor. Now I have thick skin and tough flesh, so I am not afraid of domestic violence. I also have top-tier medical skills, so I am not afraid of being poisoned. Thinking about it carefully, we seem like a pretty good match. It's just that, why is this relationship always premised on me getting beaten up one-sidedly? Oh, vast blue sky. Why do you treat me so unfairly? I looked up to the sky and sighed. Does it mean I either have to endure domestic violence or say goodbye to this life of immense wealth and luxury? I haven't even been to a nightclub to experience a life of debauchery. I haven't thrown a bikini party on a yacht. Most importantly, I am still a virgin. Just then, the hospital room door opened. Gu Weiner appeared at the door with red-rimmed eyes. Because she ran straight from the traditional Chinese medicine hospital to Huotuo Clinic, her hair was a bit messy. In my eyes, Gu Weiner, right now, looked like a life-reaping demon who had just crawled out of hell. Help! I screamed, but before anyone could react, Gu Weiner executed a perfect tackle, pinning me directly to the ground. She wrapped her arms tightly around my waist, buried her head in my chest, and sobbed uncontrollably. Xiao Bei, it's all my fault. It's all my fault for misunderstanding you. I didn't know you trusted me so much, and were always secretly supporting me behind my back. I didn't know you loved me so much. It's all my fault. I will make it up to you. I am begging you. Can you forgive me? Having fallen hard on my butt, I was about to grimace and cry out in pain when I realized it didn't hurt at all. Feeling the softness pressed against my chest and the pleasant fragrance wafting straight into my nose, I hesitated for a moment, then gently wrapped my arm around Gu Weiner's shoulder. From Gu Weiner's few brief words just now, I roughly figured out what happened after I left. It was also the first time I realized that my love was actually so deep. The warmth from my shoulder made Gu Weiner's whole body tremble. Xiao Bei, have you forgiven me? Gu Weiner lifted her head and asked tearfully. The plot twist was too dramatic, making me unable to react for a moment. My face still held a dumbfounded expression. I am sorry, I was too hasty. Gu Weiner wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Can you give me a chance to make it up to you? Deceiving such a pure and innocent young woman like this, I feel my conscience aching. After hesitating for a moment, I still decided to tell Gu Weiner the truth. Actually, I've never blamed you. Hearing me say this, Gu Weiner's eyes immediately filled with tears again. Seeing Gu Weiner's reaction, I instantly understood. So this is how misunderstandings are built, step by step. Oh well, the result is good anyway. Let's just go with it. I thought to myself. Gu Weiner sniffled, her face slightly flushed. She looked at her slightly messy hair and nervously clasped her hands together. Xiao Bei, can you help me comb my hair? I saw you comb Sister Qinghan's hair last time. I scratched my head. It's hard to refuse a beautiful young woman whose eyes, nose tip, and cheeks were all flushed red. Taking the comb Gu Weiner handed me, I briefly combed through her hair. Xiao Bei, do you think I look better with my hair down or tied up? Gu Weiner asked. Tied up, I replied casually. Gu Weiner held a black hair tie in her mouth, gathered her neatly combed hair, and used the elastic band to tie it into a high ponytail. The ponytail swayed gently, enhancing her lively and confident appearance. Her slender, swan-like white neck, along her distinct collarbones. My gaze instantly fell into a bottomless abyss. I covered my nose. It was truly beautiful. Looking at the scene of deep sibling affection before him, Xi Zhan couldn't help but frown. I am not the Gu family's biological son. In theory, he can marry Gu Wanner. If our sibling relationship continues to be this good, wouldn't his granddaughter have no chance to appear? Although he planned to adopt me as his grandson, this relationship is adoptive, after all. If I become his grandson-in-law, then we'd be even closer. The bond would be a little better. He coughed lightly twice. I think you're right, Xiao Bei. Dr. Gu is indeed not young anymore. And in the hospital, she doesn't get to meet young people her age. I know the grandsons of a few old friends. They're all quite outstanding. Young people can meet and get to know each other. Hearing Xi Zhan's words, I shuddered and immediately denied it vehemently. Old man, don't you talk nonsense and slander me. She is my third sister. Her lifelong matter is not for me to worry about. How could I do something so outrageous? Before, it was because I was afraid Gu Wanner would be seduced by Long Aotian that I thought of arranging a few blind dates with her status and conditions. There's no need for her to lower herself to be a lovesick fool for Long Aotian. Now that the situation is under control, how could I still arrange blind dates for her? Just creating more trouble for myself. Xi Zhan pouted and cursed inwardly. Outrageous things. You've done plenty of them. I paused for a moment and continued. Besides, what did you just say? What do you mean my third sister is not young anymore? She's just over 20, in the prime of her youth. If you don't know how to talk, you can donate your mouth to someone who needs it. I looked at Gu Wanner again and advised. Third sister, don't let this old man disturb your Dao heart. We siblings are still young now. No need to rush. Choosing for another 7 or 8 years is fine. It's a matter of a lifetime. You must be cautious. Gu Wanner glanced at Xi Zhan, then at me, and couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Seeing my reaction, she could be sure that I had definitely mentioned this matter to Xi Zhan just now. Perhaps it was because he was afraid she wouldn't be able to recover, that he wanted to find someone to accompany and take care of her. She recalled the last sentence I just said. We siblings are still young. Let's wait another 7 or 8 years. After 7 or 8 years, Xiao Bei will also be 24 or 25. Just the right age to get married. She glanced at me. At this moment, I was passionately and agitatedly criticizing every candidate Xi Zhan introduced, to the point of worthlessness. The veins on my neck were bulging. She bit her lip gently, feeling her face flush hot in an instant. She patted her cheeks, attracting the gazes of everyone in the hospital room. I glanced at Gu Wanner and said, Old man, look at the kind of people you're introducing. You've made my sister's face turn red with anger. I just need a brother-in-law who is 50 meters tall and weighs 100 tons, has wings on his back, and can breathe fire, and can also mold nuclear bombs with his bare hands. Is that too much to ask? You can't even meet such a tiny request. How can you bring? No. Bring a sense of security to my sister? Xi Zhan pouted. In this world, who could possibly meet your requirement? Gu Wanner seemed to have discovered my little thoughts, and chuckled softly. Xiao Bei, are you trying to make me stay single for life? She looked at Xi Zhan and said, Grandpa, Xi, I plan to continue focusing on my research in traditional Chinese medicine. For now, I haven't thought about this matter. She secretly glanced at me. Perhaps as Xiao Bei said, well, think about it in 7 or 8 years. Xi Zhan nodded. After all, the matter of introducing a partner to Gu Wanner, he had only mentioned it casually. As for whether it would succeed or not, it still depended on the young people's wishes. He wasn't some old feudal fossil either. However, having confirmed that Gu Wanner had no interest in this matter, his eyes turned to me, full of expectation. Xiao Bei, I told you last time, my granddaughter will be coming to Jiangcheng in a few days. My health isn't good right now, so when the time comes, it'll have to trouble you to show her around Jiangcheng for a few days. I was so shocked my jaw dropped. This old man. Were you the matchmaker god incarnate in your past life? You're not introducing a partner to my sister, but you're planning to introduce one to me instead. I am not even an adult yet, Master Xi Zhan chuckled. Xiao Bei, you have to keep up with the times. Isn't marry first, love later a popular trend now? You can get engaged to Shuangshu first, and then you two can slowly fall in love. This old man isn't some old fossil. I pouted. I didn't expect this old man to be so trendy. I guess I know now why. The system rewarded me with the thick skin and tough flesh skill. It turns out it was afraid that when Sai Shuangshu arrives, she would beat me to death. Dad, let the young people handle their own affairs. Let's not interfere. Xi Hu interjected. Xi Shuangshu is a rare and good seedling. He didn't want to see his niece harmed by me. That's right, Grandpa Xi, Gu Wanner chimed in. Xiao Bei should still focus on his studies right now. If you arrange a fiancé for him, I am afraid he won't have any mind left for studying. I nodded furiously. That's right, old man. To treat your illness, I've already taken several days off school last night, just to learn the skill of enduring pressure and adversity. I studied until 12:30 at night. Do you know how hard I've been working? And yet you're trying to tempt me with your granddaughter. Women only affect the speed of my sword drawing. My learning speed. Xi Zhan remembered my profound medical skills and guessed that I must usually study very diligently. Although he didn't know what the skill of enduring pressure and adversity was, it sounded like it was related to military operational command. He nodded and patted my shoulder. When the youth are strong, the nation is strong. I won't force you anymore. It'll be the same if you get engaged after your college entrance exams, he added. I sighed helplessly. It's come to this. With this old man, I can only get a 1-year stay of execution. Xizhan frowned again, but Shuangshu has already set off for Jiangcheng. She said she recently heard something about strolling around Jiangcheng, so she's wanted to come here to play for a long time. Gu Weiner nodded. I've heard that song. It's really good. Moreover, the original singer's voice sounds quite similar to Xiao Bei. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Bei has never studied musical instruments, I would have thought it was him. She suddenly paused. She remembered that at first, she also thought I had never studied medicine. Immediately after, she shook her head again. Even with extraordinary talent, to study medicine, to this level, would require a huge amount of time. How could there be time to study music and compose such a viral piece? Gu Weiner took out her phone and found the saved video, playing it in the hospital room. This song is indeed different from the music we usually listen to. Xihu nodded in agreement. This melodious tune is really not bad. Xiao Bei, what do you think? Xizhan asked. Xiao Bei? Look. Does this person look like you? Gu Weiner shook the phone. I gave a forced smile and answered perfunctorily. Right? Looks similar. Sounds good. After throwing out that perfunctory 3-word combo, I remembered. I still haven't performed acupuncture on Xizhan today. Old master, let my third sister do the acupuncture for you today, I suggested. Xizhan glanced at Gu Weiner and saw her eyes were full of determination. He remembered that it was he who had caused Gu Weiner to develop her psychological trauma. Perhaps I want Gu Weiner to regain her confidence from him, for the sake of a future talent emerging, to promote the progress and development of Grand Saya's medical field. Xizhan gritted his teeth and said, Dr. Gu, I'll leave it to you. Just stick the needles as you please. Even if you needle this old man to death, I will have no regrets. The corner of my mouth twitched. It turns out this old man's area of psychological trauma isn't much smaller than Gu Weiner's. I teased, old man, last time she needled you, blood gushed out, which gave my third sister psychological trauma. If she needles you to death this time, then the little bit of confidence she just regained will be completely shattered by you. If you really don't want to live anymore, then how about we do it another time? Don't pick on my third sister to harm her. Be good now. If you really don't know how to talk, then donate your mouth. Xizhan was stunned. He looked at Gu Weiner with some embarrassment. Dr. Gu, I didn't mean it that way. Gu Weiner gave me a playful glare and shook her head, saying, Grandpa Xiao Bei is just scaring you. Last time, the situation was urgent, and I indeed didn't check your pulse carefully. So, I didn't notice the foreign object remaining in your body. This time, it's just regular physical therapy. There won't be any problems. Although she said that, she still placed her hand on Xizhan's wrist and checked his pulse for a long time. She picked up the silver needles and took a deep breath, carefully identifying the acupuncture points on Xizhan's body. Xizhan furrowed his brows tightly, looking at Gu Weiner's demeanor. It felt like the only thing she was missing was an acupuncture point chart in her hand. Xizhan's heart was filled with anxiety, as if he were on a roller coaster, and the roller coaster was still continuously climbing higher. So she frowned and looked at me doubtfully, asking if Mr. Xi also had high blood pressure. She felt his heart was beating too fast right now. My expression was quite helpless. Third sister, if you don't start the acupuncture soon, the old man's cause of death might be suffocation. I looked at Xizhan again. Old man, you can still breathe while the doctor is finding the acupuncture points. Don't be nervous. That's life. It's over in the blink of an eye. Think about it more openly. That's life. It's over in the blink of an eye. Think about it more openly. Xi, standing by the side, snickered. Dad, didn't you tell me that back when you were a prisoner of war, you were tortured for 3 days straight, but you never revealed a single secret? It's just a tiny little acupuncture session. You're so scared. You look like a great-grandson. Dad, I didn't mean it. The moment he finished speaking, Xihu couldn't help but slap himself across the mouth. Xizhan's gaze froze. He immediately glared over. Don't call me Dad. I don't have a son like you. As soon as the words were out, his old face instantly turned bright red. Hearing Xizhan's slip of the tongue, Xihu used his huge, guardian-like hands to squeeze his own mouth into sausage lips. He wanted to laugh but didn't dare. His face turned purple from holding it in. I didn't have so many reservations. I opened my mouth and let out a hearty laugh. Old man, this son of yours is definitely biological. The mouths on you two are truly a direct inheritance. I bet if you donated them, no one would dare to accept. Xizhan covered his face with one hand, his expression full of shame. His lofty image was completely ruined by this rebellious son. Siho. Xiao Bei, where's that cowhide whip you mentioned last time? When I get out of the hospital, prepare 2 more for me. I am going to whip this rebellious son to death. Gu Weiner covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Her coquettish eyes glanced at me. She had never noticed before that, wherever I was, the air seemed to be filled with a happy atmosphere. After the chaotic scene, just now, her mood was no longer tense. She quickly completed today's treatment for Xizhan. Xizhan only felt a numb and tingly sensation on his body. When he opened his eyes again, he was told the treatment was finished. I looked at the sky. It was almost time for school to end. Tonight, I still plan to take Gu Qinghan to shoot a short video. I should probably leave now. I said goodbye to everyone present and left first. The moment before I left the hospital room, Ju-Wana rushed from behind and hugged me tightly. Referee, someone's charging with the ball here. I thought to myself, Xiao Bei. Thank you. I will make it up to you, Gu Weiner whispered. In the future, the company shares that mom and dad give me. At this point, she paused and gently shook her head. In the future, I will definitely love you more than mom and dad. I sniffled. Tears almost fell. Never mind the shares. The thing I want most are those shares that Gu Weiner just brushed aside. Sensing my emotions, Gu Weiner's eyes also became a little moist. She hugged me a little tighter, knowing that I was definitely moved by the familial bond between them. Or perhaps it would develop into another kind of feeling later on. Moved. I left the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. I sat in the Maybach, tears in my eyes, bigger than the rain on the day Chu Zihang disappeared. Returning to school, there were still more than 10 minutes until class ended. I wiped my tears, adjusted my mood, and walked towards the classroom. Reaching the hallway, like a dean of students, I looked inside the classroom. Gu Qinghan had a cold expression, as if everyone owed her 200 yuan. She seemed to sense something. Her head suddenly lifted, shaking left and right twice. She turned her head, propped her chin on her hand, and a warm smile blossomed on her face. I felt like I was hit by this little girl's devastatingly beautiful face. A critical hit. My heart skipped a beat. Truly worthy of being the top beauty in the novel. She's already this beautiful before even finishing puberty. I dare not imagine what it will be like when Gu Qinghan goes to college. I looked over at Fatty and Jiangshan. Fatty's eyes were not big to begin with. I basically couldn't tell if he was listening to the lecture or sleeping. Jiangshan looked at Gu Qinghan, then followed Gu Qinghan's gaze out to the hallway. She fiercely shook her fist and bared her teeth at me, meaning for me not to disturb Gu Qinghan's studies. I shrank my neck and raised both hands above my head in a gesture of surrender. I took 2 steps back. The frosted glass door. After 2 steps back, my figure was no longer visible. Tiu Qinghan dejectedly turned her head back to the blackboard, resuming her usual cold expression. Not long after, the pleasant school bell rang. Finally, class was over. Hearing the dismissal bell, Gu Qinghan had already started packing her school bag at lightning speed, until the teacher announced class dismissed. She was like a wild horse that had broken its reins. She rushed out like a bolt of lightning. Her speed of leaving the classroom was even 1 step faster than the teacher. Gu Qinghan stood in front of me and asked curiously, "Brother, did you miss me this afternoon?" I sneezed several times this afternoon. My gaze shifted slightly. Could it be that slandering someone can really be sensed by that person? I thought to myself. Seeing my expression, Gu Qinghan immediately knew that I must have done something to wrong her this afternoon. But as long as I could pick her up from school on time, that was enough to make her happy. Gu Qinghan took a step forward, intending to link her arm with mine. "Brother, let's hurry to Senior Yuan's house. Maybe we can help her with something else." Suddenly, she frowned slightly as she got closer to me. She caught a faint scent of cosmetics. This fragrance could only come from a girl. "Brother, who did you go see this afternoon?" she asked curiously. I replied, "I went to give Aunt Liu Shang acupuncture first. Then I went to give old Master Xi Yizhan acupuncture." That's right, last time, third sister's acupuncture made the old man bleed profusely. It made her too scared to treat people anymore. It took me all afternoon to pull her out of that psychological trauma. Don't you think I am cool? Gu Qinghan nodded repeatedly. Her eyes sparkled with adoration and intimacy. "You're the most amazing. I like you so much." I rubbed my nose with my index finger. Being praised so directly is a little embarrassing. Gu Qinghan giggled and hugged my waist, burrowing into my embrace. Her voice carried a hint of grievance. "Brother, the kids in class are very friendly, but I am still scared. Will they hurt me like my old classmates did?" I sighed softly. After all, it's only been 1 day. It's normal not to have escaped the psychological trauma yet. I gently wrapped my arm around Gu Qinghan's shoulders, patting her. Pressing close to me, Gu Qinghan sniffled. Within this fragrance, there was a hint of hospital disinfectant. It must be from third sister. But third sister already has so many things. Why is she still trying to steal my brother from me? He can only be mine. Gu Qinghan bit her lip, she thought to herself. As she pressed close to my chest, she suddenly noticed at the corner of my mouth, there was a bright red smudge. It looked like a lipstick mark. Could it be that third sister also snuggled into your arms this afternoon? Gu Qinghan looked up, her moist eyes gazing at me. She said unhappily, "Brother, you reek of Chinese medicine. What on earth happened between you and third sister this afternoon?" I didn't think much of it and simply recounted this afternoon's events, telling Gu Qinghan everything. "Third sister said she'll treat you well from now on. So, if she loves you, she'll love everything about you. She'll definitely treat you well in the future too," I said with a smile. Jiu Qinghan covered her mouth with her hand, a look of shock on her face. She said, "I'll be loved by my older sister in the future." I nodded. "Don't worry. All of your older sisters will come to like you. Only by letting Gu Qinghan feel the warmth of family will she not leave the Gu family, leading to the final outcome of the Gu family's bankruptcy." Gu Qinghan nodded. "I'll listen to whatever you say." Immediately after, she frowned slightly again. "But brother, your clothes smell bad. It's better now in the windy hallway, but if we go to Aunt Leah's house, In a place without much ventilation, your smell will be a bit strong. I looked down doubtfully. I looked at my clothes, shrugged, and pulled up my collar, sniffing myself. A mix of disinfectant and Chinese medicine, and there was also a faint sweet fragrance. It actually smells pretty good. Especially when I smell this scent. I can still recall the scene of Guwan air running right into me. But seeing Du Qinghan's slightly furrowed brows, I scratched my head. Perhaps. This smell is a bit pungent to others. If we were really in an enclosed room, I am afraid Aunt Liu Xiang and Chun Yuan would just silently endure it, without saying anything. I ruffled Du Qinghan's hair, messing it up, and said with a laugh, "You're still the more thoughtful one. Let's go out and buy a change of clothes first. Aunt Liu will probably wait for us to arrive before starting dinner. Let's not take too long." Just as the two of them were about to leave, Zhang Shiting aggressively ran up to them. She yelled in my face, "You bastard, didn't you promise Liang Wan this afternoon that you would get her lunch? She waited for you for so long at noon, and you didn't even show up. Do you know how sad she was? Do you know she hasn't even eaten dinner? She almost fainted from hunger." She glanced at Gu Qinghan and continued, "Is it because of this little wench that you've become like this? Let me tell you, she's just pretending. She's a damn green tea bitch. In class this afternoon, she wasn't like this at all. She completely ignored everyone. She's just putting on an act in front of you, like some kind of whining monster." I looked at Gu Qinghan with amusement. I teased with a smile, "I didn't expect you to have two faces." Gu Qinghan felt a little guilty. She lowered her head, nervously wringing her hands. Will he hate me because of this? Will he think I am just pretending? Just the thought of being hated. Gu Qinghan's eyes couldn't help but start turning red. I lifted her face and said with a smile, "Doesn't this just prove your bias towards me?" Oops. Seeing Gu Qinghan's reddened eyes, I panicked a little. This girl cries so easily. I looked left and right, wanting to find a tissue. Gu Qinghan directly threw herself into my arms, rubbing her head against my shirt. "All right, she's using my shirt as a tissue now," I said helplessly. Gu Qinghan looked up and gave a radiant smile. "Who told you to be the brother I am most biased towards?" Just then, Liang Wan leaned against the doorframe and slowly walked over to us. She gave me a resentful glance and gently pulled on Zhang Shiting's sleeve, looking as if she had suffered a great injustice. "Shiting, don't say any more. I am hungry. Let's go home first." At noon, she had waited for a long time, but didn't see me bring her food. She had originally planned to skip a meal to make me feel guilty. She didn't believe I had lost feelings for her. Perhaps it was just because she had gone too far before. Wait until the afternoon, and using my guilt, she would act a little pitiful again. Seeing that she had been punished, I would forgive her. At the same time, I would also apologize for my recent actions. Liang Wan had calculated it perfectly, but she didn't expect that I wouldn't go to school at all this afternoon. She prepared a good play. But in the end, there was no audience. After Liang Wan and the other girl left, Cheng Yuan walked out of the classroom, yawning. The moment he saw me, his eyes widened in surprise. "Brother Bei, why are you back?" He glanced at Gu Qinghan again. "Having a little sister really is different. If only I had a little sister too." I protectively held Gu Qinghan tighter. "Don't you dare get any ideas about my sister." Cheng Yuan gave a forced smile. If he had a beautiful sister, like Gu Qinghan, the first person he would have to be wary of is me. He glanced around furtively and saw that Liang Wan wasn't nearby. He lowered his voice to gossip. "Brother Bei, you have no idea. When Liang Wan saw you didn't buy her lunch, she really skipped the meal. In the afternoon, when she saw you weren't in class, her face turned green. On the other hand, that dog Li Zimu, seeing you two had been fighting these past few days, thought he had another chance. He stuffed a bunch of snacks on Liang Wan. Li Zimu is one of Liang Wan's suitors. His family is quite well off. In the process of pursuing Liang Wan, he also spent a lot of money on her." I waved my hand dismissively. I said, "Fatty, don't test me anymore. Even if those two get together, it has absolutely nothing to do with me. How can being a simp be as good as raising a sister?" I looked down at the crown of Gu Qinghan's head. A faint fragrance wafted into my nose. "It actually smells really good." I sniffed twice. I continued, "Besides, even if Liang Wan came back, with that personality of hers, we could never get married. Why would I work hard and spend money to raise a wife for another guy? On the other hand, if I took the money I spent on her and spent it all on my sister." Gu Qinghan looked up, her face slightly flushed. She shyly stole a glance at my profile. She felt her heart fluttering like a deer in headlights, only to see me grinning from ear to ear, and say, "Then I could raise so many sisters." The deer that was running wild in her heart dropped dead. Gu Qinghan lowered her head and gently bumped it against my chest. I, who was just grinning broadly, was caught off guard by Gu Qinghan's attack and started laughing shakily. Fatty said gleefully, "Brother Bei, serves you right for being a flirt. Got your karma." Huh. I patted Gu Qinghan's head and said with a laugh, "Give me another chance." Ill rephrase. Gu Qinghan huffed twice and even brandished her small, fair fist. Looking at this small, slender fist, I suddenly wanted Gu Qinghan to call me brother while punching me. I am not awakening some strange fetish, am I? I thought to myself, quickly shaking my head. Shaking this weird thought from my head, I cleared my throat and said again. Spending money on another man's daughter, she might not even become my wife. They might even call me a simp. But spending it on my sister, she'll always be my sister. Cheng Yuan raised an eyebrow and said with a laugh, that's not necessarily true. Hey, this fatty. I raised my foot to kick Fatty's butt. Cheng Yuan laughed mischievously and quickly dodged. Brother Bei, I am heading home first. I patted Gu Jinhan's head. Let's be good. We'll squander the family fortune together later. I've done so much, precisely to prevent Gu Qinghan from going down the wrong path and leaving the Gu family directly. And this damned fatty dares to bring that up. I don't need this adopted son anymore. Yu Qing, Han's head rested on my chest, swaying slightly. She seemed to be in a very good mood. She looked up and said, Brother, let's hurry and go buy clothes. Otherwise, Auntie and Big Sister will go hungry. She and I walked out of the school together and went to a clothing store next to the school. She picked out a white shirt for me and also chose a round neck t-shirt for herself. Look at this, brother. She shook the baggy shirt in front of me. Then she lifted the hem and tied a knot. The originally baggy shirt hugged her alluring, curvy figure tightly. I couldn't help but give her 2 thumbs up. Beautiful. I like looking. Suddenly remembering something, I asked, wait, my shirt smells. Why did you change too? Gu Qinghan stuck out her tongue and explained, I hugged you for too long just now. My shirt absorbed the smell too. She held out the shirt she had just taken off towards me. If you don't believe me, smell it. I instinctively took the shirt. A lingering warmth spread through my palm. I brought it to my nose to sniff and said doubtfully, no, it doesn't. Not only is there no smell, it actually smells wonderful. I took another 2 deep sniffs. Did the housekeeper wash her shirt too? What laundry detergent did she use? Why does it smell better than mine? Did the housekeeper wash her shirt too? What laundry detergent did she use? Why does it smell better than mine? My face instantly started to burn. I hastily used the shirt to cover my head and ran out of the clothing store. Gu Qinghan's face was as red as a ripe fruit, about to burst. Watching my panicked, retreating figure, she also hurried to chase after me. Youth is wonderful. The female shopkeeper looked at this young couple with their innocent demeanor and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. After running out of the store, I held the clothes we had changed out of. My face was beet red as I walked ahead. It was only after running out of the shop that I realized the shirt I had just used to cover my face was the one Gu Qinghan had just taken off. Although I had put the shirt down, I felt that every breath I took carried a sweet fragrance. The scent of flowers. This must be the scent of flowers. The greenery in Jiangcheng is really well done. I guiltily comforted myself. Gu Qinghan lowered her head and trotted closely behind me, occasionally skipping. She stepped on my shadow, clearly in a very good mood. Damn it. This little culprit. I suddenly stopped walking. Gu Qinghan couldn't react in time. Her head bumped into my back. She held her head and timidly peeked at me. Gu Qinghan's eyes were very large. When she peeked at me, the whites of her eyes were very prominent. Seeing Gu Qinghan's cautious demeanor, I reached out and ruffled her hair, messing it up like a bird's nest. Next time you want to buy new clothes, just say so directly. It's not like I won't buy them for you, I said helplessly. I guessed. Gu Qinghan just thought the clothes in the shop were pretty. When she was choosing clothes for me, she also conveniently picked out a set for herself, and she was afraid I wouldn't buy her clothes, so she fabricated the situation, saying her own clothes smelled too. Gu Qinghan took a small comb from her pocket, stuffed it into my hand, and raised her hand in an oath, promising that she would absolutely not tease me again next time. I observed Gu Qinghan's face with a skeptical expression, only to see a radiant, little devil-like smile on her face, as if saying, I was wrong. I'll do it again next time. I shook my head helplessly. At least the current Gu Qinghan already had a little something that belonged to her age group, the youthfulness and liveliness a girl should have. This could be considered a good thing. It was just a small prank. I looked at the still fragrant clothes in my hand, so what if it happened 2 more times? I wonder if Qinghan needs any stockings. I suddenly thought to myself, since I was planning to go to school again in the evening, I decided not to get the car and just directly walk to the apartment complex where Chun Yuan lived. When we reached the door, we could faintly hear the sound of stir-frying coming from inside the room. I knocked gently on the door. A moment later, there was a rustling sound from inside. Mom, let me get the door. You just focus on cooking, Chun Yuan called out. The door opened. Good evening, Senior. I greeted her with a smile. Senior Yuan, I am here for tutoring. Gu Qinghan popped her head out from behind me. Chun Yuan quickly stepped aside to let them in. In the evening, she was wearing a baggy black t-shirt, paired with a pair of hot denim shorts. The size of the denim shorts seemed a bit small. The flesh on her plump thighs was squeezed out tightly. The bangs on her forehead were swept up and pinned in place, revealing her high, clear forehead. She looked very much like a beautiful top student. You two are finally here, Chun Yuan said with a hint of grievance. My mom saw you were taking a long time to get here, so she went to stir-fry another dish of vegetables. Besides, I wasn't allowed to taste anything before you arrived. I am starting to wonder if I am her biological child. I awkwardly scratched my head and said, let me go talk to Auntie. You're a student about to take the college entrance exams. We can't let you go hungry. A few minutes later, Liu Xiang brought out a plate of stir-fried clams with scallions and a plate of stir-fried pork with garlic scapes, stepping out of the kitchen. She had also heard what Chun Yuan said just now and started lecturing. Xiao Bei bought all the food. They haven't even sat down at the table yet. How could you eat first? Chun Yuan shrank back. She grabbed my arm and hid behind me. Auntie, if you're hungry, you should eat first. It's okay not to wait for us. Senior is a student about to take the college entrance exams. Studying on an empty stomach isn't very effective. After I spoke, Liu Xiang looked hesitant. She naturally didn't want her daughter to go hungry and affect her studies. But we bought all these dishes. After all, if she ate first and let us eat the leftovers, her conscience would bother her. Aunt Liu, how about this? School gets out at 6. If we're not here by 6:30, you and your daughter should eat first. Qinghan and I won't be eating here every day. Yesterday, my parents also said they hadn't seen me in a long time. Besides, studying on an empty stomach is really not effective. It wouldn't be good if it affects Senior's college entrance exams. You wouldn't want Senior to fail her college exams and then be tricked by me into going home and having 8 kids, right? I joked. Hearing what I said, Chun Yuan's cheeks instantly flushed red. She huffed softly twice and tugged my arm in dissatisfaction. Gu Qinghan looked at my profile. Although she knew it was just a joke, she still puffed up her cheeks in annoyance. Liu Xiang shook her head helplessly and said with a smile, "Okay, then I won't be so formal with you kids anymore." Immediately after, she sighed softly. If my Yuan could find a good husband like you, I could die in peace. Mom, what are you saying? Chun Yuan said coquettishly. She looked at me and explained in a low voice, Gu Xiangbei, my mom is just kidding. Don't take it seriously. However, seeing my amused smile, her voice grew quieter and quieter, and her cheeks became redder and redder. Finally, she clasped her hands together, blocking my view of her. Seeing Chun Yuan's shy expression, I rolled my eyes and said teasingly, Senior, look, I agree. Auntie agrees, only you don't agree. The minority must yield to the majority. Just come with me. Come home with me and have 8 kids. Chun Yuan's face was burning hot. She was like a steam engine at this point. White smoke was coming out of her head. She kept waving her hands and stammered, No, 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 it's not like that. I nodded thoughtfully. Senior held out both hands. Does that mean you want to have 10 kids? Chun Yuan quickly hid her hands behind her back. Her mind went blank, and she froze. She lost all ability to think and could only mumble, I won't be greedy anymore. I'll never sneak food again. Gu Qinghan gave me a dissatisfied glare. She walked over to Chun Yuan's side and linked arms with her. Brother, I don't agree either. Now it's a 2-2 tie. Hearing Gu Qinghan's words, Chun Yuan breathed a long sigh of relief. She shrank and hid behind Gu Qinghan. She even timidly raised her head to glance at me, worried about whether I would be angry. However, all she saw on my face was a triumphant smile for a successful tease. I watched as she leaned close to Gu Qinghan and tattled in a low voice, Qinghan, your brother is so mean. Gu Qinghan gave me a dissatisfied look and nodded in strong agreement. After that, teasing, Chun Yuan didn't dare to look at me much. During the meal, she kept her head down, only daring to take small bites of the dish right in front of her. I was surprised to see the girl in front of me with a bowl of white rice gnaw her way through 3 of these pig's trotters. Recalling just now how Chun Yuan's thighs were squeezed by her denim shorts, I think I know the reason now. Yu Qinghan was curious. Are those pig's trotters really that good? She picked up a small piece, used the white rice to absorb some of the grease on top, and bit off the lean meat. Looking at the half piece of fat left on her chopsticks, she put it in my bowl. Here, you eat it. I flicked her on the forehead. Don't be a picky eater next time. After dinner was over, the 3 of them went into the study. Chun Yuan felt the night breeze from the study window, and her mood calmed down a lot. She, from somewhere, took out a transparent ruler as a teaching tool. She pushed up her glasses with her left hand and tapped the desk with the ruler in her right. Jiu Xiangbei, this is for bullying me earlier. Next, let's start our official tutoring session, Chun Yuan announced. I raised my eyebrow and asked, Excuse me, teacher, aren't you going to wear a suit, a short skirt, and black stockings? Are you even professional? About 10 minutes later, the study door opened again. Aren't you going to wear a suit, a short skirt, and black stockings? Are you even professional? About 10 minutes later, the study door opened again. Chun Yuan had changed into a black suit. The things I had done for her and her mother, she roughly knew about them. She was also full of gratitude towards me. When school let out today, she was surprised to see her mother watching TV on the sofa. She even felt quite amazed. Even she hadn't considered that her mother, having moved to an unfamiliar environment, would be bored at home. I was indeed treating them very thoughtfully. So as long as it wasn't about having 8 kids, a small request like changing clothes, she could grant me. She patted her flushed cheeks, tucked her bangs, and nervously gripped the ruler in her hand. Clearly, when she used to secretly work part-time, she had dressed like this before. But why, in front of me, did she feel so embarrassed? She cleared her throat. Student Jiu Xiangbei, can we start the lesson now? I walked a circle around Chun Yuan and nodded in satisfaction. If teachers back then were all like this, I think I could have even tried for Tsinghua University. Teacher, my thirst for knowledge has surpassed its limits. Whip me with your knowledge as you please, I said excitedly. Chun Yuan nodded. Then let's take out today's homework first. If you have any problems, you can ask me directly. I looked at Gu Qinghan doubtfully. We have homework. Why didn't anyone tell me? Seeing the two of them sticking close together, Gu Qinghan moved her chair to squeeze between them. You don't do homework anyway. To keep your desk clean, the teacher doesn't even give you the worksheets. I raised an eyebrow. Hey, even if I don't do it, they can't just not give it to me. I paid for it. At worst, it'll give it to Fatty. Or if anyone bullies you in the future, it'll give them a set of worksheets. For every point they get wrong, it'll slap them. Let them know what knowledge is power means. A moved Gu Qinghan hugged my waist tightly again and nuzzled against me. Although she knew it was just a joke, it also showed my intention to protect her. She looked up and suggested, Brother, I still have one worksheet I haven't finished. How about I give it to you? My face darkened. I flicked her forehead. Do your own homework. I don't need any knowledge as power. My brute strength is enough. I shook my head slightly and thought to myself, silly Gu Qinghan, trying to act cute to get me to do her homework. In your dreams. I'll give her 2 more worksheets when we get home. Hearing my improper words, Chun Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. She was jealous of the close sibling bond between Gu Qinghan and me. At this time, she took out her homework from her bag. She had originally planned, while I was doing homework, to do her own homework as well. She put down her pen, thought for a moment, and asked, So which subject do you want to improve the most? For that subject, I will stick to the curriculum to help you review. I have the textbooks you're using too. You can look at my notes. Without thinking, I blurted out, Physiological health. Chun Yuan's cheeks immediately burned. There's no such subject. Gu Qinghan, who was gently swaying in my arms, heard my words and gave me a hard headbutt. The subject you need to improve the most right now is moral ethics, she teased. Senior Yuan, don't bother with my brother anymore. We made it clear to Aunt Liu Shang that you're here to teach me, not to teach my brother. If I have any questions, I'll ask you, she interjected with dissatisfaction. I rubbed Gu Qinghan's little head. I didn't expect to be shut down by this girl. All right, you two. Go do your homework first. I am going to play some games. Gu Qinghan and Chun Yuan were both top students. They breezed through their homework. I sat to the side, resting my chin on my hand and watching them do their homework. Gu Qinghan had a well-proportioned figure. However, due to long-term malnutrition, she looked a bit thin and petite. Probably in a few months, her already outstanding beauty would become even more stunning. Chun Yuan grew up in Liu Xiang's loving care. Her figure was a bit fuller than Gu Qinghan's, plump where it should be, slender where it should be, especially the flesh on her thighs. I just wanted to give them a pinch. I just noticed that while the two of them were doing homework, why were both their faces so red? Does this problem make people this excited? I raised my head. I looked at the test paper Gu Qinghan was working on. Just then, Liu Xiang walked in, carrying a plate of washed and cut fruit. I cleared my throat and pointed at Gu Qinghan's test paper. This problem, you just need to use the greatest work in L.A. Hospital's rule, combined with the Bach Old Testament. Then you will get an unspeakable secret. I turned my head, as if I had just suddenly discovered Liu Xiang. I stood up to take the plate of fruit Liu Xiang brought. Auntie, this is too much trouble for you. Although Liu Xiang didn't understand what I was saying, but hearing so many technical terms, she felt that it sounded very impressive. No trouble. No trouble. Have some fruit. Don't tire yourselves out studying. She then glared at Chun Yuan. Xiao Bei asked you to come and tutor Qinghan. Don't always bother Xiao Bei. I shook my head. Auntie, this homework problem, the 3 of us are studying how to solve it. Senior sister also gave me a lot of hints. Liu Xiang snorted softly. My daughter, as if I don't know what she's like. All right, I won't disturb your studies anymore. She looked at Chun Yuan again. You need to be more proactive. Don't always bother Xiao Bei. When the door closed, I turned around with the plate of fruit. I only saw the two of them looking at me with resentful eyes. Chun Yuan pouted. She's making me doubt if I am her biological daughter again. Gu Qinghan rolled her eyes. She finally understood why my parents adored me so much. Clearly, at the beginning, Auntie Liu Xiang was still very wary of me, but after just 2 days, she already liked me this much. She suddenly remembered. During dinner, I teased Chun Yuan about having 8 children. Auntie Liu Xiang didn't say anything to stop me. She looked warily at Chun Yuan, then back at me. I am doomed? I am doomed. Brother is too popular. What should I do? I feel like the whole world wants to steal him from me. I awkwardly scratched my head and placed the fruit plate between the two of them. Playing the victim, I said, Why are you two looking at me? Is the problem written on my face? After eating 2 pieces of fruit, I was chased out of the room by the two of them. I helplessly spread my hands. I was also happy to enjoy the peace and quiet. I was in the outer study watching the two of them. There wasn't much else to do. Plus, the two of them were excessively beautiful. If I kept looking, I would have already named all 8 of their children. Leaving the study, Liu Xiang had already cleared the dining table. She was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Xiao Bei, why are you out here? Liu Xiang asked. I teased with a smile. If I am in there, they just keep looking at me. They won't look at the problems. You don't need to worry about me, auntie. I'll play on my phone for a bit and wait for Qinghan to finish studying before we go home. That bread and milk should be delivered around 8 p.m. Remember to put it in the fridge. Auntie. I added another reminder. Just keep these things at home to eat. Absolutely do not give them to other people. Previously, there was an employee who gave some unused bread to a homeless person. As a result, the person complained of a stomachache after eating it and extorted 2,000 yuan from the employee. Liu Xiang nodded after hearing this. She said indignantly, "These people are too much, wasting the employee's kindness. Don't worry, Xiao Bei. I won't cause you any trouble." Knowing that Liu Xiang understood the situation, I sprawled out on the sofa. I picked up my phone and opened Douyin. After a bit of lag, an overwhelming storm of curses came flooding in like snowflakes regarding these netizens who make mountains out of molehills. I didn't have any good solutions either. I only wished I could crawl through the internet cable and pluck every single one of their leg hairs. I randomly selected a few lucky keyboard warriors. I screenshotted their curses at me. It would serve as good material for tonight's video. Just as I was still selecting lucky keyboard warriors, a new message popped up in the chat. It was from Hua Tian. "Great Master Xiao Bei, I believe you were framed. That channel owner's video has no evidence at all. It's all based on subjective speculation to deceive netizens. I've already located that channel owner's position in dormitory, one of Jiangcheng University. This is his publicly available information online. I remembered this netizen with the nickname Hua Tian. She was the one who left a comment last night saying she had been a victim of school bullying. I remembered replying to this girl yesterday, inviting her to visit Jiangcheng. I curiously opened the girl's homepage. Inside, there were only 2 videos. One was a girl in a light pink Lolita dress, sitting in front of a computer desk. The girl's face wasn't shown. Only a third of her side profile could be seen in the video. The computer monitor was very large. The computer case was the trendy glass view type. The rainbow lighting filled the entire frame with a high-tech feel. The computer wallpaper was 2 large pink rabbits. On top of the desk, there was also a stuffed rabbit. The video caption was, "The stuffed rabbit my crush gave me. Isn't it cute?" The other video was, the outer shell of the stuffed rabbit was torn to shreds, revealing the white cotton inside, along with a few short black electrical wires. The caption was, "Why I want to die." I went back to watch the first video again. In the video, with the shaking of the camera, a faint glimpse could be seen in the rabbit's black pupils, occasionally emitting bursts of dark red light. Seeing these 2 videos, I could roughly guess what had happened to the girl. I let out a soft sigh and cursed animal under my breath. I replied to the girl, "Let them have their final frenzy. These people, who want to feast on human blood buns, won't be able to dance around for much longer. Wait for me to deliver the final blow tonight. Also, when you come to Jiangcheng, I'll take you for a walk around Jiangcheng." Great Master Xiao Bei, do you really want to take Hua Tian for a walk around Jiangcheng? Anywhere is fine. The streets of Jiangcheng have a lot of greenery. The air is also fragrant. After a short conversation, I learned about Hua Tian's subsequent experience. In order to delete the secretly filmed video of herself, Hua Tian directly dropped out of school afterwards. She spent a lot of time learning network technology. Although she managed to delete the video later, the incident had caused quite a stir locally, to the point that whenever she went out, people would point at her. So she decided not to go out at all. Using her network skills, she found a job online in network security maintenance. But being cooped up in her room for a long time, her parents were very worried about her mental state. Her mother was originally a mid-level manager at a company and was about to be promoted to a senior manager. Yet, she resigned because she was worried about her. When she heard that song of mine, she finally made up her mind. To overcome the psychological trauma of the past, she didn't want her parents to worry about her anymore. After hearing Hua Tian's experience, I felt extremely lucky. Luckily, I arrived at the scene immediately at the beginning and saved Gu Qinghan in time. Otherwise, I don't know how deep Gu Qinghan's psychological trauma would have been, being bullied in front of the whole class and even being recorded. The video was even posted online and spread everywhere. At least Hua Tian had parents who loved her, but Gu Qinghan had no support at all. I took a deep breath. I sent the invitation to Hua Tian again, but after waiting a few minutes, Hua Tian still hesitated to reply. Perhaps she still needed some time to prepare mentally. I started scrolling through short videos again, although most of the comments online were cursing me. But now, as long as it was a short video filmed by a pretty girl, the background music was almost always one of the 2 songs I performed. After scrolling for about 10 minutes, I suddenly landed on the interface of a livestream room. In the livestream room, Jiang Shu Yuan, the one who spread the fabricated video, was sitting behind a table. The table was filled with a row of various branded cosmetics. "Welcome, my loves, to my livestream room. I am the streamer Yuan, the pioneer against bullying. Newcomers can follow me in the top left corner." I frowned and clicked on Jiang Shu Yuan's homepage. On the homepage, pinned at the top was the video that suspected and slandered me. The video now had 80,000 likes, and Jiang Shu Yuan, using the title of a pioneer against bullying, had gained up to 150,000 fans. I exited the homepage and clicked into the live stream room. Jiang Shu Yuan was holding an eyebrow pencil, saying in the live stream, "It's not expensive at all. Can you not talk nonsense? I had a really hard time negotiating with the suppliers. This is all it cost. Brought back as a benefit for our family. Sisters, you have to know. A person who won't even gift you a 79 yuan eyebrow pencil. How can they truly like you? You should tell that simp of yours to reflect on himself. Has he put in any effort all these years? Has he worked hard? Has his salary increased? After the female streamer's long-winded speech, I looked at the stock in the shopping cart. It quickly went from 1,000 to sold out. Jiang Shu Yuan's furrowed brows, upon seeing the product sold out, immediately relaxed. A smile as bright as a chrysanthemum bloomed on her face. Family. This eyebrow pencil is now sold out. The next item. Loves who like it. Remember to order quickly. Next. Il introduced this body lotion. She picked up a sample bottle of body lotion from the table and held it up to the camera. That eyebrow pencil just now. In reality, it only costs 9.9 yuan to buy. On that product alone, she earned nearly 70,000. By the time tonight's live stream ends, I estimate her income for one night could reach around 100,000. Remembering my roommate who went for an interview today, only found a job with a monthly salary of 4,000 yuan. This one night's income was higher than my roommate's income for 2 years. At this moment, her excitement was written all over her face. She introduced the product with extreme enthusiasm. She had just opened the sample bottle, about to show the effect of the body lotion on her arm, when she discovered that the body lotion, just put on the shelf, was sold out in an instant. Thank you for your support, family. Next, let's look at the next item. She had just put it on the shelf. Before she could even introduce it, it was sold out again. She looked doubtfully at the management backend. Although this situation could happen with some hot products, but she was selling slow-moving products. For the factory, these products were basically considered dead stock, with very low purchase prices, but they were still considered big brands. The selling price was quite high, so her commission would be very high. In the backend, all the products were all purchased by a user named Dacheng Xiaobei. Seeing the name Dacheng X Xiaobei, her eyebrows shot up in excitement. Just from yesterday's video, accusing the channel owner Dacheng Xiaobei of distorting the truth. She had gained over 100,000 followers. After the live stream ends, Il edit a video of Dacheng Xiaobei maliciously placing orders tonight and then returning them and play the victim card a little, saying I was bullied by this channel owner. Dacheng Xiaobei, she estimated. Her fan count could very well surpass the 300,000 mark. She felt that a life free of worries was beckoning her, but to allow the live stream to continue, she blacklisted Dacheng Xiaobei. Alright, my loves, my apologies. There was a little accident just now. Next, Il introduced this cushion foundation. Il also give my loves an extra sample bottle. On my phone, a window suddenly popped up. You have been blocked by the host, it announced. Then it automatically switched to another live stream. I opened the order interface in the backend. I immediately selected all the products I had ordered, and then clicked for a return and refund. I glanced at the time. It was already around 8 p.m. I went out to the balcony to look at the sky. The night wind was chilly, and large clouds obscured half of the moon. The entire city seemed to be shrouded in darkness. A dark moon and high winds. A night suitable for killing. I sighed. The sky tonight seemed to be hinting that it was time to deal with those who feast on human blood buns. Suddenly, the sound of cheerful laughter reached my ears. Looking in the direction of the sound, it was the location of the study. The two of them must have finished their homework. It's not early anymore. I should film the video soon and go home. With that thought, I stood up and walked to the study door. I knocked gently on the door. Suddenly, I heard frantic, flustered sounds from inside the room. I waited until the sound quieted down. I pushed open the study door. Gu Qinghan was bowing her head. Her back was to me, looking extremely well-behaved. Chun Yuan had her lips pressed tightly together, her gaze slightly evasive. What are you two doing secretly behind my back? I asked. Nothing, Gu Qinghan said guiltily. I suspiciously scanned the room. I noticed a half-twisted lipstick on the desk. Gu Qinghan seemed to notice it too. Her small hand snatched the lipstick in a flash and hid it in her hand. I shook my head helplessly. These two girls must have finished their homework and started practicing makeup on each other with lipstick. These past few days, whenever Gu Qinghan saw me, she would get close. This makeup session must be a disaster. I took out my phone and opened the camera mode. An embarrassing photo of the most beautiful girl in the story. This historic moment must be saved. Qinghan, your brother took out his phone. Chun Yuan reminded her. As she spoke, her tightly pressed lips parted. Her creamy strawberry-colored lips reflected the light, carrying a crystal-like clarity. The sight alone made one want to take a taste. Just as my gaze was attracted to Chun Yuan, Gu Qinghan covered her face and charged into my arms like a wild boar. With a thud, I was slammed hard against the closed door. I have to say, being thick-skinned and fleshy is quite useful. I felt that because Gu Qinghan didn't want a bad photo taken, this charge contained at least 17 years of her power. Gu Qinghan hugged my waist tightly and forcefully rubbed back and forth on my shirt. I helplessly patted her head. All right, I've put the phone away. Stop rubbing. My 8-pack abs are about to be rubbed flat by you. Gu Qinghan ignored me and rubbed 2 more times. She turned her head to look at Chun Yuan. Chun Yuan guiltily averted her gaze. She was supposed to be tutoring Gu Qinghan, but ended up dragging her into doing makeup, and I even caught her in the act. Senior Yuan. Gu Qinghan called out softly. Chun Yuan instinctively replied, I am here. Her face immediately flushed red. She turned to look at Gu Qinghan's makeup and nodded slightly. Gu? Qinghan breathed a sigh of relief. She lowered her head slightly. Looking at the masterpiece she had smeared on my white shirt, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve up. I looked helplessly at my shirt, which I had just bought. It had been rubbed by Gu Qinghan, with red and white patches. You dare use my shirt as a rag? I flicked Gu Qinghan lightly on the forehead. You're washing this outfit for me later. Gu Qinghan held her forehead and said with a hint of anticipation, Really, let me wash it? Brother, did I hear you wrong? Why do I feel a hint of anticipation in her voice? No way. No way. Who would actually like washing other people's clothes? I shook my head. I must have misheard the grievance in her voice. As anticipation, I said with a straight face, That's right. I have to let you know the hardship of doing laundry. Gu Qinghan lowered her head. I don't know what she was thinking. Looking at Gu Qinghan's reaction, I nodded. As expected, I was wrong. Looking at her current appearance, she must have realized her mistake. But I am a good brother. I can't keep spoiling my sister. Otherwise, she'll become spoiled rotten. I must train Gu Qinghan to become a well-rounded sister in virtue, intelligence, physique, aesthetics, and labor. I snorted softly. Even if you know you're wrong now, you still have to be punished. Wash my clothes. Wash my clothes. Gu Qinghan's mind was in a daze, so much so that she couldn't hear anything I said. Her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. I was stunned, looking at Gu Qinghan's slightly trembling shoulders. She's not crying, is she? Is she that upset about washing a shirt she dirtied herself? It's only been a few days. Has she been spoiled already? Such good adaptability? No, this won't do. I have to be firm. Although I thought so. Looking at the small Gu Qinghan in front of me, I still couldn't bear it. I poked her shoulder. How about we forget it? There won't be a next time. No way. Gu Qinghan suddenly raised her head. I am the one who dirtied your shirt. You must punish me by making me wash it. When she raised her head, I was completely stunned. Those peach blossom eyes, with a hint of pink on the lower lids. That gaze could make even a dog look affectionate. It looked at me just the same, truly worthy of being the #1 beauty in the story. Brother, don't look. Gu Qinghan covered her face in embarrassment and rushed into the bathroom to look in the mirror. Seeing her appearance in the mirror, it wasn't as disastrous as she had imagined. Recalling the way I looked at her just now, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve up. She washed the makeup off her face with clean water. She returned to the room, rubbing the water streaks on her face, and hugged me from behind again, rubbing gently. A damp feeling spread from my back. I helplessly patted Gu Qinghan's head. This girl, she must be using my shirt as a rag again. After ruining the front, she started on the back. Well, whatever. She's the one washing the shirt anyway. Let her do what she wants. I thought to myself. I looked at Gu Qinghan and asked, Have you finished all your homework today? Gu Qinghan nodded. Brother, didn't you say we were going to school to film a video? Let's go early then. Senior Yuan, we're leaving first. Chun Yuan stood up to see the two of them out. As we were leaving the study, the milk and bread that had just been delivered were on the table. The gazes of Chun Yuan and Gu Qinghan were immediately drawn to the bread. Xiaobei, the bread and milk you ordered today have arrived. You and Qinghan should take some to eat on the way, Liu Xiang said with some embarrassment. I turned to look at Gu Qinghan's expectant gaze. I said, If you want to eat, take some, but you can only take one. Leave the rest for Senior Yuan for breakfast tomorrow. Gu Qinghan nodded repeatedly. She linked arms with Chun Yuan and went to the dining table. Looking at the 7 or 8 different types of bread on the table, Gu Qinghan wanted to taste a bite of each and hesitated for a long time. She chose a French croissant, not because it was delicious, but because the French croissant, there were 2 of them among the delivered bread. That way, Senior Yuan could also try one. All the flavors of bread. Seeing her choice, I was so moved I had to cover my nose. Just now, I even suspected Gu Qinghan was getting spoiled. Such a considerate little sister. No amount of spoiling would be too much. Leaving Chun Yuan house, Gu Qinghan hugged my arm and ate her bread in small bites with her head down. The butter from the bread stuck to her lips, reflecting the streetlight. It seemed to be sparkling. Gu Qinghan licked her lips and tilted her head to look at my shirt again. Don't even think about it. I quickly stopped her. Lipstick and water are one thing, but if the shirt gets covered in grease, how could I wear it anymore? Gu Qinghan puffed out her cheeks in dissatisfaction. She hummed softly. The school campus was pitch black at night. The atmosphere, especially when a cold wind blew, always had a gloomy and eerie feeling, lingering in the heart. The little girl Gu Qinghan used fear as an excuse to bury her head in my stomach. The shirt was probably about to get another grease stain. Finally, we reached the car. I took a tissue from the Maybach and gave it to Gu Qinghan, telling her to hurry up and wipe her greasy mouth. Stop eyeing my shirt. Next, I took out a medical diagnosis report from the car and gave it to her. Gu Qinghan curiously opened the diagnosis. Looking at the writing on it, she said doubtfully, Brother, have I been under a lot of mental stress recently? When did I go for a checkup? Why don't I know? If she had seen this diagnosis a few days ago, Gu Qinghan would definitely have believed she was under great mental stress, but these past few days, she had been happy every day. She had even started looking forward to tomorrow. I shook my head and explained, "Of course, this was just made up for you. The documents, they're all props." I opened the back door of the Maybach and said excitedly, "Don't hesitate." The female lead, "Quickly get in the car. The director will explain the script to you privately later." The two of us sat in the back seat together. I recounted the script I had thought up for Gu Qinghan to hear. "Are there any parts you don't understand? Does the director need to explain it to you again?" Gu Qinghan thought for a moment. She ran through the plot in her mind and shook her head slightly. But she hesitated a little and asked, "Brother, isn't doing this a bit bad? They'll be cyberbullied afterwards." I pinched Gu Qinghan's cheek. "Oh, my silly little sister. It's a good thing your brother is mentally strong. If the balance in my card were a little less, I would have wanted to jump off a building already." I opened Douyin. On the platform's chat interface, it was densely packed with rebukes and curses. After seeing these insulting words, Gu Qinghan's expression immediately darkened. "It's one thing for them to slander you casually, but on what grounds are they slandering you like this?" I nodded. "Because when they slander people casually, no one teaches them a lesson. They only know that slandering others can increase their fans, and increasing fans can make them money. They don't care about the truth. As long as there's traffic, it's fine. At most, when the tables turn, they just delete or hide the video. If things get really bad, they'll cry a bit and say they were also deceived, that they are also victims and are now depressed. After some time passes, they'll continue to make money as usual. They are people who lie through their teeth. Don't they know how much false rumors affect the people involved? It's just because the fire isn't burning them that they don't care." I patted Gu Qinghan's head and said with dissatisfaction, "Besides, what do you mean it's one thing to slander you? Slandering you is what makes it even more hateful." Scene 1. Act 1. Action. In the dark and hazy school campus, the camera pointed towards the rooftop of the opposite teaching building. A girl could be faintly seen, standing by the edge of the railing, enjoying the night breeze. I walked to a large, tightly shut door. I pulled the door open. Gu Qinghan was standing on a table. Her expression was a little panicked. My camera angle was perfect. Gu Qinghan, although standing on a table inside the rooftop area, looked as if she was climbing onto the railing at the edge of the rooftop. At the end of the video, Gu Qinghan spread her arms, her expression sorrowful, and fell backwards. I dropped my phone and rushed forward to catch her. I pinched Gu Qinghan's nose and said, slightly annoyed, "Didn't I tell you not to fall? Do you know how dangerous that was?" The actress dares to add her own scenes. Gu Qinghan's head pressed against my chest, hugging me tightly. She didn't say a word. Looking at her current state, I sighed softly, wrapping my arms tightly around her. Even though we were just shooting a video, perhaps Gu Qinghan had really thought about it. If the bullying had been allowed to continue before, she probably would have really jumped from up here. Feeling the warmth and the strong heartbeat in my arms, Gu Qinghan's eyes reddened. Just now, when she climbed onto the desk, she felt as if she had really climbed onto the rooftop railing, and when she fell, she truly had the will to die. She wanted to kill the old her. "Brother, I am so scared. I am scared this is just a dream. I am scared it'll wake up. I am scared you'll get a girlfriend later and won't dote on me anymore." "What should I do then?" she sniffled, looking up at my side profile. Mustering a fleeting bit of courage, she pleaded humbly, "Brother, can you?" Suddenly, a vibration. The phone's vibration suddenly sounded. The courage Gu Qinghan had just gathered was shattered in an instant by this vibration. I awkwardly looked behind me. The phone was vibrating furiously on the ground. Looking at Gu Qinghan again, I was momentarily flustered, hearing her unfinished sentence. She probably wanted to ask me to do something for her. Moreover, this matter, for her, was probably quite important. Gu Qinghan took a deep breath. Her arms around me tightened a bit, and she said coquettishly, "Brother, carry me." I reached out and patted her head. I chuckled softly. No wonder everyone likes having a younger sister. A younger sister is so soft, cute, and smells nice like this. Who wouldn't like it? I wrapped my arm around Gu Qinghan's waist and pulled her over to the phone. I picked up the phone. On the screen was a voice call request from Gu Xueting. I looked at the phone screen doubtfully. Although the original owner's relationship with Gu Xueting was okay, they usually never called each other. I had a vague, ominous feeling. After some thought, I finally pressed accept. "Xiaobei, you finally answered. What were you doing just now? Why did it take you so long to answer the phone? Was our little sister clinging to you and not letting you answer?" But on second thought, this was a call from my dear older sister, after all. So I used one hand to forcefully hold Gu Qinghan tightly and answered the phone with the other. Gu Xueting seemed very dissatisfied about me taking too long to answer. Gu Qinghan's face flushed. She buried her head in my chest, so embarrassed she didn't dare make a peep. "No, that's not it," I answered guiltily, suspiciously scanning the surroundings. "Could Gu Xueting have installed a camera here?" "I don't believe you," Gu Xueting said. She immediately sent a request. Video call. She immediately sent a video call request. Another message appeared on the screen. "I am checking on behalf of your future girlfriend. If you refuse, it proves you have a guilty conscience. It'll be assumed you're doing something shady with our little sister. After that, please send me a detailed report of no less than 800 words." Glancing at Gu Xueting's bold words, Gu Qinghan's face was beet red, Steam was about to come out of her head. She let go of my waist, only lightly grabbing my sleeve. I helplessly accepted the video call. On the other side of the video, Gu Zhuting was hugging a pillow, lying on her stomach on her dorm bed. Her slender legs dangled gently in the air. She looked around the screen suspiciously. "Why is it so dark over there? Are you stealing something? Where's our little sister? Isn't she with you?" I helplessly handed the phone to Gu Qinghan. Gu Qinghan mumbled a greeting to the screen. "Hello, fourth sister." Gu Shueting looked at Gu Qinghan and reminded her. "Little sister, where are you two? Why is it so dark around you? If Xiaobei takes you into the woods, you absolutely must not follow him. Got it? Call me if that happens. They'll call the police for you." Gu Qinghan couldn't help but chuckle softly. She secretly glanced at my darkened face and shook her head, saying, "Sister, we're still at school right now. He said he wanted to take me to shoot a video." Go Shuting nodded. "Then you have to be careful. Your brother might use the excuse of being a director and say he wants to go over the script with you privately, then lure you into a small room or his car." "I know." Gu Qinghan's gaze was a little evasive, she recalled. Just now, he did say he wanted to go over the script privately and really took her to the car. I snatched the phone back. I heard Gu Shuting's words loud and clear. If I let her say any more bold things, I am afraid the magnificent image I worked so hard to build would be completely destroyed by her. Seeing on the screen that it was now my face, Gu Shuting changed her tone. "Xiaobei, yesterday I asked you to shoot a video with me. You kept putting it off, and then you turned around and took our little sister to shoot a video in the dark. If you want to be a director, can I be the female lead? I still don't know what to do about my 10,000 fan assignment, or maybe I should come to your room tonight and sleep while hugging you." Gu Shueting pretended to be pitiful to get the course credit. "I am willing to sacrifice a little." Hearing Gu Shueting's seductive words, Gu Qinghan warily leaned closer to me. I scratched my head a little awkwardly. How did she know about last night's actress sleeping with the director thing? Did Gu Shuting really put a camera on me? I cleared my throat, putting on a serious and proper expression. "For sister, if you keep messing around like this, I am hanging up. You're calling me, surely for no good reason. Just say what you want." Gu Shueting stammered. "Xiaobei, tonight did you see that streamer having a sales live stream? I watched for a while then got blocked." I said. "Tonight. I also saw her sales live stream video and even bought quite a few things. As soon as she ended the live stream, I returned everything I bought. Now the money is frozen. It says it'll take 1 to 3 business days for the refund to process." Gu Shueting said. I nodded. I didn't expect Gu Shueting to have the same idea as me. Gu Shueting lay earnestly on her stomach on the bed. She bowed her head, holding out her open hands to the screen. "This is the only request of my life, Xiaobei. Spare some gold coins. I did it to vent your anger for you. You can't leave me hanging." I raised an eyebrow and replied, "Poor sister, your life must be very short then. You've made 3 requests in the last 2 days. A mayfly's life is longer than yours." Go Shueting laughed awkwardly. "This time is different. If I don't get money, it'll really starve to death. Then, it'll really become the last request of my life." I shook my head helplessly and directly transferred 10,000 yuan to her. Hearing the cha-ching sound from the screen, Gu Shueting held up her phone and blew a kiss. "Love you, Xiaobei." She hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, "You two are shooting a video tonight. Is it to condemn that blogger? What's the use of condemning her? I've already released all the evidence before. Didn't she just spin lies as usual? Since she likes to make things up, I'll shoot a whole MV to help them generate more heat. Tonight, when my video goes live, I'll see if they can still hang on." I said, "Then I won't sleep tonight. I'll wait for your video." After saying that, Gu Shueting immediately ended the video call. Gu Qinghan gently pulled my hand. "Brother, does fourth sister often video call you?" I shook my head and said, "Didn't you see how after I pumped money, she couldn't wait to hang up?" The previous sentences were just social pleasantries. Making me cough up gold coins was the main point. I paused for a bit and asked, "Right. What were you about to ask me to do just now?" Gu Qinghan glanced at me. All her courage was gone now. She averted her eyes and asked, "Brother, can you go back to my middle school with me for a bit?" I patted her head. "That's a small matter. Let's go together this weekend." I suddenly remembered. Schools aren't open on weekends. I corrected myself. "How about we wait until Friday afternoon? In a few more days, old Master Xie Zhan and Auntie Liu Xiang need someone to take care of them these days. Besides, before Dad meets the old master, he won't take this matter seriously. At most, he'll spare some time to meet him once, to see whether he should give me a beating or not. Now is the crucial period, to decide whether Dad can feel fatherly love again." I suddenly broke into a smile. Wicked. The grudge from Comrade Gu Zhiyuan beating me these past few days. Gu Xiangbei, will definitely pay it back. It was already late at night. I quickly took Gu Qinghan home. I went to the bathroom for a quick shower. Just as I was about to go to the computer room to edit the video, I saw Gu Qinghan hugging her nightgown, her cheeks flushed, sitting dazedly on the bed. "Aren't you going to shower?" "I want to shower in your room," Gu Qinghan mumbled. "I also have to help you wash your clothes," she explained. Before I could react, Gu Qinghan had already slipped into the bathroom, but I sat stunned on the bed, listening to the sound of running water in the bathroom. I remembered the shorts I changed out of, and my socks and stuff were all in there. I wished I could slap myself a couple of times. Why on earth did I punish Gu Qinghan for no reason? The party involved is now expressing extreme regret. After a long while, Gu Qinghan's face was beet red. She ran back to her room with the changed clothes. I went into the bathroom to check. The white shirt had been washed clean. It was hanging on the rack next to it. I opened my mouth, but didn't know what to say. I let out a sigh. I slapped myself twice and calmed down. I went to the computer room and started editing the video. The gaming room would never have expected in its life that one day it would actually be used for studying. I took the video I shot, the camera footage from the hair salon, Chen Wei-jun's clarification notice, and also the cyberbullying comments aimed at me, and simply pieced them together. Then I added a background track and posted it on Douyin. At the same time, Jiang Shu Yuan also took what happened tonight, edited it into a video, and posted it on Douyin. Everyone, I am being attacked by a blogger with millions of fans. On the screen, Jiang Shu Yuan covered her red eyes and started crying and complaining because I exposed the true face of a certain blogger with millions of he launched frenzied revenge against me. Tonight, during the livestream, not only did his fans attack me on the livestream, he even personally showed up and placed a series of fake orders on the products I was selling, then requested a full refund. He's a hot TikToker with millions of followers, while I am just an ordinary person. My fans are all kind people too. There's basically no way to fight against the spit of a large number of keyboard warriors. She took a deep breath, a look of determination in her eyes. When I stood up to speak for the bullied, I knew sooner or later I would be bullied too. Every single person who doesn't dare to speak up. I believe they are also kind. It's just that they are also afraid of being bullied. But even if I am bullied, I will not change my resolve. I will not abandon my stance out of fear. I will absolutely not yield to bullies. I believe justice resides in people's hearts. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. I am Yuan, the pioneer in fighting cyberbullying. The video was just posted. The story of the anti-bullying pioneer being bullied by a blogger, with millions of fans quickly climbed the hot search rankings. Sister, don't be afraid. You're not fighting alone. You must persevere. We all support you. The returned goods can be sold in the next live session. We will definitely support you. Let's attack that blogger's comment section. Let him know what it feels like to be bullied. Where is that bastard? He's truly lawless. Brothers, follow me into battle. Sword, come. A large number of keyboard warriors followed the blue link in the comment section and jumped to Dacheng Xiao-based Douyin account. At this time, I had also just successfully uploaded the latest video. Brothers, is this the one? If you're sure, then I'll start the attack. The scene in the video changed. Then it was a scene of me walking around searching for Gu Qinghan all over the school grounds. What is this guy looking for? It's so late and he's not home yet. Along with the scene transition, on screen, I searched for half a day, but still couldn't find Gu Qinghan. And, in the frame, a pale, white medical record flashed by. What is this? Why did I think I just saw? Depression? It's not depression. It's immense psychological stress, probably on the verge of depression. Damn, it's this late at night, and he still can't find her. If I were the op and couldn't find her this late, I would definitely go crazy. Netizens commented one after another. As time went on, the scene changed to Gu Qinghan standing on the railing, spreading her arms wide, as if liberated. She fell. Once thought of leaving. Existing in this way, because of those rumors, those gestures, those hurts. Watching the scene in the video combined with this song, the keyboard warriors were all stunned. Holy crap. She didn't really jump off the building. Did she? Falling from that high must really hurt. Screw the bullies. Brothers, retreat. That damn bitch dared to use us as her weapons. Sorry. Op, turns out you're the real good guy. Why did you people kill her? She was so young. Why could those people brazenly and unscrupulously bully a little girl? She clearly had such a beautiful life ahead of her, and a brother who loved her like the op. Brother, you're so right. Wait for me to finish watching the op's video. I am gonna curse out that bunch of dogs who feed on human blood buns. After that, the screen started replaying the evidence that I had presented in the previous video. Although it was a repeat, it was still material confirmed by the authorities, representing the true situation of the incident. Today, I am protecting this blogger. Let's see which anti-fan dares to make a sound. Anti-fans. Speak up. Your daddy here wants to curse someone out. Dare to fight? 10,000 swords return to the sect. Sword. Come. The video reached its end. Countless insults towards me flashed across the screen. My voice, tragically half singing, half reciting, once thought of leaving. When the sun was defeated by the cloudy haze, I never expected you to cast it aside for my sake. The video transitioned, returning to the initial black screen. I had already grabbed her hand. After watching this video, the emotions that had been released with the song's climax were instantly suppressed again. They couldn't imagine how heartbroken the op must be. He clearly had his sister's hand. But in the end, because of the slander from those bloggers, he cruelly pushed the little girl off the rooftop. Brothers, who dares to go on an expedition with me? That blogger named Yuan or whatever dares to call herself the pioneer in anti-bullying. She's clearly the ringleader of the bullies. It's not just me saying this. Look at her face. Doesn't she look like those kids in elementary school who snitch to the teacher every day? This op clearly didn't say anything. Why do I want to cry like this? Great God, Xiaobei, can you release an instrumental version? I am begging you. The Dacheng Xiaobei account. Thanks to this video, its fan count shot up from 5 million to 8 million in an instant. Moreover, the number of followers is still continuously increasing. Then I posted another video. The video interface was completely black, but at the end of the music, a new part was added. Hugging the sofa. Eyes blurry with sleep, hair a mess. Sunset falls. Pick up the phone. Is that you? The song ended. On the black screen, golden words appeared. This song is dedicated to those who are still trapped in the darkness. Looking at the words on the screen, the netizens were now even more moved beyond words. This precious blogger. Why did I believe someone else's slander at first? He even thoughtfully changed the ending of the song. It sounds so healing. Healing my ass. The op will never get a call from his sister again. Do you know how heartbroken he is? Cry for me, everyone. Thank you. Op. I was just diagnosed with depression this afternoon. I didn't know what to do. Hearing this song of yours, I feel that I can definitely overcome depression. On the other side, after posting the video, I immediately opened the game interface. I originally planned to play a round of Yasuo to prove myself, but the game unlock timer still had an hour left. Gu Qinghan ran back to her room to dry her hair. Then she snuck back into the gaming room. Her eyes filled with tears. As soon as she entered, she sat on the sofa and hugged me tightly. At this moment, on the new phone I bought for her, the song I just sang was playing on a loop. I glanced at the unlock countdown on the screen. I still have 50 minutes to comfort Gu Qinghan. I distractedly stroked Gu Qinghan's hair. In my mind, I was already picturing the unpredictable battlefield of the Summoner's Rift. An EQ flash combo knocking up 5 people, followed by an ultimate for an instant pentakill. Brother, why do I feel so sad listening to your song? Gu Qinghan said with puffed cheeks, dissatisfied. I patted Gu Qinghan's head. Looking at the Dango family figures on the display wall, I comforted her. The only places you can cry are in the bathroom and in your brother's arms. Just cry your heart out. Gu Qinghan looked up, with a disgusted expression. Ew. Brother, what you said sounds so cheesy. I turned my head away in embarrassment, thinking about it carefully. What I just said was indeed a bit cheesy, but being looked at with disgust by Gu Qinghan. Why do I feel a little excited? Seeing my embarrassed look right now. Gu Qinghan rubbed her head against my pajamas, mumbling, but cuddling in your arms makes me not want to cry anymore. Thump thump. I felt like my little heart took a critical hit. Maybe I should build a computer for Qinghan later, and she can play Malphite to support me. I thought to myself. Gu Qinghan blushed, her gaze slightly averted. She asked in a small voice, Brother, shouldn't we go to sleep now? I looked at the time. It's almost 12 a.m. We really should go to bed. You go back and sleep early. Gu Qinghan looked pitiful. Brother, can't I sleep in your room? Brother, can I sleep in your room? All right, then you go to bed and sleep early. I can just sleep here for one night. I said, it's just like pulling an all-nighter at an internet cafe. It's not like I haven't done it before. I looked at the countdown timer on the screen. Tonight, I must wash away my past shame. Gu Qinghan knelt directly on the sofa, staring at me with puffed cheeks. I've already hinted so clearly. Why don't you still get it? She glanced at the screen again. It must be this game that's stealing my brother from me. Looking at Gu Qinghan with her cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish, the light from the monitor reflecting in her eyes. I hesitated and asked, how about you try playing around? I launched the game and simply explained the gameplay to Gu Qinghan. Tu Qinghan watched my actions on the screen and asked doubtfully, Brother, didn't you say killing minions gives gold? Why aren't you taking the gold? Don't you like it? I blushed profusely. This is called luring the enemy by showing weakness. It's all part of the strategy. When the enemy jungler sees I can't even last hit minions, they won't come to gank me. I nodded as I spoke, pretending that was the case. However, after reaching level 3, I was instantly killed by the enemy mid laner Yasuo's combo without a chance to explain. Killed instantly. I glanced at Gu Qinghan. I originally intended to solo kill the opponent twice, to lower the difficulty for Gu Qinghan when she starts playing. My expression was a bit awkward. The opponent is a pro. Give your brother one more chance. Gu Qinghan's eyes were always fixed on me, only occasionally glancing at the screen from the corner of her eye. Seeing that I was about to cross the river, she pointed at the screen and reminded me, Brother, that jungler you mentioned seems to be coming. Don't be afraid. I've already changed my items. The opponent hasn't gone back to base to heal. If one comes, it'll kill one. If two come, ill. Before I could finish my sentence, the screen went gray. I sighed. This game turned directly into hell mode. Early in the game, I already felt guilty and said, how about we start a new game? Gu Qinghan nodded. Brother, let me get used to the controls a bit now. She wanted to see what kind of charm this game had, that it could steal her brother away. 5 minutes later, solo killed by the opponent. 7 minutes later, the opponent called the jungler and they were double killed. 15 minutes. Angela hid in the bush, flashed, ulted, and stunned, getting a pentakill. I looked at the screen. The corner of my mouth twitched nonstop, and said in shock, "Is this really your first time playing?" Gu Qinghan nodded. "Brother, is it because my mechanics are too bad?" Looking at the victory screen, my gaze was a bit evasive, and I said guiltily, "Yes, you still need a lot of practice." Seeing my speechless expression, Gu Xinghen couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Brother, I get it. The opposing side really has great teamwork." I clutched my heart, feeling like I was about to cough up blood. Losing a game is one thing, but I also got teased by Go Qinghan. "Trash game. I am uninstalling it for you right now." Looking at the game uninstallation interface on the screen, Gu Qinghan nodded thoughtfully. "So in the future, will my brother have more time to play with me?" She thought to herself. I reached out and flicked Gu Qinghan's forehead. "Look at the time. Aren't you going to sleep? Otherwise, you'll wake up tomorrow with dark circles, looking ugly and with pimples." Gu Qinghan held her forehead in dissatisfaction and left the gaming room. "It seems I won't get to sleep in brother's arms tonight." Lying on the big, soft but cold bed, she sulkily turned her back to the gaming room. She wanted to hint to her brother that she was angry. In her daze, Gu Qinghan felt as if she had returned to her old classroom, remembering being pulled by the hair, having her arm twisted, and her school bag thrown by Liu Can, and also the scene of the trash can being overturned on her desk. Gu Qinghan had reported it to the teacher, but was scolded by the teacher instead. The scene shifted. Her clothes were torn by Liu Can's group. Finally, she climbed to the rooftop and jumped down. No one paid attention to her, so naturally, no one would feel heartache for her. On the other side, I looked at the game re-downloading interface. I planned to get up and go to the bathroom first. Just now, it was definitely a teammate issue. Tomorrow I must give Fatty a surprise. As I walked past my bed, I saw Gu Qinghan's whole body curled up. Her body was also trembling nonstop. I suddenly felt an indescribable annoyance welling up inside me. Only then did I remember. Gu Qinghan had hinted to me many times. Could I really make Gu Qinghan say it directly? "Brother, I want to sleep with you." I angrily slapped my head twice. I wondered whether I should wake her up. Suddenly, I recalled what Gu Qinghan had just said. As long as I am in my brother's arms, I won't want to cry anymore. I slowly lay down next to Gu Qinghan and carefully held her in my arms. In her sleep, Gu Qinghan seemed to smell a familiar scent. Her brows immediately relaxed, and she even snuggled closer to me. In the dream, the images began to rewind quickly. As Liu Can was tearing her clothes, a ray of light, like an angel descending to the mortal world. I helped her escape that filthy and dark world. The next morning, Gu Qinghan groggily opened her eyes. Last night, aside from a small nightmare at the beginning, she slept extremely well afterwards. Seeing my face right next to hers, Gu Qinghan blinked repeatedly, her cheeks immediately flushing red. "What's going on? Why did brother suddenly appear here?" "Brother, didn't you say you were sleeping in the game room last night?" Sensing the movement beside me, I also let out a long yawn. I gently patted Gu Qinghan's head and whispered, "Good morning, my silly little sister." Gu Qinghan lowered her head. A little steam seemed to rise from her head. She mumbled, "Brother, good morning." She felt as if 10,000 gophers were screaming in her heart. Ah, it would be great if every day could be like this from now on. I sat up in bed and stretched. I instructed, "From now on, if you're too scared to sleep alone, remember to tell me." "Got it?" Gu Qinghan nodded profusely, obediently saying, I know, brother. I'll get up first." She threw off the covers and hastily fled from my room. Running back to her own, she buried her head in her blanket and rolled around twice. A kitten-like sound escaped her throat. Her slender legs couldn't help but happily kick the bed a couple of times. She guessed that her brother must have discovered her having a nightmare in the middle of the night, so he secretly held her in his arms. "Brother?" He. My brother. After waking up. In the bathroom, I brushed my teeth and washed my face while scrolling through my phone. I opened the Douyin platform. A huge number of messages flooded in like an avalanche, looking at all kinds of sincere and heartfelt apologies, while the comments above them were all sorts of curses directed at me. I just found it ridiculous in my heart. The video was fake, but in real life, quite a few people, because of this crowd, chose to end their own lives. I thought about it for a moment and posted another video on Douyin. The video contained a short paragraph. "You don't need to apologize to me. You just want to feel better about yourselves. Why should someone else have to use their life? In exchange for a fake apology from your lips, I will not forgive you. Bear the sin of driving someone to their death and repent." Although it was still early, my fan base was huge. The hype around this incident was also extremely high. The moment this short paragraph was posted, millions of people had already seen it. Among them were many who had cyberbullied me and Gu Qinghan before, and then turned around to apologize. Many keyboard warriors had originally thought this was a two-way street between them and the channel owner. They would apologize to me, and I would forgive them. Then they would help me condemn those who profited from others' suffering. Unexpectedly, I didn't give them any face at all. Want to find peace of mind from me? In your dreams. At the same time, at Zhongcheng University, Jiang Shuyuan was heading to the cafeteria. Jiang Shuyuan noticed that the people around her, upon seeing her, all looked very confused, as if they recognized her, but couldn't quite believe it was her. Could it be that my video from last night blew up, walking on campus, and so many people recognize me like this? Could my video from last night really be that popular, walking on campus, and so many people recognize me? Just thinking about this, her emotions couldn't help but surge. She opened her phone again, tapping on the Douyin platform, but it wouldn't open. The phone didn't respond at all. What the hell? You piece of junk. She cursed under her breath. She adjusted her clothes a bit and sat down at a table to eat breakfast by herself. She was surprised to find that there was no one sitting at the tables around her. Could it be that fans are so self-aware these days? They know streamers need to keep a distance from fans. They know I only want their money, not their affection. She placed her phone on the table and tapped on Douyin a few more times. No response. All signs today indicated that her video from yesterday had definitely gone viral. Now she was eager to know just how many followers she had gained. Could it be that she could achieve financial freedom directly? Just as she was bowing her head to eat a steamed bun, suddenly, 3 female students walked up to her. The 3 of them furrowed their brows, constantly comparing the person eating in front of them with the anti-bullying leader on the screen. She used way too much beauty filter. They couldn't recognize her at first glance. They just felt she looked a little similar. Although Jiang Shu Yuan found their scrutinizing behavior very annoying, she thought that these people must be her fans. Fans meeting their idol for the first time can be so excited they can't believe it. She looked up and smiled at the 3 of them. I am Yuan, the internet's #1 anti-bullying leader. Do you guys want to take a picture with me? The jig is up. Hearing Jiang Shu Yuan's words, the cafeteria, which was still a bit noisy, immediately fell silent. The people nearby who heard what she just said also immediately gathered around. Jiang Shu Yuan scanned the area. Fans these days are so enthusiastic. They've already surrounded me 3 layers deep. It seems I am a big shot TikToker now. He'll have to wear sunglasses and a mask when I go out from now on. Sigh. Being famous is so troublesome. She calmly took out a tissue to wipe away the stain left from eating the bun. A confident smile appeared on her face. Since you guys have recognized me, I won't pretend anymore. I'll lay my cards on the table. I am the internet's #1 leader against school bullying. Yuan. If you want a photo, please form a line. She took out her phone to check the time, pretending to be very busy. I have to go edit a video later. I'll only take pictures with the first 30 fans. The university students gathered around and looked at each other, all showing confused expressions. Who would want to take a picture with this person who spouts nonsense and casually slanders others? For her own selfish desires, she forced that young girl to prove her innocence with death. And she's talking about fans taking pictures. Could I trouble her to put her head on the ground so I can put my foot on it for a picture? Jiang Shu Yuan heard the chatter around her and couldn't help but frown. Vaguely, she felt that something wasn't right. Violence. Stepping on her head for a photo. Aren't these people anti-fans? Famous people attract a lot of trouble. What bad luck. Before, when her video came out, many people spoke out in support. At the same time, many also suspected she was slandering Dacheng Xiaobei, the channel owner. As expected of a bunch of students. In the video she updated yesterday, the proof that the other party bullied her was all laid out. She's clearly the victim. Yet they still surround and attack her. He's just a street singer. Is it necessary to support him like a brain-dead fan? A bunch of sickos. She looked around again and saw she was tightly surrounded. Her eyes darted around. She took out her phone and started recording a video. The internet's #1 anti-bullying leader, for exposing the bullying behavior of Dacheng Xiaobei, is being dealt with in real life by people sent by the other channel owner. She puffed out her chest, getting into a ready combat stance, preparing to deal with these anti-fans with an attitude that was neither arrogant nor humble. She could imagine. When today's video was edited and posted online, the Dacheng Xiaobei channel would definitely be finished, and she would step on the corpse of her opponent's channel and join the ranks of major TikTokers. You're that internet's #1 violence leader, who forced the other person to jump off a building to prove their innocence. Yuan, right? A male student asked angrily. Huh. The grand speech she had just prepared was thrown into disarray by the other party's first sentence. What's this about forcing someone to jump off a building? At that moment, she immediately understood why so many people in the morning were looking at her with such strange expressions. After a moment of thought, if the other channel owner committed suicide, how would these people know? It must be that someone recorded the other channel owner jumping off the building and used the channel owner's account to post it. This is most likely just an act. She shook her head helplessly, looking at these students with their clear eyes, being used as someone else's weapon, yet they still acted so indignant. She cleared her throat and retorted, I am the internet's #1 leader against bullying. As for the jumping incident you mentioned, anyone with a brain knows it must have been staged. You all think just because you're university students, you can leave your brains at home. Regarding this suicide, I can only say that I am very sorry, but I absolutely cannot, because of this, submit to him. The psychological trauma he caused me will not disappear because of this. Today, even if I am insulted and cursed by you all, or even beaten, I will absolutely not apologize to her. Her self-righteous words directly stunned the people around her. They had never seen someone with such a twisted worldview. Even if one were to throw away the baby and raise the placenta, it wouldn't turn out like this. How could she force a girl to jump off a building and yet act like she's a messenger of justice? Looking at the students in front of her, who were persuaded by her eloquence, to the point of being speechless, she sneered and began to mock them directly. It was just a few words, wasn't it? How was I supposed to know her mental fortitude was so weak? Since her tolerance is so low, she shouldn't have done those terrible things in the first place. What a buzzkill. She snorted with contempt. What are you all gathered here for? To bully me? If I am really at fault, let the law punish me. Okay? Don't stand here pretending to be righteous. If you don't move, I'll call the police. When they arrest you and put it on your record, don't even think about taking the civil service exam in the future. The students gathered there looked at each other and helplessly cleared a path. After all, shamelessness is invincible. Her worldview was already so twisted, it was completely impossible to communicate with her. It wasn't worth it too. For someone with such a skewed sense of values, jeopardize one's own future. The cafeteria had a red plastic anti-slip mat. Jiang Shuyuan walked on it, enjoying the gazes of the surrounding students, feeling like she was at some film festival. Striding with an arrogant swagger, she held her head high and arrogantly left the cafeteria. Her heart was screaming with joy. Returning to the dormitory, Jiang Shuyuan glanced at her phone. The Douyin platform could finally be opened. At the top of the phone screen, a large number of fan messages kept appearing. Due to the large quantity, only the fan aids were displayed one by one. Seeing so many messages, she was eager to know just how much her fanbase had grown. 800,000. It actually reached 800,000. She couldn't help but exclaim. Although she had encountered anti-fans in the morning, she now felt refreshed all over. From the initial 20,000 fans, it had skyrocketed to the current 800,000 fans. It took less than a week. She hurriedly posted the edited video. She estimated that after this video was posted, she would become a million-fan TikToker in one step. Seeing the video successfully uploaded, she thought for a moment and decided to reply to a few fan comments today. To be a fan-pleasing channel owner, she opened the first comment. A life for a life. You actually forced someone to jump off a building to prove their innocence. How can someone like you have the face to live in this world? I am following you, don't get me wrong. I am afraid I'll miss your apology video. You scum who profits from others' suffering. From now on, for every video you post, I will help new fans remember your glorious achievements. Me. You. Jiang Shuyuan couldn't help but frown. Why is it all anti-fans cursing me when I open it? She scrolled through videos, swiping through several. All the channel owners on Douyin were apologizing to Dacheng Xiaobei. She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This situation was exactly the same as the first time. She felt that her opportunity had come again. She hurriedly opened Dacheng Xiaobei's homepage. Regarding the video posted last night, preparing to start studying it frame by frame, she hurriedly opened Dacheng Xiaobei's homepage, facing the video posted last night, preparing to start studying it frame by frame. In the video, she saw Gu Qinghan, as if liberated, fall backwards from the rooftop railing. The phone fell to the ground, the screen spinning wildly. Her mind buzzed and then exploded. No way. It must be staged. It has to be staged. How could that girl jump off a building? She angrily swept all the cosmetics on her desk to the floor. What did I even say to her for her to jump? How could she jump off the building? Jiang Shuyuan knew she was finished. 4 years of hard work, the account she had painstakingly built, had vanished into thin air with Gu Qinghan's jump. Luxury cars, a fancy house. Her dream of wealth and riches had turned into bubbles in an instant. After experiencing a night of earning hundreds of thousands of yuan, how could she accept a monthly income of 3,800? Doing backbreaking work every day. Outside the dorm, the sound of someone banging on the door could be heard from time to time. She felt a bone-chilling cold shoot up from her tailbone to the top of her head. At the same time, the official Douyin account of Jiangcheng University was being bombed. The teacher in charge of managing the account urgently closed the comment section and hurriedly called the principal to report the current situation. It was almost time for university admissions. If this wasn't handled properly, it was feared that the number of applicants this year would drop significantly. Although Jiangcheng University's Douyin account was being bombed, other universities started to hop on the trend. All sorts of young female students in JK uniforms started filming Tour University X with me. There were also many physical education students from various universities, competing to show off their muscles, declaring they would protect campus justice, and resolutely boycott school bullying. Seeing other schools directly slap them in the face with these moves, the principal of Jiangcheng University's face turned green with anger. Just a moment ago, he was cursing, wondering which school could produce a student who profits from others' suffering. It was truly immoral. Then he turned around and realized. It turned out the clown was himself. He hurriedly called an emergency meeting. This student definitely could not be kept. On my end, I scrolled through a few short videos. Many quick-witted channel owners had already filmed apology videos overnight. This first batch of apologizing channel owners, no matter how sincere, their comment sections were still filled with curses. As for some other channel owners, they directly hid the videos where they had previously slandered me. Even though their comment sections were being heavily flamed, everyone was demanding an immediate apology. These people still chose to remain silent. My mood suddenly turned a little sour. I clearly didn't do anything wrong. Why do they insist on punishing me? I scrolled on my phone for 7 or 8 minutes and couldn't find a single video of a pretty girl in black stockings dancing. Just then, Gyu Qinghan ran into the room. Today, she was wearing a light pink top and a pristine white pleated skirt, paired with a pair of thin, skin-colored long stockings. She had her hair tied up, revealing a small top knot bun. She did a quick twirl right in front of me. The hem of her skirt fluttered lightly. She seemed to be in an extremely good mood. "Brother, do I look pretty today?" Seeing Gyu Qinghan was finally willing to wear a short skirt, the rich aura of youthful girlhood seemed to hit me right in the face. I gave her 2 thumbs up, praising her. "Very pretty, very pretty. I love looking at it. Remember to wear it more often in the future." After being exposed last time, Gyu Qinghan stopped wearing short skirts. Her willingness to wear a skirt again probably also proved that she had somewhat stepped out of her psychological trauma, being praised so directly by me. Gyu Qinghan's face flushed slightly as she lowered her head. She nervously tugged at the hem of her skirt. The skirt was slightly lifted, revealing the edge of her safety shorts underneath. I rolled my eyes. Between people, there isn't even the most basic trust left. Never mind, I've lost interest. Gyu Qinghan saw that my mood seemed to have plummeted. She tilted her head in confusion. She followed my gaze and looked down at her own legs in the long stockings. She thought to herself, could it be that brother doesn't like this color? But last time, when he saw Sister Yuan wearing them, his eyes were practically glued to her. She gently pinched the flesh on her thigh. After a moment of thought, it must be because I am too skinny. I must eat properly from now on. I have to become the figure that brother likes. I pinched my nose and coughed twice. When Gyu Qinghan lowered her head, I already felt something was off. Was my change in expression that obvious? After a quick breakfast, we went to school together. As usual, Gyu Qinghan stood at the school gate and bought a handheld grilled pancake, intending to eat it with Jiang Shan. Since she bought one for her best friend, I am not the type to be outdone. I decided to buy one for my adopted son. "Boss, 1 grilled pancake. Wrap another pancake inside it, please." Thanks to that fatty. Yesterday, he dared to say that Gyu Qinghan might not always be my sister, that kind of jinxing. In order to prevent that situation from happening, I've worked so hard until now. Working hard during the day, running around for the Gu family's development. At night, I even have to sleep with her. Let's not count that part. I don't even have time to play games. To maintain this life of wealth and luxury, it hasn't been easy for me. The boss, who had been in business for over 10 years, heard for the first time that a grilled pancake could be wrapped with another pancake inside. He looked up at me in surprise. "Student, you're not filming a short video, are you?" he asked. I shook my head vigorously. "Uncle, my family is very poor. I am craving this and just want to eat until I am full." The boss nodded sympathetically. "All right, then I'll give you an extra sausage. Study hard. After you get into university and find a job, things will get better." I repeatedly refused. I didn't even want to add an egg, but the boss thought I was trying to save money. Not only did he crack 2 eggs for me, he gave me a sausage and also added some meat floss and extra lettuce. I looked at the stuffed grilled pancake and let out a small sigh. Fatty really lucked out. Then, right in front of the boss, I took that pancake within a pancake and got into my McLaren. Watching the McLaren slowly roll onto campus, the boss' jaw dropped in astonishment. He cursed angrily. "Whose immoral kid is that? Tricking me out of a grilled pancake." Arriving at the classroom, I was indeed a little late today. Fatty was already at school. "Hey, this is for you." I tossed the grilled pancake onto Fatty's desk. A golden light shot out from Fatty's narrow eyes. He used his right hand to punch his left shoulder twice and said, "This Yuan has wandered for half his life. My only regret is not meeting a wise lord. If my lord does not mind, Yuan is willing to pledge." Brother Bei, why is there another pancake inside this pancake?" I sneered. "See, yesterday, you tried to drive a wedge between me and Qinghan. Karma's a bitch, isn't it? A pancake with no meat. This is just the beginning. From now on, when you buy instant noodles, they won't have seasoning packets." Cheng Yuan pouted and snorted. "Brother Bei, then I curse you, to only get the seasoning packet when you buy instant noodles." I rolled my eyes and scoffed. "Why would I need to buy instant noodles?" Cheng Yuan opened his mouth, but was immediately speechless. He sighed. "Whatever. Just eat this." Gyu Qinghan watched our verbal sparring and couldn't help but chuckle. Looking at the nearly finished pancake in her hand, she pulled her chair closer to me. "Brother, you eat it. I can't finish." Just then, Liang Wanwan also walked up to me and placed 2 steamed buns mantu on my desk. I looked doubtfully at the 2 buns on the desk, wondering what trick this Liang Wanwan was up to now. "Liang Wanwan, your 2 big white mantis fell on my desk." "Liang Wanwan, your 2 big white mantis fell on my desk." Hearing my words, everyone smiled knowingly. Looking over, Liang Wanwan's face immediately flushed bright red. She snatched the buns from my desk and ran back to her seat. I shook my head and took the pancake from Gyu Qinghan and started eating it. Seeing me eat her leftovers, Gyu Qinghan held onto her chair, and her whole body couldn't help but sway gently. I pulled out a napkin and handed it to her. "Here, wipe your mouth. It's all greasy." After that, I said with a look of disgust, How do you even eat a pancake? You've got sesame seeds on top of your head. With a casual move, I helped Gu Qinghan pick a sesame seed off her cheek. Gu Qinghan lowered her head and obediently sat back in her seat. Her face was as red as a gack fruit. Brother Bei, it looks like Liang Wanwan is trying to win you back. You have to stand your ground, okay? Cheng Yuan reminded me. Reminded by Cheng Yuan. I suddenly remembered. The original owner had begged Liang Wanwan for a long time, just to have her buy him breakfast once. After the original owner bought Liang Wanwan a handbag worth over 50,000 yuan, Liang Wanwan finally agreed to buy it for him once. The next day, Liang Wanwan brought the original owner 2 plain steamed buns, saying that everything else required waiting in line. The original owner, being in love at the time, lost all reason and even lied that he liked plain steamed buns the most. I shook my head in exasperation. She thinks she can bribe me with 2 plain white mantis. What veteran cadre couldn't withstand this temptation? I paused for a moment and whispered. However, if she used those other 2 white mantis to bribe me, this veteran cadre might not be able to resist. Cheng Yuan rolled his eyes in disdain. Whether she bribes you with 2 white buns, or bribes you with those other 2 white buns, you'd better not be a simp anymore. He looked over at Gu Qinghan and instructed, you have to keep a close eye on Brother Bei, or you'll lose your brother. Gu Qinghan listened to our conversation, feeling confused, but she still nodded solemnly. She looked around, then leaned close to Jiang Shan. Looking at her friend's blushing cheeks, she asked in a tiny voice, do you know what brother and everyone meant by big white mantis? No, I don't know. Jiang Shan denied vehemently, but she couldn't resist Gu Qinghan's persistence. She leaned close to Gu Qinghan's ear and whispered a brief explanation. Poof. A puff of white steam seemed to rise. Gu Qinghan hung her head low. Her cheeks were so red, they looked like they might bleed. She gently patted her chest with both hands. They're not that small, she thought, but they're not that big either. She sighed unconsciously. The image of Chun Yuan suddenly appeared in her mind. A glimmer of joy flashed in her eyes. She decided to ask Sister Yuan during tutoring tonight. The class bell rang. I promptly collapsed onto my desk. I have to say, sleeping while holding Gu Qinghan last night was really nice. I am not even sleepy at all today. The teacher at the front, seeing me not sleeping for a change, felt as if had been acknowledged. He immediately began to lecture with even more passion and enthusiasm. I was originally trying to get a little sleepy. Now it's even harder to sleep peacefully. I rested my chin in my hand. My gaze fell on the blackboard, and I pondered the plot of the original novel. In the original novel, Long Aotian grew up on a mountain since he was a child. He studied under a reclusive master and learned extraordinary skills. When the master saw that Long Aotian had learned enough, he sent him down the mountain to experience life properly, to return to the life of an ordinary person. After Long Aotian came down from the mountain, he was completely broke, so he wandered around major hospitals, looking for fated people to heal. After curing Xi Zhan and winning the affection of Go Waner, he used the Gu family's connections to get into Jiangcheng High School. At that time, Go Qiu Qinghan had already been kicked out of the Go family's house. She suffered considerable trauma. But even so, Gu Qinghan still didn't give up on her studies. She knew well that only studying was her only hope for revenge. Long Otian saw Gu Qinghan's pitiful state and began to care for her meticulously. Having never experienced the feeling of being loved, Jiu Qinghan rejected him at first, but eventually fell into Long Aotian's tender trap. The reason it's called a tender trap is because while he was caring for Gu Qinghan, he was also caring for Gu Waner, helping her overcome the psychological trauma of almost killing Xi Zhan. And then he even flirted with Xi Shuang Xu. I can't help but exclaim, as expected of the male lead, truly a master of time management. But now I am the one who cured Xi Zhan's illness. Ju Wan Air's affection has also shifted to me. Ju Qinghan avoided the plotline where she gets hurt. Every day, it's a sweet brother. Now I remember what Gu Qinghan said before, the Li Kui being forced up Mount Liang version, brother. It's a pity I didn't record that scene back then. Otherwise, it would be really interesting to show it to her now. I tilted my head to look at Gu Qinghan. Gu Qinghan put her legs together, her knees pressing against the table leg. Then she gently pushed with her toes, moving the desk a few millimeters. After that, she would inch her chair in the direction the desk had moved. She did it tirelessly. I glanced at the desks in front of and behind her. Gu Qinghan's desk was already off by a large margin, and she still thought she was being discreet. In ancient times, there was the foolish old man who moved mountains. Today, there is Gu Qinghan who moves desks. Seeing her long, slender legs busy under the desk, while Gu Qinghan's face remained nonchalant. I just found this little sister of mine excessively cute. Then, I decisively pulled Gu Qinghan's desk hard, making her desk touch mine. Although the sound of the moving desk wasn't loud, everyone was quietly thinking at this moment. A final, key problem. The sudden noise made everyone's eyes turn this way. Gu Qinghan was stunned. She found it very strange. I was clearly so discreet. How did brothers still find out? Noticing the entire class gaze, her cheeks immediately flushed red, but she quickly pulled her chair closer and obediently sat right next to me. The teacher glanced over and saw it was Gu Xiangbei, so he let it be. It was fine. The teacher cleared his throat twice, maintaining order in the classroom. He let the students continue thinking about that problem. This problem. The teacher had just presented a solution, but it was too complicated. Almost no student could understand it. Du Qinghan glanced at the distance between herself and her brother. Now, she only needed to lean over slightly, and her head would nestle right into my arms. It's a pity, it's still class time. Otherwise, she could have been clinging to her brother, she thought to herself. She took out a piece of scratch paper. Looking at the diagram on the blackboard, she started writing and drawing on the paper, thinking about whether there was a simpler way. I yawned. I glanced at the problem-solving process on the board. The teacher had filled more than half the board, just to calculate the correct answer. Right now, he hadn't thought of any new approach. He was pondering how to explain it, so that the students could understand. I glanced at Gu Qinghan's approach to the solution. Gu Qinghan was also constrained by the teacher's method at this point. It limited her thinking. After all, I had just wasted everyone's time. Then I leisurely walked up to the podium. The teacher thought I was going to the restroom, and quietly made way for me. He only saw me pick up the board eraser and a piece of chalk, and start explaining the approach to solving the problem to the teacher. All the students in the class stared in astonishment at the scene before them. Isn't he going to the restroom? Why did he just stop there? Is the world glitching? He probably hasn't been to school in so long that he doesn't know where the restroom is, and is asking the teacher to draw a map for him. Look at the way he is. Does it look like he's discussing the solution with the teacher? No way. Absolutely no way. Have any of you ever seen him study? If he can solve this problem, he'll eat 10 kilograms of shit on the spot. We have it in black and white now. No way, buddy. Are you trying to scam a free meal again? The math teacher also stared at me blankly. After all, he has been working for a few years now. He knew very well that with my family background, I wouldn't have to worry about anything my whole life. As long as I didn't corrupt the other students in class, or disrupt the class order, he would just leave me alone. But he never expected that the student who either didn't come to school, or would just sleep whenever he came, was actually teaching him. This was just too surreal. I was at the board, briefly explaining the approach to the problem. I turned my head to look at the teacher, and found that he wasn't paying attention. Then I coughed twice, and lectured the teacher. Not paying attention during class, just sitting there, daydreaming. Is that how I taught you? One person wastes 1 minute. A class of over 30 people means over 30 minutes are wasted. What are you looking at me for? Is the problem written on my face? Look at the board. Hearing my words, the math teacher immediately felt immense pressure. He was like a student who wasn't paying attention in class. His old face flushed red, and he immediately looked at the board. I drew 2 auxiliary lines. Then I saw the math teacher still staring intently at the board. I couldn't stand it. What are you looking at the board for? Can the board teach you the steps to the solution by itself? Look at me. After finishing the explanation, I tossed the chalk away, wiped my hands on a wet towel, and sighed deeply. You're really the worst among all the batches of teachers that I've ever taught. Hearing me say that, the teacher's expression was a bit awkward. He felt that my words sounded strangely familiar. He cleared his throat. I believe you are all as surprised as I am. Student Gu Xiangbei is not at all like you imagine, lazy and not eager to learn. Through this problem, I can see his silent efforts. Liang Wanwan also turned her head in surprise to look. Originally, she disliked Gu Xiangbei because he relied on his family's money, and was uneducated and idle, but now it seemed, at least in terms of mathematics, as long as he took exams seriously, his scores would definitely not be low. Academic achievement isn't something that can be improved in a single day. I've also only recently gotten involved with Gu Qinghan. He must have secretly put in a lot of effort for her before, and put in a lot of silent effort. She looked at the 2 steamed buns on her desk, and subconsciously sighed softly. If I had known earlier, I would have accepted the bag Zhu Shangbei gave me back then and just had a meal with him. The bell for the end of class rang. Li Zimu ran to Liang Wanwan's desk. He picked up her water bottle, intending to get water for her. Before, I was the one who did all these things. Liang Wanwan looked at Li Zimu in front of her. He wasn't as handsome as me. His grades were just average, especially these past 2 days. She had hinted to him that Gu Xiangbei had taken her bag back, but he showed no reaction at all. Liang Wanwan subconsciously shook her head. Li Zimu, from now on, I'll get my own water. She stood up and snatched the water bottle back. Before going to get water, she even came over to linger in front of me, wanting to get water for me as well, to ease the relationship between the 2 of them. But forget about a water bottle when I go to school. I don't even bring books. Gu Qinghan was like a little kitten on catnip. As soon as class was over, she hugged my waist tightly, nuzzling against me. Brother Bei. I didn't expect that. Since when have you been secretly studying behind my back? Cheng Yuan praised admiringly. My brother is super amazing. Gu Qinghan chimed in. I played with Gu Qinghan's little garlic clove topknot. This girl was probably afraid that Liang Wanwan would steal me away. That's why she was hugging me so tightly and not letting go. Last night, the 2 of us already slept while hugging. Now sitting here hugging. I didn't find it too abrupt. Before transmigrating, I was already a bit of a top student. During college, I even worked at a tutoring center for a while. I originally planned to work at the tutoring center right after graduation, but I didn't expect that before I even graduated from college, that whole industry would vanish. I patted Gu Qinghan's little head and said with a smile, "See? This is what you call being influenced by your surroundings. You think I and she are doing what? Knowledge flows from a place of high concentration to a place of low concentration. I am studying right now. Fatty clicked his tongue and shook his head vigorously. I won't even bother exposing you. You sister complex freak. Gu Qinghan is first in the entire grade. He probably guessed that Gu Qinghan was tutoring me privately. If he had such a cute little sister to teach him, he felt he could do it too. After hugging for a while, Gu Qinghan let go and started doing the math test that was just handed out. There's a big event tonight. I need to properly consult with Sister Yuan. I can't let this pile of homework interfere with my studies. In the morning, I was half awake. It was rare to relive high school life, seeing that I didn't bring any books. Gu Qinghan pushed our 2 chairs together. The 2 of us were practically stuck together during class. Although the teacher's lecture was very good, I kept getting distracted, thinking about another issue. Yesterday, Gu Qinghan showered in my bathroom. We used the same body wash and shampoo, so why did the fragrance on Gu Qinghan linger for so long? I couldn't figure it out. Absolutely couldn't figure it out. Finally, the bell for the end of school rang. I let out a long yawn. Time to go eat. Just as I came down from the academic building, I saw Uncle Liu from the cafeteria with a little girl, standing right at the staircase entrance. The little girl had her hair in 2 pigtails, big, round eyes and a chubby face. She looked like an exquisite porcelain doll. All the students coming downstairs couldn't help but glance at her. I looked at Uncle Liu. I bent down and gently pinched the little girl's cheek. It felt as soft as pudding. I loved it so much, I didn't want to let go. Jia Jia. Long time no see, I said with a smile. Brother, thank you, brother. Jia Jia wrapped her arms around my neck and gave me a kiss on the cheek. Gu Qinghan's expression changed immediately. She puffed out her cheeks in a pout, but then she remembered this little girl was only about 6 or 7 years old. She probably couldn't compete with her for her brother, so she deflated. I lifted Jia Jia up and looked at Uncle Liu. I said with a smile to the others around us, looks like we're in for a treat today. Uncle Liu must have come prepared. Uncle Liu smiled sheepishly. He was still hesitating on how to invite me to the cafeteria for a meal. Yesterday afternoon, he took my message to Jiang Chengno, to elementary school, and found the admissions office teacher. After the teacher got instructions from the principal, he told him to bring Jia Jia for the entrance exam this afternoon, for an opportunity to take the test like this. He had run around for months without success. Finally, a single sentence for me solved it. He didn't have any other special skills, just this little bit of cooking skill. So he wanted to treat me to a proper meal. Jiang Shan had no resistance against little girls. She came closer to me, pleading, "Let me hold her." Jia Jia was a bit shy with strangers and hugged my neck tightly, turning her back. It was a little embarrassing. Jiang Shan didn't give up. She took out snacks to try and entice Jia Jia. Gu Qinghan saw that both my hands were occupied and started sulking quietly again. I held her for a moment, then put Jia Jia down and took her hand. Gu Qinghan was quick. She immediately linked her arm with my other one. Jiang Shan used snacks to entice her, and also succeeded in holding Jia Jia's other hand. Cheng Yuan looked at the harmonious family of 4 seen before him, and sighed. I don't envy lovers, nor do I envy immortals. I only envy Brother Bei every day. Gu Qinghan hugged my arm. She turned her head to look at Jia Jia, and felt that the little girl was indeed born very cute. She looked at me curiously and asked, Brother, how many children do you want in the future? As she spoke, she even held her stomach with one hand. I glanced at Jia Jia, furrowed my brow, and said, however many I want. It's not like they'd let me have them. Gu Qinghan rolled her eyes, feeling that I wasn't very bright. She said, I am asking, how many children you want to have with your future bride? I shivered in fear and shook my head repeatedly. I am still a child myself. Why would I be thinking about having children? Speaking of brides, Jia Jia suddenly looked up and smiled at me. Brother, when I grow up, I want to be your bride. Hearing Jia Jia's clear voice, I patted her head gently. Good girl. Don't grow up. The adult world isn't as fun as you imagine. Jia Jia didn't understand what I meant and looked at me with her sparkling eyes. I glanced around and saw Fatty with his school bag on. Fatty, take out this morning's homework. Looking at the thick stack of test papers, a look of fear immediately appeared on Jia Jia's face. Although she didn't understand what I said, she recognized that thick stack of homework. Witnessing my bizarre move, Gu Qinghan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Don't scare her anymore. She bent down and said to Jia, Jia, this is just the homework for half a day. There's even more in the afternoon. Just when she thought it was over, it turned out there was even more. Jia Jia's face crumpled. The joy of being able to stay in Jiang Cheng immediately vanished. I raised an eyebrow, unable to tell for a moment whether Gu Qinghan was naively telling the truth, or she was being black-bellied and scaring Jia Jia. Arriving at the private room, Uncle Liu had already prepared the food this morning. It only took over 20 minutes for 8 dishes to be served. With so many dishes, they definitely couldn't finish it all. I invited Uncle Liu to sit down and eat with us. I also called Principal Huang de Ren, mainly for the sake of so-called social etiquette. Principal Huang walked into the private room and asked curiously, Young Master Gu, I heard from your subject teachers that you solved the last question on the university-level math test. That's definitely thanks to the principal's wise leadership and the dedicated teaching of all the teachers that I was able to achieve this small accomplishment. It's not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning, I said with a proud look on my face, although he knew I was just kidding. Huang Duren still felt very pleased. He also flattered me back. That's also the result of young Master Gus' diligent efforts. Throughout lunch, with me livening things up, even with the principal there, the atmosphere wasn't awkward at all, except for Jia, who was worried sick about the mountain of homework in her future. Everyone else was very happy. Because of this sumptuous lunch, they felt extremely cheerful. Poor Jia nibbled on a sweet and sour shrimp ball, looking at everyone laughing and talking around her. She just felt it was a bit noisy at this moment. Her chubby hand rested on her forehead as she let out a soft sigh. Sigh. Could this be the sorrow of growing up? After lunch, I drove the McLaren away from the school. As usual, I went to Ixuan Yuan's house first, after giving Liu Xiang her acupuncture treatment. I then drove to a large nearby shopping mall. Today, old Mr. Xi Zhan is being discharged from the hospital. I have to prepare a celebratory gift anyway. I said before that I'd prepare a small leather whip for the old man. I still haven't found one, this leather whip thing. I've been looking for it these past few days. It's just that. The types I found online, an old man who's been through wars his whole life. I am afraid he'd find them hard to accept. Although there's no leather whip, arranging for a few calfskin belts is still more than enough. I bought 3 belts for the old man at once. One to wear, one to use, and the last one to have on the side for encouragement. I feel like there's no grandson as thoughtful as me. It was still early. I wandered around the small shops on the street outside the mall, strolling on a weekday. Even if I wasn't doing anything, my mood was just so relaxed. While walking, I suddenly discovered a shop selling walking canes. The shop was about 15 square meters. Inside, walking canes were neatly arranged. There were nearly 1,000 of them. The shop owner was an old man wearing old-fashioned work clothes, wearing round-rimmed reading glasses. When he saw me come in, he only glanced up slightly, before continuing to polish a cane under the counter. Old Mr. Xi Zhan is old, after all. If he were to be unsteady on his feet and fall, that wouldn't be good. It's better to have a suitable cane just in case. It could also perfectly serve as a discharge gift. I estimated Xi Zhan's height and seriously selected a suitable cane. This one won't do. It won't hurt when you hit someone with it. This one's no good either. It would be a pity if it broke. Oh, this one is just right. I picked up a cane. The length was just right. The handle felt smooth. When swung, it made a whooshing sound. I bought 3 canes of the same type, in case the old man broke one, and couldn't find a replacement right away. I brought the gifts to the Jiangcheng Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. Pushing open the door to the hospital room, I called out excitedly, "Old man Xia, look what your favorite grandson has brought for you." Today was the day Xi Zhan was being discharged. Sai Yu Jing and Xi Yu were both here. Guan Er was reading a book on traditional Chinese medicine. Sitting next to the old man, hearing my voice, Xi Zhan's originally stern face immediately softened. I held 1 cane in my right hand and tucked 2 under my left arm. I skipped into the hospital room. I don't know why. The moment I picked up the cane, I felt like I had forgotten how to walk. I had to use the cane. "Xiao Bei, are you hurt?" Guan Er stood up to greet me. "Third sister, I am fine. This is the discharge gift I prepared for the old man," I said with a smile. Guan Er nodded. She brought out a prepared warm towel and a cold plum juice. I wiped my sweat and took a sip of the plum juice. The heat I felt earlier immediately dissipated. Turning my head, I saw Guan Er had brought over a chair. She took the towel and empty cup and asked, "Xiao Bei, do you want another cup?" I shook my head. I took the chair and sat down in front of the old man. I checked his pulse for a bit. The old man's health had mostly recovered. All he needed was to rest at home. He didn't need to stay in the hospital anymore. "All right, just pay attention to resting next, and you'll be fine." Hearing me say that, Yu Jing and Guan Er stood up. To handle the discharge procedures for the old man, I handed the 3 rolls of cowhide belts and 1 cane into Xi Zhan's hands. "Old man Xi, congratulations on your recovery. This is the discharge gift I got for you." Xi Zhan's bones were still quite sturdy. He hadn't reached the point of needing a cane yet, but it was my heartfelt gesture. After all, he still accepted it quietly. Seeing my expectant gaze, a man like him, who didn't need a cane, deliberately pretended to be shaky and stood up with the cane. After standing up, he suddenly noticed Xi Ho, holding the other 2 canes, tucked under his armpits, trying to lift both his legs. As a result, because he kept failing, he caused quite a commotion in the hospital room. Xi Zhan just felt a surge of anger. He swung the cane and struck Xi Yu's back. Smack! A crisp sound rang out. The old man looked at the cane in his hand, then he looked at me sitting beside him, and praised, "It feels pretty good in my hand." As expected, Xiao Bei understands me best. Suddenly being hit, Xi Yu was bewildered. "Dad, why did you hit me?" He thought to himself. "I haven't said anything. Is it a crime just to stand in a hospital room?" "Old man Xi, I think he's just being childish. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. It's like when I was a kid and misbehaved. My dad would give me my favorite slap on the back of the head meal. Look how mature I am now," I advised. Xi Zhan looked at me, then at Xi Hu. He felt he still hadn't hit him enough when he was young. Feeling disappointed that his son couldn't be molded, he He raised the cane again and struck Xiaohu one more time. Xiaohu gritted his teeth in frustration. He glared fiercely at me. It's one thing for this brat to get revenge once or twice. How many times has it been now? How many times has it been? He looked again at the discharge gifts I had brought. 3 cowhide belts. 3 canes. These weren't gifts prepared for the old man. They were clearly prepared for him. And just a moment ago, he thought I was being considerate. He hadn't even thought of it himself. But I had already thought of a discharge gift for his father. Noticing Xis' fierce glare, I quickly tattled, "Grandpa, look, he even dares to glare at you. This is a complete breakdown of hierarchy." Hearing me, Xiaohu's eyes immediately became clear. "Dad, I didn't. I am just about to become sworn brothers with Xiao Bei, so I am just a little excited." Speaking of which, I suddenly remembered. Finding the lost fatherly love for comrade Gu Zhiyuan is the most important matter today. Grandpa, my third sister, and Aunt Yu Jing have gone to handle your discharge papers. How about coming to my house tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon? Xizhan pouted and looked at me. This kid is pretty clever, only giving me 2 choices. Let's go tomorrow afternoon. I'll be troubling you then. Let me see what this adopted son you want me to take in looks like. He glanced at Xiaohu. If he's as useless as this one, then forget it. I'll just take you as my adopted grandson. I thought for a moment. Adopting Gu Zhiyuan as his son, Gu Zhiyuan could rely on Xizhan's connections to expand the Gu Corporation's business. If he adopted me as his grandson, a rich second-generation kid like me who only knows how to enjoy life doesn't really need another grandfather. Xizhan's connections would only be useful when I take over the Gu Corporation, or when the Gu Corporation faces a major crisis. I glanced at Xiaohu again. Although Xiaohu had been hit twice, he still had 2 canes tucked under his armpits, still trying to lift both feet off the ground, just with smaller movements, and without making any noise. Looking at Xiaohu's current silly appearance, I thought of my own father. After all, he built such a huge commercial empire. He probably doesn't look this foolish, right? I nodded, and said confidently, "Okay, what matters most is whether you like him." Seeing that I had so much confidence in my father, Xiaohu also became curious about what kind of person my father was. These past few days, when he was free, he often chatted with Dr. Gu and learned quite a bit about my family situation. The 6 daughters of the Gu family, except for the 4th daughter, Gu Shuting, who was ordinary and unremarkable. The other 5 daughters were all outstanding in their respective fields. Even Gu Qinghan, who had just been brought back, was said to have excellent academic performance. As for me, although I am not the Gu family's biological son, my words and actions were sometimes not very reliable. But he always remembered that time when Gu Xiangbei took a photo for him and a guard. What you said is right. Without the struggle of your generation, there wouldn't be the peace and prosperity of today. Besides, not to mention those divine medical skills, just having such upright moral values alone has already left a deep impression on him. The children of the Gu family, every one of them is so outstanding. This is definitely thanks to the efforts of the Gu parents, except for Gu X Wedding, the one who slipped through the cracks of the family's education. A moment later, Gu Weiner and X Yu Jing returned to the hospital room. "Dad, you can be discharged now. Just make sure to get plenty of rest these next few days. After a period of recuperation, you'll be fully recovered," Yu Jing said. She looked at me, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Xiao Bei, Auntie doesn't know what else to say. This time, I really have to thank you. In 2 days, Shuangsu will also be coming to Jiangcheng. You young people should get to know each other well. Auntie, Xiao Bei is still young. He's at a crucial stage in his studies." Gu Weiner saw the situation and immediately interjected. Xizhan also nodded. "Yu Jing, don't be in such a hurry with the children's matters. Wait until Xiao Bei gets into university. We can have them get engaged then and figure out the rest later." Gu Weiner glanced at me. She didn't know what to say. I nodded vigorously and said with a smile, "Grandpa Sai, you can rest assured. My parents had to pay to get me into high school. I'll definitely never get into university." "Grandpa Xie, you can rest assured. My parents had to pay to get me into high school. I'll definitely never get into university." The corner of Xian's mouth twitched. He originally thought I had finally changed my mind. He didn't expect that this brat, in order to avoid getting engaged to Xi Shuangshu, would resolutely give up on taking the university entrance exam. This child. Yu Jing shook her head helplessly. She pulled up a photo of Xi Shuangshu on her phone. In the photo, Xi Shuangshu was wearing a sports tank top and athletic shorts with boxing gloves on her hands. The moment was captured beautifully. It was right as she threw a punch at a sandbag, at the point of maximum deformation. You could see in the photo that Xi Shuangsis looks were top tier, and she had a very strong presence. It's just that Xi Shuangsis' most impressive feature, her long legs, weren't fully captured in the shot. I looked at the sandbag, then I looked at my own small frame. If I ran into her, wouldn't she just beat me like a sandbag? So I started staring intently at Xi Shuangsis' face. I wanted to memorize her appearance, so at least the next time we met, I could immediately lie on the ground and beg for mercy. Xi Yu Jing was very satisfied with my reaction. She was very confident in her daughter's beauty. Xi Zan saw my captivated expression He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Just a moment ago, he was refusing to get engaged to Shuangshu. Now that he's seen her picture, his eyes are glued to it. As expected, my granddaughter has charisma. It seems I need to prepare for this marriage carefully. Gu Weiner saw me staring so intently. She couldn't help but sigh softly. She looked at Xie Zhan and took out a few scented sachets from the pocket of her white coat. Grandpa, Xie. These are sachets I made for you. They help reduce fatigue, calm the nerves, and improve sleep. She gave one each to Xi Hu and Xu Jing. Then, holding the last sachet, she stood beside me. I tore my gaze away from the phone. I looked at Gu Weiner doubtfully. Don't I get one? Of course. Gu Weiner nodded with a faint smile. She placed the last sachet in my hand. Xi Yujing also remembered something. From the shopping bag she was carrying, she took out a navy blue tank suit. Dad, change into your new clothes. We should be leaving the hospital now. Xie Zhan nodded. Since he was discharged, there was no need to wear a hospital gown anymore. I pulled Gu Weiner out of the hospital room by the hand. Leaning against the wall in the corridor outside, I held up the sachet Gu Weiner made and sniffed it. A fragrant scent of jasmine, mixed with a refreshing aroma of mint and lemon, wafted into my nose. I felt my mood lighten considerably. Third sister, do you have any more of these sachets? Qing Han has been under a lot of mental stress lately. Smelling this scent might help her relax, I asked. Gu Weiner gave me a reproachful look. She took out a spare sachet. Thanks. Third sister. I took the sachet and asked, the old gentleman is visiting our house tomorrow afternoon. Will you be home then? The traditional Chinese medicine clinic hasn't been too busy lately. He'll come home for a bit then. It's just the matter with our youngest sister. Since when did the two of you get on such good terms? Gu Weiner asked curiously. When the old man suspected him and Xi Hu attacked him, only Gu Qinghan dared to stand in front of him to protect him. That image was deeply etched into her mind. So, the fact that you favor Gu Qinghan, although she feels a bit resentful, she also feels it's only natural. I joked. We're all siblings. We all grew up bathing naked in the rain together. Do you need a reason to be good to your family? Then I let out a sigh. It's a pity you sisters are all grown up now. We can never go back to those days. Gu Weiner couldn't help but chuckle softly. Qinghan never went skinny dipping with you, you know. Her face suddenly turned beet red as she said petulantly, you're so improper. I was stunned for a moment. Then my face immediately turned red as well. I was just reminiscing a little about the lively days when the whole family was together. Why did it, coming from Gu Weiner's mouth, turn into reminiscing about the days of skinny dipping with my older sisters? I secretly glanced at Gu Weiner. The midday sun shone on her blushing cheeks. A few stray strands of hair fluttered in the gentle breeze, shimmering with a faint golden light. It seemed to have the aesthetic beauty of the saying, the sun is just right. The breeze is just gentle. Actually, there's nothing wrong with reminiscing about those skinny dipping days. It's a shame we're grown up and can never go back. Could this be the faint sadness that comes with growing up? I rubbed my forehead and let out a soft sigh. A moment later, the door opened. The old man, dressed in a navy blue tang suit, walked out of the room, looking refreshed. Xi Hu lowered his head, holding a walking stick, looking extremely sorrowful. Just a moment ago, he had relived the psychological trauma of his childhood. Filling the void left after he grew up, he no longer got to eat bamboo stir-fried with pork. Si Yujing had intended to help the old man, but as a result, the old man had a cane in each hand. He clearly liked them so much he couldn't let go. I looked at the old man's appearance. I knew right away that no man could refuse a cane that was both straight and a bit whimsical. I glanced at Xiu again. I planned to put in a few good words for him with the old man. Grandpa, look how sad your son is now. No, I am not sad at all. I am very happy right now. Xiu vehemently denied it. He was terrified of my mouth now. I rolled my eyes and continued speaking. He must think that your health isn't what it used to be, that you don't hit him as hard as you did when he was a child. See how you stared at me? Dumbfounded. Didn't you say last time that he was unconvinced? Why the change of script now? Xi Zhan glanced at Xiu and asked, what are you so happy about? Because I am old, so I can't control you anymore. Is that it? The old man sighed softly. He looked at me and said, Xiaobei, Grandpa's going home to handle some work first. He'll come bother you again tomorrow afternoon. Gu Weiner and I saw them off to their car. We waited until the car turned at the next intersection before leaving. Xiaobei, will you still come to the traditional medicine hospital in the future? Gu Weiner asked. After Xie Zhan left, I probably wouldn't have any reason to come here anymore. She felt a little anxious. If I still came, perhaps it would be to visit her. If I didn't come, what would she do? I thought for a moment, thinking of Liu Shang's illness. She would still need medicine for her recovery later on. So I smiled and said, of course, it'll come. After all, the sour plum soup third sister makes is so delicious, and the sachet will need its ingredients replaced. I'll visit you often from now on. Looking up at the sky, I saw that it was still early. I plan to go to the company to find my parents. The father I found for Dad is coming to our house tomorrow. If Mom and Dad aren't there, this family reunion will definitely be a disaster. I haven't seen them at home for the past 2 nights. I guess the two of them are probably tied up with the tourist resort issue. For the first phase of the resort's construction alone, the Gu Group has invested 3 billion. Currently, the construction site is being harassed by a group of local rogue villagers. This has greatly delayed the project's progress. Moreover, those villagers are all elderly. The local city guard can't do anything about it. On the resort's construction site, there are about 2,000 resident workers every day. Assuming an average salary of 300 yuan, for every day the project is delayed, it costs an extra 600,000 inches capital. Third sister, do you have any more sachets? I want to bring one each for mom, dad, and eldest sister, I asked. Gu Weiner was worried I wouldn't like the sachet's design, so she had made many different styles at the time. She took out 3 more and gave them to me. After taking the sachets from Gu Weiner and saying a simple goodbye, I immediately drove towards the Gu Group headquarters. The Gu Group headquarters is located in a 32-story skyscraper in the center of Jiangcheng. After parking the car, I walked into this 100-meter tall building. The entrance to the office building has 16 security gates. You have to go through facial recognition to enter the building. Once inside, I glanced around. The office space here is enormous. Each floor is about 2,000 square meters. I couldn't help but recall my work experience at a startup in my previous life. A 30-square-meter office crammed with 6 men. That room didn't even have air conditioning. Whenever summer came, the sour smell in the room was unbelievable. The elevators on the first floor of the building were constantly opening and closing. Many female employees in short-skirted suits walked back and forth. I saw quite a few new employees wearing intern badges. Their eyes were filled with clarity and hope for the future. I took the elevator reserved for the group's executives, straight to the top floor of the building. Stepping out of the elevator, just as I reached Gu Zhiyuan's office, Gu Zhiyuan's loud cursing could be heard from inside. I gave you all so much time, and what the hell have you accomplished? You just gave me an analysis report saying how much more money we have to give those scoundrels. The contracts are already signed, and they're just sitting there naming their price, and you people actually agreed. Then what did I hire you for? Is spending money something my son doesn't know how to do? Gu Zhiyuan scolded angrily. My face darkened. It clearly had nothing to do with me, so why did I feel like I was being dissed? The leading girl with a cold expression retorted, Chairman Gu, currently, more than 800 villagers at the resort are protesting collectively. Not only is the project's progress severely affected, but even the safety of the workers is threatened. Many workers have reported that their windows are being hit with stones in the middle of the night. We have negotiated an average of an additional 30,000 per household. Just 25 million is enough to appease them. The construction progress is slow. Now, the higher-ups also have opinions about us. They've started to apply pressure. The girl's name is Gu Wanqing. She is my eldest sister, holding the position of CEO in the group. I recall that in the original novel, Gu Wanqing was someone who highly valued her career and the concept of family. Faced with Gu Qinghan chipping away at the Gu group, she did fight back, but she could never bring herself to be ruthless at critical moments, until the very end, when the Gu group was riddled with debt. All her younger sisters fell into Zhou Han's arms and began to backstab the Gu group. Completely disheartened, she finally, helplessly, declared the Gu group bankrupt, fulfilling the wishes of her other younger sisters. After the group went bankrupt, she took the original owner and left Jiangcheng, doing the most arduous jobs to sustain their impoverished life together. Hearing Gu Wanqing's words, Gu Zhiyuan slammed his fist on the table. Before, they were the ones begging our group to invest. Now, as a result, when problems arise, they're completely useless. With a business environment like this, no wonder it can't develop. Even if I have to abandon the 3 billion I invested there, I'll just consider it all thrown into the water by my son. I still won't let those people take another cent. I blinked. Why am I getting involved in this again? No wonder my neck hurts. At such a young age, I am already taking so much blame. I originally planned to wait until their meeting was over before entering the room, but listening to the words inside, it was mostly just the same things being repeated over and over. The senior managers all knew that Gu Zhiyuan couldn't give up on the 3 billion he had invested. They also knew that Gu Zhiyuan was worried about those villagers. If they got a taste of success this time, they would just gather and cause trouble again. But they didn't have any good solutions either. After all, those old folks originally didn't even earn 10,000 a year. Now, by making trouble for a few months, they could potentially earn several years' worth of income. Those old folks also knew they were old. The city guard couldn't handle a large company like the Gu Group and couldn't stand the prolonged hassle with them. In the end, they could only compromise. With a dark look on my face, I pushed open the meeting room door. I looked at Gu Zhiyuan and asked, Dad, I hear I've spent several billion. Gu Zhiyuan, who was fuming, immediately became a little guilty. He cast a pleading look towards Gu Wanqing. Gu Wanqing glanced at the remaining people. That's all for today's meeting. Everyone, you may leave first. After everyone had left, Gu Wanqing walked up to me. She frowned unhappily and said, Aren't you supposed to be in school today? Why did you come to the company? Also, we were in a meeting just now. Barging in and interrupting like that. Do you think that was right? I gave an embarrassed smile. It's just that I haven't seen you in so long. Eldest sister. Mom and Dad have been coming home late recently, too, so I wanted to see what was happening at the company. Gu Wanqing looked at my flippant smile and rubbed the bridge of her nose with her right hand. All right. Go get me a cup of coffee first. I nodded obediently. Before leaving the room, I glanced at Gu Zhiyuan. Dad, it's okay. Just prepare your words carefully. After pouring the coffee, I gave the sachet Gu Wainer made to Gu Wangxing. Gu Wangxing brought the sachet to her nose and sniffed it lightly. The faint floral scent soothed her anxiety. You're planning to go find Mom later, aren't you? She pulled 2 files from the desk. Take these 2 files to Mom and have her sign and stamp them. She glanced at Ji Wen, then back at me. That's enough for today. When you get back, focus on your studies. Mom and Dad are getting older now. They can't just let you keep messing around. I nodded vigorously towards this eldest sister who, even after the group's bankruptcy, still took the original owner with her. My impression was very good. Although her tone was cold, I could feel the deep concern in her words. Gu Wenqing looked at my expression and found it a bit strange. Previously, I had always been impatient with her. Today, he really seemed just as Mom and Dad had said, much more sensible. You two talk. After finishing her coffee, she took her documents and left the meeting room. I pulled a chair over and sat down next to Gu Zhiyuan. I patted his shoulder. Dad, it's okay. I am your biological son after all. What's the big deal about taking the blame a few times, right? Gu Zhiyuan glanced at me. He wanted to see if I was really okay with it. After all, last time we went for a massage, I almost massaged out a father for him. He was a bit shaken too. I continued, Dad, look at what happened today. You were in the wrong. After all, tomorrow, the father I found for you is coming to the house in the afternoon. See if you can entertain him. Gu Zhiyuan's back, which had been slumped with guilt, suddenly straightened up. In your dreams, how could I possibly get another father? If I did, wouldn't your grandpa skin me alive in my dreams, even if he helps you sort out the resort issue smoothly? I asked. Gu Zhiyuan was about to refuse outright, but thinking of the greedy faces of those villagers, he hesitated for a moment. I sighed softly. Comrade, old Gu, your ideological awareness is too low. Only a father is good in this world. A child without a father is like a weed by the roadside. Look at me. Why do you think I can be so happy and carefree? Isn't it because I have a good father? I just saw that you were under too much pressure and wanted to help you share some of it. That's why I found a father for you. Everything I do is for your own good. Why can't you appreciate my kindness? Would your own son harm you? Seeing Gu Zhiyuan's conflicted expression, I continued. Besides, do you think he's eager to adopt you as his son? He's only giving you a chance out of respect for me. Do you know how much effort I put in to find a suitable father for you, so that at your age, you could still be compared with others? I had to sacrifice myself to become that old man's grandson. I even almost had to marry his granddaughter. Do you know how much effort I put in to find a suitable father for you, so that at your age, you could still be compared with others? I had to sacrifice myself to become that old man's grandson. I even almost had to marry his granddaughter. The corner of Gu Zhiyuan's mouth twitched. To give me face. He probably isn't anyone important. Plus, he's in such a hurry to marry off his granddaughter. He's probably trying to latch onto the Gu family's power. But since he's already invited the person over, he should at least meet him once. To see that day, whether he'll decide to beat me with a stick that night or whip me with a belt. He sighed and shook his head helplessly. All right, I'll go home for a bit then. After convincing Gu Zhiyuan, I took the documents and went to find Jiang Zhuyu. Jiang Zhuyu's office was in the finance department on the 20th floor. Outsiders weren't allowed to enter the finance department casually. I just stood at the door and called out twice. Jiang Zhuyu quickly trotted over. Xiao Bei, why do you have time to visit Mom today? Aren't you supposed to be in school? I scratched my head and said a bit sheepishly, Mom, it's because I haven't seen you for the past 2 nights, so I missed you a little. Here are the documents eldest sister asked me to give you, and this is a sachet third sister asked me to give you. Third sister has been busy with work lately. Otherwise, she would have wanted to give it to you herself. Jiang Zhuye gently patted my head. Mom knows your third sister's personality all too well. You must have pestered her for this, right? Our Xiao Bei is still the most considerate of his parents. I looked left and right, saw no one, and whispered, Mom, the father I found for Comrade Old Jew is coming tomorrow afternoon. Try to come home for a bit, then, okay? Jiang Zhuyue looked at me in surprise. She had originally thought that I was just joking before. She didn't expect me to actually invite someone over. You're not planning to have me help you stop your father, are you? Whisper to me who the other party is first. I'll see if I can persuade your father to hit you a little less, I sneered. Let's not even talk about Xie Zhan's status. Just with the skill he just acquired. Thick skin, fat, flesh, I am not afraid at all. If I tell you, it'll spoil the surprise. I just saw that you were working too hard. Mom, I'll find some fun entertainment involving Dad for you to watch tomorrow. Jiang Zhuyu nodded. Then I'll come home with your father at that time. She paused for a moment and suddenly had a thought. Xiao Bei, I've noticed you've been spending a lot less money these past 2 days. Is something on your mind? I thought about my recent spending. Excluding the payment made with the Muse owner's card, I bought 2 phones. A seafood feast, went to the zoo once, and even topped up 10,000 inches gold for Jew Shueting. Adding it all up, I've spent nearly 30,000. Spending 30,000 inches less than a week, and this is considered less? Do rich second generations have KPIs for spending money now? Never mind having something bothering me. I don't even know how much I am enjoying life right now. But if Jiang Zhuyue says it's less, then let's just say it's less. I rolled my eyes and sighed softly. I said, I just feel that mom and dad work too hard. Especially these past 2 days, you've been too busy to even come home. I was thinking, if I spent a little less money, would you two be able to spare some time to spend with me? Hearing my green tea words, Jiang Zhuyu felt her heart shatter. Honestly, if these words were said to anyone else, they would be treated as a joke. Only a mother would believe them. Tears welled up in Jiang Zhuyu's eyes. Xiao Bei. Once this busy period is over, mom and dad will come home early. A moment later, after bidding farewell to Jiang Zhuyue, I left the Gu Group headquarters. Taking a deep breath of the cool air outside, I silently vowed, in the future, I would definitely not let Jiang Zhuyue worry about such a small thing again. When I returned to school, it happened to be dismissal time. The last period was a self-study session. Gu Qinghan was dejectedly doing her homework, with her head down. But the moment I arrived outside the classroom, Gu Qinghan seemed to have a premonition and looked towards the door at the exact same time. Her anxious feelings seemed to vanish in an instant. I also noticed that following Gu Qinghan's movement, many gazes also turned towards her. I walked back to my seat with a carefree swagger. At the same time, I shot a fierce glare across the surrounding crowd. This bunch of nobodies from the novel. There's no way I am handing Qinghan over to you guys. I thought to myself, seeing my possessive, protective demeanor. Gu Qinghan finished packing her school bag. She turned, wrapped her arms around my waist, and rested her head on my shoulder. Gu Qinghan seemed to be in a very good mood. Her legs swung gently in the air. Suddenly, she caught a faint floral scent, wafting from my chest. Her face immediately fell. Brother, where did you go this afternoon? The rims of her eyes turned red instantly. A bitter sense of grievance washed over her. She pulled her legs back. She also let go of me, slumped onto the desk, and started sobbing softly. I panicked for a moment, feeling a bit flustered. Did I do something wrong just now? Did I do something wrong just now? I gently shook Gu Qinghan's arm. But a pouting little sister is harder to catch than a pig on New Year's Day. Gu Qinghan's shoulders trembled as she shrugged my hand away. The dismissal bell rang. The students began to leave the classroom one after another. When Fatty passed by our seats, he even whistled gloatingly. On his way out, he pulled away a worried-looking Jiang Shan. I gritted my teeth. That Fatty. It seems like he's been living too comfortably these past 2 days. Tomorrow, I'll add 2 steamed buns to your pancake. Gu Qinghan lay sprawled on the desk, her shoulders trembling slightly. I gently patted Gu Qinghan's back, but every time I touched her, she would shrug her shoulders in annoyance. Seeing Gu Qinghan so heartbroken, Li Zimu and Bai Nansheng walked over. Bai Nansheng was the top student in the class. Before Gu Qinghan arrived, he had always ranked first in the class. He was solidly in the top 5 of the grade. These past few days, while I was away, Bai Nansheng had often, intentionally or not, hovered around Gu Qinghan, using the excuse of asking Gu Qinghan about schoolwork. This afternoon, he had originally planned to sit in my seat to discuss a math problem with Gu Qinghan, but he ended up getting a fierce glare from Gu Qinghan and even used a book to save his seat. Lai Zimu thought Liang Wanwan's actions this morning had already clearly rejected him. In the class, there was also Gu Qinghan, who was more beautiful, and her grades were better too. There was no need to be like a fly, buzzing around Liang Wanwan anymore. Gu Shangbei, you're such a bastard. Bai Nan Shang cursed angrily. Don't you dare scold my brother. Although Gu Qinghan was lying on her desk, she still spoke up to retort. Hearing Gu Qinghan's words, Bai Nan Shang became even angrier. What the hell did you do to make a good girl like Qinghan cry? I shrank back my neck in embarrassment. Should I tell them that I was teasing Gu Qinghan in class and made her cry? But heaven and earth are my witnesses. Just now, I really just wanted to see if Gu Qinghan had a hunchback or not. Li Zimu squatted next to Gu Qinghan's seat. Qinghan, don't be angry anymore. At worst, you can just ignore me from now on. How about I treat you to a grilled sausage at the school gate? 3 yuan for 1, 5 yuan for 2. So, 1 for you and 1 for me. Bai Nan Shang suddenly came to his senses. Right? Just ignore Gu Shangbei from now on. I'll help you move your desk. As he spoke, he was about to pull Gu Qinghan's desk away. I noticed both of Gu Qinghan's legs were pressed against the desk's legs, but her strength was too little, and the desk was slowly pulled away. I remembered this morning how Gu Qinghan was busy and meticulous, the happy look on her face when the 2 desks were put together, and how she would occasionally sway her body during class to touch me. I immediately pressed the desk down firmly and shouted angrily, Bai Nan Shang, stop what you're doing right now. This is between me and Qinghan. Why are you sticking your nose where it doesn't belong? I took a deep breath and tried to hug Gu Qinghan again. Although Gu Qinghan resisted a little, she still buried her head in my chest, nudging my chest with her little head to show her dissatisfaction. Seeing Gu Qinghan like this, Bai Nan Shang felt a tightness in his chest. Qinghan, if Gu Xiangbei bullies you again in the future, he'll help you beat him up, he said coldly. Then he turned and left. Lai Zimu also stood up, but he hadn't given up. Are you really not going to eat sausages? The stall at the school gate is seriously super delicious. It's chewy and crispy, with that special smoky flavor. Take 1 bite. The rich juices just explode in your mouth. He swallowed his saliva. If you give me 1 sausage, even if they shot me over there, I wouldn't regret it. Hearing Li Zimu's description, I couldn't help but lick my lips. When he uttered the last sentence, my face immediately darkened, especially when I felt that as Li Zimu said the last sentence, Gu Qinghan actually let out a chuckle. Get lost? Get lost? Get lost. I am not your father, why would I need your pity? I was dumbfounded by Li Zimu. I couldn't tell if he was trying to flirt with Gu Qinghan, or if he was just hungry. Li Zimu sighed softly, but before he left, he asked again, Really? Not eating sausages? After the two of them left, Gu Qinghan gently pushed me twice, wanting to slump back onto the desk. How could I let her go? I held her tightly, watching the pale golden sunset shine through the window onto the floor, casting a layer of warm golden light in the classroom. The evening breeze carried a hint of coolness. The curtains swayed gently in the wind. In the distance was the noise of students leaving school. Occasionally, the sound of cars passing by could be heard. Sensing the peaceful passage of time at this moment, Gu Qinghan mustered up her courage again and leaned close to my ear, and asked in a small voice, Brother, can it be me? As soon as she finished speaking, my cheeks started to heat up again. The little deer in my heart couldn't help but run wild. My cheeks started burning again. The little deer in my heart couldn't help but run wild. A warm breath tickled my ear. My mind was indeed a little fuzzy. What's not okay? You're so strong, just like a little calf. I couldn't even pull you away just now. Hearing my words, Gu Qinghan gritted her teeth. The frantic little deer suddenly had a heart attack and dropped dead. Just as she was about to push me away, I apologized. I am sorry. I shouldn't have done that without your permission, to check you without asking. But you have a slight hunchback. Before, you had no one to protect you. From now on, you can live with your chest held high. You don't have to always keep your head down. Gu Qinghan's little head was instantly dazed, so I wasn't being a pervert just now, but was just helping her check for a hunchback. Gu Qinghan. Oh, Gu Qinghan, what were you thinking about just now? She took a deep breath, and a light floral scent wafted over. She puffed out her cheeks and asked again in a small voice, Brother, where did you go and what did you do this afternoon? The usual. Treating Aunt Liu. Handling the discharge procedures for old Master Xie. Today, I also went to the company to see Mom and Dad and our eldest sister. Oh, right. Third sister specially made some sachets today. I guess it's because the Dragon Boat Festival is coming up. I rummaged through my pocket for a while and took out a sachet. The sachet third sister made can calm the mind and soothe the nerves. It relieves fatigue and helps you sleep well. I specially asked for one for you. Gu Qinghan shyly lowered her head. She quietly took the sachet from me and put it in her pocket. Seeing that Gu Qinghan's mood seemed to have stabilized, I took out a wet wipe and wiped the corners of her eyes. Patting her head, I smiled and said, It's still early today. Before we go to Senior Yuan's house, do you want to get a grilled sausage? Gu Qinghan nodded and grabbed my wrist. She stood up and casually grabbed her already packed school bag, and even used her butt to push the desk that Bai Nansheng had slightly pulled away, back to its original place, seeing the two desks tightly joined together. A satisfied smile appeared on her face. I have to say, no wonder Li Zimu was so obsessed with grilled sausages. This flavor is truly delicious. I hadn't even gotten 20 meters away from the sausage stall, and I had already finished one. Gu Qinghan saw me finish the sausage in 3 bites. She quietly brought her sausage, which was only a quarter eaten, to my mouth. Watching me take a big bite, Gu Qinghan brought the sausage back and ate it in small bites. As expected, after studying hard, the sausage tastes much better, she thought to herself. Noticing Gu Qinghan's slightly flushed cheeks, I vaguely felt that something wasn't quite right. Would a girl eat a boy's leftovers? Arriving at Xuan Yuan's house, Gu Qinghan couldn't find a trash can along the way, so she stuffed the bamboo stick into my hand and guiltily sat down at the dining table. Aunt Liu Shang had already finished cooking. Waiting for us to arrive, Gu Qinghan seemed strange today, so I paid a little more attention and noticed that when she was eating, she would occasionally look at Xuan Yuan. Furthermore, when picking up food, it was almost as if whatever Xuan Yuan ate, she would also eat. Sometimes she couldn't chew fast enough. She would put the food in her bowl first to eat later. Gu Qinghan seemed to realize that my eyes were fixed on her. She stuck out her tongue and made a funny face. What a strange world. Qinghan is so incredibly cute. Looking at Gu Qinghan's funny face, I couldn't help but think. After dinner, Gu Qinghan and Xuan Yuan went to the study room to study. I lay in bed playing on my phone by myself. I opened TikTok, and a message from Hua Tian immediately popped up. Master Xiao Bei, how is your sister? Is she still receiving treatment? Looking at the words that exuded concern, I originally intended to tell Hua Tian the truth, but on second thought, if this news were to leak, then I would be the next victim of cyberbullying. There's no need to take such a big risk, to gamble on whether the other person is kind-hearted or not. Don't worry, I replied, on the other side of the screen. Hua Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Master Xiao Bei, your songs are really amazing. I've gained a lot of courage from your singing. I want to change my current situation. I don't want my parents to worry about me anymore. I want to come to Jiangcheng next week. Are you free next week? Can I meet you? I had nothing to do anyway, so I replied, just let me know 2 days in advance. You're always welcome to come. After ending the chat with Hua Tian, a video call request from Gu Shu Ting popped up. I frowned. always feeling like it was nothing good. The video call connected. Gu Shueting looked at the screen and fixed her wind-blown hair. To be honest, Gu Shueting is also very beautiful, and she has a lazy aura about her. I raised an eyebrow. Fourth sister, are you using me as a mirror? Gu Shueting clenched her right fist like a microphone. She coughed twice and said seriously. Shueting's evening news. Today, because of a short video, it has led to a senior about to graduate from Jiangcheng University being tragically expelled from the school. Next, this reporter will bring you live footage. The camera turned around, showing the inside of the female dormitory. Getting closer to the mirror, I saw Jiang Shu Yuan's pale face. As if she had lost her soul, she was still fiddling with her phone, completely ignoring the people in front of her. Everyone has finished their filming task. The principal once again emphasized to everyone. This incident has had a huge impact on the school. I hope everyone can finish editing the videos before the weekend. After editing the video, please submit it to the school for review first. If you have any other methods that can restore the school's reputation and need the school's cooperation, we will definitely do our best to cooperate. Finally, after evaluation and confirming that your account has a positive effect on restoring the school's reputation, we can provide rewards including but not limited to cash, exemption from this elective course, direct admission to the school's graduate program, etc. If you want any other rewards, you can also propose them to the school. Hearing the principal say that, I immediately understood what Gu Shuting wanted to do. It was initiated by her to post a promotional video for Jiangcheng University herself, which would be more effective than their punishment video. I didn't expect that the slacker Gu Xwei Ting would actually have a dream of going to graduate school. The camera switched back. Gu Zhu Ting had a fawning smile on her face. Xiao Bei. Look, am I not your sister? I chuckled softly. That depends on what you're going to say next. Then I'll decide whether to disown you or not. Sister Gu Shu Ting sniffled and said aggrievedly, Xiao Bei, I am only begging you this one time in my entire life. You said the same thing yesterday. I rolled my eyes. Xiao Bei, you've changed. We're blood-related siblings. We grew up together naked. If I get direct admission, I can find a better brother-in-law for you in the future. Don't you want me to be happy? I frowned. I turned my head to look back. Sometimes I really suspect if Gu Shueting has installed a surveillance camera behind me. I sighed softly and replied helplessly, all right, I'll figure out a way to help you then. Hearing my words, Gu Shueting breathed a sigh of relief. She blew a kiss at the phone screen. I love you to death, Xiao Bei. She suddenly swayed left and right in front of the screen and asked, why don't I see our little sister? Isn't she with you? I found a tutor for her. She's studying in the study room now. I said, I don't believe you. In a closed study room with no one watching, no one can possibly focus on studying. Gu Shuting said doubtfully. You think Qinghan is like us? I pouted and said, Gu Qinghan and Zhuan Yuan are both top students, unlike the pair of idle, slacker siblings like us. No way. Seeing Gu Shuiting's face still full of doubt, I said helplessly, all right, then I'll prove it to you. Okay then. I stood up and stealthily opened the study room door while holding my phone. The moment the door opened, I only heard a loud bang. The study room door was quickly slammed shut. Even the video call interface was cut off. Holy crap. What did I just see? The moment I opened the door, I found Gu Qinghan with one hand on Xuan Yuan's thigh and the other hand supporting Xuan Yuan's body. Although Xuan Yuan's cheeks were flushed, her actions were exactly the same as Gu Qinghan's. I returned to the living room in a daze and plopped down on the sofa. Unexpected. Truly unexpected. No wonder I felt Gu Qinghan was acting strange. She kept staring at Yuan during dinner. I was so busy guarding against senior boys, I never thought I'd have to guard against girls too. I couldn't help but frown again. In the original novel, no matter what, Gu Qinghan liked boys. Was it because I transmigrated and changed the plot, or was Gu Qinghan bisexual all along? Aunt Liu Xiang noticed my strange expression and asked curiously, Xiao Bei, what happened in the study just now? Could it be that Yuan wasn't teaching Qinghan properly? Let me go in and talk to her. Don't. I quickly stood up to stop her. Aunt Liu, it's just that I haven't seen Qinghan study so hard in a long time. I was going to sneak out, but I got too emotional. So, I closed the door a bit too hard. Aunt Liu Xiang nodded and comforted. Qinghan is a good kid. Her grades will definitely improve soon. After reassuring Aunt Liu, I looked at my phone screen. Messages from Gu Shueting kept popping up. Xiao Bei, why did the video suddenly cut off just now? I told you. How could anyone study without supervision and actually get work done? Xiao Bei, what on earth did you see just now? You didn't run into the bathroom to find our little sister. Did you? Hurry up and tell me what you saw. If you don't, I'll lose sleep tonight from curiosity. I am begging you. This is the last request of my life. I am begging you, tell me what you saw. Gu Shuting's messages kept coming. I helplessly replied with one sentence. Do you know that the turtle of Uncle Wang, the security guard at my school, is dead? I don't know. What does this have to do with? Gu Shuting replied. Exactly. What does this have to do with you? After replying, I tossed my phone to the side. I felt that I must have seen wrong just now. How could Gu Qinghan possibly like girls? After all, she's been clinging to me constantly these past few days. But then again, could it be because she doesn't like boys? That she's not against being clingy with a boy at all? Or does this girl see me as a sister? And that's why she's so clingy. The more I thought about it, the more confused I became. I saw it wrong. I definitely saw it wrong. Ha ha ha, how could it be? How could it be such a coincidence to run into something so absurd? As I spoke, I walked towards the study room again. On the other side, after I slammed the door, Gu Qinghan and Zhu Yuan were both blushing furiously. Senior Yuan, it's all your fault. You should have taught me earlier. Gu Qinghan pouted in dissatisfaction. Xuan Yuan also felt wronged. She had only heard from others something about growing up together, so she retold it to Gu Qinghan. But unexpectedly, she even asked for technical details. Although she had never experienced it, she still persisted, based on her imagination, to teach Gu Qinghan the method. But who would have thought, while the two of them were practicing, I would suddenly burst in. Xuan Yuan bit her lips softly and said aggrievedly, "You were clearly the one who wanted the secret." She gently pinched Gu Qinghan's cheek and said, "Which man are you learning this for anyway? Could it be?" Her cheeks started to heat up again. Other than Gu Xiangbei, she couldn't think of anyone else. But aren't they siblings? Gu Qinghan quickly leaned forward and directly denied it all. It's me. No way. You're talking nonsense." She went forward and gently pinched Xuan Yuan's slender waist, tickling the other person's sensitive spot, trying to distract her. "All right. You dare tickle me. Watch me tickle you back." Xuan Yuan pulled Gu Qinghan's wrist, hugging her, and began to tickle the soft flesh on her waist. However, at this very moment, the study room door was opened once again. I saw Gu Qinghan sitting on Xuan Yuan's lap. The two of them were face to face, hugging each other's slender waists. I confirmed with my eyes. This time, I definitely didn't see it wrong. Sorry to interrupt. I didn't know you two had this kind of relationship. But this time, I was much calmer. The sound of the door closing was also much gentler. Faced with Gu Qinghan's special preference, I was at a bit of a loss for a moment. Could this be the power of the plot? The reason Xuan Yuan was recruited by Gu Qinghan. Besides their friendship from middle and high school, Gu Qinghan also used a honey trap. No way. How could the author omit such an important plot point? Or maybe I should try a pretty boy trap to see if I can straighten Gu Qinghan out. Previously entangled, Gu Qinghan and Xuan Yuan were no longer in the mood to joke around. They looked at each other in a daze, their faces flushed red. Slowly standing up and separating, they also didn't expect that Gu Xiangbei would come back again. "Senior Yuan, what should we do now?" Gu Qinghan was so panicked she was about to cry. "I think he misunderstood our relationship." Zhu and Yuan also had a headache now. "How about we call Xiaobei in and explain it clearly to him?" "No way." Gu Qinghan refused decisively. "I already died of embarrassment in front of him once. If I tell him the reason for this again, I'll shoot myself again." She thought for a moment. Her eyes suddenly lit up, remembering what happened this afternoon. "I touched him from his neck down to his waist, Senior Yuan. We were just checking each other's bodies. Because the academic pressure has been too great lately. I've been feeling chest tightness and shortness of breath, so we were checking each other's bodies just now." Zhuan Yuan also nodded repeatedly. Right. We were just checking each other's bodies. Then let's call Xiangbei in and explain." The two of them fell into an embarrassing situation. Again, sitting opposite each other with their heads down. For now, they still didn't want to see me. On my end, I finally finished my mental preparation. After all, I am a transmigrator. I've even encountered something as bizarre as transmigration. So what else is there that I can't accept? Times are different now. Boys and girls are the same. Once I accepted this setup, I suddenly felt enlightened and even listed 3 benefits of Gu Qinghan and Xuan Yuan being together, compared to eventually being toyed with and abandoned by men. At least in the original novel, Xuan Yuan always stayed with Gu Qinghan until the very end. Gu Qinghan wouldn't have to suffer emotional damage anymore. Second, I wouldn't have to worry about the lovely sister I raised being snatched away by a pig. I wouldn't have to see her acting cute with another guy or being all cuddly and intimate. Creak, the study room door slowly opened. I pulled a chair and sat down in front of the two of them. I had clearly prepared my lines just now, but seeing the two of them now, I felt extremely awkward. For a moment, I really didn't know how to start. Seeing them like 2 kids who did something wrong, with their heads hung low, I coughed dryly twice. I shouldn't have opened the study room door directly just now. It's all 4th sister's fault. She said she didn't believe you two would be studying in the study room. Actually, you two don't need to pay too much attention to it. True love is invincible. I am not some feudal-minded person. I just hope that before the college entrance exam, you don't let it affect your studies. I rubbed my forehead. Why am I caring about studies now? It's not wrong to love someone. Feelings are just that perfunctory. I won't lecture anymore. Times have changed. Boys and girls are the same. Although I don't really understand. But I respect your choice. I wish you both happiness. As soon as I finished, I slapped my own forehead twice. What the hell am I saying? I feel like my handsome face is all red now. You could probably fry an egg on it. Zhu Qinghan and Zhuan Yuan lowered their heads even further. Their heads were about to disappear into their chests. Gu Qinghan's face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed. Suddenly, she looked up and pointed at Zhuan Yuan, saying, "First." It was Senior Yuan. She said the academic pressure was too great. She felt chest tightness and shortness of breath, and asked me to check her body. Suan Yuan looked up at Gu Qinghan in surprise. "Didn't we just say we were checking each other? Why does it sound like this now? It makes it sound like I was seducing her one-sidedly." She gritted her teeth and shot Gu Qinghan a burning glare. But then she caught Gu Qinghan's pleading gaze. She sighed softly and went along with it. Gu Qinghan said, "Right, right, right. Just now, when Qinghan was helping me with the checkup, she accidentally fell. I was about to help her up and check her body." The corner of my mouth twitched, remembering a friend who once said, "Some stories start with a body checkup." I now feel lucky that I knocked on the door relatively early. If I had been a little later, what if I had walked in on some 18+ content? I am only 17. I have to wait a few more months before I can watch that. Yes, that's exactly how it was. Gu Qinghan affirmed with certainty. "Brother, don't you believe us?" I looked at Gu Qinghan, and then at Xuan Yuan. Both of their eyes held a pleading look. I rubbed my forehead. Only now do I know how important it is to knock before entering a room. I shouldn't have made a bet with Gog Shuting, a bet that didn't even have any stakes. Gambling really harms oneself and others. It's just that. This time, I ruined Go Ching. Hans. Good moment. I wonder if she'll start holding a grudge against me. I scratched my head. What's done is done. At worst, it'll just create more opportunities for the two of them to be alone in the future. I let out a breath and sat down next to Xuan Yuan. I took her wrist and checked her pulse. Although this might just be a random excuse they made up, health is no small matter. Checking her pulse wouldn't take much effort. Feeling Xuan Yuan's pulse, I gave the two of them a resentful look. Xuan Yuan's body was, to put it mildly, extremely healthy. Xuan Yuan didn't expect that I knew how to check pulses. She looked at Gu Qinghan, stunned. Gu Qinghan also just remembered that I know medicine. She lowered her head guiltily. "You said just now that your chest felt a bit tight," I asked. Xuan Yuan blushed and could only bite the bullet and continue acting. "It's probably because I've been under a lot of pressure lately." "A lot of pressure? You probably can't tell that from a pulse, can you?" I raised my head. My gaze landed on Xuan Yuan's proud chest, as if sensing my gaze. Xuan Yuan covered her chest with one hand and shrank back a little. "Do I have to physically check it? I am doomed, I am doomed. I shouldn't have agreed to Qinghan's request, but Zhu Xiangbei is really nice. He also takes good care of me." "No, that's not right. I must refuse. I really can't give birth to 8 children. In the future, the child will be named Gu. Gu Shuangmu sounds pretty good, doesn't it?" In Xuan Yuan's heart, it was as if a train was running wild. Gu Qinghan squeezed her head in with a displeased look. She said resentfully, "Brother, what are you looking at? You pervert. You're not allowed to bully Senior Yuan." She sighed inwardly. "It seems my brother really does like big chests. In the future, if I learn from Senior Yuan, I must lock the door properly." I averted my gaze and turned to look at the desk and said, "There's nothing wrong with Senior Yuan's health. It might just be that her clothes don't fit well. They're too tight." Hearing my words, Xuan Yuan looked down at her clothes. Today, she was wearing a loose t-shirt. There was no way it could be constricting her. Suddenly, she thought of something. The wildly running train screeched to a halt. A large amount of steam rose from the top of her head. I glanced at the time. "The stores aren't closed yet. Let's take you two to buy some things, since things have come to this." To clear the suspicion, Xuan Yuan blushed and nodded. The three of us drove to a nearby lingerie store. I waited at the door, kicking a pebble out of boredom, waiting for them to call me in to pay. When we left the store, I was surprised to find that Gu Qinghan's originally loose outfit had also become stretched taut. "This store's padding is too obvious. I firmly boycott this fraudulent behavior." Noticing my gaze, Gu Qinghan puffed out her chest and even let out a proud little HM. "It seems my brother really does like them big. I'll have to secretly buy some nourishing supplements later," she thought to herself. After taking Xuan Yuan upstairs, the two of us also returned home. After I took a quick shower, I began my professional esports journey. Gu Qinghan not only changed into her newest lingerie, but also added some extra padding inside. She lay on the bed and deliberately turned her back to the game room, planning to wait until I went to bed to rest. She would sneakily hug me from behind to surprise me, but she waited until nearly midnight, and I still hadn't gone to bed to rest. She resentfully opened the game room door and stormed in. At this moment, I was feeling gloomy. Tonight, while boosting Fatty's account, I lost 5 games in a row. How am I supposed to face my godfather tomorrow? Seeing Zhu Qinghan come in, I felt the excitement of seeing the goddess of victory. I quickly called her over to be my booster. Gu Qinghan was dissatisfied and sat right between my spread legs. She grabbed the keyboard and mouse and started playing. I had originally planned to quietly crawl out from behind the sofa chair, but then I received Go Qinghan's cold warning. "Brother, don't move." I hesitated for a moment, then decisively wrapped my arms around Gu Qinghan's waist and rested my head on her shoulder, watching her play the game. This thing, It really is more fun to watch other people play. Feeling my body heat, Gu Qinghan's cheeks blushed slightly. Her body couldn't help but sway gently. She felt as if she had found a way to get a hold on me. Suddenly, I felt something fall onto the arm I had around Gu Qinghan. What is this? I curiously reached out and gave it a gentle squeeze. It seemed to be soft. Gu Qinghan's face instantly turned bright red. She clutched her stomach, jumped up, and ran away. Without a moment's hesitation, I quickly grabbed the keyboard and mouse. Looking at the 10-3 score on the gold rank screen, I couldn't help but think of Shurima. Your emperor has returned. Early the next morning, I woke up very early. Yesterday, after losing that whole gold rank match, I looked at the screen and saw the animation of dropping from gold to silver rank. I immediately felt that this game was dull and tasteless. Gu Qinghan had gotten under the covers at some point, curled up into a tiny ball. Noticing the movement beside her, she rubbed her hair and tilted her head with a soft laugh. Good morning, brother. Good morning, my lesbian little sister, I said with a smile. Hearing my words, Gu Qinghan's face immediately turned red. She said angrily, I don't like Senior Yuan. She paused. No, that's not right. I mean, anyway, it's not the kind of like you're thinking of. All right, all right, all right. Let's get up a bit early. We still have to instruct the maids today. Tell them to clean up and decorate the house a bit, to welcome Mr. Xie and the others, I said helplessly. Is it that hard to admit you like girls? Anyway, it's very simple for me. Seeing that I still had a look of disbelief, Gu Qinghan suddenly hugged my waist. Brother, you still don't believe me after this? I was sitting on the bed, already off balance, being hugged like that by Gu Qinghan. My whole body tumbled onto the bed. I patted Gu Qinghan's head. Get up, get up, get up. Stop playing around. Let's get up. Gu Qinghan pouted. It seems we've been too intimate these past few days. There's no way to prove I like boys. She propped herself up with her hands. Her gaze suddenly fell on my lips. The morning sun shone through the thin curtains, illuminating the bright and tidy room. The air carried a faint, pleasant scent of grass. The chirping of birds could occasionally be heard. She bit her lip. Her heart began to beat faster. If I kiss him now, he will definitely understand my feelings. But what if I am rejected? What if he hates me for it? No, no. I haven't even brushed my teeth this morning. But there are more and more girls around my brother. She took a deep breath, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Just as she was about to kiss me, the door slammed open with a click. Gu Xiuting, with red-rimmed eyes, shouted loudly, Xiangbei, what on earth did you see yesterday? Stop. The door was slammed shut even faster. My face darkened. All right. I believe you now. Yesterday was just an accident. After washing up, I went to the living room to get ready for breakfast. Gu Xiuting kept giving me a strange look, staring at the two of us. Don't you have classes today? Why are you back? I asked. What did you see yesterday, that you dared to threaten your youngest brother to sleep with you? Gu Xiuting grew even more curious. It's just a misunderstanding, I said helplessly. It's not what you think. Gu Qinghan nodded and said with a soft laugh, Sister, you didn't see wrong. It's exactly what you think. I pouted. Now I know what it feels like to be caught in a compromising situation. Seeing my speechless expression, Gu Xiuting still needed my help with something anyway. She forced herself to suppress her curiosity and started pleading. It's about what I told you yesterday. The promotional video for Jiangcheng University. The assignment is due this weekend. My spot in the graduate program is all counting on you. Looking at Gu Xiuting's sincere, prayer-like gesture, I sighed softly. You came back at the right time. The person I found for Dad, is coming to our house this afternoon. Let's prepare a little. Gu Xiuting looked at me doubtfully. How come I know all the words he's saying, but when put together, I don't understand anything? What are you talking about? Finding a father for our dad? Who is that? Will Dad agree? You're not planning to, when you get beaten. Make me share the firepower. Are you? I snorted coldly and ran into the study. I took out Gu Yuan's prized currency collection album and flipped to an old 50 yuan note. On it were printed the images of 4 generals who had achieved glorious military exploits long ago. I pointed to a middle-aged man with a stern face. See, this is the father I found for our dad. Gu Xiuting's jaw dropped in astonishment. The person in this picture is still alive. She suddenly frowned and thought. I remember Grandpa. It seems back in the day, he was a soldier under this old general. She led me to the storage room. On a display cabinet were the belongings left by our grandfather. Among them was one item, a commemorative photo representing their military unit's designation. I remember in the original novel, Gu Yuan deeply revered old master Xi Zhan. I didn't expect this layer of connection to exist. When I left the storage room, my mood was very heavy, sighing that the life we have now was not easily won. I composed myself and summoned everyone else in the house. Auntie Chun, Auntie Wang, everyone. Please hurry and tidy up the rooms and the garden. Uncle Zhao, do you think you can cook a meal with the theme of recalling past bitterness? Recalling past bitterness, you understand, right? Don't make it too delicious. I said to Sister Xiuting, you take the videos from these past 2 nights of old comrade Gu hitting me and edit them together, especially the part where he hits me. Remember to loop it several times. Also, remember to contact Mom and Dad and tell them to come home a bit earlier. Hearing my words, Shu Ting's eyes lit up. She knew full well that I was definitely up to no good. Brother. What about me? I don't want to go to school today either. I want to welcome Mr. Xie too. Yu Qinghen said. You go find some military songs from that era and play them on loop in the room. And also the black and white movies from that time. Play them on the TV in the living room. I suggested. Gu Qinghan nodded solemnly. Leave it to me. Seeing everyone getting to work in an orderly fashion, I drove to the Ju family's wedding planning store and told them to bring some balloons. Our villa. Under the blessing of the superpower of money, it only took 3 hours for welcome banners and balloons to be hung in front of the villa. All preparations were complete. The time was now 12 noon. At this moment, Gu Wan called me. She said she would come home with Mr. Xie. They would arrive around 1 p.m. I just called Mom and Dad. It seems they'll be back around that time too. Gu Shuiting came to my side and said, Old comrade Gu, why does he mess up at critical moments? I frowned. I took out my phone and called Gu Ji Yuan, intending to urge him to come home early. The moment the call connected, I felt that the other person didn't seem to be driving, but was in a shopping mall. Where are you? I asked. Driving. I am driving. Gu Ji Yuan said perfunctorily. Boss? Make that leather whip out of calfskin. Right? 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 The other ones. Use. Ahem. A climbing stick. Do you have any made of red sandalwood or huanghuali wood? A spiked club. Isn't that too dangerous? Whatever. I'll take one. Do you have any iodine, alcohol here? You've got quite a complete selection. Guji Yuan seemed to remember something, and said into the phone. Hanging up. Dad's almost home. After hearing Guji Yuan's call, my face darkened. Old comrade Gu, since you are unjust, then don't blame me for being unrighteous. I thought to myself. Gu Shu Ting pouted. Dad bought so many weapons. How about I go buy you some Yunan Baiyao in advance? Gu Qinghan hugged my arm and shook it gently. Brother, are you really going to be okay? She had no say in the family. There was no way to persuade her parents. I patted Gu Qinghan's head. Don't worry. I have to say, who could refuse to have someone printed on money as a relative? I looked at Gu Shuting and asked, Second sister, is my video edited yet? Gu Shuting suddenly stood at attention. Reporting to commander. Everything is ready. Reporting to commander. Everything is ready. I glanced at the time. It was almost 1 p.m. I led the two of them to the villa gate to prepare to welcome Mr. Xi Zhan. A moment later, a Hongji car slowly approached from a distance. After the car stopped, Shi Zhan and Shi Hu got out. Xu Jing and my third sister Gu Wan followed behind. Gu Waner was wearing a white, tiered, spaghetti-strap dress today. A light yellow belt was tied around her waist. Her hot figure strained the dress straps. The belt accentuated her slender waist. Below was a flowing, fairy-like skirt. Third sister? You look so beautiful today. Du Shu Ting giggled as she greeted her. Du Wan air nodded at Gu Shui Ting. She opened a parasol and walked straight to my side, shielding me from the sun. She took from her handbag a wet wipe and a thermos filled with chilled herbal jelly. Xiang Bei, wipe your sweat first. It's a bit hot. I made some herbal jelly for you. Gu Waner said gently. I took the tissue and wiped my sweat. I was about to put the tissue in my pocket. Give the tissue to me first. Gu Waner took the tissue I had just used to wipe my sweat and casually put it in her handbag. Gu Shui Ting pouted and said resentfully, Third sister, you're playing favorites. Where's my tissue? Where's my herbal jelly? Gu Wan looked at Gu Shui Ting and asked, Why do I remember that? You have classes at the university today, don't you? Gu Shui Ting shyly shrank back. Her eyes darted towards the thermos in my hand. Xiao Bei, I stayed up late last night and couldn't sleep, so I have some internal heat. Gu Waner said, It's okay. We have coptis root at home. I'll brew some for you. Standing under the sun for over 20 minutes, I was indeed a bit thirsty. I opened the thermos and tilted my head back to take a big gulp. The herbal jelly was slightly bitter in my mouth, but it had a sweet aftertaste with a cool hint of mint and a faint scent of osmanthus. Wow. Third sister's skill is truly impeccable. It's amazing. I praised. If you like it, I'll make more and bring it home in the future. Gu Wan was gentle, she said with a smile, looking at how much I was enjoying it. Ju Shui Ting licked her lips. Xiao Bei, my entire life. Before she could finish speaking, I passed her the herbal jelly thermos that I had drunk from, directly interrupting her. Were you born in the year of the mayfly? Here, remember to leave some for Qinghan. Gu Shou Ting took the thermos and nodded obediently. She also took a sip, then passed the rest to Gu Qinghan. Gu Qinghan frowned. She looked at the faint lipstick stain left on the thermos. She remembered that her brother had also drunk from this spot just now. Drink the herbal jelly. I walked to the front of the car and opened the car door for the old gentleman. Xie Zhan was wearing a green military uniform today. His chest was covered with medals. The moment I opened the car door, I was also a little stunned. Old sir, you look so cool today. I praised. Indeed, a military uniform is a man's best attire. Xie Zhan stepped out of the car, holding the cane I gave him yesterday. Hearing my praise, an even more smug smile appeared on his face. You don't know. Xiao Bei, the old man, to save face for you, took out the outfit he only wears on important occasions and put it on. Xiu Jing said with a smile. Si Zhan tapped his cane lightly on the ground and looked at me, asking, "Where's your father? Didn't you say last time that when I wanted to adopt him, he even gave you a beating? I want to see if this old man's face has any use at all." My eyes darted around, and I said with a soft laugh, "My dad has now deeply realized his mistake. He wants to imitate the historical tale of Lian Po carrying thorns on his back to apologize. He's out buying instruments of torture to punish himself right now." Hearing me say that, Gu Shuiting suddenly burst out laughing and silently prayed for her father in her heart. She walked up to Xi Zhan and said obediently, "Grandpa, I am your beloved eldest granddaughter, Gu Shuiting. This is the first time I've seen a character from a textbook alive and well. Can I have your autograph?" As soon as she finished, her face immediately began to flush. Xiz Zhan heard Gu Shuiting, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. On the way here, Gu Wan had introduced him again to the members of the family. Xi Zhan immediately knew that the girl before him was definitely the one who slipped through the cracks of the family's education. He nodded kindly at Gu Shuiting, then said with a smile, "Grandpa, don't just stand at the door. It's very hot outside. Please come inside with me first." Gu Qinghan also poked her little head out from behind me. "Mr. Xi, Auntie Yu Jing, Uncle Xi, who, good afternoon, everyone." Xiu Jing remembered that when she was anxiously waiting outside the operating room, it was this little girl who gave her a piece of candy. She smiled at Gu Qinghan. "Little sister, why didn't you come visit the old gentleman in the following days?" Gu Qinghan glanced at me. I really wanted to go, but my brother wouldn't take me. I looked at Gu Qinghan in surprise. What? This kid is backstabbing me right at the start of the game? Gu Qinghan even stuck her tongue out and made a funny face at me. I shook my head helplessly and casually made something up. Qinghan's grades are too poor. If she misses a day of school, she can't keep up. I've found a tutor for her, and I've been tutoring her myself, forgetting to eat or sleep. She's only barely managed to keep up. I found a tutor for her, and I've been tutoring her myself, forgetting to eat or sleep. She's only barely managed to keep up. Gu Qinghan was about to retort when I pressed down on her little head with my five-finger mountain. "Qinghan, be more serious when the tutor is teaching from now on. Learn more useful knowledge, so you can repay the motherland in the future." Gu Qinghan guiltily turned her head away. "Yes, brother." Looking at the harmonious appearance of this family, Xi Zhan nodded in satisfaction. I could feel that he didn't want to bring a bunch of trouble upon himself when adopting relatives, bringing himself a heap of trouble. His gaze turned towards the road leading to the Gu family home. The only thing he was dissatisfied with was the head of the Gu family had not yet appeared. Just as he was thinking this, at a street corner not far away, a middle-aged couple was walking this way. Gu Zhiyuan was carrying a pile of things, showing off to Jiang Zhuyu. He swung the whip twice, making a whooshing sound in the air. "Zhuyue, look at this. This whip feels great to crack." He then took out a thin rubber baton, and when he swung it, the tip of the baton kept vibrating. "This one is good too. It won't leave any marks when you hit with it. And there's this spike club. Anyway, with Wanner here, no accidents can happen." Hearing Gu Jiwan's voice, the others and I also turned around, looking towards our parents. Go Shuting, Gu Qinghan, and Gu Wan all surrounded me. With this turn, they completely blocked the old gentleman behind me. Gu Zhiyuan glanced from a distance and only saw the tall figure of Xi Hu and Xiu Jing standing beside him, looking at Xi Hu's foolishly smiling face, who was even a few years younger than him. He felt that buying the spiked club today was still too lenient. "Xiao Bei, your father still has some business right now. You wait for me for another half hour." Jiang Zhu Yue also realized that the situation was a bit off. She pulled on Gu Zhiyuan's shoulder and hurried over, shielding me. As she got closer, she finally saw Xi Zhan, who was hidden behind the others. Seeing all the medals on Xi Zhan's chest, she was completely stunned. Her father had also been a soldier, and had also received medals, but they were nothing compared to old master Xi Zhan's. Moreover, looking at the old man's face, she immediately recognized his identity. The general who had achieved glorious military exploits for Da Xia, her idol was right in front of her. She had an excited expression, like a 17 or 18-year-old girl. I quickly winked at Jiang Zhuyue and said, "Mom, take out your phone and record this." Jiang Zhuyue looked at me, so moved that her eyes turned red. Those who came from that era of war and chaos, like them, especially those who had built such a large enterprise, had no interest in those trending celebrities. The ones they respected the most were those who had made great contributions to the construction and development of the country. But people like that couldn't be met just because one had money. She hugged me and gently patted my head. She was extremely satisfied with this precious son of hers. She tilted her head and snuck a peek at Xi Zhan, and quickly took out her phone to start recording this extraordinarily meaningful moment. Seeing that the camerawoman was in position, I grinned widely. "Dad, what are you standing there spacing out for? The guests have arrived. Aren't you going to invite them in for a look?" "What did I teach you yesterday?" The corner of Gu Zhiyuan's mouth twitched. This son is no longer needed, turning everything upside down. How outrageous. Especially when he saw Jiang Zhuyue with that excited expression. Jiang Zhu Yue hadn't been this excited in a very long time. He glanced at Xie Hu again. This guy only had a slightly better figure than him. His face immediately darkened. This brat wasn't trying to find a love rival for him. Was he? Old Gu. What are you spacing out for? Are you going to let the honored guests stand at the door? Jiang Zhu Yue said resentfully. Gu Ju Yuan sighed softly. He glared at me and Xie Hu, and sullenly walked into the yard first. The old gentleman glanced at me, remembering that when Gu Ji Yuan heard he wanted to adopt him, he had beaten me. He guessed this kid was up to no good. For a moment, his playful, old childlike spirit was roused. He cooperated with me and the others to stay out of Gu Zi Yuan's line of sight. Xie Hu saw this, and rarely. He immediately understood the current situation. So this stinky kid Gu Xiangbei not only set him up, but also his own father. In an instant, his mood became much more balanced. He even took 2 steps forward to block Zhu Ji Yuan's view of the old gentleman. Let's go in. Inside the villa's courtyard, a red carpet stretched from the gate to the main door of the house. Xie Hu took the lead in launching the attack. I heard you were very dissatisfied with this adoption matter, and even hit Xiao Bei. Zhu Ji Yuan, holding a pile of weapons, glowered fiercely at Xie Hu. Right now, he just wanted to quickly give them a perfunctory reception, and then politely see them off, to save more time. To carry out a session of tough love education that would leave a lasting impression on Gu Xiangbei. He snorted coldly. Satisfied? How can I acknowledge an enemy as my father? In any case, I am the richest man in Jiangcheng. So many people want to be my son, and yet you want to be my father. You guys really don't lose out at all. Do you? I'll say this right here, today. Even if I get hit by a car and die today, or jump off a building, I will absolutely not acknowledge a father. Even if I get hit by a car and die today, or jump off a building, I will absolutely not acknowledge a father. Go Su-Ting went forward and hugged Go Ziyuan's arm. She said coaxingly, Dad, you're not allowed to talk about yourself like that. If you die, who will my brother and I leech off of? The corner of Gu Ziyuan's mouth twitched. Didn't you go to university today? You don't care about your studies all day. I think I should arrange a blind date for you soon, and marry you off quickly. Always causing trouble with Xiao Bei. As an older sister, you don't even know how to stop your younger brother. He jutted his chin towards Xie Hu. If you two anger me to death, then go leech off your adopted grandfather. Go Ux Yuding shyly shrank her neck. Why does everyone keep asking her about school? She now only regrets why she didn't make 2 more copies of the video of Gu Yuan hitting me. She ran to my side, pushing Gu Yuani away, and hugged my arm. Dad, I am not going on any blind dates. I want to stay by Xiao Bei's side for the rest of my life. Zhu Xiangbei holds Gu Yuan's supplementary card. He's also favored by old Mr. Xi Zhan, and now he's even a huge TikTok star with nearly 10 million online fans. She has to hold onto this golden thigh tightly. Gu Qinghan stared blankly at Go Xuding. She puffed her cheeks in dissatisfaction. Fourth sister is so annoying. If I had known, I would have acted a little faster this morning. She tugged at my hand and whispered, Brother, I also want to be with you forever. Gu Yuani cut in with dissatisfaction. You're all grown up. After acting cute with Dad, now you're acting cute with your younger brother. Gu Ux Yuding stuck her tongue out at Gu Yuani. Third sister, you're biased. You prepare wet towels for Xiao Bei, and you even made him herbal jelly. I am your lively and cute little sister too. Why don't I get anything? I pulled my hand away with a look of disgust from Gu X Shooting's grasp. No way. I refuse. Your lifetime is too short. I'd have to pick up your corpse 3 times a day. I patted Gu Qinghan's head and said softly, Yeah, together forever. Hearing my gentle words, Gu Qinghan lowered her head, her cheeks flushing red. She used her hands to cover her burning cheeks, knowing that her expression right now must be very strange. It felt like the corners of her mouth were splitting to her ears. Hey, brother, brother. She hugged my arm, like a kitten drunk on milk. Swaying gently, I looked towards Gu Yuan and continued to provoke him. Dad, the reason you came home so late today, was it to buy this pile of weapons? Zhu Yuan snorted coldly. Now I feel like I still bought too few. And here your mother and I were, thinking you'd become a bit more sensible recently. Turns out you're still as mischievous as ever. I nodded, and said in surprise, I thought you bought these things, because you hit me earlier. You wanted to bring a rod to atone, right? You little brat. Are you planning to hit your old man? What an outrage. I'll freeze your card later. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, I couldn't help but chuckle. Right now, Comrade Old Gu still hasn't grasped the situation. Now, even if Jiang Zhuyu freezes his card, she can't freeze my card. Mom, look at him. I tattled directly. Old Gu, you've got some nerve. If you dare freeze Xiao Bei's card, you can sleep alone in the living room from now on. Jiang Zhuyu defended me. Gu Yuan's lips twitched. He finally let out a sigh. Gu Yuani glanced at my smug face. For a moment, she felt a little sorry for her father. She took 2 steps forward and asked, Dad, why don't you let me help you carry some of these things? Gu Yuan felt besieged on all sides. The whole world was against him. He let out a soft snort. Just now, you were even holding an umbrella for Xiao Bei. You were all in cahoots. Gu Yuani shot Gu Yuan a resentful look. She silently thought, you're on your own. Then she returned to my side. I grabbed Gu Yuana's wrist. Third sister, how could you betray the revolution? Gu Yuani took the opportunity to link her arm with mine. She chuckled and said, this way, I won't be betraying anyone anymore. Walking through the meticulously cared for courtyard, in front of us was a vibrant red balloon arch. On it were the words, welcome Mr. Xie Zhan to our humble abode. Xie Zhan looked at the welcome balloons and nodded gently. The more he looked at this precious grandson of his, the more pleased he was. Gu Zhiyuan looked at the words on the banner and was momentarily puzzled. He knew the name of old General Xie Zhan. After all, his father had been a soldier under old General Xie Zhan. When he was young, he often heard his father tell stories about his time in the army, especially when mentioning General Xie Zhan. His father's eyes would fill with adoration. This led him to also worship Xie Zhan to the extreme. In previous years, he would even make a special trip to Shangjing during the National Day holiday, just to catch a glimpse of his idol. He carefully observed Xio again, and said with a suspicious expression, how old are you? To already be a grandfather? Xihu shook his head helplessly. This old Gu Zhiyuan is too naive. He actually suspects me of being my own father. No wonder he's being played by Gu Shangbei. However, when on earth did Xiao Bei manage to win over the old man? Xihu also started to look forward to it. I sighed softly, silently calculating in my heart. I wondered how Gu Zhiyuan defined my IQ in his eyes. Xiu is barely 40 years old. No matter how muddle-headed I am, I wouldn't go so far as to call him Grandpa. Dad, don't just stand there. Hurry up and come inside. I said. Gu Zhiyuan seemed to have a sudden realization. Right. Let's go inside first. He pushed open the main door and went in first, standing aside to welcome everyone. Actually, everyone was gathered around old Mr. Xie. When he came in, he didn't even notice the extra person. Now, all he wanted was to lock the door from the inside first, to prevent Zhu Xiangbei from taking advantage of the chaotic crowd to escape. Then I invited everyone to the dining table. On the table was only a small bowl of rice, a few wild vegetables, plus some thin porridge made from barley flour, and half a frozen potato. The cooked rice was slightly yellow, giving off the smell of old, stored rice. The porridge was also very watery, hardly different from plain water. Let's not even talk about the appearance and taste. This portion wasn't even enough for one person to eat, and now there were a full 9 people in the living room. Jiang Zhuyue looked at the food on the table and couldn't help but frown. She called towards the kitchen. Uncle Zhao, didn't Xiao Bei tell you today that we were entertaining esteemed guests? With just this little bit of food, how are we supposed to eat? Hurry up and prepare another spread. After locking the door, Gu Zhiyuan saw that everyone hadn't sat down yet, and he couldn't smell the aroma of food. He looked doubtfully towards the dining table. Seeing the meal on the table, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He said excitedly, no need to remake it. No need at all. Our lives are well off now, but we mustn't forget the hard times of the past. Come, you two, hurry and sit down to eat. He raised his head, intending to call Xihu to sit and eat, and finally saw Xie Zhan standing at the head of the table. Xie Zhan placed both hands on the table, looking at the food. His whole body couldn't help but tremble slightly. He said with teary eyes, back then, if we could have eaten this, I wonder how many more comrades could have persevered and survived. Looking at the man in the green military uniform, with a chest full of medals, Gu Zhiyuan's jaw dropped in astonishment. With just a clang, the pile of weapons he was holding all fell to the living room floor. His gaze turned towards me, a mix of astonishment and extreme excitement in his eyes. He said, is this the father you found for me? I frowned and sighed. Dad, I know you don't like it. Just now, you said you'd rather die than accept an enemy as your father. I am still counting on you to provide for my old age. Let's just forget about this family reunion thing. You're lying. I didn't. You're talking nonsense. Gu Zhiyuan vehemently denied it. You rebellious son. Don't even think about driving a wedge between me and my father. He scrambled on all fours, hurrying in front of Xie Zhan and pushing me aside. He even wiped his hands on his clothes twice, and helped the old man into the host's seat. Uncle Zhao. Quickly, hurry and prepare another banquet. What do I usually teach you? No matter who it is, and regardless of their status or position, as long as they come to our house, they must be treated with the utmost hospitality. Also, bring out the bottle of Mao Tai I've kept in my room for 30 years. Bring it up here now. He stood up and went behind Xie Zhan. He gently massaged his shoulders and then asked, Dad, do you smoke? Seeing Xie Zhan shake his head, he said again, you don't smoke? Well, you can learn. He suddenly fell silent for a moment, then he changed the subject. Dad, how do you know my son? Xie Zhan frowned and thought. This sentence, why did it sound so strange? He was a conversation killer in 3 sentences. Zhu Zhuan looked at me as if asking for help. At this moment, I was holding Jiang Zhui's, projecting the video of Gu Zhiyuan just entering the door onto the giant TV screen opposite the dining table. I even did a simple edit. On the screen, that sentence of Gu Zhiyuan's was playing on a loop. Even if I get hit by a car and die today, jump off a building, I will absolutely never accept a new father. Watching the looping video on the screen, The corner of Gu Zhiyuan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He glared at me resentfully. Is this really my biological son? Why would he poke at my sore spot right in front of everyone? Dad, look. Is the person on the screen you? I still prefer your arrogant and reckless demeanor from before, I said with a smile. Gu Zhiyuan laughed awkwardly. That was then, this is now. Xiao Bei, today, I will teach you this important principle. There's an ancient saying in Daxia. A wise man submits to circumstances. Before the glorious achievements of General Xi Zhan, our own accomplishments are insignificant. In front of the old general, how could I possibly be arrogant? I will forever be just a humble elementary school student. I nodded, pretending to understand. I looked over at Xi Zhan and asked, Mr. Xi, didn't you once tell me that you were once captured by the enemy? As soon as that old story was mentioned, a look of reminiscence appeared in Xi Zhan's eyes. Yes, back then, the enemy used all sorts of cruel tortures, but I just clenched my teeth. They tortured me for 3 whole days, but I refused to reveal even a single word of intelligence. I raised an eyebrow and asked, did they use any common Daxia ancient sayings to persuade you? Speaking of which, Xi Zhan slapped his thigh. They did. The sentence they loved to say the most was, Daxia has an ancient saying. A wise man submits to circumstances. Xi Zhan's voice trailed off. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere immediately became awkward. I cleaned my ears and looked at Gu Zhiyuan. Dad, what was it you said you wanted to teach me just now? I don't think I heard you clearly. Hearing me say that, everyone present tried to hold back their laughter, their faces turning red. Xie Ho repeatedly slapped his chest, almost bursting out laughing. Seeing me throw my own father under the bus, his mood instantly became much more relaxed. Xi Hu glanced at me, silently making a resolution in his heart. In the future, I must absolutely not mess with this kid. Otherwise, hell walk all over you and leave you with no way out. Gu Qinghan gently nudged me with her head and said with a soft laugh, Brother, bullying dad like that is really mean, but I really like this mean version of you too. I patted Gu Qinghan's head and said with a smile, such a smooth talker. I also like myself being this mean. Gu Qinghan snorted softly. I don't like you anymore for now. Gao Xuding was clutching her stomach on the sofa, continuously punching a throw pillow. Imitating the tone of old Japanese officers, we in Daxia have an ancient saying. It's called a wise man submits to circumstances. Oh no. I can't take it. I am dying of laughter. Gu Zhiyuan glared fiercely at his 4th daughter. He couldn't handle Zhu Shangbei. Does that mean he can't handle you either? I see you're all grown up. Let's cancel your card tomorrow. You should also experience how hard your parents work for money. The smile on Gu Xuding's face vanished instantly. She ran to my side, aggrieved. She pulled my arm, shaking it and complaining, Xiao Bei, look at dad. Seeing this scene, Go Yuani cut in with dissatisfaction. That's right. You should experience how hard your parents work for money. Gu Qinghan also poked her little head out and chimed in quietly, that's right. 4th sister is always spending money recklessly. Last time she even asked brother for tens of thousands of yuan. Gu Xuding felt betrayed. Neither 3rd sister nor 7th sister spoke up for her. She clasped her hands together, grabbed my hand, and pressed it against herself. Xiao Bei, you'll definitely help me, right? I quickly pulled my hand back. No. 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 To save me from you begging me for money every day in the future. So I turned off the video of Gu Zhiyuan being arrogant in the courtyard and switched to a black and white war movie. Then I signaled for everyone to sit down and eat. After sitting down, I stood up again. I cleared my throat twice and said, next, I'd like to say a few words. Today is a great honor. We have invited the old General Xi Zhan to our home. The old man has come to our house, also to survey our family atmosphere, to see if our 2 families are destined to be united by marriage, especially comrade old Gu. I've already praised you to the heavens in front of Mr. Xi. You must perform well today. Don't embarrass your son. The dishes on this table are to recall poverty and remember hardship, so we can remember the arduous years of struggle of our forefathers and appreciate the hard-won life we have today. The main course will be served after we finish these dishes. Everyone, eat and drink to your heart's content. After hearing my words, the corner of Gao Yuan's mouth twitched. If I hadn't poked his sore spot directly, would the atmosphere have been so awkward just now? After all, he built his empire from scratch. He built such a huge commercial empire. This little bit of social grace, he could grasp it in an instant. Seeing me sit down, he cleared his throat twice and also stood up. Xiao Bei spoke very well. I'd like to add a few words. I slapped my forehead and quickly bowed my head. What was supposed to be a perfectly fine family dinner turned into a formal team-building banquet. The words I just spoke hadn't even cooled yet, and Gu Zhiyuan was already starting to embarrass me again. I sighed softly. At this point, I was completely at a loss for words. Jiang Zhuyue also held her forehead and kicked Gu Zhiyuan hard under the table. Only then did he shut up and sit back down. After Gu Zhiyuan's speech, the atmosphere, which had just livened up a little, immediately became awkward again. Zhu Zhiyuan also realized something was wrong. Clearly, when he held meetings, the employees' morale was always very high. Why wasn't it working now? He hurriedly looked at me with pleading eyes. Noticing Gu Zhiyuan's gaze, I showed a look of disgust. Having a father like this is truly too much trouble for a son. I just wanted to be an ordinary second-generation rich kid. Why is it so difficult? I turned my head and looked left and right, and suddenly noticed the old piano, gathering dust in the corner of the living room. I stood up and walked towards the piano. I said to Xi Jean with a smile, "Mr. Xi, to welcome you to our home today, I have specially composed a battle anthem for you." Hearing me say that, everyone seemed to be relieved. All eyes turned in this direction. Zhu Yuan looked at me with eyes full of gratitude. He never knew I could play any musical instrument, let alone compose a battle anthem. He must be trying to make a fool of him to dispel this awkward atmosphere. My precious son is truly great. So filial, he thought to himself. Zhang Zuyu and Gu Yuani looked at each other, a puzzled look on their faces. They didn't know when I had learned to play an instrument. Jiu's shooting reacted the fastest. She quickly opened the video recording function on her phone and pulled up a chair to sit next to me. Gu Qinghan was a step behind. She couldn't get the best viewing spot and puffed her cheeks in frustration as she found another angle. I cleared my throat twice. I placed my long, slender fingers on the black and white keys. Next, I present to you all the Guanghan Palace Formation Breaking Piece. I hope you all like it. The Guanghan Palace Formation Breaking Piece is adapted from the song Above the Moon. It's mainly performed in a symphonic style. It sounds very heroic and tragic, with an overwhelming aura. Although the technique is superb, relying only on the sound of the piano makes the performance a bit monotonous. However, everyone present could hear in this piece of music a hidden, majestic power. Since when did Xiao Bei know how to play the piano? Zhu Yuani looked at Jiang Zhuyu doubtfully. Jiang Zhuyu was also a little confused. She frowned and thought, "It seems, ever since Xiao Bei fell down the stairs, the boy has become different. Could he be possessed? Although the current me is much better than the useless, incompetent me from before, she still preferred the son she had painstakingly raised." Gu Yuani thought for a moment and explained, "The human brain is very mysterious. There have been precedents in the world where after a severe brain injury, some special talents are suddenly awakened. Medicine calls it acquired savant syndrome. There are probably only about 40 cases worldwide. Perhaps Xiao Bei is also one of them. So, will it affect his life in any way? Does he need to go to the hospital for a checkup?" Jiang Zuyue asked worriedly. Gu Yuani shook her head. "I don't know either. There are no follow-up reports on what happens later. But I've already taken Xiao Bei's pulse. His health is very good. If Mom isn't reassured, I'll take his pulse again later." Zhang Zhuyu sighed softly. She turned her head and glared fiercely at Gu Qinghan. Brain damage. A little carelessness and it could be fatal. And yet this jinx is still casually hanging around me as if nothing happened. Zhu Yuani also turned her head. Her gaze rested on me, bathed in the sunlight. She suddenly remembered. If I knew how to play an instrument, then that blogger on Douyin with nearly 10 million fans, named Daicheng Xiao Guo. Isn't that him? No wonder that blogger seems so familiar. Xie Hu suddenly stood up and went to Xie Zhan's side. He whispered a few words in his ear. Xie Zhan looked at me, then at Gu Zhuan, and nodded gently. Just then, the song reached its climax. The movie video on the screen suddenly changed scenes. It switched to the scene of me being spanked. Combined with the majestic and heroic music, the scene of Gu Xiwan hitting me looked even more brutal. Old Mr. Xi's eyebrows immediately shot up. For a moment, he couldn't tell if I did it on purpose or by accident. He finally understood why this precious grandson of his was tormenting his father like this. Then the image changed again. It switched to the video edited by Gu X Yuding, splicing together scenes of me getting spanked. Looking at the flickering image on the screen, everyone, without exception, lowered their heads and silently ate the food on the table. Gu Zhuan's face flushed a deep red. What was originally just a bit of awkwardness now turned into embarrassment so intense he had nowhere to hide. He wished he could use his toes to dig a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment out of the floor and crawl inside to bury himself. The music ended. I looked at the awkward atmosphere at the dining table and scratched my head. I asked doubtfully, "Mr. Xie, did I not play well?" The corner of Xie Zhan's mouth twitched, and he turned his head away. It wasn't just good. Combined with the video of Gu Zhuan hitting you, it was simply too satisfying. While I was still wondering what had happened, Gu Yuani gently pulled my hand. Following her gaze, I turned my head and saw the video Ga Yu Xuding had edited. Following her gaze, I turned my head and saw the video Go Xuding had edited. I have to admit, as the one who slipped through the cracks of the family's education, Ga Yu Xuding's video editing skills were truly professional. Her editing techniques were out of this world. An ordinary person couldn't pull off this kind of maneuver. She screenshotted the moment Go Zhiyuan raised his hand from the surveillance video, then screenshotted the moment his hand landed on my butt, saving them as images. Then she put the two pictures together and copied and pasted them repeatedly, creating this video of me getting spanked continuously. Especially when Gu Zhiwan was hitting me, I hadn't yet learned the skill of having thick skin, so when I was hit, my facial expression was a bit distorted. Jiu X Yuding was afraid people wouldn't see it clearly, so she kindly added a big head effect for me. As a result, I looked extremely ugly in the video. I turned off the TV, lowered my head silently, and sat back at the table. "Mom, Dad, I think we should still cancel fourth sister's card." The most important thing for her right now is to study well, I said helplessly. I told Gu Exuding to edit the video of me being beaten, to embarrass Guju Yuan. I didn't expect to drag myself into it too. On top of that, there was that godly big head effect. I feel like I am even more embarrassed than Gu Jiwan. Ju Jiwan sighed deeply. Xu Wei. When the time comes, sign her up for some extra classes. When I saw this video, I knew for sure that Gu Exuding had edited it. After all, I only used a few sarcastic words. Although it was awkward, it also livened up the atmosphere. But the video Go Shooting made was just pure embarrassment. Go Shooting lowered her head guiltily. She looked at me with a very apologetic expression. She also didn't expect that the edit would turn out like this. Xiz Zhan raised his head, his eyes sweeping over everyone. In the end, he had to personally step in to save the situation. He looked at me and asked, Xiao Bei, can your battle anthem just now be considered for submission to the state? Earlier, when Xihu heard this song, he ran to Xiz Zhan's side, precisely to tell him about this matter. The existing battle anthems mostly come from the past war era. Due to the limitations of the historical context, the army at that time did not have advanced weapons. The battle anthems often praised human strength more. With the development of CA country, modernization and technologization, there is a great need for a song that fits this era. I took a deep breath, calmed my emotions, and said with a smile, this song was originally composed for the modern era and is also more suitable for performance in a symphonic form. Xiz Zhan looked at me and nodded with great satisfaction. Although he didn't understand music composition, he knew that to write such a majestic and heroic melody must have taken a lot of effort. He was afraid that these past few days, after treating him, I had to review my missed schoolwork at night, study medical knowledge, and also find time to write this song. He looked into my eyes and noticed that around my eye sockets, dark circles were faintly appearing. The reward from the state. I will help you apply for it then, but I will personally reward you with 1 million yuan. Xie, Zhan said. I shook my head. Grandpa, I am donating this song to the country for free. Our Go family is not short of that reward money. We shouldn't take advantage of the state. I glanced at Go Zhuan and suddenly raised my voice, speaking in the tone of a broadcaster. It's all thanks to my good father for his diligent teachings in my daily life. Although the change of subject was a bit abrupt, it somehow brought the topic back to today's meeting. Gu Jiwan sniffled. He felt that Xiao Bei had grown up, as expected of my good son. After a few awkward interludes, Gu Yuan's train of thought returned to normal. He took out a 30-year-old bottle of Maotai to offer the old man a drink. The old man had just had surgery, so he only had a symbolic sip. After that, he used tea instead of wine. Jiang Zhu Yue was worried about my health. She told Gu Wan to sit next to me and check my pulse. Mom's been worried about your health since you've been so different lately, Gu Wan explained. I felt a bit helpless. Mom, I know a little bit of medicine myself. My health is fine. Jiang Zhu Yue looked at Gu Wan worriedly. Only after seeing her nod did she breathe a sigh of relief. From now on, you have to see your third sister once a week. Let her check your pulse. Got it? She looked at Gu Wan again and instructed. Wan if there's really something wrong with Xiao Bei's health, you can't hide it from me. Hearing the deep concern in Jiang Zhu Yu's voice, the corners of my eyes couldn't help but get a little misty. My voice was a bit choked up. Mom, what are you saying? I still need to freeload off you and Dad for a long time. How could there be anything wrong with my health? Hearing me say that, Jiang Zhu Yue was momentarily stunned. Shouldn't it be about supporting your parents? She shook her head helplessly. Don't parents earn money for their children to spend? How can you call it freeloading? I picked up a piece of Eastern Star Grouper belly. I put it in Jiang Zhu Yu's bowl and said with a grin, I love you, Mom. Oh, you? Jiang Zhu Yue ate the piece of fish. The rims of her eyes couldn't help but turn red. After Gu Wan finished checking my pulse, she recalled the previous time. Gu Shuting had taken my hand. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. She said, Xiao Bei, I recently learned from an ancient book some hand massage techniques. Let me try them on you. Xiao Bei, I recently learned from an ancient book some hand massage techniques. Let me try them on you. Before I could say anything, she gently took my hand. She massaged the thenar and hypothenar eminences. I have to say, when those slender, scallion-like fingers gently rubbed my palm, my heart also started beating much faster. Gu Qinghan gently tugged on my shirt. Brother, I was watching Third Sister massage just now. I learned how to do it too. All right, we're siblings after all. I can't show favoritism. I put my chopsticks down on the table. I extended my right hand towards Gu Qinghan. A moment later, I suddenly realized something was wrong. I tilted my head and looked at Gu Wan with confusion. Gu Wan also tilted her head. She responded with the exact same confused expression. I looked away. Since Gu Wan isn't wrong, then Gu Qinghan certainly isn't wrong either. For my heart to be racing over my sister's holding my hand, no. Massaging it, it must be my fault. It's probably because I have a dirty mind. However, Gu Qinghan's hand is a bit thinner, while Gu Wan's hand is more slender. Holding these two hands feels so warm. The two of them both felt the strength coming from my hand. They both lowered their heads without prompting. A blush appeared on their cheeks. Gu Sui Ting ate her last lunch in fear. She knew that after today, There would be no place for her in the Gu family anymore. Her eyes kept darting around, trying to find a way to break the deadlock. Finally, her gaze locked onto me. Noticing that the three of them were acting strangely, Gu Shuting brought her bowl and chopsticks and came up behind me. A pair of fair arms reached over my neck. She lowered her voice and said gently, "Xiao Bei, what do you want to eat? I'll feed you." It felt like an electric current shot through my brain. I felt like my mind had just crashed. I quickly pulled my hands back. "I can do it myself." Go Sui Ting was quick-witted. She grabbed a grape from the table and stuffed it into my mouth. She tilted her head to confirm that I had swallowed the grape. She said coquettishly, "Xiao Bei, I don't want to go to tutoring. This is my once-in-a-lifetime request. Please convince Dad for me. Since you've eaten something from me, please help me this one time." I rubbed my forehead. My cheeks couldn't help but feel a little hot. Go Shui Ting had underestimated the damage her figure could do. When she clung to me, acting cute, I completely forgot the word no. My mind was filled with "I agree. All right. I'll tell Dad not to waste that money," I said helplessly. "Hey hey, I love you the most." "Xiao Bei," Gu Shui Ting said with a smile. Seeing that the food on the table had diminished, I looked towards Old Master Xi Zhan and asked, "Old Master Xie, have you thought about it? Although my dad is a bit unreliable, his respect for you is genuine. I also hope our two families can have this fate." Guji Yuan put down the wine glass in his hand. He looked at Xi Zhan. He said sincerely, "General Xia, my father, Gu Qiangjun, was once a humble soldier in the logistics supply unit under your command. Back when we crossed the snow-capped mountains, my father almost lost his life in those snowy mountains. It was you who saved his life with half a chili pepper." He took a deep breath and knelt before Xi Zhan. He said with a choked voice, "Today, if it were the other generals, I would never have thought of acknowledging a relative. I respect them just the same. But towards you, besides respect, there is also a sense of closeness. Seeing how you've treated my family today, I know that my father didn't follow the wrong person in his youth." He rubbed his reddened eyes. Tears streamed down his face. Jiangzhu Yue quickly knelt beside Gu Zhu Yuan. She used a tissue to wipe his tears. Xi Zizhan listened to Gu Yuan's words. His eyes immediately became moist as well. "You're Xiao Bubao's son?" Gu Qiangjun. He used to carry a cloth bag sewn from scraps. Inside, it held all his belongings. That's why he got that nickname in the squad. He quickly helped Gu Zhuan up and observed him carefully. "Good. Very good. My boy. You've grown so much." Back then, when we crossed the snow-capped mountains, it was also the most arduous period for the army. We marched for 6 days and 6 nights straight. We had to cross 5 snow-capped mountains with an average altitude of 3,500 meters. During that march, all the members of the logistics supply unit, except for Xiao Bubao, no one else survived. Those kids couldn't start a fire, so they took the cotton from their own clothes to start one. With nothing to eat, they just grabbed handfuls of snow to fill their stomachs. As a result, they sacrificed themselves one by one. Xie Zhan said with a choked voice. He took a deep breath. He composed himself. "Xiao Bubao. At that time, he was the youngest in the supply unit. When I found him, his lips were already purple." Gu Zhiyuan kept wiping his tears. He was sobbing silently. "Father told me that you gave him your coat, and even stuffed half a chili pepper into his mouth. He only survived because of that." Xie Zhan sniffled. He said shamefully, "I should have found them sooner. I failed them." Hearing the two men's words, my mood also became very heavy. Looking at the past from the present's perspective, we know that they would eventually win. But living in that era, no matter which enemy it was, they were all stronger than their forces. What extraordinary courage they must have relied on, to be able to fearlessly resist until the very end. I took a step forward and comforted him. "Old Master Xie, this prosperous era is just as those comrades wished for. No one has failed them." Xie Zhan took a deep breath. He composed himself. "A prosperous era. It's finally peaceful." I suddenly remembered something and spoke up. "Grandpa, there's one more song. Would you like to hear it?" "Grandpa, there's one more song. Would you like to hear it?" Xie Zhan furrowed his brows slightly. In a mood like this, what song could possibly match his feelings? But since I was the one who suggested it, he still nodded slightly. I helped Xie Zhan sit down on the piano bench. I told Gu Qinghan to hold my phone, to record a video. My fingers danced across the black and white keys. As the melodious tune began to play, I sang softly. "The distant mountain calls to me. Blood has soaked the mountainside 1,000 times, defending the warship to the death, like a bugler." After the victory of that battle, the trains from home could no longer be seen, playing the anthem of peace. As the song ended, Sai Zhan patted my shoulder and let out a soft sigh. His voice revealed a hint of loneliness. After the battle, many comrades were gone forever. I stood up and took the phone from Gu Qinghan's hand. I saw on the screen the intimate video of me and my grandpa, Si Zhan. I did a voiceover for myself in my head. "Congratulations on receiving a protective talisman. Using this talisman can block 99% of all open and hidden attacks. It increases the efficiency of the city guard and other agencies by 100%. Under the pretext of sharing this video, I invited everyone present into a group chat. I even thoughtfully changed the group chat name to Loving and Affectionate Family." I looked at the tipsy Gu Jiuan. I thought to myself, "Dad, This is as far as I can help you. Just as I was about to post the video, a small, gray-white line of text appeared on the screen. Comrade Old Jew has changed the group name to Guj Yuan. I helplessly rubbed my forehead and silently changed the group name back. I looked at Xi Zhan and asked, Grandpa, look, you saved my grandfather's life. That's why our Jew family exists today, and I happen to cure your illness. It's like we've completed a cycle. Our two families must have a special fate. That's why we could gather together. Although my dad is pretty useless, he's still a buy one get one free deal. You can't have too high expectations for the freebie. Gu Jiyuan gave me a confused look. So he was just a freebie, but he remained kneeling on the ground. Sincerely grateful, General. I want to serve you. I poured a cup of tea from the table and handed it to Gu Jiyuan. Gu Jiyuan lowered his head and respectfully raised the teacup in his hands. Everyone's eyes were now focused on Xi Zhan, just waiting to see what Xi Zhan would decide. Xi Zhan sat in his chair, both hands on his cane. His expression suddenly became serious. Logically speaking, I originally wanted to adopt Xiao Bei as my grandson today, and also to see how you usually treat Xiao Bei. I heard that Xiao Bei isn't your biological son. I frowned. Why is this old man stirring up trouble for my parents at such a crucial moment? No, Xiao Bei is our biological son. Jiang Zhu Yue firmly denied it, although Xiao Bei is a bit mischievous. We see him genuinely improving day by day. Gu Jiyuan said, seeing that my good grandson isn't being wronged in your house is good enough for me. Besides, I can also see Xiao Bei truly loves this set of parents. Xi Zhan took the teacup from Gu Jiyuan. He drained it in one gulp. For the sake of you being Xiao Bu Bao's son, and for Xiao Bei's sake, I'll reluctantly accept you as my adopted son. Gu Jiyuan stared blankly at his empty hands. Did I succeed? Yes, yes, yes. Congratulations, Comrade Old Gu, on successfully acquiring an adoptive father. I helped Gu's Yuan up. Guz Yuan still found it a bit hard to believe. He stood there in a daze, occasionally pinching his own cheek, letting out bursts of foolish laughter. Looking at Comrade Old Gus' appearance, he looked like he was about to drool. I gave a forced smile and reminded him, Dad, if you keep making that stupid face, Grandpa Xie is going to return the goods. Gu Yuan shivered and took 2 deep breaths. He restored his usual sagacious appearance. He started serving tea and pouring water for the old man. He would occasionally chat with Xiu and Xiu Xing to get closer to them. Seeing Gu Yuan's smug and satisfied look, I nodded in satisfaction as well and went to the sofa behind. I gathered all the props that Gu Yuan had bought earlier. I brought them out and stood in front of old Master Xi Zhan. Before, we hadn't officially acknowledged each other, so tattling to the old man would have been useless. Now that we've successfully become family, the old man has the right to manage Comrade Old Gu. I am not the type to hold a grudge. I usually take revenge on the spot. This time, I am giving Comrade Old Gu face because he's my dad. That's why I've let him off the hook for a few days. I brandished the small cowhide whip. It made whooshing sounds as it cut through the air. Old Master X. Look, it had to be my dad. The whip I couldn't find anywhere. He's already prepared it for you. This whip. Xi Hu was enthusiastically chatting with Go Ji Yuan. He shuddered, recalling what I had said earlier. It was about helping the old man with his rehabilitation, to prepare a small cowhide whip. Although Gu Yuan probably didn't mean it, he still felt a stab in the back. I am done for. Aren't this father and son duo targeting me? He thought to himself, look, there's also a baseball bat, a rubber baton, a walking stick. This cane is actually made of rosewood. Holy crap, there's even a spiked club. Comrade Old Gu, you're really cruel, I teased. Among all these things, only the bottle of iodine can be considered a shred of fatherly love. Xi Zhan looked at this pile of weapons. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. The other things were whatever, but this spiked club was really a bit much. He began to suspect that his precious grandson, living in this house, must have endured some fiery days. I looked at Gu Jiyuan innocently and asked, Dad, you knew old Master Xie was coming to our house to acknowledge family. Why did you buy all this stuff? Gu Jiyuan averted his gaze. He knew how important Xiao Bei was to the old man. He couldn't say it was prepared for beating Xiao Bei. I shifted my gaze to Xi Hu. Dad, you didn't prepare this for Uncle Xi Hu, did you? Hearing me say that, Sai Hu's jaw dropped in astonishment. It's over. This father and son duo really are targeting me. How did I get involved in this again? How many times has it been? Hearing my words, Gu Yuan even sneaked a glance at Xi Hu. Seeing Xi Hu's expression, it was clear he had deep childhood trauma. Gu Yuan chuckled awkwardly and said, Dad, I bought these just for fun, right? It's all just for fun. I twirled the small leather whip twice. I didn't realize, Dad, you're quite the kinky player. But you can't play this game alone, can you? Hearing this, Jiang Zhu Yu's face visibly reddened. She quickly interrupted, Old Gu, are you keeping a vixen outside? I was a bit embarrassed. I didn't expect to hit a friendly target. I quickly did some damage control, Dad. When I came in just now, I already told old Master Xie, you're a man who knows how to admit his mistakes and correct them. I've seen you these past few days. Because of the time you hit me. You've been so guilty, you look haggard. You even have dark circles under your eyes. The corner of Gu Zhiyuan's mouth twitched. It was clearly because of the Zicheng tourist resort project that he looked haggard, but he went along with it. That's right. Since you were kids, I taught you to admit your mistakes and correct them, to be a real man, upright and honorable, with your head held high. These past few days, because of hitting you, I've truly felt very ashamed. I often lose sleep, so my complexion has gotten much worse. Exihu looked at Gu Zhiyuan with a sympathetic gaze. It was clear this kid was saying that Gu Zhiyuan planned to imitate the historical tale of Lion Po and Lin Xiangru. He wanted to carry thorns on his back to apologize, but now he didn't dare interfere in my business. After all, I really do hold a grudge. But watching from a bystander's perspective, me luring the enemy in deep, then cutting off all their escape routes, it was truly an amusing show. No wonder my adoptive father likes me so much. I thumped my right fist on my left chest. Dad, say no more. I understand you. You definitely prepared these things for yourself, to accept punishment and atone, right? But I am a filial son, too. I can't do something as outrageous as hitting my own father, but I can't bear to see you so racked with guilt, that you can't rest well and end up falling ill. I look towards XYZ. Jean. My voice cheerful. Hey, look how convenient this is. Dad. Grandpa is right here. Let Grandpa teach you a lesson. It fulfills my filial piety, and it alleviates your guilt. What do you think, Dad? The corner of Gu Zhiyuan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Laugh. You really want to make me laugh myself to death. Truly, my good son. My mistake. You've blocked all my escape routes. What else can I think? I can only watch while lying face down on the sofa. I hesitated for a moment and continued, Grandpa. It's only been a few days since your surgery. It's a perfect opportunity to do some rehabilitation exercises. Your health will recover faster too. Filial piety in our family is passed down through generations. It's all inherited from my dad. To help you get well sooner, my dad will definitely be willing to offer up his butt. I looked at Gu Zhiyuan again. Dad, tell me, to help Grandpa get well sooner, are you willing to offer up your butt? Gu Zhiyuan let out a sigh. Today's beating is unavoidable, seeing that Gu Zhiyuan had accepted his fate. But Xi Zhan was still a bit hesitant. I still had to do some ideological work on the old man. Grandpa, if you don't do it, you'll be letting down the sincere filial piety of me and my dad. Besides, our Gu family in Jiangcheng provides millions of job opportunities. If my dad gets sick with depression and his health fails, how many people will lose their jobs? For the employment of the people of Jiangcheng, for the development and long-term stability of our country, just go ahead and hit my dad. Don't worry. With me and third sister here, you can hit as hard as you want. Even though he's our biological father, well, definitely feel bad. If something really happens from the beating, we will definitely stop you. Seeing my righteous and awe-inspiring demeanor, the corner of Xi Zhan's mouth twitched. He didn't know if Gu Zhiyuan was filial or not, but this grandson of his definitely had no good intentions. He was just looking for a reason to get revenge, for the matter of Gu Zhiyuan hitting him. He even dragged in the country's development and its long-term stability. Xi Zhan thought for a moment. After all, when Gu Zhiyuan heard, he wanted to adopt him earlier. He still hit his precious grandson. He should probably teach him a symbolic lesson. When he finished thinking, he gave me a resentful look. He originally planned to just hit him symbolically twice with the cane for show, but he saw that, while he was thinking, I had already stuffed the spiked club and whip into his hands, and was even applying iodine to them. I nudged Gu Zhiyuan. Dad, why are you so slow on the uptake? Grandpa is already prepared. He's even disinfected the tools. Why are you still standing there like a fool? Gu Zhiyuan looked helplessly at the old man. Then he silently lay face down on the sofa armrest. The others in the room watched my domineering actions and couldn't help but chuckle softly. They knew the old man wouldn't be too harsh. I was just letting off some steam. A couple of symbolic hits, just enough to make Gu Zhiyuan lose some face would do. The old man walked over to Gu Zhiyuan and gently tapped him twice with the whip. He was about to stop when Exihu stared at the scene in astonishment. He blurted out, Dad, you didn't hit me like this yesterday. As soon as the words left his mouth, he quickly covered his mouth. I didn't say anything just now. At this moment, I was secretly eating a small piece of wasabi, preparing to act out a scene of a loving father and filial son later. To swallow this piece of wasabi, I had to eat it with a piece of premium bluefin tuna belly sashimi. Hearing Xihu's words, I rushed out from the crowd of onlookers and said, Old Master Xi, although my dad isn't your biological son, he's still your adopted son. You can't discriminate. I had just finished eating. The wasabi made my voice a little slurred. The wasabi also forced tears to well up and stream down my face. Seeing my current appearance, Ji Zhan looked at the whip in his hand. He didn't expect Xiao Bei to value the relationship between him and Gu Zhiyuan so much. He hoped this adoptive father-son relationship wasn't just superficial. Gu Zhiyuan also looked at me in astonishment. Only now did he understand my deeper meaning. It must be that I wanted to strengthen the interaction between him and the old man. What a good son. My son. Xizhan saw the look of realization on Gu Zhiyuan's face. His eyes immediately became stern. It seems you have a good son. Then I will treat you as I treat my own son. Gu Zhiyuan smiled proudly. Dad, just go ahead. We are like family. If I do something wrong, you can hit me or scold me. We're all grown up now. How can we let a child like Xiao Bei worry about our affairs all day? Hearing the loving cracks of old Master Xai's whip, I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This old man is really getting into it. He's hitting so hard right after becoming family. Gu Zhiyuan is also really tough. He's gritting his teeth and enduring it in front of his wife and children, not making a sound. I quickly stepped forward to stop him. Old Master Xie. Don't hit him anymore. That's enough. My dad isn't a rough brute like Uncle Xie who, if you haven't had enough, then tell him to lie down so you can practice some more. Xie looked at Gu Zhiyuan's beaten appearance, thinking that in the future, someone would share the old man's beatings with him. He was grinning with glee. As soon as he heard my words, the smile on his face vanished. Cai Zijian wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had to admit, hitting a new butt felt completely different. It had a very unique flavor, except for the first few hits, which were to teach this upstart father a lesson. The later whips were just to test the feel of it. He turned his head towards Xi Ho, just in time to see him, his expression changing in an instant. What are you laughing at? From now on, this is your big brother. Is it funny to see your big brother being punished? You get over here and lie down for me too. Xi Hu shot me a resentful glance. How many times has it been? I'm asking you, how many times has it been? I felt a little guilty. I really didn't mean to screw Xia Ho over just now. I just mentioned it casually. After a session of loving education, everyone sat together on the living room sofa. They chatted about family matters and listened to Xia Zhan tell old stories. I sat next to the old man, listening to the stories. Occasionally, Gu Qinghan and Gu Wanier would feed me a handful of shelled melon seeds. I have to say, the melon seeds of the Gu family tasted different from the cheap ones I had eaten before. If you tasted them carefully, there was a faint, elegant floral scent. Moreover, Gu Waner and Gu Qinghan, when shelling the melon seeds, this scent seemed to have a slight difference. I also grabbed a handful of melon seeds from the table myself, but the taste seemed a bit inferior. I was suddenly stunned. The melon seeds from Gu Qinghan and Gu Waner were also taken from the table. I curiously turned my head to look at the two of them. I only saw Gu Waner take a melon seed and gently crack it in her mouth. Then she used her hands to shell it. Gu Qinghan's hands were quite clumsy. Sometimes she needed to bite twice. The shelled melon seed still had a wet corner on it. When I ate the melon seed just now, I didn't notice. I thought it was sweat from my palm that made the seed wet. Turns out that was really the case. Gu Qinghan and Gu Waner both had their heads down, cracking melon seeds. It seemed like they were secretly competing with each other. They didn't notice me watching them at all. Just as they finished cracking the melon seeds, I reached out my hand to take them. I saw that the two of them, without planning it, both ate the melon seeds in their hands. Seeing my outstretched hand, the faces of both of them couldn't help but start to blush. This is for me to eat, Gu Waner said, blushing. She raised her hand and stuffed all the melon seeds in her hand into her mouth. Gu Qinghan's gaze was a little evasive. She looked at the melon seed in her hand, then secretly glanced at me. She pushed the melon seed into my hand. Here, big brother. This is for you. I was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Although their spitting wasn't really spitting saliva, they just blew on it a couple of times, but it still felt a little dirty. Seeing that I didn't eat the melon seed, Gu Qinghan took my finger and gently blew on the melon seed twice. Big brother. I blew it clean. It's not dirty. You can eat it. I reached out and flicked her forehead. I swallowed the whole melon seed. Don't be so mischievous next time. Gu Waner saw what I did just now and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. If I had known, I should have persisted a little. The sky gradually darkened. Xizhan didn't plan to have dinner here, so he left first with Xi Hu and Xi Yujing. Jiang Zuyu helped the completely drunk Gu Ziyuan to their room to rest. She drove back to the company alone to work overtime. Gu Waner was on the night shift today. Although she was a bit reluctant, it was time for her to go. Xiao Bei, remember to listen to Mom. Okay. After she gave her instructions, I suddenly remembered. She had told me to come see her once a week for a health checkup. I frowned and refused. Third sister, there's no need. I am a doctor myself. I know my own body's condition. Gu Waner snorted softly. If you don't come, I'll tell Mom in the group chat that you have an unspeakable disease, and don't dare to let me check. The corner of my mouth twitched. I raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. Okay. I'll definitely be there on time. If she says in the group chat that I have an unspeakable disease, what face would I have left? Seeing me raise my hands, Gu Waner's cheeks flushed slightly. She dove straight into my arms. She nuzzled against my chest and whispered, then let me know in advance when you come next time. I'll prepare some delicious food for you. I patted Gu Waner's back. Then I'll let you know before I come. As for the delicious food, third sister, don't tire yourself out too much. Gu Waner took a deep breath. She let go of me, a faint smile on her face. Xiao Bei, I am heading to work now. The mansion's main gate closed again. Seeing Gu Waner off, the once lively room instantly became quiet. I felt a little sense of loss, but just as I turned around, Gu Qinghan suddenly rushed over, like a koala, clinging onto me. Her head also kept nuzzling into my chest. I turned and hugged Gu Qinghan tightly. I staggered towards the sofa. She originally just wanted to rub off Go Wayner's scent. Gu Qinghan seemed to feel that my emotions were a bit off. She asked in a small voice, "Big brother, are you very sad right now?" I shook my head. It's just that from the lively atmosphere just now, it suddenly became so quiet. I just feel a little empty. Jiu Qinghan looked at the empty living room. For her, in the past, almost everyone was unkind to her. The situation of being alone would, on the contrary, make her feel more at ease. She looked up at my profile and asked doubtfully, "Is it like when I can't see you, big brother?" Thump. My heart suddenly skipped a beat. In the darkness, Gu Qinghan's eyes seemed to be sparkling with starlight. Even her lips reflected the streetlights, looking translucent and shiny. Why? Gu Qinghan clearly looks so innocent, yet her words are so provocative. Under the quiet night sky, I could feel the warm body temperature of Gu Qinghan in my arms, along with a racing heartbeat. Gu Qinghan's lips kept getting bigger in my vision. "Big brother. Tonight, can